Chapter 1. The captive of the primitive man. Kill him. How dare he trespass into our territory? No, a cacophony of voices echoed in his ears as Su-e groggily opened his eyes. Before him stood two men clad in animal hides, their intentions clearly nefarious as they brandished wooden spears, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Wasn't he just asleep in his rented room? How had he ended up in a forest? A sudden gust of wind sent a chill through him, and as he looked down, he realized with horror that he was completely unclothed. Stripped bare, surrounded by wilderness, with two half-naked, muscular men in close proximity, panic surged through Su-e. His heart raced as he sensed the hostility radiating from the men, their eyes filled with malice and intent to harm. Defenseless and unarmed, he knew he stood no chance against them. Fleeing was futile. He observed how they trod upon the thorns without flinching. Move. The men commanded, brandishing their spears, forcing him to advance in a designated direction. The sharpness of the spear tips pressed against his back reminded him that any sign of resistance would cost him dearly. After just a few steps, a thorn pierced his foot, forcing him to halt and carefully extract it. The underbrush was dense, the thorns abundant. As an ordinary office worker, Su-e could hardly have imagined he would find himself traversing a jungle in such a state. The two men regarded his clumsy movements with disdain. To them, a brave warrior would not fear thorns. This outsider was clearly a coward. They could hardly muster the energy to raise their spears. After walking several hundred meters, they finally came upon a narrow path. His body bore numerous scratches, the pain a stark reminder that this was no dream. Had he truly traversed into another realm? System? Summon space. Open sesame. After fruitlessly attempting every incantation he could recall, Su-e felt his hopes dwindle. Reflecting on the survival show he had watched the previous night, he regretted not choosing to view the Tang dynasty. As he stepped onto the path, relief washed over him, and his mind raced with thoughts of strategy. He was now in a tropical jungle, a captive of two men clad in animal hides. With a language barrier that rendered reasoning futile, he found himself trapped. Running was out of the question. Fighting was equally unwise at present. It seemed these two had no immediate intent on taking his life. Yet Su-e understood that in a primitive society, cannibalism could be a common practice. More advanced tribes had forsaken such barbarism, yet he could only gamble on the assumption that this tribe would not roast him over a fire. Even servitude would be preferable to becoming a meal. Confident in his modern intellect, he believed he could thrive even as a slave. As expected, the foliage began to thin, revealing more signs of human activity around him. Pushing through the underbrush, he discovered a barrier made of thorns, designed to keep wild beasts at bay. Within the enclosure were several huts of varying sizes. In the center of the clearing, a group of naked children played, while two elders greeted his captors with nods. As he was ushered toward the huts, Su-e scanned the area, noting the absence of any able-bodied young adults. A chill ran down his spine. This tribe had no slaves. Earlier, he had held on to a glimmer of hope upon seeing the crude tools they wielded. Now, it was almost certain that this tribe lacked sufficient food to sustain slaves. His anxiety deepened. He had no desire to meet his end at the hands of humans. The sound of their chatter filled the air, and Su-e observed the elders licking their lips in unison. The hut he was confined to was small, barely allowing him to enter. Once pushed inside, his captors stationed themselves at the entrance, engaged in whispered conversation. Su-e feared they were deliberating over how best to consume him. The hut was cramped, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Using the dim light that filtered in, he inspected the structure. Composed of a few wooden beams and branches thick as his arm, the hut was covered with leaves for protection against the elements. To his surprise, amidst a layer of straw, lay the hide of an unknown animal. Like fish on a chopping block, it reminded Su-e of his dire predicament, yet he had never been one to succumb to despair. Quickly, a plan took shape in his mind. He resolved to fashion a pair of shoes from the animal hide and escape this suspected cannibal tribe. However, the tough hide resisted his every attempt to tear it apart. After searching, he finally unearthed a stone from the soil behind the hut. With this makeshift tool, he managed to cut a notch in the hide. Following the incision, he was able to tear the hide into two pieces. In the dimness of the hut, he felt his way around, striving to cover his entire foot with the hide. After considerable effort, he successfully crafted a rudimentary shoe. Just as he began to clear away the dry leaves at the back of the hut, a chorus of cheers erupted from outside. With a wry smile, Su-e settled back down. In the next moment, the hut's door swung open, and voices called out, Bending his body, he stepped outside. The blinding sunlight enveloped him once more, warm and inviting. He squinted momentarily to adjust before surveying his surroundings. Over 20 young men and women clad in animal hides stood before him, each wielding stone knives and bone spears. Behind them, where the children had played moments earlier, lay a bloodied wild boar. His presence immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The young women, upon seeing the naked man, quickly turned away, while a few older females glanced over before just as swiftly averting their gazes. Sue-yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him that a sharp pain from behind signaled that someone was urging him to move forward. After taking a few steps, he resolved to adopt a more relaxed demeanor. What will be, will be. The direction he was being led toward was the largest of the huts. Sue surmised that he was to meet the leader of this tribe at that moment. A voice rang out from behind. A tall young man, his face twisted in disgust, tossed a piece of hide at him. The young man's eyes roamed over Sue-yi's body, filled with menace and warning. Infuriated by the disdainful gaze that regarded him like livestock, Sue-yi turned defiantly, striding toward the entrance of the hut with his head held high. If he was destined to be eaten, he might as well indulge in the experience of a day in a primitive society. Behind him, he heard shouts of anger, but he merely laughed it off. As he pushed aside the leafy curtain at the entrance, he was met with the sight of a striking young woman, seemingly in her 20s, seated upon a stone chair draped with tiger skin. Could this be the leader of the tribe? Her intricately painted face could not conceal her exquisite features. A necklace of animal teeth adorned her neck, while deer hide covered her chest and thighs. Under her authoritative gaze, Sue-yi nonchalantly appraised her. In the next moment, the woman seated sprang up, seizing a stone knife beside her, and lunged towards him with a fierce strike. Chapter 2. The Failed Escape. Can you guess whether the chieftain will behead him? The chieftain harbors a profound disdain for cowards. That outsider is less courageous than our own Yao Ding. Yao Ding, a bare-bottomed child, puffed out his chest at the remark. However, he is the first outsider to breach our territory in several years. The chieftain is unlikely to take his life, an older woman suggested. Humph. A cold snort reverberated from outside the small circle. The crowd turned to look, quickly silencing themselves. The newcomer was Yao Ying, the chieftain's brother and the mightiest warrior of the tribe. How dare he approach my sister without any pretense? The tribesmen glanced at the half-piece of cowhide on the ground, their eyes glinting with mockery. Before the tribe faced its tribulations, there were foolish outsiders who dared to offend Yao Yu, who was not yet the chieftain. She had risked igniting a war between the clans and had forcefully shattered the opponent's manhood. Where did you capture him? Yao Ying's gaze fell upon the diminutive tribesman at the center of the crowd. I will lead you. The two departed the camp, one following the other. Warm blood trickled down her neck as the woman suddenly launched an attack, her movements as swift as a leopard. Sue-yi barely had time to react. Yet, faced with the specter of death, he instinctively raised his fist to strike her cheek. The female chieftain bent low, deftly evading the blow. She stepped back, distancing herself from Sue-yi's reach, and resumed her seat upon a tiger-skin stone chair, crossing her legs as she scrutinized him from head to toe. A sharp sting throbbed at his neck, though the blood loss was minor, likely just a superficial cut. Having preserved his life, Sue-yi quickly regained his composure and silently regarded his opponent. The fact that she had spared him hinted at potential negotiations. He must not act rashly lest he provoke her ire. Which clan do you belong to? The woman inquired, her voice clear and melodious. Sue-yi shook his head, indicating his inability to comprehend. The chieftain then switched to several languages, yet Sue-yi could only respond with a bewildered shake of his head. After a fruitless exchange, he was returned to his small enclosure. In the meeting hall, the large communal tent, the adult tribesmen gathered in assembly. Chieftain, why do you not execute him? Indeed, why not slay him? Others echoed in agreement. Yao Yu, seated at the forefront, regarded them calmly. Pray tell, why should I kill him? Upon hearing the chieftain's counter-question, the speaker stood bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his train of thought. He invaded our territory. Must we slay him for merely trespassing? As far as I am aware, he has not taken even a single leaf from us, has he? Yao Yu's gaze fixed on the tribesman who had captured Sue-yi. Under her scrutiny, the tribesman puffed out his chest in affirmation. Yes, when I encountered him, he was entirely unclothed. Since he did not seize our resources, we cannot execute him. Yao Yu's eyes swept across the assembly, only then realizing that her brother and another tribesman were absent from the gathering. Yet, That outsider has offended you. A male tribesman interjected. He is a shameless outsider. Can we truly engage in disputes with a savage? Yao Yu spoke with a hint of indifference. Indeed, he has just displayed utter shamelessness before us. Thus, we cannot take his life. According to our ancestral teachings, we must extend hospitality towards him with delectable food, proclaimed an elder female clan member with a raised voice. If he wishes to depart, we cannot hinder him. Another clan member recalled, quickly adding, to defy the will of the fire god is to invite punishment. The crowd buzzed with animated voices, each recalling the taboos and ancestral laws ingrained in their minds. Yao Yu heard the answer she sought and nodded slightly. It had been a long time since outsiders had set foot in the territory of their Xianyao clan. It was no wonder that her kin had forgotten the ancestral teachings. No, we must slay him. At that moment, Yaoing strode in, carrying a bloodied wild chicken. This was found near the location of the outsider. He intended to plunder our food. Upon hearing this, flames of fury ignited in the eyes of the clan members, including those who had just advocated for kindness towards the outsider, now gritting their teeth in anger. Despicable outsider, had it not been for Ying's return to inspect, we would have all been deceived by him. Decapitate him. Dismember him. Why did I not notice this earlier? One who had captured Su, he scratched his head, straining to remember. You were outsmarted by the treacherous outsider. He concealed the wild chicken amidst the thickets. Yaoing interjected. Truly, he is a cunning outsider. Observing the righteous indignation of her kin, Yaoing felt a sense of reassurance. Raising his head, he noticed his sister glaring coldly at him, prompting him to adopt a facade of anger. He believed he understood her intentions regarding the outsider. Yao Yu, gazing at the still dripping wild chicken, harbored a dangerous glimmer in her eyes. She would not permit anyone to deceive her in her presence. Brother, are you certain this wild chicken was slain by the outsider? Her tone was icy. Of course, the strength of the captured outsider can attest to this. Yao Ying, meeting his sister's scrutinizing gaze, spoke with a forced bravado. Did you witness the outsider kill the wild chicken with your own eyes? Yao Yu turned to inquire again. Why yes, Yao Li stammered. I was the first to discover the outsider and saw him hide the wild chicken with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu, seated at the head, revealed no change in expression, yet her eyes glinted with resentment. Excellent. They have conspired together to deceive her. The wild chicken, having been dead for some time, continued to bleed. Did they truly take her for a fool? Yet she understood that if she voiced her doubts, Yaoing would surely have a counter-strategy ready. 3 days hence, we shall hold the sacrificial ceremony, using the blood of the outsider to appease our ancestors, Yao Yu declared, raising her stone knife with fervor. The clan members immediately echoed in unison. Within the shelter, Su Yi, bewildered, could not fathom the intentions of the female chieftain. Yet he recognized that his fate must remain in his own hands. Through the gaps in the structure, Su Yi observed that all the adults had entered the largest shelter. His heart soared with joy. Truly, they were foolish primitives, quickly forgetting that they still had a captive in their midst. Once again, the escape plan was initiated. The makeshift shelter was rudimentary, and with a few swift movements, Su Yi tore open a hole large enough to crawl through. As he poked his head out, he was met with a pair of small feet. Su Yi swallowed hard, his heart racing, and upon looking up, he spotted a little bird. Then he noticed a circle of curious children surrounding the shelter, their inquisitive gazes fixed upon him. Cursed be the moment of discovery. He must remain calm. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi withdrew his head back into the shelter, sealing the torn opening once more. Sitting in the center of the makeshift abode, his heart continued to pound fiercely. He could only hope that the little rascals would not run off to inform the adults. Otherwise, he might find himself facing a severe beating. After all, they were primitive people clad in animal skins and wielding stone tools. It was clear to him that these children had been assigned to keep watch over him. After a prolonged period of observation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when no child reported him. Before long, a group emerged from the shelter. Su Yi noticed their gazes directed at him were far more menacing than before. This was it. They must have conspired on how to consume him. He regretted not fleeing sooner. Su Yi lamented as he slapped his forehead. Inside the large shelter, the chieftain declared, that outsider is innocent. Observing the solitary tribesman left behind, Yao Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you implying Li is lying? Chapter 3. Reproduction. That outsider is quite timid. Even a small thorn can halt his progress. And he is utterly incapable of hunting the agile wild chickens. Yao Yu recalled her earlier encounter with the outsider. noting that he was only wrapped in animal skins around his feet. Yet, in her eyes, the shameless outsider was not cowardly. On the contrary, he exhibited considerable audacity. This piqued her interest. Do elaborate on how you captured him. A bonfire was lit outside the shelter, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, hostile glances were cast in Su Yi's direction, prompting him to postpone his escape until nightfall. After assessing his predicament, he resolved to undertake a new task, to learn the language of these indigenous people. Should the guards be vigilant, he would not sever his escape route. With his silver tongue, he was certain he could elicit sympathy from the beautiful female chieftain and secure his own survival. Fortunately, the children outside spoke a relatively simple language. The pressure of his potential fate as food sharpened his focus entirely. Out of thin air, Yao Yu straightened her posture, feeling she had grasped the crucial point. Yao Gu was second only to her in tracking skills within their clan, and she trusted his judgment. Moreover, the language spoken by that outsider differed from those of all surrounding tribes. Could it be that he was indeed sent by the Suanio to save their clan? Chieftain, Li is deceiving you. At the assembly just now, I could not bring myself to expose him, Yao Gu muttered. I understand, Yao Yu replied coolly, her tone devoid of emotion. Go fetch Li. Watching Yao Gu's departing figure, Yao Yu fell deep into contemplation. His elder brother always supported her. So why did he oppose her on matters concerning outsiders? He even incited their kin to deceive her collectively. She would not permit anyone to challenge her authority, not even her brother. As for that outsider, she had never contemplated taking his life. Their clan could not endure another war at this juncture. Moreover, for the sake of the clan's continuation, she could not eliminate the first outsider to intrude upon their territory in 5 years. Chief, have you sought me? Yao Li stepped in, standing erect. What did he say to you that emboldened you to lie in the assembly? Yao Yu fixed her gaze intently upon him. Every word I uttered is the truth. Yao Li, resolute, did not flinch under the chief's scrutinizing gaze. Huh, do you dare speak so beneath the ancestral statue? Yao Yu scoffed. Recalling Yao Ying's instructions, Yao Li clenched his teeth and replied, I do dare. Boldly said, Sister, why must you trouble a loyal clansman? Came Yao Ying's voice from the doorway. You eavesdropped on our conversation? Yao Yu glared at the entrance, her fists tightening. I did not eavesdrop. Yao Ying entered gracefully, gesturing for Yao Li to depart. Yao Li glanced at the chief seated before him, said nothing, and turned away. Observing this scene, Yao Yu felt a surge of anger but maintained her composure. The old chief entrusted me with leading our clan. Has my brother forgotten the oath we once took? The ancestors reside firmly within my heart. Yao Ying raised his hand to his chest. You have always been our leader, my dear sister. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu remained inscrutable. Brother, that wild chicken was not slain by an outsider. Do you desire his death? It suffices that our kin know he is the murderer. Why must he die? Are you unaware that our clan teeters on the brink of extinction? Yao Yu expressed her deep concerns. Do you intend to rely upon that cowardly outsider to save us? He can ensure the continuation of our clan. Enough you. Yao Ying's tone grew grave. The survival of our clan rests in our hands, and I shall certainly lead us back to greatness. But he is innocent. Yao Yu rose. Are you not afraid of his kin seeking vengeance? At this, Yao Ying's expression shifted slightly, but recalling Yao Li's words, he quickly reaffirmed his resolve. That outsider must die for seizing our resources. When our enemies come, I shall defend us. With that, Yao Ying turned to leave. There exists another path. Even our clan's council cannot decide his fate. Do you wish to summon Gu to testify for you? Yao Ying laughed. For the stability of the clan. He will not side with you. No, as long as that outsider is willing to offer us his prey, he shall be our esteemed guest. Yao Yu blurted out. Yao Ying halted, scoffing before departing. He is a natural hunter, yet cannot guarantee he will procure food alone, much less that timid outsider. Yao Yu's expression turned cold as she returned to her seat. Her brother spoke the truth. Yao Gu would undoubtedly not harm his own kin for the sake of an outsider. As the clan leader, she would not permit the aspirations of her tribe to be extinguished. Today, upon hearing of the capture of an outsider, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. For 5 long years, no one understood the immense pressure resting upon her shoulders. She could not betray her mother's hopes. She was determined to lead her clan towards continued prosperity. That evening, Su Yi was once again scolded and relocated to another large shelter. It was only later that he discovered this new abode was designed for storing tributes. The new environment was spacious and clean, and he was provided with food and water. Notably, the one who delivered his sustenance was a woman. Su Yi observed that she seemed anxious, approaching stealthily and departing quietly. The meat she brought was undercooked, still bearing traces of blood, yet Su-yi found great satisfaction in it. The water was served in half a coconut shell, leading him to surmise that they had yet to master the art of pottery. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he began to question whether he had misjudged this primitive tribe. After all, no one would squander their resources. With this thought, his unease diminished slightly. Nevertheless, his plan to escape remained paramount. He had no intention of becoming a prisoner. The new shelter boasted several windows, and as he contemplated his escape route, he gazed out at the twilight sky. The night descended, and the stars shone brightly. He was struck by the sight of two moons, one large and one small, hanging in the heavens, triggering a bittersweet sensation within him. Earlier, he had pondered whether he had landed in some primitive tribe on Earth, perhaps hoping to return to civilization someday. Now, he was convinced he had traversed through time and space. He recalled the line, "Who first beheld the moon by the riverbank?" Not only had he seen it, but he had witnessed two at once. His mind was a tangled web, and time slipped away as the stars shifted in the sky. The campfire dwindled, voices faded, and the tribe gradually settled into tranquility. The sounds of insects and beasts echoed, creating a paradise for them. The tropical jungle was alive with nocturnal sounds, and the roars of ferocious beasts, seemingly close at hand, instilled in Su-yi a sense of trepidation. The creatures of this world must indeed be formidable. Lacking proper weapons, he had refrained from fleeing earlier. The venomous snakes of the jungle were equally daunting. Su-yi enumerated the reasons for his hesitation. Yet the yearning for freedom outside the shelter called to him incessantly. At last, he made his decision. Grasping the makeshift weapon he had fashioned, a wooden stick with a sharp stone bound to one end, he approached the side of the shelter near the fence and carefully tore a small opening. Chapter 4. Captive or guest. The guard assigned to him had fallen asleep at the entrance, snoring intermittently. It was the perfect moment to escape. The wind outside rushed in through the gap he had created. Su-yi's heart raced. He believed that once he escaped this tribe, armed with his years of experience from survival shows, he would thrive in the wild. After all, he could not endure this precarious existence any longer. Cautiously, he crept outside, finding the shelter devoid of any presence. A sense of relief washed over Su-yi as he promptly advanced along the planned route. All that lay between him and freedom were two modest shelters and a rudimentary perimeter fence. He moved stealthily, the animal hide on his feet aiding his silent approach. As he drew closer, the moonlight revealed the low fence ahead. Suddenly, a child's piercing scream shattered the night, drowning out the chirping of insects. The unexpected turn of events startled Su-yi, his body bristling with alarm as he immediately broke into a swift run toward the fence. The cries echoed behind him, closing in rapidly. Time was of the essence. It would be foolish to turn his back on the impending threat. He halted and pivoted, raising his weapon in defense. What he beheld rendered him momentarily frozen in shock. A spotted leopard, nearly 2 meters in length, charged toward him, dragging a child in its jaws. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. In the Stone Age, primitive tribes were typically tightly knit, treating each other with equality. If he were to rescue the child, would he earn their gratitude and thus secure his own survival? Moreover, the area beyond the fence was likely teeming with ferocious beasts. Venturing out would almost certainly mean death. Falling into the hands of the tribe might spell doom, but succumbing to the jaws of the leopard was a certainty. Damn it, a gamble it would be. The leopard halted within 3 meters of him, emitting low growls, an unmistakable warning signal from a feline predator. Su-yi steeled himself, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. With a fierce roar, he spread his legs apart, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on the leopard's movements. In the next heartbeat, the leopard attempted to maneuver around him, still clutching its prey. With a powerful shout, Su-yi swung his weapon, positioning himself directly in its path. Voices from the shelter's vicinity began to call out, rushing toward the scene. After several fruitless attempts, the leopard emitted a couple of low growls, relinquishing its grip on the child. Seizing the moment, Su-yi discreetly retreated to the side. Even with 3 heads, he dared not confront an adult leopard with a mere wooden stick. As the leopard leapt away, disappearing beyond the fence, Su-yi inhaled deeply, feeling as though his strength had been wholly drained. He felt light as a feather. Thank you, brave outsider. The first to arrive was the female chieftain, her eyes reflecting gratitude, which eased Su-yi's heart. Perhaps he had indeed made the right gamble. The others soon arrived, hastily lifting the child back to safety. In the dim light of night, their gazes carried a newfound kindness. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, Sui felt a tremor of fear. Had no one come to his aid, he would have likely perished in single combat with the leopard. He also noted that the fence constructed by these people was little more than a decorative barrier, offering negligible protection against formidable wild beasts. Amidst the throngs of people, Sui returned to the shanty district. A bonfire blazed once more in the center's open space, where the female chieftain stood, imparting her words of encouragement, urging vigilance and alertness. The gentle evening breeze caressed the air, bringing a sense of tranquility. With the specter of mortality lifted, Sui's spirits likewise stabilized. Subsequently, the chieftain personally invited him before the assembly, welcoming the scrutiny of their gazes. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, and Sui felt fortunate for having fashioned a grass skirt that afternoon. Otherwise, his younger brother would have been left quite exposed. As the bonfire gathering concluded, groups of people returned to their respective shelters in twos and threes. Sui noticed several women casting glances in his direction, though puzzled. He responded with a smile to each. That night, under the luminous moon and gentle breeze, he settled into the third shelter he had occupied since arriving at the tribe. The ground was strewn with a thick layer of dry grass, accompanied by 2 large pieces of animal hide. After a day filled with apprehension, he soon succumbed to sleep. As the sun rose in the east, Yayu found amusement in the chatter of over a dozen female tribeswomen. "Of course, I shall deliver the food. He smiled at me last night," she declared. "Nonsense, he was clearly smiling at me." One older woman interjected. "Auntie, must you always stir the pot?" Several young women replied, their faces tense. "Why shouldn't I join in? I propose we take turns. Today, I shall go first." "No way." In the midst of his slumber, Sui was roused by the animated exchange, instinctively sitting up. As he beheld 2 young maidens entering, his thoughts gradually aligned with the present. One carried a piece of dark, roasted meat, while the other presented a half coconut shell filled with water. "Thank you," Sui smiled in gratitude, quickly rising from his hide. These primitives were remarkably unconcerned with modesty, donning mere animal skins without a hint of embarrassment. As he reached for the coconut shell, he sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the girl intentionally brushed his hand. Yet, as a healthy male, he merely found it curious, not unwelcome. For even through the lens of modern aesthetics, the maiden's physique and beauty were commendable. Sui had already observed that the physiological features of this tribe mirrored those of the Huaxia people: yellow skin, black eyes, and hair, with men robust from years of hunting and women slender. He felt fortunate not to be among a tribe of darker hues, which would have posed a greater challenge. Furrowing his brow, he swallowed the piece of meat, the taste difficult to articulate. "Next time, I must roast my own meat." The surface of the water in the coconut shell bore floating debris, which he cautiously blew away before taking a few sips. Outside the shelter, a cacophony of noise filled the air, with no one guarding the entrance. Sui lifted the curtain and stepped out. It turned out that the female chieftain was gathering the tribespeople for a hunting expedition, and he approached the scene with interest. He yearned to venture out, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and seeking materials that could aid in crafting tools. Additionally, he wished to assist in hunting, for it was not in his nature to rely on the generosity of others. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him as though he had misplaced his place among them. As a guest, he need not partake in the hunt, declared the beautiful chieftain. Although Sui could not grasp her words, the refusal reflected in her gaze was unmistakable. After much gesturing in an attempt to convey his intentions, he ultimately found himself remaining at the camp. Now, apart from 2 elderly men with graying hair, only 5 children remained. They regarded him with warm smiles, and the child he had rescued the previous night even bowed in gratitude, which surprised Sui. Was bowing a customary expression of thanks in this primitive society? Even more astonishing was the sight of the child, lively and energetic just a night later. Sui mused to himself about the remarkable vitality of primitive people. Observing the 5 naked children at play, he was suddenly struck by a grave realization. This tribe had no infants. Amidst his earlier anxiety regarding survival, he had not noticed this peculiar situation. Why were there no babies? Did this imply that the tribe faced extinction? Had they all been taken by leopards? Surely, not a single one could have been left. After pondering for some time without clarity, he decided to inquire with the 2 elders. However, despite their earnest efforts, their faces reddened in confusion, and they failed to comprehend his meaning. "Very well," He would wait until he mastered their language to seek answers. Rising and brushing off his trousers, he strolled around the camp. Beyond the clearing where they had set up their camp lay a dense forest. Upon close examination, he noted the absence of crops around the campsite and no signs of domesticated animals within. He also discovered a pile of damaged tools, predominantly made of stone, with a few crafted from bone. After squatting and sifting through the debris, he finally unearthed 3 stones of suitable shape, one ideal for crafting a stone axe, and the other 2 for scraping. With the 3 stones in hand, he entered the thicket through a gap in the fence. Chapter 5. Archery and deer hunting. He resolved to bring a touch of astonishment to this group of Stone Age primitives. Curiously, despite their low productivity, these individuals possessed all the physiological traits of modern humans. Not only did they resemble contemporary people, but their skeletal structure and characteristics were also identical. Shaking his head, Sui dismissed these thoughts. He had come this far, and he would adapt to the circumstances. If the tribe did not expel him, he would stubbornly remain. After all, it was now evident that they had no intention of harming him. Surviving alone on an unfamiliar planet felt overwhelmingly isolating. His purpose in setting out was to craft a bow, demonstrating his value to the chieftain. During his school years, he developed an intense fascination for survival programs and acquired some knowledge about crafting handmade bows and arrows. However, theory and practice often diverged significantly. He began by locating a suitable stick and fashioned a stone axe using resilient vines, a task that consumed nearly an hour, primarily due to the challenge of affixing the stone securely to the wooden handle. To create a bow, one must select a flexible type of wood. Soon, he set his sights on a sapling, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, perfectly straight and without branches, ideal for his purpose. The stone, of an unknown mineral composition, proved surprisingly effective at felling trees with minimal effort. He proceeded to cut the wood to approximately 15 meters in length. Following the mental blueprint he had retained, he methodically worked through each step, though he regrettably ruined 2 pieces of wood along the way. His hands, accustomed to keyboard strokes, soon developed a blister, which he gritted his teeth to pop before continuing his labor. He understood that the side retaining the bark must remain untouched to preserve its flexibility, while the cleaved side required careful scraping. He mumbled to himself, lost in concentration as he diligently continued his task. The 2 stones he had brought from the camp proved invaluable as he continuously refined the bow's form, oblivious to the sun's descent in the sky. Meanwhile, Yao Yu sat in silence at the forefront, observing the ashen faces of her people. Despite spending the entire morning hunting, they had returned empty-handed. Over the past year, the local game had grown increasingly wary, making hunting ever more arduous. However, it was not the scarcity of food that dampened her spirits. Rather, it was the mysterious disappearance of the foreigner upon whom she had relied for the tribe's continuation. Had she not treated him well? She had offered him a nest reserved for the rituals, prioritizing his needs over the tribe's hunger, yet he still chose to abandon them. Sensing their leader's discontent, the tribespeople ceased their hushed conversations. "Do not despair. Tomorrow we shall surely secure food," Yao Ying declared, his fist raised in determination. He struggled to suppress his inner joy upon the departure of the foreigner. The others, inspired by Yao Ying's fervor, straightened their backs in solidarity. "Elder brother, you and the men go fetch water. The women and I will plan the remaining provisions," Yao Yu instructed. 13 able-bodied men rose, taking the communal water vessels as they departed the camp. 15 women, led by Yao Yu, headed towards the storeroom. "Leader, you are upset because of that man, are you not?" inquired a girl named Yao Ling, who had touched Su's hand earlier that morning. Yao Yu, taken aback, was uncertain how to respond. She turned to Yao Ling, noticing her awkward expression, as if she were on the verge of tears. A thought flickered through her mind, not of anger, but of unexpected joy. "Did he violate you?" she pressed eagerly. Yao Ling quickly shook her head in denial. Observing this, Yao Yu let out a silent sigh. Yao Ling then remarked, her expression peculiar. "A few days ago, he sought me out, claiming he wished to father a child with me." "What?" As the clan leader's face turned ashen, Yao Ling hastily exclaimed, "I slapped him and rejected his advances." Yao Yu, her nerves frayed, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Even if the entire clan faced extinction, she would never allow such calamity to occur again. "Ling, you did the right thing," Yao Yu said, casting a look of approval towards Yao Ling before proclaiming loudly, "Everyone listen closely. Should anyone dare to break the taboo, I shall personally sever her head to appease our ancestors. Must our clan perish without the hope of progeny? A slightly older woman in the crowd boldly inquired. Indeed, if adhering to the taboo leads to our annihilation, why should we not defy it? Another whispered. Their words stunned several younger maidens, who stared wide-eyed at the clan leader. Silence. Yao Yu bellowed. What did you promise me during the marriage festival in years past? You all swore never to breach the taboo, and you pledged solemn oaths under the radiance of the Xian Niao deity. Do you intend to betray the totems upon your faces? The two who had spoken lowered their heads deeply, reluctant to defy the taboo, unwilling to bear children with their own brothers. Observing the clan leader's stern demeanor, they quickly knelt in contrition. Leader, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please punish us. Clan leader. Yao Yu gazed at the kneeling women, an overwhelming bitterness swelling within her. She had once scoffed at the clan's taboos, defiantly challenging the norms, reckless and unrestrained. It was only when her parents vanished unexpectedly that she realized her cherished freedom had been built upon their sacrifices. The precepts and taboos were the foundation upon which their clan had thrived for centuries. As long as she lived, she would never permit them to be broken. Yao Yu declared resolutely, Fortunately, you have yet to violate the taboo. Otherwise, the clan's laws would not spare you. Su-yi surveyed the bow in his hands with immense satisfaction. He had devoted nearly half of his time to tuning the bow, finally achieving a harmonious curvature on both sides. Additionally, he crafted 5 arrows, each approximately 70 centimeters long, using feathers collected from the ground. There was no shortage of them here. The final step involved fire, to carbonize the arrowheads and sharpen the tips, which would have to wait until he returned to camp. As twilight descended, he lifted his head and realized the time to return had come. Suddenly, a distinct rustle echoed through the forest, prompting Su-yi to halt and turn towards the source of the sound. Through the gaps in the underbrush, he spotted a deer. Excitement surged within him. He was eager to test the power of his bow. The deer was merely 30 meters away. Even if he missed, he would only waste 1 arrow. And there were plenty to spare. He crouched down, using a nearby stone axe to sharpen the arrowhead as much as possible. Next, he carved a notch at the end of the arrow to secure it to the string, slowly raising the bow to aim at the deer's largest belly. Su-yi understood that this shot would offer only one opportunity. Should he fail, there would be no time to pursue further. He held his breath, his left hand gripping the bow tightly while his right hand strained to draw the string to its utmost limit. Reaching the pinnacle of his exertion, he recalibrated his aim and released the arrow he had clutched. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing sound, shooting forth in a straight trajectory. Su-yi witnessed the deer leap dramatically, frantically dashing through the forest in a desperate bid for survival. Had he struck true? Su-yi could scarcely believe his eyes. He swiftly seized a stone axe from the ground and pursued the deer. Upon reaching the spot where the deer had stood, he noticed bloodstains on the ground, igniting a surge of hope within him. Following the sound and the trail of blood, he soon stumbled upon the lifeless body of the deer. Almost unable to contain his exhilaration, he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress his overwhelming joy. Chapter 6. Time to shine. Animals are inherently foolish. After being struck by an arrow, they merely bolt in a frenzied panic. Otherwise, they would not succumb so swiftly. As Su-yi hoisted the deer onto his back, this thought crossed his mind. Fortunately, it was a young deer that had only recently matured. Had it been an adult stag, he would have been unable to carry it. Striding into the camp with an air of indifference, he found the primitive folk gathered around the bonfire, chattering animatedly and occasionally erupting into laughter. His sudden appearance left everyone momentarily stunned, their attention fixated on him for at least 2 seconds. Well, being the center of attention once again was something Su-yi had grown accustomed to. Yao Yu was the quickest to react. She sprang to her feet from her seated position on the animal hide and dashed over to Su-yi. His return filled her with joy. Yet the sight of him covered in blood filled her with dread. If he were gravely injured, how could he assist her in nurturing their tribe? Moreover, what was that he had brought back? A wild deer. Oh, yes, back. Look, that must be a wild deer, right? He actually hunted it all by himself. What an exceptional hunter. I want to bear his children. The women erupted into excitement, crowding around him with exuberant shouts. Incredible. I must learn from him how to hunt wild deer. Several men, too, approached him happily. Yao Ying observed Su-yi amidst the throng, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. His fists clenched tightly, oblivious to the fact that his nails had embedded into his flesh. He could not comprehend why this cursed foreigner had returned when his kind had departed. The creature on the ground was undeniably a deer, easily recognizable to him. Yet, having been praised since childhood as a natural hunter, he had never even touched a deer's hide. And he refused to believe that this foreigner could have captured such a nimble creature. He joined the crowd and crouched down to inspect the deer's carcass. Watching the jubilant throng before him, Sui could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. The admiration reflected in their eyes was unambiguous and genuine. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. You have all been deceived by this foreigner. That deer is certainly not his kill. Yao Ying's voice rang out from beside the carcass, causing the raucous crowd to fall silent. Sui turned to regard the man squatting next to the deer, sensing hostility emanating from his gaze. Yao Ying, we understand your discontent, yet your words cannot be unfounded. We all witnessed that the deer was brought back by the outsiders. Yao Ling remarked. Indeed, everyone concurred. Yao Yu gazed at Yao Ying, her confusion deepening. She could not fathom why her brother continuously opposed this outsider. Nonetheless, she too harbored doubts regarding the deer's origin, for it was entirely improbable that she could have hunted it under normal circumstances. Come and see for yourselves. This deer bears but a single small wound, Yao Ying calmly analyzed. Such an injury could not possibly be inflicted by a spear. Upon hearing Yao Ying's description, the crowd approached with intrigue. Indeed, I have never seen a wound so minor. A spear of such slenderness could not be thrown far, Yao Gu murmured as he gestured. How peculiar. Could it be that this wild deer was fortuitously discovered by the outsiders? Yao Yu frowned. Yao Ling glanced at the bewildered Sui, her gaze eventually drawn to the 5 arrows secured at his waist. Suddenly, she recognized the distinctiveness of the arrows with great elation. She had found evidence of the outsider's hunt for the deer. Yao Ling rushed to Sui, unceremoniously seizing the cord binding the arrows. Sui, indeed perplexed, observed the gathering around the deer's carcass, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Had he breached some primal taboo by hunting the deer? Yet, was their totem not a bird? In the next moment, he felt a tug at his waist, followed by a chill below. Turning, he discovered the girl who had brought him water that morning was holding his grass skirt. Suyi's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively stepped back. Ah! Yao Ling gasped, hastily covering her eyes with one hand, her cheeks aflame. She had merely intended to retrieve his weapon to assist him in proving his innocence. Unaware that his grass skirt was so fragile, the fleeting moment felt like an eternity, and she seemed to have caught a glimpse of something she wished she hadn't. Feeling the grass skirt in her hands was akin to grasping a venomous serpent, she flung it away with great haste. Sui, feeling utterly embarrassed, wondered what had provoked such a reaction. He quickly stepped forward to reclaim it and re-wrap it around his waist. Yao Ling, peeking through her fingers, noticed Sui had donned his attire once more, allowing her to lower her hand. Hand it over to me, and I shall help you prove your innocence. Yao Ling feigned composure, convincing herself she had seen nothing. Sui now realized that her interest lay not in the grass skirt, but in the arrows. Could it be that this girl understood the use of a bow and arrow? Clearly, there were intelligent individuals among the primitives. He handed her the arrows. And just as he prepared to remove the bow slung across his shoulder, he noticed that the girl had already merged into the crowd. This is the evidence, Yao Ling proclaimed, raising the arrows aloft. The outsiders used these to hunt the deer. The clamorous crowd fell silent, their faces filled with curiosity as they regarded the weapon in Yao Ling's hands. Can this truly fell prey? One scoffed. Huh. Unless the deer stands still for him to strike. Yao Ling derided. Look, why does this javelin have feathers stuck to its end? Yao Gu was the first to notice the peculiar arrow. He immediately grabbed one and tried to throw it. Oh, this outsider is quite clever, with feathers attached. It can be thrown farther and with greater accuracy. Yao Gu had stumbled upon an extraordinary discovery and was elated, dancing with excitement. The crowd eagerly took turns throwing and retrieving, reveling in the newfound enjoyment. Their gazes towards Sui grew fervently enthusiastic. Yao Ying, feeling competitive, also took a javelin and hurled it with full force. He frequently practiced throwing javelins, and as soon as he released it, he realized his folly. This slender object, enhanced by the mere addition of feathers, proved to be remarkably effective. At close range, it could indeed pierce flesh. However, deer, being highly alert creatures, would likely evade such attempts. He turned to his sister, Yao Yu, and noticed her quietly observing the outsider, her eyes filled with admiration. Humph. Yaoing scoffed and retreated to his shelter. Everyone was aware of Yaoing's temperament and chose not to engage him. Su-yi was once again astounded. These primitive people were akin to beasts. They didn't require bows. They could throw arrows a considerable distance. Imagine if they utilized bows. However, Su-yi also discerned that these individuals merely regarded arrows as javelins, completely unaware of the existence of bows. It was time to showcase his prowess. He would not let a day's effort go to waste. Su-yi stepped towards the crowd, under their watchful eyes, and removed the bow from his back. He requested an arrow from the girl who had been daydreaming, knocked the arrow to the bowstring in one fluid motion, and aimed at the jungle beyond the shelter area. Whoosh! The arrow vanished into the darkness, a streak of black light disappearing from sight. Chapter 7. The Chiefess's Personal Service. The primitive people gasped in unison. They could scarcely fathom that something could be launched from their hands with such distance. My heavens! That javelin must have soared into the sky. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of murmurs erupted. Su-yi handed the bow to the chiefess beside him, as a gesture of allegiance, and then turned to leave the circle in search of water. His throat felt parched, as if it might ignite. By the campfire, various vessels were set aside. He picked up a relatively exquisite stone bowl and drank the water within in one go. Yaoyu gazed at the treasure in her hands, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The mechanism was not complex, and she quickly comprehended its principles. Yet, she realized that had it not been for the outsider, she might never have been able to create such a thing, even if she lived 1,000 years. She marveled at the ingenuity of his mind. He was undoubtedly brilliant. Indeed, he must be the savior bestowed upon their clan by the mystical bird deity. She handed the treasure to her eager sister, Yaoling, who looked towards the outsider sitting by the fire. She intended to personally cook meat for him as a gesture of gratitude. Meanwhile, Su-yi stared at the two moons in the sky, lost in thought. He pondered whether this would impact the development of agriculture. He was destined to lead the tribe down the path of animal husbandry and agriculture, for gathering and hunting proved far too precarious. A sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and Su-yi turned to glance back. To his surprise, it was the stunning female chieftain. Beneath the moonlight, her long hair cascaded gracefully, her figure curvaceous, and her elongated legs shimmered faintly. Su-yi had already noted that the members of this tribe, regardless of gender, possessed striking beauty. Living among them was indeed a delightful experience. The chieftain effortlessly carried a skinned deer in one hand, a testament to her strength that Su-yi had come to recognize. Leaving him unfazed, her eyes sparkled with a friendly smile, a promising sign. As she approached, she placed the deer at her feet and gracefully knelt upon the animal hide. Her movements were natural and poised, revealing not a hint of indecency. Su-yi, suppressing his gaze, shifted his focus. Upon sitting down, Yaoyu realized something was amiss. The water in her bowl had vanished without a trace, and there were no signs of moisture around. In their community, while there were shared utensils, there were also personal tools. That bowl had been crafted by her father, who had dedicated countless nights to its making. Everyone in the tribe knew it belonged to her. No one would dare use it, except him. Realizing this, Yaoyu turned her head to find the foreigner sporting a guilty expression. Humph. So it was indeed him. He had dared to be nude before her upon their first encounter, and now he was using her bowl. Nonetheless, she resolved to be magnanimous and forgive him. Of course, her forgiveness was merely for the sake of the clan's interests, she thought to herself. Su-yi swallowed hard as he noticed the chieftain's frown while she stared at the empty bowl. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Surely, just a bowl of water wouldn't he cause any trouble? He was utterly oblivious to the taboos of these primitive people. Yet, he had learned that their meals and tasks were often accompanied by prayers. What if what he drank was sacred water? The bowl indeed appeared rather exquisite. If he awakened to find himself bound to a cross tomorrow, it would be the end. He cautiously observed the chieftain's expression and felt relief wash over him as her smile returned. It seemed this was not a grave matter. The primitive people took turns trying out the bow and arrow before gathering back around the campfire. They exchanged whispers, laughter ringing out periodically, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Su-yi felt the conviviality ease his own melancholic thoughts. At that moment, a slice of fruit resembling an orange was offered to him from the left. The girl kneeling beside him, the one who had whimsically torn off her grass skirt, presented it. Thank you, Su-yi said with a smile, taking the fruit and popping it into his mouth. It was deliciously sweet. The fruits of this primitive world were delightful indeed. He would devise a way to transplant some near his dwelling. Yao Li observed Yao Ling offering food to the foreigner, a flicker of deep resentment crossing his eyes. The chieftain had learned of his affections for Yao Ling and had issued a stern warning. If he dared to defy the clan's customs, he would not only be exiled, but would also personally execute. Yao Ling. Fear gripped him. He understood that the chieftain's word was absolute. Deep within, he had sworn to himself not to indulge in frivolous thoughts and to care for Yao Ling as an elder brother would. Yet, witnessing her amiable demeanor towards the outsiders filled his heart with a bitter pang. Had this foreigner not appeared, they would have been confident in persuading the women of their clan to perpetuate their lineage. If the chieftain opposed them, they could easily rally enough votes to elect a new leader. In that scenario, Ling would be his, and no one would contest his claim. He could hold her soft form close as they slept, like a married couple. The mere thought ignited a fervent heat within him, causing him to tremble with excitement. But now, everything had changed, all due to this foreigner. Not only could he hunt alone, but he had also devised formidable weapons. The women of the clan now flocked around him. Even the mightiest Yaoing found himself at a loss against this outsider, leaving Yao Li feeling utterly impotent. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Su Yi observed the female chieftain diligently at work, slicing, portioning, and flipping the meat. Without a single soul to assist her, he hesitated to offer help, pondering whether this might be a customary practice within her tribe. He dared not err. To his surprise, the first perfectly roasted piece was handed to him by the chieftain. He accepted it gratefully, having been famished since morning. After letting it cool slightly, he devoured it in a few bites. Devoid of seasoning, the tender meat sufficed. The chieftain's roasting technique was commendable, yielding a crispy exterior and a succulent interior. Just as he finished, another piece was presented before him. Could this be a special favor for his successful deer hunt? Without overthinking, he continued to eat. Gradually, however, he sensed something amiss. Everyone else stood by, their eyes fixated on him. Hey, why aren't you all eating? Su Yi gestured, but when he saw their unmoving expressions, he turned to the chieftain for clarification. She pointed at the deer carcass, then indicated him. It dawned on him. Her implication was that the prey belonged solely to him. Yet, he could scarcely consume it all by himself. In this sweltering heat, it would spoil rapidly, leading to disaster. Furthermore, he had assumed that his return signified a shared bounty. Who would have thought that the primitives adhered to such strict divisions? Su Yi realized that they did not regard him as one of their own. However, he remained unperturbed. Over time, they would come to accept him. After a vivid demonstration of gestures, the chieftain finally consented to allow her people to partake in his provisions. Only then did Su Yi notice that there were individuals designated for distributing the meat, maintaining a well-ordered system without any chaos. The chieftain, too, was distinct. She first washed her hands before returning to patiently await her portion, with someone specifically roasting for her. He realized he had been blind to the privileges he enjoyed. The chieftain's personal service was indeed of a high standard. With nearly 30 adults sharing a single fawn, it was hardly sufficient. Yet, each face radiated joy, reveling in the feast. The first time Su Yi witnessed the primitive people dining, he believed his own pace was quite rapid. However, he observed them removing food from the fire, carelessly blowing on it a couple of times, and then directly stuffing it into their mouths, chewing haphazardly before swallowing it whole. Aside from the female chieftain, who displayed a modicum of decorum, the others devoured their meals with a ravenous fervor. Yao Yu commanded her tribesmen to deliver a portion to Yao Ying, but upon hearing that Yao Ying was unwilling to eat, she did not dwell on it. The tropical jungle weather was capricious, and a sudden gust of wind arose. The group scrambled to extinguish the flames. Just as Su Yi returned to the shelter, a torrential downpour began. The howling wind, accompanied by thunder and lightning, was punctuated by the occasional crack of breaking branches. Concerned that the shelter might collapse, Su Yi gripped a supporting pillar tightly. Despite the heavy rain, he could still discern footsteps approaching from outside. Chapter 8. The gift of a rainy night. The door of the shelter was pulled open from the outside, and two bare-chested men entered. Su Yi promptly released the pillar and reached for his makeshift axe. Under the murky darkness and the ferocity of the storm, it was indeed an opportune moment for violence. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing that the two men were carrying something in their arms, dark, indistinct bundles that were certainly not weapons. This revelation eased his apprehension slightly, yet he remained vigilant. We come at the chieftain's command to kindle a fire for your dwelling. Once it is lit, we shall depart, one of them stated. Although Su-yi did not fully comprehend, he understood their intention upon seeing the firewood they produced, wrapped in animal hides. Their effort was commendable. As the flames flickered to life, warmth permeated the shelter. After exiting, the two men carefully secured the door, leaving no trace of their visit. Su-yi was astonished. They had braved the rain solely to ignite a fire for him. Such a privilege was likely not afforded to ordinary tribesmen. Was it the chieftain's doing? Did she worry that he might be cold? Yet, he had 2 large pieces of animal hide within the shelter. She ought to have known that. The deluge had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Though the rain ceased, the wind persisted, rendering the shelter somewhat chilly. Su-yi dismissed any further thoughts. The fire was lit, and there was no need for pretense. "Chieftain, is this truly advisable?" Yao Ling inquired, observing the chieftain's bold initiative. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the suggestion. "Do you not harbor feelings for him?" Yao Yu countered, "If you do not fancy him, I shall seek out Lan instead." With that, she feigned a departure. I can't," Yao Ling stammered, prompting a smile from Yao Yu. This foreign individual might hail from a distant northern clan. A notion her father had once mentioned. People from that region were not lacking in sustenance, which explained their leisurely approach to eating. She was determined to keep this astute foreigner within her tribe. Yao Ling was the perfect choice. Her beauty rivaled her own. After a satisfying meal, coupled with a warm nest, she doubted that the man could refuse the gift she was offering. After Yao Yu departed, Yao Ling found herself engulfed in regret. The chief's suggestion was too humiliating for her to bear. He claimed that outsiders would surely take a liking to her, but what if they did not? She could gradually express her feelings to the foreigner. Why did the chief feel the need to rush her? While she admitted to harboring a fondness for the outsider, it was merely a fleeting affection, far from the point of entrusting her heart. Yet now, it was too late to retract her promise to the chief. She could not be unfaithful to her word. In truth, the foreigner was quite admirable. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, and although he was not particularly strong, the weapons he crafted were extraordinarily formidable. He was generous, willing to share his food. As she recounted the foreigner's virtues, she suppressed her inner reluctance. With a heart full of apprehension, she finally stepped out of her dwelling. Su-yi, in a state of drowsiness, was roused by a sudden chill. As he turned over and sat up, he noticed that the makeshift door had been opened unbeknownst to him. At the threshold stood a figure swathed in animal skins. Outside, the clouds had dispersed, revealing a bright moon, and he recognized this person as the girl who had shared oranges with him. In the next moment, she stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and released her grip on the animal hide. In the dim light of the fire, her bare and graceful silhouette rushed towards him, unceremoniously diving into his embrace. She was warm and soft, carrying a faint herbal fragrance. The unexpected turn of events left Su-yi momentarily bewildered, his hands unsure of where to rest. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, gently pushing her away by her shoulders. He tore off the hide that enveloped him and draped it over her shivering form. However, she cast the hide aside and once again sought his embrace. Su-yi, lacking in high-mindedness, found it difficult to remain indifferent to the advances of the young maiden. Glancing down at the straw beneath him, he noted the unsanitary conditions of the shelter. Moreover, having spent the last 2 days crawling through the dirt, he was far from clean. A moment of impulsiveness could very well endanger this girl. Surely, beautiful moments should unfold in a beautiful setting, he mused. More importantly, he sensed that the girl seemed unwilling. Biting her lip and shedding tears, Yao Ling felt utterly despondent. She had revealed her most intimate self to him, placing herself in his arms, yet he remained indifferent. The chief had erred. The foreigner did not favor her. After Su-yi pushed her away once more, she finally ceased her insistence. Faced with the sight of the weeping girl, he found himself at a loss. After a moment's reflection, he picked up the hide from the straw and wrapped her in it, then gently wiped away her tears, offering silent comfort. She appeared deeply aggrieved, her sobs intensifying, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su-yi pulled her close, embracing her tightly. At that moment, he fervently wished to learn the language of this tribe. Engaging in conversation with this foolish girl, one seeks to discern the true circumstances. As the warmth radiating from the man's chest enveloped her, Yao Ling's emotions gradually found solace. His willingness to embrace her indicated a lingering affection. "Why don't you teach me your language?" Su-yi asked, releasing her from his embrace and gesturing earnestly. After several attempts at gesturing, she finally comprehended his intent. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, the two lay side by side, whispering as one taught and the other learned. Su-yi soon discovered that the language of the Xianbei tribe bore a striking resemblance to the dialects of southern Han regions. As the night deepened and tranquility settled, Su-yi awoke the next day to find that the girl had departed, leaving behind the memories of the previous night, which felt dreamlike. Rubbing his face, he stepped outside. The tribe did not engage in collective hunting that day. Instead, they transported strings of dried meat from the storeroom. Uncertain of its destination, he approached them with curiosity and, after much explanation, learned that it was a tribute. Under the leadership of the female chieftain, the men lifted 3 bundles of jerky in preparation for departure, while women, children, and 2 elders remained at the camp. Those left behind wore expressions of worry, gazing longingly at the departing provisions. Glancing at the jerky he had received, Su-yi noted that others were left with nothing but meager wild vegetables. While he felt a surge of indignation, he refrained from interfering. The recipients of the tribute must belong to a more powerful tribe, and until he comprehended the power dynamics of the region, it would be unwise to provoke adversaries. Thus, his immediate priority was to master the language before addressing other matters. He soon found the girl from the previous night among the crowd. Though she appeared somewhat shy, she did not shy away from him. After expressing his intentions, she willingly continued to teach him. Su-yi was diligent in his studies, discovering that the language of this tribe was not particularly complex. Over the next few days, he attentively listened and quickly grasped the nuances of everyday conversations. As he practiced, he marked phonetics in the soil with a twig. His actions quickly attracted a gathering of onlookers. He can write. They marveled, astonished that an outsider possessed the ability to inscribe symbols. Hello? Su-yi stumbled through the words, eliciting laughter from the crowd. He joined in their mirth, particularly enjoying the buoyant laughter of the women, which was infectious. As the sun rose high, the tribe members who had ventured out had yet to return, and Su-yi found himself quite hungry. He had given away the jerky he received in the morning to several children, inadvertently garnering goodwill. I have a way for everyone to enjoy meat. The crowd froze, casting puzzled glances his way, seemingly unsure if he had misspoken. I can ensure everyone has meat. Su-yi reiterated, enunciating each word clearly. Only then did they comprehend. Wow, you're truly remarkable, Yao Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She was aware of his prowess in hunting alone. He asserted that if there was meat to be had, they would certainly partake. Today, once again, there was meat available, and she felt an overwhelming joy. How wonderful! I have been famished for several days. Within this primitive tribe, sincerity reigned supreme. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2, with little room for deceit. Su-yi did not catch every word, yet he understood that the tribe held a strong belief in his ability to procure meat. Follow me, he commanded, leading the way towards a corner of the camp. The others trailed behind him, and upon arriving at a heap of refuse, puzzled expressions adorned their faces. Is this where we can find meat? Yao Ling inquired cautiously. She did not doubt him, but was certain that there was no meat amidst that pile of debris. Tools. Su-yi patiently elucidated. Having yet to master the vocabulary for tools, he resorted to using synonyms. Upon hearing his explanation, Yao Ling stuck out her tongue, wondering if he thought her foolish. After rummaging through the scraps, she discovered a thin piece of bone. We can carve it into a hook using stone. He sketched the shape of a fish hook in the dirt, encouraging everyone to attempt their own. Is this how we will have meat? Do not question. Su-yi's thoughts are beyond our comprehension, Yao Ling whispered, fearful of disturbing him. Indeed, we shall follow his lead and hope to assist him. After several attempts with the bone, Su-yi finally fashioned a fish hook to his satisfaction. When he looked up, he found that everyone had crafted one, none inferior to his own. These individuals possessed remarkable dexterity. This realization brought him joy, as it would facilitate future plans. Su-yi, is what I made correct? Yao Ling inquired, leaning closer. Yes, indeed. Not just you. Everyone has done splendidly, Su-yi replied sincerely. The praise from Su-yi brought smiles to their faces. By the way, Ling, where is the river? No, we cannot go to the river, Yao Ling promptly rebuffed, for she had promised the chieftain to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring his safety at all costs. Why not? Su-yi asked, intrigued. It is far too perilous, Yao Ling replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Aside from the river, where else can we find fish? Su-yi stammered, struggling with his limited vocabulary to inquire about any small ponds. Yao Ling understood. It seemed Su-yi intended to catch fish for them. She recalled having tasted fish once in her childhood. It was tender and delicious, but regrettably, she had not had the opportunity to partake since. Fish can only be found in the river, right? Yao Ling pondered before adding, but you must not go there. Then how do you all drink water? Sui gestured and spoke. Drink water? Often, we consume rainwater, and when that is insufficient, we go to the river together as a tribe's men, ensuring safety in numbers. The sentences were lengthy, and Sui took a moment to digest the information. The tropical rainforest indeed experienced frequent rains, making water access a non-issue. You do not bathe with rainwater, do you? Sui gestured in inquiry. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, they had bathed in a secluded corner during the heavy rain. Yet, which man would inquire about another woman's bathing practices? It was quite embarrassing, leaving her at a loss for words. Then why don't you accompany me? Sui suggested, noticing her discomfort but refraining from pressing further. We cannot. It's essential to have men with us, as their strength is far greater. Yao Ling resolutely shook her head in refusal. Yes, we are ill-equipped to face the fierce beasts in the water. It would be best if you did not go, the other women chimed in, urging her to reconsider. Sui pointed to himself, wanting to ask if he was not a man as well. However, Yao Ling slowly shook her head at that. Sui felt a surge of frustration. Had he known, he would have refrained from holding back the previous night, showing her what it truly meant to be a man. Don't you wish to catch fish? Sui pressed on, unwilling to give up. Of course, I dream of it. Yao Ling licked her lips before resolutely adding. But you must not go. The others echoed her sentiment with firm resolve. Very well, if you will not take me, I shall go alone. With that, Sui turned to leave. You're going the wrong way. It should be this direction, Yao Ling blurted out, only to quickly cover her mouth in realization. A smirk crept onto Sui's lips. Surely he could outsmart this naive girl? Do you truly wish to go? Yao Ling stood before him with her arms outstretched, blocking his path. I must go. I promised everyone meet, Sui insisted. Then let us all go together. Yao Ling commanded the others to gather their weapons. Before long, the women returned armed with stones, spears, and javelins, encircling him once more. Though Sui was uncertain of what awaited them by the riverbank. If the men were venturing forth, then he too could accompany this band of female warriors. 15 women, alongside Sui, marched boldly towards the river. Yao Ling led the way, while the others formed a protective barrier around him, their expressions solemn, as if guarding him against harm. Sui was bewildered by the unexpected attention. It seemed they were genuinely concerned for his safety. The path to the river was evidently well-trodden, marked by clear footprints. The distance was considerable, and Sui took the opportunity to engage in conversation. What is your name? He inquired of a round-faced girl who appeared to be of similar age to Ling. My name is Lan, she replied. Oh, what a lovely name you have. Sui complimented, a habit he had formed. The surrounding women regarded Yao Lan with amusement, while the leading Yao Ling glanced back, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Just last night, this man had held her, and today he praised Lan's name, though hers was equally beautiful. He is not a good man. Yao Lan felt a stir of emotions, looking up at Sui with a sweet smile. Oh, how many people are there in your tribe? Sui smiled back, organizing his thoughts to inquire. There are 13 male warriors, and counting the matriarch, 16 female warriors, 5 children, and 2 elders. Yao Lan counted on her fingers, totaling 36. Just as he had observed, not one more, not one less. Has your tribe always been this small? Sui was uncertain about the ideal population for a tribe. Yet he felt that the Xianyao tribe was somewhat underpopulated. Not at all. Our clan used to have many more members. Yao Lan's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Back then, there were plenty of us. Someone interjected from the side, prompting Yao Lan to promptly seal her lips. Sui cast a puzzled glance at the two. Did they harbor a secret? Could this be the reason for their tribe's lack of children? They appeared overly cautious, perhaps due to an excess of people. Sui resolved to find an opportunity to extract the answers he sought from Ling, that foolish girl. Sui, just ahead lies the river. Yao Ling whispered as she led the way. At the sound of her voice, Sui snapped back to attention, raising his vigilance. They wouldn't be wary without cause. There must be danger by the riverbank. Navigating around the thicket, a river came into view. 3 long-haired felines resembling jaguars were drinking cautiously at the water's edge. Sui speculated that there was peril lurking beneath the surface. In the next moment, a crocodile leaped from the depths, its gaping maw clamping onto one of the jaguar's heads and effortlessly dragging it beneath the water. Blood mingled with splashing water. and the remaining two beasts let out a few howls before retreating in dismay. Su, perhaps we should turn back. Fishing in the river is far too perilous. Yao Ling's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the sight of the aquatic predator. Indeed, several of our kin have perished in these waters. We shall no longer partake in fish. Echoed another voice. Yes, we will subsist on vegetables. We do not relish fish. They are said to taste foul and reek. The group chimed in with various justifications to persuade him to return, but none were willing to lead the way back. Who said I wanted to fish in the river? Sui chuckled at their remarks. Where else would the fish come from? Yao Ling's question slipped out. Sui displayed a mysterious expression, smiling without answering. Yao Ling, puzzled yet intrigued, found her admiration for Sui deepening. Chapter 10. Released that fish. Sui surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any ferocious beasts, and took a step towards the riverbank. His movement instantly stirred the concern of all the women, who exchanged glances and hastened to follow. There's no need to come along. I merely wish to observe from a distance whether there are any fish, Sui said with a hint of exasperation. There are. My brother caught one before. Yao Ling stepped forward, gripping his arm, her eyes brimming with desperation. Yao Ling was terrified. Her brother had sacrificed his life for a single fish, and she could not allow Sui to meet the same fate. All right, I won't go. I won't go, Sui reassured her, noticing the determination in her gaze. He wasn't foolish. That crocodile was easily 7 or 8 meters long, capable of ending his life with a mere bite. His life was precious. The idyllic existence in this primitive society had only just begun, and he was not willing to throw it away. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate a crocodile, providing the tribe's young women with fashionable footwear. Except for the female chieftain, the others walked barefoot, their soles calloused and weary. Sui shook his head, diverting his gaze from Yao Ling's delicate feet. He retreated with the group to a distance of 100 meters from the riverbank and cast his eyes upon the surrounding thickets. Please help me search for some insects. He gestured imploringly. The women, uncertain of the purpose behind his request, nevertheless exhibited their commendable obedience, as long as Sui did not approach the river. Gathering a few insects seemed a trivial task. Instantly, a dozen of them bent down to scour the ground. Sui merely glanced at them before hastily averting his gaze. The animal hides they wore were rather short, and while standing they appeared fine. Squatting revealed a bit too much. He resolved that the introduction of undergarments should be expedited. He had his own task as well, to chop a long wooden stick and weave some fishing line from tree bark. Ideally, the insects would be alive, though dead ones would suffice. All right, the women chorused in unison. An hour later, Sui's rudimentary fishing rod was completed. To prevent it from snapping due to excessive length, he had deliberately chosen a slightly thicker piece of wood, which he hoisted with some effort. Upon emerging from the woods, he was astonished to find the women still hunting for insects. There was a visible heap on the ground, with 2 of them assigned to keep watch over it. That's enough, everyone. Come back, Sui called out. Gazing at the 15 women, their hands and feet caked in mud, he was at a loss for words. He suspected that if he remained silent, they could continue their search until the sun dipped below the horizon. What diligent individuals, he murmured. Sui, what did you say? One of them inquired. I said you are all remarkable, he praised, eliciting soft laughter from the women. They found no greatness in merely searching for a few insects. In front of their curious eyes, Sui picked up a large white worm, roughly the size of his thumb, and threaded it onto the bone fishhook, ensuring it was secure before shouldering the fishing rod and heading toward the riverbank. As expected, he was immediately met with resistance. Are you really going to fish in the river? Absolutely not. Yao Ling exclaimed fiercely, blocking his path with an expression that brooked no dissent. Perhaps due to their previous candid exchanges, Sui sensed that Ling was even more concerned for him now. Other women wished to intercept him as well, but often found themselves outpaced by Ling. The sun had begun to dip in the sky, leaving him little time for elaborate explanations. I won't go into the river. If you're worried, we can go together. With that, Sui grasped Yao Ling's hand, leading her toward the riverbank. Sui was holding Ling's hand. They wouldn't be thinking of having children, would they? Ling is so beautiful, it's only natural for Sui to like her. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand and hearing the teasing remarks from their kin behind them, Yao Ling's heart raced, and she swallowed her words. 5 meters away from the riverbank, Sui halted. Sensing the struggle in her palm, he discreetly released her grip. He overheard the playful banter from the others. However, The notion that merely holding hands could lead to children seemed overly simplistic in the realm of primitive romantic ideals. Behold, I told you not to go into the river. How could I possibly deceive you? Yao Ling murmured softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. The water flowed gently, slightly murky, yet clear enough to reveal a multitude of fish swimming beneath the surface. The crocodiles were likely lurking at the bottom, unnoticed. Now, everyone step back. I shall teach you the art of fishing. Amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, Su-yi raised his fishing rod high, casting it forth with precision. The small stone attached near the hook traced an elegant arc before plummeting into the heart of the river. Now, all that remained was to await a catch. With arms outstretched, Su-yi endeavored to steady his trembling limbs. The rod was heavier than he anticipated, and he knew he must project confidence before the gathering of women. Is this how one catches fish? Yao Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. She held a deep trust in Su-yi. But the tales from their kin insisted that fish were quite clever, making it arduous for even a group to secure a single catch. Doubt crept into her mind regarding whether Su-yi could ensnare fish with this peculiar implement. Turning his head, Su-yi was startled to find everyone gazing intently at the river's center. My dear aunts, arm yourselves, beware of the crocodiles. His first warning fell on deaf ears. But the latter resonated clearly. Suddenly, the group snapped to attention, their vigilance heightened. At that moment, Su-yi felt a tug at his line. Success. Elation surged within him. After a prolonged period of inactivity, he had begun to question the efficacy of his gear and bait. Now, it seemed those concerns were unfounded. With a triumphant flourish, he exerted his strength, retreating as he reeled in the line. Soon enough, a fish broke the surface of the water. Look, a fish. Such a magnificent catch. Su, you are incredible. The women erupted in excitement, their joy palpable. To ensure safety, Su-yi continued to retreat, pulling the fish several meters away from the water's edge before coming to a halt. Let us not become overly jubilant. Remain vigilant, Su-yi cautioned, aware that these women were not seasoned warriors. It was all too easy for them to become distracted, forgetting the imminent peril, as he observed them giddily handling the fish. Their elation nearly overflowing, his admonition fell upon deaf ears, igniting a flare of frustration within him. If their fishing excursion resulted in injury, or worse, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. It was imperative to instill a sense of caution. Release the fish, Su-yi declared, stepping into the midst of the crowd, enunciating each word with gravity. There were plenty of fish to be caught, but a single loss of life would diminish the strength of their tribe, he reasoned. Why must I? Yao Ling protested, cradling the fish in her hands, heedless of the mud. The others, finally recognizing Su-yi's anger, ceased their merriment, falling silent as quails, perplexed by his displeasure despite their bountiful catch. Only Lan cast a furtive glance at Su-yi's face, deep in thought. Ling, hand me the fish. Yao Ling finally discerned the displeasure in Su-yi's tone, and thus hesitated to comply, recalling his earlier insistence on releasing the fish. She clutched it tightly in her hands, unwilling to let go. Must I not keep it? Yao Ling implored, her eyes wide with innocence. The others raised their heads, equally perplexed by Su-yi's demeanor. Give it to me, Su-yi insisted. Yao Ling pouted, but still refused to release her grip. If you do not give it to me, I shall never take you out again, Su-yi declared. His threat indeed bore fruit. With a reluctant expression, Yao Ling handed the fish over to him. Su-yi accepted it, and, with a swift motion, tossed it back into the water. Ah, no. The half-dead fish was thrown into the water, quickly regaining its vitality and vanishing from sight with a few splashes. Tears brimmed in Yao Ling's eyes. She could not comprehend why he would act thus. That fish was a rarity, one she had tasted only once, while many in the tribe had never even caught a whiff of its flavor. Su-yi quietly observed the group of women, noting with surprise that several of them had reddened eyes. With an abundance of fish at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to catch more. The notion that life surpasses sustenance must be instilled in them. Perhaps previously, they fought desperately for food. But with Su-yi's presence, such struggles would not recur. Who can tell me what I just said? He surveyed the crowd, his tone calm yet firm. The group exchanged confused glances, each bearing a look of bewilderment. Only Yao Lan, after a moment's reflection, timidly replied, You said to be cautious of danger. Su-yi, initially believing he was performing a solo act, was startled that this round-faced girl had grasped his warning. Precisely, Lan is correct. He praised her without reservation. There are tracks of ferocious beasts everywhere, and formidable creatures lurk in the water. Lowering your guard could lead to dire consequences. As Su-yi animatedly gestured while speaking, his comical antics caused Yao Ling to forget her previous displeasure and erupt in laughter. Su-yi, unable to contend with her mirth, feigned annoyance and continued. It is a grave waste of life to perish from eating fish when one could survive on wild fruits. After a brief pause, he added, remember, life is the most precious of all. The women, who had kept their heads down, lifted them at his words. Never before had anyone spoken such sentiments to them since their birth. Until today, it had been revealed to them that they too held significance. Yao Ling gazed at Su-yi standing in the sunlight, feeling as though he radiated the glow of a divine statue. Observing the sky, Su-yi resolved to dispense with further pleasantries and articulate specific measures directly. From now on, when you accompany me, you must heed my commands. Those who refuse to obey shall no longer follow me and will not partake in my provisions. Understood. We shall absolutely follow your lead. The women expressed their opinions in animated chatter, and Su-yi finally felt a modicum of reassurance. All right, I shall commence with the group assignments. Lan, you may select 3 companions to accompany me for fishing. Upon hearing this, the round-faced girl Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly grabbed the 2 girls beside her and then turned her gaze upon Yao Ling. She discerned that the relationship between Ling and Su was rather special. Yao Ling felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Su-yi request Lan's company for fishing, yet she dared not voice her objections. When Lan's gaze fell upon her, she felt a surge of joy, wanting to embrace her. Su-yi, however, was not oblivious to the subtle dynamics between the two. Yet, he deemed it necessary to impart a lesson to Ling. Her exuberance bordered on recklessness. Ling, choose 5 individuals to guard our rear, safeguarding us from any beasts lurking in the woods. Yao Ling stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her mind racing. She glanced up at Su-yi, only to find his attention diverted elsewhere, leaving her feeling as though her heart was being squeezed tightly, suffocating in discomfort. Yet, she soon realized that her earlier laughter must have irked him, prompting his deliberate actions. Coming to this understanding, Yao Ling called upon several individuals and made her way to the back, determined to demonstrate her compliance. The remaining individuals were instructed to stay by my side, tasked with keeping an eye on the aquatic predators and alerting me promptly. Once the divisions were made, the work became markedly more efficient. Su-yi imparted fishing techniques to Yao Lan and her trio, pairing them off, while he assumed a more hands-off role. Cast, pull, he commanded. Yao Lan, with both hands gripping the rod, effortlessly flung a fish ashore. Su-yi stood agape, astonished at the strength contained within her slender arms. He had previously believed only the female chief possessed such prowess. It seemed now that all were capable. This won't do. I must prioritize physical training, lest I become the weakest in the entire tribe. Yao Ling, overhearing the joyous laughter of Yao Lan and the others, felt a pang of envy. Yet, her own assignment bore great significance. As Su had stated, the lives of all were the most precious. Clutching her long spear, she vigilantly monitored the rustling foliage in the forest, akin to their hunting expeditions. As the evening hues painted the sky, the setting sun bled into the horizon. Fishing in the primitive society proved remarkably fruitful. With a mere cast, the hook was soon laden with catch. After reeling in 16 fish, Su-yi commanded the group to cease their efforts. We cannot catch more than we can consume, lest it spoil and perhaps even bring about illness. But Su, it's still early, Yao Lan exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of the fish she had pulled ashore. The sensation was unparalleled, and instinctively, she yearned to contest Su-yi's order. However, she quickly composed herself and fell silent. Su-yi mused to himself that this round-faced girl would undoubtedly excel as a model student in modern times. For individuals were designated to each carry 4 fish, and the group set forth on their return journey. What? He took the women to the riverbank. Yao Ying's voice nearly sent the roof soaring. Cursed foreigner. If any of my kin perish because of him, I shall assuredly sever his head. The riverbank is perilous. The women cannot contend with the ferocious beasts lurking in the water, a man expressed with concern. He declared his intent to lead the women in fishing. One of the elders added, fishing? Why do you not prevent them? Yao Ying exclaimed in exasperation. How can a foreigner presume to command our people? Someone questioned. It is Yao Ling. She insisted that everyone arm themselves and accompany her. The elder remarked, I did not dissuade them. Enough of this chatter. Yao Yu interjected coldly. Let 3 remain to safeguard the children. The rest shall accompany me to the riverbank to seek them out. Yao Yu was inwardly astounded. The audacity of the foreigner was staggering. He cannot possibly believe that the invention of the bow and arrow qualifies him to catch fish. The monstrous beasts of the water open their gaping maws. No creature can escape unscathed. Moreover, he has somehow managed to lead all the women of the tribe. If the women were unwilling to go, Yao Ling would have no recourse. Evidently, they chose to accompany the foreigner willingly. Recalling the demands made during today as tribute, Yao Yu felt as though she might falter. At that moment, laughter echoed from outside. They seemed so joyful. Surely, no one has been harmed or lost. A weight lifted from Yao Yu's heart. The others, however, were not as composed. Yao Ling seized his weapon and was the first to burst forth from the shelter. Upon seeing the foreigner encircled by the women, revered like their king, his displeasure surged to a peak. He longed to pierce his chest with a spear. Following closely behind Yao Ling was Yao Li. He scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Yao Ling. A dreadful thought instantly arose, and fury consumed his every thought. Die! Yao Li roared, brandishing his stone spear as he charged at Sui. Li, you have gone mad. Yao Yu, just exiting, was taken aback. Halt! Yao Li paid no heed, thrusting forward with reckless abandon. Sui reacted swiftly, drawing the stone axe from his waist. However, he underestimated his standing in the hearts of the women. Witnessing the rampaging Yao Li, they encircled him protectively. Li, cease. Sui is our guest. Stand aside. I must kill him. Yao Yu hastened to catch up with Yao Li, seizing the spear from his grasp. Li, I command you to repent before the statue of the Xian bird. No, it is you who ought to repent, chief. Chapter 12, A Shocking Revelation. It is you. You are unworthy of my respect. Yao Li cried, tears streaming down his face, then pointed at Sui. He is responsible for Ling's demise. Yet you care nothing for Ling's life, all for the sake of your tribe's propagation. Ah! Yao Li howled, casting a fierce glare at the women. Why did it not be you who perished? Li, be silent. Yao Yu turned to gauge Suyi's reaction. Ling is not dead. Everyone, I implore you, kill him. Yao Li was impervious to any words, stubbornly convinced that Yao Ling was deceased, and that all women were shielding foreign intruders. He knelt before the men, beseeching the leader. Yao Ling, do you not harbor feelings for the clan chief? If you eliminate the outsiders, you will undoubtedly become your woman. The vain Yao Ling had just donned a clean hide garment upon exiting her dwelling, only to be struck by shocking news. Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon seeing Yao Ling, Yao Li momentarily faltered. Why? Are you still alive? The fury etched on her face made Yao Li realize the weight of his words. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Yao Yu, in disbelief, turned her gaze towards Yao Ling, where she discerned a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. No wonder he had repeatedly sought to end the lives of the outsiders. Yao Yu trembled involuntarily, gritting her teeth to maintain her composure. Brother, is what Li said true? She fixed her gaze intently on Yao Ling. Yao Ling clenched his jaw and nodded. Our clan has no path of retreat. If we do not intermarry within the tribe, we will face annihilation. And what of it? Do you wish for your own sister to bear your child? Yao Yu's tone was icy and composed. I would rather embrace death. The divine Xian bird has bestowed upon us a savior. He is our hope, yet you persistently oppose him. I never imagined you to be so selfish. Yao Ling gazed at his sister's pale face, her words plunging him into despair. His only desire was to care for her, to shield her from sorrow. Yet now, everything was irrevocably lost. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. What a sensational revelation. The elder brother had fallen for his own sister. Such intricate dynamics within a mere tribe. Yao Ling, the one who had always regarded him with disdain, was merely fearful of losing his sister to him. How chaotic the primitive world appeared. Yet, why did Yao Ling seem so despondent? Surely, he wouldn't contemplate ending his own life simply because of rejection from his sister? He still had aspirations of prosperity alongside these people. The loss of such a formidable figure would not be in vain. Moreover, with a tribe of over 30, each loss of a young adult diminishes their strength. In the event of foreign invasion, he could find himself enslaved. No, the towering man must not perish. Lan, steal his weapon discreetly, Sui urgently whispered, ensuring her safety. Observing Lan stealthily maneuvering behind, he thought to himself, this girl operates with such reliability. As anticipated, in the next moment, Yao Ling raised a weapon towards his own heart. Sui glanced sideways, noting that Lan was still at a safe distance. "What are you intending to do?" came the mocking voice of the female chieftain. Su-yi wished fervently for her to silence herself, to refrain from provoking him further. Indeed, the loss of even one could be detrimental. He possessed myriad methods to ensure the obedience of the awestruck primitives. "You would threaten your life to coerce?" The female chieftain scoffed. "Only cowards inflict harm upon themselves. You dare. If I wish to stop you, I shall renounce my position as chieftain." Su-yi felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and cover her mouth. Indeed, upon hearing the chieftain's words, the towering figure's resolve appeared to deepen. Yaoing cast a glance at his younger sister's coldly amused expression. His desire for death stemmed not from cowardice, but from the shame of facing her. How could he ever compel her? Explanations were futile, for everything felt devoid of meaning. His sole intention was to assist her. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard his sister as his own. He understood that if outsiders were to appear, his sister would inevitably become another's possession. Thus, he directed his blade towards the innocent foreigner. Now, his sister must surely despise him. Yaoing closed his eyes, only to feel an immense force suddenly seize his spear. "Why are you all standing there? Restrain him." Su-yi stammered as he issued the command. This group of dim-witted individuals, upon witnessing someone seeking to end their life, not only failed to intervene, but seemed inclined to facilitate the act. "Let him be. Allow him to die?" Yao Yu coldly ordered, revealing her cowardice. Su-yi felt a surge of anxiety. Did this chieftain not comprehend the gravity of the situation? They still had tributes to pay. How could they fight or resist after losing their men? After Yao Yu spoke, the men who had initially intended to intervene remained frozen in place. "All of you, go and restrain that oaf," Su-yi commanded, eyeing Yao Ying as he attempted to seize the weapon. He himself would not intervene. Should the primal instincts of the tribesmen awaken, they could easily end his life. The women, obeying the order, dropped their weapons and charged forward. "Stop right there." Yao Yu's voice rang coldly. "Let us see how he intends to cause a ruckus." The women hesitated, their gazes darting between the two figures. Su-yi furrowed his brow. The chieftain appeared astute, yet today she had acted irrationally. "Go, restrain him, and allow me to deal with this," Su-yi commanded. "No one is permitted to intervene, or they shall face the consequences of tribal law." Yao Yu turned to glare at Su-yi. "You are merely a foreigner. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs?" Witnessing the women's expressions of regret as they awkwardly retreated, Su-yi stepped forward, prepared to impart a lesson. He had just realized that his own life was his safeguard. He should not face death. Slap. Amidst the clamor, the sharp sound was startlingly clear. The men were in disarray, yet the women saw everything, their mouths agape in shock. "His audacity is astounding," they murmured, incredulous that he dared strike the chieftain. Yao Yu was lost in her own anguish. Not only was she burdened by the relentless oppression of outsiders, but her once reliable brother had also turned against her. She paid no mind to Su-yi as he approached, nor to the raised hand he wielded. A stinging sensation coursed through her, leaving her momentarily blank. She could hardly fathom that a foreigner would dare strike her in front of the entire tribe. The horrified gazes of her kin filled her with a profound sense of shame and fury. As she gazed at the female chieftain in a daze, Su-yi felt a surge of joy within him. "Effective. What are you staring at? I'm targeting you." With a sharp crack, before she could react, the second strike landed heavily. "What are you all standing there for? Go restrain that foolish giant." The women, witnessing the scene, disregarded their hesitation. Yao Ying was the tribe's foremost warrior, and if he were to perish, life would be arduous for all. "How dare you? Cease this at once." No matter how Yao Yu commanded, everyone buried their heads as if they had heard nothing. "Outsider." Yao Yu's face twisted with rage. "Do not presume I lack the courage to end you." Su-yi met her gaze, unflinching. The sight of Su-yi's brazen demeanor ignited her fury. In a swift motion, she leaped and forcefully pinned Su-yi to the ground. "You wished to strike me, did you?" Su-yi was utterly bewildered. This petite figure, fueled by an unknown strength, felt like a mountain pressing down upon his chest. Fists rained down upon his cheeks, targeting his nose, eyes, and mouth simultaneously. Most alarmingly, despite his utmost effort, he could not break free from her grasp. "Damn it! Has this woman gone mad? Is this how I am to perish?" In a desperate instinct for survival, Su-yi clumsily reached for her chest. A soft gasp escaped the chieftain's lips as his hand was forcefully swatted away. The onslaught ceased. In the next moment, he realized he had touched something and quickly raised his hand to shield his face. The beating had nearly cost him his life, and now he might truly be facing death. Chapter 13. Just a bit dizzy, but then, in the blink of an eye, the weight upon him vanished. As the anticipated assault did not come, he opened his eyes to see the female chieftain fleeing in disarray. Su-yi, clutching his nose, rose to find himself met with astonished gazes. After enduring such a beating, am I not entitled to some interest? Wiping the blood from his nose, he feigned nonchalance. Yao Ling approached him with concern, her voice soft. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have changed into that animal skin, which drove that fool to madness. With a look of guilt, she asked, Su, does it still hurt? As Su-yi caught her worried expression, something stirred within him. Supporting his head, he slowly began to lean towards the ground. As anticipated, he fell into a warm embrace. The familiar scent of grass and wood wafted up to his nose. What's wrong? Yao Ling asked, her brow furrowed with concern. She had lacked the courage to intervene when the chieftain struck him. It's nothing, just a bit dizzy. Su-yi replied weakly, resting here for a while will suffice. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling did not ponder further. After all, how cunning could a primitive man truly be? Besides, Su-yi did look rather pitiful. She carefully supported him, kneeling on the ground to cradle him in her arms. Su-yi relished the moment. This girl, despite her slight frame, was surprisingly soft. Yet, the incessant babbling of that foolish giant nearby was rather bothersome. Lan, go find a rope and bind him for me. With the chieftain absent, the women did not inquire further. They hastily bound Yao Ling, wrapping him up like a zongzi. They set a fire and prepared a meal. Su-yi lay in Yao Ling's embrace, directing her to clean the fish for roasting. Su, are you feeling any better? After a while, Yao Ling asked. Her gaze met with strange looks from those around her, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, I still feel quite dizzy. Unable to stand, Su-yi covered his face, speaking nonsense with his eyes open. However, after a brief moment, he sat up on his own. There would be ample opportunities later. For now, it was essential to understand the matters of the tribe. Ling, please tell me about your tribe. Yao Ling, seeing Su-yi's serious demeanor, quickly replied. Our clan has always been like this. Seemingly fearing Su-yi's disbelief, she reiterated. Yes, our clan has always been this way. In terms of cunning, 10 Yao Lings would not match Su-yi. He immediately noticed her evasive gaze. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing her further. What secret could render Yao Ling so reticent? If he could not learn it from her, he would have to extract the truth from the chieftain. Look, he dares to seek out the chieftain? The members of the tribe sat around the campfire, gazing incredulously at Su-yi's retreating figure. Lan, should we stop him? A male tribesman voiced his concerns. He might get killed by the chieftain. Surely not. Yao Lan was uncertain. The chieftain had personally ordered the care of outsiders, and she likely would not contravene that directive. But Su has touched a female tribesman, another added hesitantly. It's futile. Yao Ling approached, kneeling with a worried expression. He must go. No one can stop him. The group silently watched as Su-yi walked to the chieftain's nest. To their astonishment, Su-yi lingered outside for a moment before pushing the door open and entering. The distance was too great. They could not discern their conversation. Isn't the chieftain prohibiting men from entering her nest? Yao Ling muttered, perplexed as to why Su could enter. The others shook their heads, straining to listen for any signs of distress. After a while, without any commotion, they began to relax. Ling, did the outsider catch all the fish today? A man asked curiously. Other men turned their attention to Yao Ling at his question. The distinction between wild vegetables and fish was obvious. They could all enjoy a substantial piece of fish, undoubtedly the outsider's merit. How could they not express their gratitude? No, it was Lan who caught it, Yao Ling reluctantly admitted, yet spoke the truth. Among them, aside from Yao Li, who had mysteriously disappeared, and Yao Ying, who was bound and gagged, the other men expressed their astonishment, puzzled by Lan's sudden prowess, initially believing it to be the outsider's doing. They were taken aback to learn it was Lan who had made the catch. One man exclaimed incredulously, "Could you possibly teach us?" Yao Lan wore an embarrassed smile, knowing full well it was not her achievement, yet she had to patiently clarify the situation to everyone. Are you saying that the outsider Su has created another kind of tool specifically for fishing? Indeed, if he does not mind, I can teach you all. The crowd once again cast their eyes towards the chief's nest, silently praying that the chief would not act impulsively and harm the savior gifted by the divine Xian bird. Although he had only recently traversed into this world, Sui found himself developing a sense of belonging to this tribe. Therefore, his considerations were no longer rooted in a personal perspective, but rather from the standpoint of the entire tribe. Consequently, he needed to comprehend the predicaments the community faced and the threats looming over them. However, others seemed reluctant to broach the tribe's plight, leaving him to approach the female chief instead. Get lost. Sui was met with a cold reception. Without even glancing at him, she hurled insults. Sui chuckled, unaffected by the earlier altercation. What if she had misjudged him? If you don't leave, I will strike you, came a chilling voice from within. I can assist you. Sui replied calmly. Regardless of the challenges you encounter, I believe they can be resolved. Thus, I wish to understand the reasons behind them. Amidst speculation regarding Sui's intentions, Yao Yu felt a fleeting surge of excitement upon hearing the words from outside the nest. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. This outsider was adept at sweet talk, charming the women of the tribe to the point where they no longer recognized her authority as chief. He even had the audacity to lay hands on her. Reflecting on the recent encounter, she was uncertain how to face her people. How could she trust the words of such a person? I truly will strike you. She pressed down her rising anger. After all, he was Ling's man, otherwise. Do you not wish to know how to catch fish? Do you not desire the tribe to have meat at every meal? Or do you not wish for the tribe to prosper? Waves of turmoil surged within Yao Yu. The very dreams he articulated were those she longed to realize. Yet, she still could not divulge the truth to him. Seeing that there was still no response from within, Sui resolved to employ his trump card. If you do not clarify things with me today, come dawn, I shall leave this place forever. You dare. A voice from within responded with urgency. Just see if I dare, Sui retorted, realizing that the female chief was one who responded only to firmness, making calm dialogue impossible. No, you cannot leave. What will happen to Ling if you go? If she bears a child, someone must care for it. If you dare to leave, I will break your legs. Chapter 14. The Forsaken Clan. Upon hearing this, Sui mused. As expected, that foolish girl Ling had come forth on the orders of the female chief. It was surprising to see that primitive people could employ the art of seduction. If I were to be threatened by your words, I would cease to be Sui, he scoffed. At worst, I could simply kill Ling and die alongside her. Yao Yu realized that she seemed to have never truly understood this outsider. Though he always appeared amiable and smiling, there were moments when he became exceedingly difficult. Much like now, the truth could no longer be concealed. Then you may enter. Upon hearing this, Sui felt a wave of relief wash over him. The chieftainess insisted on severing his leg, leaving him with no recourse. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to fend for himself in the wilderness. In survival shows set in primitive worlds, the protagonist at least had a cameraman for company. If he ventured out, he would be accompanied only by unknown beasts. As he pushed aside the foliage woven into a door, darkness enveloped him within the hut. After a moment of adjustment, he could barely discern the interior's condition. The cold-faced chieftainess sat on a wooden bed, a true luxury. The bedding did not appear to be animal hide, but rather some form of fabric. This revelation stirred something within him. Additionally, there was a stone stool, a stone table, and a bowl resting upon it. Not far from the table stood a stove made of stacked stones. This constituted the entirety of the hut's furnishings. A faint herbal aroma lingered in the air, reminiscent of the scent that clung to Yao Ling. Have you seen enough? The chieftainess's icy voice pierced through. That suffices. Sui, feeling no need for further pleasantries, plopped down onto the stone stool. Ever since Sui entered, Yao Yu had been scrutinizing him. She noted that he seemed only mildly astonished by the contents of her abode. Thus, she inferred that he must have seen, or even utilized, similar items before. He must hail from a significant tribe, she mused. Yet, what right did she have to keep him here? If she revealed the truth, would he, out of loyalty to Ling, assist her clan? A flicker of hope ignited within Yao Yu. From where do you come? She inquired, voicing her inner curiosity. I come from another place. Sui hesitated before continuing. Now it is my turn to inquire. What is the situation in your tribe? The bonfire blazed, casting a warm red glow upon the faces of those gathered. How delightful the aroma, exclaimed a few children, eagerly surrounding Lon. Can I have just a tiny bite? No, you cannot. The fish contains bones and must be thoroughly cleaned before consumption, Lon replied with a smile. Surely we can eat, can't we? The men fixated on the fish being roasted by the women. The crispy, golden skin sizzling with oil, combined with its enticing fragrance, tempted everyone who had gone a day without food. Tied nearby, Yao Ling also caught the scent, swallowing hard. No, he would never eat food hunted by outsiders. No, Lon stated firmly, Su said his food is only to be shared with those who obey commands. If you defy orders, you shall not partake in the meat. We are merely inquiring. Take your time, there is no rush. The men chimed in unison. Yaoing's eyes blazed with fury. Outsiders were cunning in winning over his kin. They were truly a bunch of ineffectual fools, swayed by a mere morsel of fish. This group of women, having not seen each other for merely a day, now only hears the voice of the foreigner. Bound tightly, even the slightest movement requires an adjustment of position. Once the fish is consumed, the men have also fallen under the foreigner's influence. How can his sister, the chieftain, maintain her position? No, he must not perish. This foreigner not only shares food but also provides tools for the tribe, and he surely harbors ulterior motives. Could it be that he intends to enslave them? A chilling memory struck Yaoing as she recalled hearing elders speak of how certain large tribes preferred to make captives into slaves. The more she pondered, the more dread enveloped her, causing cold sweat to break out across her body. The foreigner is truly terrifying. The guard watching over Yaoing is Yao Ling, who notices her squirming like a worm, whimpering as if she has something to convey. Do you have something to say? Yao Ling inquires. Yaoing nods fervently. I can release you, but you mustn't curse, or else Su will become angry and blame me. Yao Ling insists earnestly. Hearing this, Yaoing nods, feeling increasingly that the foreigner possesses formidable abilities. With a sudden gasp, the beast hide covering her mouth is removed, and Yaoing inhales deeply. Speak. Do you wish to apologize to the chieftain? I can convey it. No, I wish to ask why you all listen so attentively to the foreigner, Yaoing replies. Regaining her breath. You mean Su? Yao Ling's eyes light up. He shares his food with everyone, crafts remarkable tools, and advises us against taking risks for food. In short, he is a good person. You must not speak ill of him. Yao Ling refrains from mentioning that when she was exposed before him, he did not take advantage of her. Initially, she thought he was disinterested, but just moments ago, as he lay in her embrace, she realized that perhaps her assumptions were misguided. No, you have all been deceived by him. Yaoing asserts with unwavering conviction. He has gained your trust with the intent of sending you into slavery. Slavery? Yao Ling is perplexed. It means being bound, devoid of freedom, subject to the whims of a master who can kill or strike at will. Yaoing, having only heard of such things, endeavors to describe them in a more terrifying manner. Isn't that precisely your current situation? Yao Ling chuckles, seemingly unfazed. Yaoing, exasperated, thinks she should not have engaged her further. What? A clan forsaken by the gods. Su nearly bursts into laughter upon hearing this. But he stifles himself at the sight of Yao Yu's icy gaze. All this time, Su had mistakenly regarded the term clan in their language as synonymous with tribe. In truth, these are two distinct concepts, and his misunderstanding stemmed from the language barrier. The so-called Xianyao clan is one of the 6 clans of the Yanfeng tribe. 5 years prior, the chieftain of the Xianyao clan and numerous warriors within suddenly vanished. Coincidentally, a thunderbolt struck the idol of the Xianyao deity, which they had long worshipped. The tribal leader, claiming that the Xianyao clan had been forsaken by the gods, expelled them from the ancestral lands they had inhabited for generations, driving them into the perilous depths of the jungle. Furthermore, that nefarious chieftain, under the guise of divine will, pronounced a decree forbidding intermarriage with the Xianyao clan, believing that their misfortune would be contagious. 5 years have elapsed, and from the once flourishing Xianbird tribe of over 100 souls, fewer than 50 remain. What do you mean? If you wish to leave, then depart. Yao Yu exclaimed, her expression a mixture of mockery and anger as she gazed at Su Yi. No, no, Su Yi replied, straightening his posture and speaking earnestly. I urged you to speak in order to assist you, not to ridicule. Are you implying that you shall not depart? Yao Yu's tone was laced with skepticism. Su Yi did not respond directly but countered with a question. They say you are forsaken by the gods. Is that true? Chapter 15. I have made up my mind the chieftain can commune with the divine. He is undoubtedly correct, Yao Yu asserted with conviction. Moreover, the idol we worship was struck down by heavenly thunder. I witnessed it myself. It is our transgressions that invoked this divine retribution. She sighed heavily. Though Su Yi harbored doubts, he could empathize with Yao Yu. At the time of these calamitous events, she was merely a young girl, and the abrupt upheaval would naturally instill a deep reverence within her. Furthermore, he recognized he could not impose modern sensibilities upon the primitive views of the ancients regarding the divine. I shall not depart. In fact, I will assist you, Su Yi declared, observing the flicker of hope in Yao Yu's eyes. However, I must insist that everyone follows my lead, including you. Impossible, Yao Yu retorted, her demeanor instantly defensive, shaking her head resolutely. Can you ensure that your people are well-fed each day? Can you lead them back to our ancestral lands? Sui replied coolly. These are matters for me to ponder. Yao Yu mused. You need only stay and aid me. I shall provide you with the finest provisions and companionship. Yao Yu, the Shinbird tribe can only have a singular voice, Sui declared, locking eyes with her. That voice must be mine. Yao Yu insisted, unwavering. Today, Yao Yu had thwarted his attempts to save others multiple times, and Sui was determined not to allow a recurrence of this situation. Either you all heed my counsel, he stood up, or you shall perish on your own. A tribe without descendants, how do you propose to propagate? Sui continued, in this world, few are unafraid of the misfortune befalling the forsaken, and I may be the only exception. Yao Yu recognized that she had run out of alternatives. She could either languish in this jungle or place her trust in Sui. He had indeed presented numerous surprises. Perhaps he truly could deliver? But I do not trust you, Yao Yu asserted. Then there is little I can do, Sui shrugged, his anxiety palpable. Unless you join our Shinbird tribe. Yao Yu proposed. If you become one of us, my trust in you would naturally follow. Sui pondered for a moment. Joining you is acceptable, provided you agree to one condition. Why do you have conditions? Yao Yu responded, her irritation evident. The initial condition was to remain and assist you. Sui calculated in his mind, but now the condition is to join you. Chieftain, these are not the same, are they? Then state your terms. I shall consider them. Yao Yu replied, her heart lifting, though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. From this day forth, you shall attend to my needs. Sui resumed his seat, crossing his legs. Fetch me water and roast meat. Do not be too hasty in rejecting my proposal. Observing the irate expression on Yao Yu's face, Sui hurriedly spoke. Our clan will undoubtedly grow in number, yet the individuals who can attend to me closely will be but one or two. Thus, your status within the tribe will naturally rise. He paused, suppressing a swell of joy. Alternatively, you may choose to be like everyone else, following my every command as an ordinary warrior. I must confidentially inform you, Secretary, that Lan has already set her sights on this position. Noticing a flicker of interest in Yao Yu, Sui seized the moment. You know Lan as well as I do. She possesses a kind temperament, intelligence, and meticulousness. Should you find this role unsuitable, do not force yourself. After all, one straw can break the camel's back. Preposterous. Why should Lan be allowed this privilege while I cannot? I am determined to become your secretary. Yao Yu, unfamiliar with the role, rose abruptly, declaring, as the leader of the clan, your words must hold weight. Sui feared her reconsideration. Of course, Yao Yu replied, steeling herself. Tomorrow, I shall perform the ancestral rites to formally welcome you into the Xian Yao clan. That sounds splendid, Sui said, rising and brushing off his trousers. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. As he hummed a cheerful tune while exiting, Yao Yu was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Not only had she entrusted a clansman to an outsider, but it felt as if she had relinquished herself as well. No, why should everything belong to him? Do you realize? The outsider seems to have been deceiving us all along. He appears to intend to enslave us. Enslave us? To bind us with ropes, forbidding escape, striking at will, and killing when desired? Surely, he cannot be so malevolent. When he returns, we shall confront him together. Agreed. If it is true, must we kill him? Chasing him off should suffice. After all, he did save our clansmen and shared his bounty with us. Indeed, we cannot take his life. Emerging from the shelter, Sui approached the fire pit. To his astonishment, not only did others deliberately avoid him, but even Yao Ling regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Just moments ago, interactions had been perfectly normal. What had transpired? After much contemplation, without clarity, he decided to seek answers. Ling, Lan, could you come over for a moment? Sui called. The two exchanged glances, rising to respond. Observing this, others also stood, gathering around. Sui felt a sense of bewilderment. This was an unfavorable situation. What madness had overcome these primitives? Thankfully, he had reached an agreement with the female chief. What is the matter? Sui inquired cautiously. Sue, Yao Ling began, her face etched with sorrow. I do not wish to believe it, but everyone seems to think so. Are you planning to send us into slavery? Yao Ling asked tentatively. Slavery? Sui was bewildered. Have you ever encountered a slave? Upon hearing this, Yao Ling's heart sank. He indeed understood what slavery entailed. Just answer the question. Lan interjected, her tone laced with apprehension. Certainly not. Sui replied, perplexed. What benefit would I gain from sending you into slavery? Not at all. Yao Ling's expression instantly transformed from gloom to brightness. Indeed. Sui replied earnestly. Oh, it turns out it was all a ruse. The crowd began to murmur, gathering in clusters around Sui, startled by the unexpected revelation. That fellow eagle misjudged the situation, leaving us too embarrassed to enjoy our meal. Precisely, those from outside our tribe are clearly not malevolent. Silence. You were the one who spread the ominous rumor. Sui began to comprehend the situation. He could not help but admire the innocence of the primitive people. Even if he were to engage in deceit, he would not be so brazen about it. However, the rapid spread of rumors among the crowd and their profound impact warranted careful vigilance. Let us jointly petition the chief to impose a penance on that eagle fellow, sending him to the idol for repentance. Yes, let him fast for 3 days and see if he dares to lie again. Rumors may arrive swiftly but dissipate even quicker. Listening to the carefree laughter surrounding him, Sui found himself admiring the straightforwardness of the primitives. Sui, I was terrified by Eagle's words. I insisted you were a good person, but they would not believe me. Yao Ling presented an unknown fruit as if it were a treasure, her face glowing with joy. This girl wore her emotions on her sleeve, and Sui could discern her delight. Lan, why are you hiding so far away? I bear you no ill will. Sui beckoned to Yao Lan. Lan was more reserved, unlike Ling. Upon hearing his call, Yao Lan cautiously navigated around the bonfire, kneeling beside Sui. Sui, let me assist you in roasting the meat. She smiled apologetically, revealing 2 charming dimples on her round face. Yao Yu emerged from the nest, only to see Sui flanked by 2 young women, one holding water and the other roasting meat. The gazes of others swirled around him, as he had evidently become the focal point of the tribe. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, and she could not help but swallow hard. But did she truly wish to serve him? Such thoughts were whimsical. Yao Yu approached the bonfire, and the crowd quickly made way for her. She cautiously glanced at Sui, only to find him casting a fleeting glance in her direction before averting his gaze. Since he had not made any demands, she decided against approaching him. Beneath the bonfire, the women diligently removed fish bones, distributing the cooked delicacies to everyone. The men, growing impatient, dared not express their frustration. Once the fish was served, it was devoured in a single gulp. Sui felt a flicker of concern. Thankfully, the bones had been removed. Otherwise, these primitives might have choked on their meal. He even suspected they had not truly savored the flavor at all. 16 large fish. Sui had intended to reserve 2 for later use, but to his surprise, they were all consumed in an instant. The stars twinkled brightly, and the flames danced in the gentle breeze. Everyone quiet down. Yao Yu called out once the crowd had filled their bellies. The chatter ceased, and all eyes turned toward the chief. I have decided, our tribe shall migrate. Sui did not anticipate such a declaration. Observing the men bow their heads in remorse and the women exchanging puzzled glances, he surmised that it might be related to today's tribute. The Yin Feng tribe demands that during our next tribute, in addition to food, we must offer a woman to serve as a slave. I have acquiesced to their request. Yao Yu's gaze was dim, yet I refused to abandon any member of my tribe. The crackling of the campfire resonated with unusual clarity. Everyone wore a forlorn expression, as if facing death. Sui, will you accompany us? Yao Ling nudged Sui's arm, whispering softly. No. Oh, very well then. Sui sensed her displeasure. I will not leave. No one must depart. Sui declared loudly. Not leaving? Yao Ling inquired curiously. Aware of the many warriors in the Yin Feng tribe who would send men to seize us and might resort to violence, all were drawn to Sui's proclamation, and Yao Ling's question mirrored their collective concern. We shall wait here. I am confident we can deter them, since the outsiders have never set foot in this dense forest. Setting up some traps will be sufficient to instill fear in the enemy. Moreover, I possess a bow and arrows as my weapon. The foes outside the forest are unaware of this. No, there are too many of them. We are no match. Yao Yu interjected, disapproving. Secretary Yu? Sui replied calmly. What are you saying? I can agree to everything else, but not this, Yao Yu stated firmly. The tribe's people exchanged glances. Why must the chief seek Sui's opinion when making decisions? Listen to my plan. I have a way to drive those invaders away. Sui shot Yao Yu a glance and stood up resolutely. That would be splendid. Sui, we will follow whatever arrangements you propose. Yes, We will heed your guidance. The crowd chimed in. They had cultivated this campsite for several years. Leaving would mean returning to a life of turmoil. Aren't you afraid of death? Yao Yu exclaimed in frustration. Chief, how many of our people perished to establish this campsite? The usually taciturn Yao Gu rose, questioning why they should yield to every demand. They want to drive us from our ancestral land, seize our homes, and now they even desire our sisters. With the formidable weapons crafted by Su, I will fight back if they dare approach. We shall not leave. Let them know that the Xin Yao tribe is not to be trifled with. Indeed, we are not to be trifled with. For the first time, Yao Yu felt isolated and helpless. She turned to Su Yi, blaming him for this predicament. If the Xin Yao tribe perishes, my soul will haunt you. Yao Yu seethed, regretting her agreement to him. In response, Su Yi merely smiled. He found Yao Gu's spirited ideas intriguing. The lad was indeed promising. From today onward, I shall be a member of the Xin Yao tribe. Su Yi decided to state his position clearly. You will all follow my command from now on. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yao Yu. He speaks the truth. Flames flickered in Yao Yu's eyes. Tomorrow, during the ancestral rites, Su would formally join the Xin Yao tribe. Wow, that's wonderful, Yao Ling exclaimed joyfully. Noticing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, she discreetly hid behind Su Yi. Let us gather here at dawn tomorrow, Su Yi declared, gesturing broadly. Yao Gu, take 2 of the more astute individuals to keep watch. The rest of you should return swiftly to rest. The crowd hesitated, casting glances toward Yao Yu. What are you looking at me for? Did you not disregard my words? Yao Yu retorted indignantly, follow his instructions. From now on, if you require assistance, seek him out and do not bother me. With that, Yao Yu turned and departed. Those who stand watch at night need not partake in the hunt during the day. Su Yi informed the assembly. But Yao Gu and his companions hesitated to voice their thoughts. The provisions will be evenly distributed among you all, Su Yi continued, coming to a realization. However, should any incidents arise at night and you fail to provide timely warnings, you will face consequences. Having conveyed his directives, Su Yi turned his attention toward the bound Yaoing. In these critical times for their clan, he needed to mobilize every available resource. You dare threaten my sister to hand over the chieftaincy to you? Yaoing spoke coldly. Do you lack common sense? Do you truly believe I am a rival for your sister's affection? Su Yi scoffed. This was her choice. I shall not waste words with you. Yaoing, listen closely. Given your sister's nature, she could never be yours. Su Yi continued. And if you were to perish over a woman, you would indeed be the most cowardly in our clan. It's merely a woman. If you confront me, I can have as many as I desire. With that, Su Yi untied the ropes binding Yao Ying and walked away with a flourish. It took Yao Ying a moment to gather himself before he struggled to rise. Watching the retreating figure of the outsider, tumult stirred within him. After painting a grand picture for Yao Ying, Su Yi returned to his shelter and fell into a deep slumber. After a long day, he too was weary. In the dead of night, he was awakened by a chilling breeze. However, this time, it was not a fair maiden that approached, but a man wielding a weapon. Have you come to kill me? Su Yi sat up, maintaining his composure. He recognized this man as Yao Li, the one who had been so fervently intent on Yao Ling's affections. He had vanished earlier, but now reappeared to stir trouble. Given that he had inadvertently taken Yao Ling from him, would Yao Li truly resort to violence? For heaven's sake, can one not enjoy a peaceful night's rest? Su Yi exclaimed impatiently. After all the hunting and fishing I've done these past few days, you should be grateful. Not plotting my demise. Reflect on your actions. Have I committed any wrongdoing? Ling does not fancy you, yet you coerce her. The shadow finally spoke. Coerce? Nonsense. Su Yi replied, unperturbed. Ask her yourself if I have ever compelled her to do anything against her will. Humph. Today, when you lay in her embrace, it was evident she was most unwilling, Yao Li remarked coldly. Su Yi's heart sank. He regretted his earlier flippancy. Yao Ling was merely shy. Do you understand what that means? The other remained unconvinced, his gaze laced with skepticism. In a moment of desperation, Su Yi declared, she is carrying my child. If I were to perish, she would never forgive you. You're deceiving me. Yao Li's voice twisted with disbelief. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the clan leader. She is well aware. Su Yi wore a confident expression. Yao Li departed, looking utterly dejected. Su Yi picked up the animal skin from the ground and swiftly made his way to the entrance of Yao Ling's small shelter. He stealthily opened the door and met Yao Ling's vigilant gaze. What brings you here at this hour? She asked, her voice tinged with anxiety upon recognizing him. I find it rather daunting to sleep alone and require some company, Sui replied candidly. I initially intended to seek out Lon, but upon reflection, I deemed you the most trustworthy. Is that so? Yao Ling felt a surge of delight at the realization that she held a special place in his heart, distinct from others. Then do come in, but do not make any sudden movements. Of course, I shall be on my best behavior, Sui exclaimed as he slipped inside, ensuring the door was securely fastened before lying down straight. The temperature inside the shelter was not particularly warm, but fortunately, he had brought an animal skin with him. Inhaling the faint herbal fragrance, Sui peacefully drifted into slumber. How will we explain this to everyone in the morning? Yao Ling, realizing the implications, suggested. Perhaps you should rest for a while and return early? If they discover we spent the night together, they will undoubtedly have countless questions. Listening to the sound of his steady breathing, Yao Ling furrowed her brow. Eventually, she succumbed to fatigue and closed her eyes. The next morning, Sui awoke to find Yao Ling nestled in his embrace, her head resting on his arm, her legs entwined around his waist, deeply asleep. As he attempted to shift his arm, even the slightest movement stirred her from her dreams. In the blink of an eye, their gazes locked. Yao Ling quickly withdrew her legs, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ling, you must take responsibility, Sui declared playfully, adopting a mock victim's expression. I merely sought refuge for the night, and yet you have taken liberties with me. What do you intend to do about it? Yao Ling, taken aback by his demeanor, felt flustered. Sui, having intended to tease her, quickly reined in his thoughts upon realizing her seriousness. I was merely jesting, he chuckled. I sought you out. How could I place the blame upon you? Outside, faint footsteps began to gather, and Sui casually folded the animal skin beside him before rising to leave. In the clearing, a group of 7 or 8 clansmen had assembled. Upon seeing Sui emerge from Yao Ling's dwelling, their eyes sparkled with envy. Sui understood the unspoken sentiments. The men of the Xianbird clan were truly unfortunate. They were all strapping young fellows, bound by a 5-year vow of chastity. The life of primitive people revolved around sustenance and procreation, making their plight truly pitiable. It seemed imperative to expedite the matchmaking of the clan's bachelors. As the sun ascended the horizon, all the clansmen had gathered. The first order of business was Sui's initiation ceremony into the clan. Led by Yao Yu, they approached the entrance of a shelter. Children and elders were present in the procession, and not a sound was uttered. Sui found himself swept up in the solemnity of the moment, closing his mouth in silence. Under the guidance of the clan leader, 4 young men respectfully entered the hut, and shortly thereafter, they emerged, laboriously carrying a statue. Yao Yu murmured something mysterious, directing the men to position the statue properly. They then brought out a stone table. Several women from the tribe departed, returning with an abundance of fresh fruit. The group led Sui to stand beneath the sculpture, where Yao Yu personally adorned his face with the totem of the Xianbird clan. The statue, crafted from an unknown material, stood at the height of a man. Exquisitely lifelike. The primitive techniques employed by the tribe could hardly have produced such intricate craftsmanship. While Sui allowed himself to be arranged, his mind was continuously engaged in contemplation. As the sun reached its zenith, the ceremony was finally declared complete. The statue was returned to the hut, and the food on the table was distributed among all the tribe members. Sui received half of a vividly red fruit, its sourness making his teeth tingle. From now on, your name shall be Yao Su, Yao Ling chimed in joyfully. Sui smiled. To them, a name was merely a designation. Other tribe members approached one by one, greeting this newly familiar face. As a member of the clan, Sui was entitled to knowledge of all the tribe's possessions, which consisted primarily of stone tools and bone implements. What troubled him most was the realization that the tribe's food reserves would only suffice for a single meal. And even then, it would not be enough to satiate everyone's hunger. Meat was a luxury within the tribe, allotted only to the adults who participated in the hunts, while children, the elderly, and many frail women subsisted mostly on roots and leaves. After capturing prey, a significant portion was reserved for future needs, both to stave off famine and to offer as tribute. It was no wonder he had managed to thrive within the tribe with only 2 successful food acquisitions. Ling, how often do you get to eat meat? Sui inquired, turning to her. Well, it varies, Yao Ling pondered for a moment. Sometimes, if luck is on our side, the hunting party might bring back food, and we could eat it within a few days. However, most of the time, we go to bed with empty stomachs. She noticed Su Yi's expression and regretted her candor. Surely, he had come from a larger tribe, and understanding their food scarcity, he might lament his decision to join. Yet with the weapons and tools that Su had provided, she was determined to ensure he would not suffer hunger. The group reconvened in the open area. Su Yi stepped forward from the crowd to address everyone. Ling, take 2 people to the storeroom to fetch food and distribute it to all. That won't do. We'll need to go hungry tomorrow, Yao Yu interjected, stepping forward to object. If everyone is to work and hunt effectively, how can they do so on empty stomachs? Su Yi shot a glare at Yao Yu. You need not concern yourself with the food issue, clan leader. Yao Yu's chest heaved with anger. Fine. Let him distribute the food. Does he truly believe he can catch a bountiful supply of fish every day? Does he think he can hunt deer daily? And he tells me not to worry, conveniently leaving the mess for me to clean up. I suspect it won't be long before the tribe loses faith in him. At that moment, she found herself once again as the chief commanding the tribe, lacking even the habit of storing food. She was eager to observe how the newcomers would lead the Shinbird clan towards prosperity. Yao Yu, filled with resentment, suddenly heard Su Yi call her name. Yao Yu, take all the women of the clan to the riverbank to fish, and make an effort to gather edible plants. Seeing Yao Yu about to voice her dissent, Su Yi swiftly silenced her. If you have questions, you may inquire with Lan. She possesses the knowledge. No one had dared to belittle her in such a manner before. Yao Yu suppressed her displeasure, managing to refrain from exploding in front of the crowd. Aside from those who stood guard last night, all the men accompany me into the woods to gather materials for weaponry. We shall depart after eating and regroup here before sunset. Once his instructions were given, Su Yi, like everyone else, received a piece of jerky the thickness of a thumb. It was dry, flavorless, and even somewhat tough to chew. Yet, the others devoured it eagerly, with a few children not forgetting to suck their fingers. Initially, the jerky was not meant for the children. Su Yi insisted on sharing, and Yao Ling had no choice but to comply with the orders. The supplies of meat and fruit in the warehouse had been completely depleted. Although all the tribe's people felt satiated, a trace of hesitation lingered on their faces. Many men began to doubt whether the new leader was issuing arbitrary commands. Chapter 18. The emergence of crisis outside the Shanty area, behind the shadowed hillside. 10 individuals were diligently chopping down trees. This one won't do. It cannot have wormholes. Su Yi sat upon a large stone, casually discarding a piece of wood handed to him. The bark is torn, it is prone to breakage. Confusion sparkled in the eyes of the crowd as they murmured and searched around. Without wormholes, without branches, and of an arm's thickness, it must remain unpeeled. Su Yi had not anticipated that, despite presenting only a few requirements, these primitive individuals would remember one and forget the other. The felled timber invariably bore flaws. Oh, this one you've chopped is quite good. You shall receive an extra piece of meat. Su Yi promised. Upon witnessing this, the other tribespeople became invigorated. An extra piece of meat was a privilege that even the chief could not enjoy. They were astonished that chopping a single log could yield such a reward. Though primitive, these individuals were quick learners. After Su Yi demonstrated a few more times and personally chopped down several logs, everyone finally grasped the technique. Today, everyone shall receive an extra piece of meat. Oh, the crowd cheered. Yaoing was also diligently chopping wood. His timber earned Su Yi's approval, making him the second to receive additional meat, which filled him with pride. Why choose wood without wormholes? One tribesman inquired, puzzled. Wormholes will create weak points in the weapon, making it prone to breakage, Su Yi patiently explained. He had already answered such questions no less than 10 times. By the riverbank, a few crocodiles languidly basked in the sun. Chief, shall we begin? Yao Lan looked towards Yao Yu. The crowd had been at the riverbank for quite a while. Shall we start? Yao Yu gazed at the river, feeling utterly perplexed. Shall I take charge? Yao Lan inquired cautiously. All right, everyone, please prioritize safety, Yao Yu mused. Her curiosity piqued about the fishing techniques that Su Yi had imparted to them. You 5, stand guard in the woods. Yao Lan recalled Su Yi's methods from the previous day. You 5, drive those crocodiles into the water. The rest, follow me to catch insects. Once Yao Lan concluded her instructions, the group complied without hesitation. Disregarding Yao Lan's commands would be tantamount to defying Su Yi's, and his directives were to be obeyed without question. Yao Yu observed Yao Lan's calm leadership, noting the absence of dissent, and a ripple of unease stirred within her. She suddenly remembered Su Yi's remark that Yao Lan was well suited to be his secretary. No, she might not surpass Su Yi, but she certainly needed to outshine Yao Lan. However, as the leader of her clan, how could she stoop to catching insects alongside everyone else? After some contemplation, she picked up several large stones and approached the riverbank. The crocodiles had tough skin and dense flesh. One had to strike their vulnerable spots to elicit a reaction. Yao Yu's throwing technique was exceptional, often allowing her to hit the crocodiles in their eyes. Wow, the clan leader is impressive. The few tasked with driving away the crocodiles exclaimed in unison. By the time Yao Lan arrived with her team, all the crocodiles had already submerged. Yao Lan brandished her long rod, and before long, amidst cheers, a gleaming scaled fish was pulled ashore. It's my turn, it's my turn, Yao Ling exclaimed eagerly, snatching the fishing rod. The fish in this primordial river seemed as innocent as the primitive people, readily accepting the plump worms that fell from above. In less than 2 minutes, Yao Ling felt a tug on the rod. Lan, hurry, it seems like they're SA fish, she exclaimed with excitement. Just reel it in, Yao Lan replied with a gentle smile. Su Yi had instructed her the previous night to ensure that all the women in the clan learned to fish. She was determined to fulfill his request. Lan, can I try again? Yao Ling pleaded, gripping the fishing rod tightly. I haven't mastered it yet. Yao Lan simply nodded with an amused smile. This morning, Su Yi had emerged from Yao Ling's dwelling. She must surely be one of his women. Yao Lan thought with a tinge of bitterness. Yao Yu also wished to try, but she would not be like Ling. After all, she was the clan leader. At that moment, from the thicket across the river, her eyes were fixated intently on the women of the Xian bird clan. They have caught so many fish, one remarked. Let us seize their fish and tools, another suggested. Seize what fish? A third person's eyes glinted with desire. Have you not noticed how stunning these women are? Oh. Another shifted their gaze from the pile of fish on the ground to the women, far more beautiful than those foul-smelling women of our tribe. Sanlang, do you wish to pursue them? Of course. Let us return and inform the king. The two stealthily vanished into the thicket. Meanwhile, the women on this side of the river reveled in their bounty, blissfully unaware that they had become the objects of attention. Finally, it was Yao Yu's turn. Under Lan's guidance, she carefully affixed a worm to the fishing hook and, like everyone else, cast it into the river. However, it seemed as though the fish were deliberately thwarting her efforts. After a considerable wait, there was still no sign of a catch. Observing the chieftain's furrowed brow, Lan offered words of reassurance. Take your time, the fish will bite. I, too, had to wait quite a while yesterday. At last, she felt a tug on her line. Yao Yu's heart raced with excitement. She had a fish on the hook. Without waiting for Lan's instructions, she swiftly pulled the fish from the water. The droplets flung by the fish's tail sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Holding the hefty catch, Yao Yu realized for the first time that procuring food was not as difficult as it seemed. All of this was owing to Su Yi. Let us bring the fish back. We need to gather other food, Lan remarked, glancing at the sun, which had shifted slightly westward. 20 fish hardly suffice. Yao Yu, gripping her fishing rod, yearned to catch more. However, Su had decreed that only 20 fish could be caught. Lan insisted. He mentioned that fish are best when fresh. Storing them leads to spoilage. The group began to pack their gear, preparing to return to their dwelling. Yao Yu did not press her case further. Her thoughts were already focused on the position of Su Yi's secretary. In just 2 days, Lan had learned a great deal, and she needed to seize this opportunity. As the group departed the riverbank, a band of individuals wielding stone hammers and wooden clubs emerged from the opposite shore. For chicken, is this the woman you spoke of? Boomed the leader, a burly man with a rugged countenance. There are no women on that side, only a few unknown beasts lying about. They were just there. For chicken's ribs were starkly visible, and fear flickered in his eyes. 3 wolves, you must say something. Under the fierce gaze of the Tiger King, 3 wolves quickly nodded and bowed. My king, there were indeed a dozen women just moments ago. They caught numerous fish, but now they have vanished. Fish. The Tiger King's stomach growled audibly as he strode towards the riverbank. Huh, there are indeed fish in this river. You lot, go catch a few. He waved his hand decisively. The rest of you, gather some firewood. We shall feast on grilled fish today. A dozen men stealthily entered the water. For Chicken's eyes darted around, but he hesitated to join them. Spotting someone returning, the Tiger King sprang to his feet. Do you dare defy my orders? My king, I have urgent news, for Chicken stammered, lowering his gaze in trepidation. This river is quite deep. It would be impossible for everyone to cross. We must find a shallower part to reach the opposite bank. Perhaps I could lead a few men to scout nearby. The Tiger King glanced at the river and nodded, unaware that the massive beasts previously sprawled on the bank had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the river, drawing the attention of both men. They beheld a figure being dragged into the depths, a torrent of blood erupting in an instant. The man desperately shouted and struggled, ultimately leaving behind a trail of bubbles. Soon, the corpse surfaced, and several colossal beasts surged forth, tearing it into pieces and devouring it. Those who had rushed to assist did not return alive. The Tiger King, wielding his massive stone axe, hesitated for a long moment before daring to approach. The river god was enraged. He cried out, urging everyone to return. The water dragons in the river were furious. The king commanded, "Hurry back! Hurry back!" Those on the bank raised their weapons towards the great river, frantically shouting. Of the dozen who had entered the water, only 7 returned. As for the fish, not a single one was caught. The Tiger King was furious. His tribe had migrated all this way, and never before had so many perished. And all of this was the fault of Sanlang. If he and T claimed there were fish in the river, how could so many clansmen have died? The Tiger King raised his stone axe and strode before Sanlang. "Sanlang, do you dare to deceive me? My king, those women truly caught fish." Sanlang's face turned pale as he prostrated himself at the feet of the Tiger King. "CG, you also saw those women catch fish. Quickly tell the king." "My king, I only saw the women." CG lowered his head, unable to meet the king's gaze. Chapter 19, The Competition. CG. Sanlang exclaimed in shock, raising his head. What awaited him was the descending stone axe. A scream pierced the air, blood splattering in shades of red and white. The surrounding people fell silent in fear. "This is the consequence of deceiving me." The Tiger King licked the blood from his lips and slammed the stone axe down heavily. "Set him ablaze." The Tiger King then returned to his mat. The tribesmen hastily dismembered Sanlang and placed him on the bonfire. Thick smoke billowed, starkly contrasting against the clear sky. Su-yi gazed at the smoke rising from the distant treetops, feeling puzzled. "Eagle, do you see that smoke over there?" "Where?" Yaoing straightened up, confused, and looked in the direction Su-yi pointed. "The Yin-Feng tribe isn't in that direction, is it?" Yaoing scratched his head. "We've never been to the other side of the river. Could there be people there?" "Never been." Su-yi inquired. "There are crocodiles in the river." "Everyone is afraid to cross," Yaoing replied. Su-yi nodded, committing this matter to memory. As the sun set, casting its golden glow across the land, the bonfire at the center of the Xian Niao tribe's camp was reignited. "From this day forth, our tribe shall abide by a new rule." While the fish was still not fully cooked, Su-yi stood up and proclaimed, "I hope that those who contribute more to the tribe shall receive a greater share of food. We face strong enemies outside our tribe. Only by working together can we overcome these challenges. I do not wish for anyone to unjustly benefit from the efforts of others." Su-yi noticed Yao Yu beside him hesitating to speak, and he cast her a silencing glance. Yao Yu glared at him but remained silent. "Su, food must be shared equally. What you propose contradicts our ancestral teachings," one of the elders challenged. "Ancestral teachings?" Su-yi laughed heartily. "If the tribe were to perish, would the ancestral teachings remain? Once all the tribe's people are gone, the teachings would naturally fade away." The elder replied, "Your suggestion for equal distribution seems to imply a desire for the Xian bird tribe's demise. How dare you say such a thing?" The elder's face flushed with anger amidst the flames. "Yao Yu, are you merely going to stand by and allow him to insult an elder?" Yao Yu opened her mouth to respond, but upon meeting Su-yi's stern gaze, she obediently lowered her head, resembling a timid quail. "Currently, the tribe is struggling to make ends meet. Everyone must contribute in their own way," Su-yi reiterated, fearing the group might not grasp his point. "Only through collective effort can we overcome this hardship. As for you," he added with gravity, "you will not be enjoying roasted fish today." "On what grounds?" The elder huffed, his temper flaring. "Members of the Xian bird tribe, can you bear to watch an outsider bully me? Lu Gong, Su has already become one of us." Yao Yu interjected before Su-yi could speak. Although she did not fully comprehend Su-yi's methods, she recognized that his approach posed little detriment to the tribe as a whole. Furthermore, having promised to heed his guidance, she felt compelled to refrain from interfering with his decisions. The elder surveyed the room, noticing the absence of any support, and muttered as he sat back down. Su-yi did not indulge him. When it came time to distribute the meat, he indeed withheld it from him. Another elder received a piece no larger than a palm, while a few children were given a share. The others received even less, merely 2 small pieces each. The aroma of roasted fish filled the air, and everyone indulged, their mouths glistening with oil. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yao Yu prepared a piece to secretly pass to him, only for Su Yi to snatch it away. Tribe leader, yours is truly delicious. Yao Yu shot him an indignant glare, but he feigned ignorance. The others, witnessing this exchange, also abandoned their intentions. After sitting for a considerable time without receiving a morsel, Yao Yu grumbled and returned to her shelter. Su Yi held the roasted fish in his left hand, while balancing Yao Yu's stone bowl in his right. Yao Ling occasionally brought him peeled fruit, which he accepted gratefully to alleviate the monotony. Do you all think I have been excessively harsh on Lugong? Su Yi mumbled through his meal. The crowd remained silent. Yet the astonishment on their faces betrayed their thoughts. If today yielded only 1 fish, and tomorrow someone else needed to go hunting, how would you divide it? A hush fell over the gathering until Yao Ling broke the silence. Everyone should receive a small piece. Fearful of Su Yi's reproach, she instinctively shrank back. Are you sure everyone would receive an equal portion? Su Yi inquired with a smile. Yao Ling pondered the usual distribution of food and replied, of course not. Those who go hunting would naturally receive more, for if they are too hungry, they cannot run far. Thus, those who are capable should eat more, correct? Su Yi mentally commended her. Indeed, Yao Ling chimed in. But you did not provide him with any food, Yao Yu remarked, glancing toward the distant shelter. I merely wish to convey that in order to have sustenance, one must work, Su Yi stated earnestly. Starting tomorrow, the tribe will implement a division of labor. Since we are sharing a meal together, we must also share the labor, otherwise it would be unjust to others. Chopping wood, mending the fence, and tidying the shelter. If we work well, even the children will receive their share of meat. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the crowd stirred with eagerness. Those who rarely had their fill were all keen to secure more meat. Once the bows and arrows are crafted, we shall hold a competition, Su Yi continued. The one who shoots the most accurately and farthest will earn an extra portion of meat. At this, Yao Ling was filled with joy. He was the strongest man in the tribe, and in javelin throwing, none could rival him. Archery would be no challenge at all. Having tested Su Yi's bows, which were formidable weapons, he firmly believed his sister was right. Su Yi must indeed be sent by the divine bird to save them. He even promised him several women. But what if 2 men shoot with equal precision and distance? One man inquired. Then each will receive an additional piece of meat. Su Yi replied, thumping his thigh. What if I only want 2 men? The man pressed. Su Yi interrupted. Only those who shoot both accurately and far can be counted. That is not fair. Yao Lan finally spoke up. If we women cannot shoot as far as the men, does that mean we will never have a chance to gain extra meat? The rules had already been established by Su Yi. Women compete against women, and men against men. The women cheered with delight, thrilled at the prospect of practicing in secret to secure more meat. Furthermore, there would be a penalty for the last place. Ah, a penalty? The crowd gasped in unison. The one who performed the worst must give half their meat to the best performer. We will have other competitions as well, where securing first place increases your opportunities. For instance, if archery is not your forte, perhaps you might excel in another event? Su Yi casually pointed to one of the tribesmen. Chapter 20. Benevolence with aspirations for a better life. The tribespeople returned to their shelters in small groups. Yao Gu was puzzled as to why Su Yi had chosen to keep the 3 of them behind. His mind raced as he contemplated the events of the previous night. Su Yi observed them quietly, saying nothing. Yao Li had taken up arms to retaliate against Yao Gu, and he had yet to settle the score. How are disputes typically resolved within the tribe? In the flickering firelight, Su Yi's face danced between shadows and light. Suddenly, Yao Gu recalled Yao Li, whom he had released back to the camp. Generally, one would be executed, he replied, glancing at Su Yi's expression. Su Yi understood the gravity of his demeanor and nodded. You 3 are responsible for the safety of the entire tribe. You must be vigilant. Yao Gu immediately affirmed. We will protect everyone with utmost seriousness. Disobedience leads to starvation. Su Yi warned. Whether he lives or dies rests in your hands. With that, he stood and departed. Yao Gu gazed into the dark forest outside the shelter, lost in thought, while the 2 behind him looked utterly bewildered. Remember, do not doze off at night, Yao Gu said sternly. Keep your eyes wide open. After contemplating, he added, when you encounter Li, capture him for me. Do not inquire, simply follow my instructions. Yao Gu observed the puzzled expressions of the 2 and reminded them to remain vigilant for anyone wandering within the camp. The two nodded in acknowledgement and departed. They were keenly focused on this task, knowing they could procure an ample supply of food without participating in the perilous hunt. Su-yi then slipped into Yao Ling's small shelter. It seemed she anticipated his arrival, having made space for him and prepared a bed of straw. Her breathing was calm beside him, and the usually lively Yao Ling was surprisingly quiet at night. Su-yi began to plan his recent schedule and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yao Ling felt a conflict within herself, her hands gripping the animal hide as she kneaded it repeatedly. She yearned for Su-yi to embrace her, just as she had seen adults do, but she also feared such intimacy. It wasn't until she heard the soft sound of his snoring that her distress deepened, questioning whether Su-yi harbored any fondness for her. Morning light streamed through the small window of the shelter, gently illuminating Su-yi's face. As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered that Yao Ling had nestled into his arms at some point, sleeping soundly. Her beautiful cheeks and delicate neck were visible, with the animal hide barely concealing her well-developed figure. The snug fit of the hide left little to the imagination, and as Su-yi felt a reaction stirring within him, he quickly averted his gaze from her rounded thighs. Once their food supply became relatively stable, he needed to prioritize building a shelter. Cautiously rising, he inadvertently stirred the sleeping girl. As he observed her drowsy eyes, he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear before stepping outside. In the clearing, a group had gathered around the tightly bound Yao Li. "Li, I haven't seen you in 2 days. I was worried," someone remarked. "Where have you been? Gu, why have you tied him up?" Upon seeing Su-yi approach, the crowd parted to make way. "Good morning, Su," they greeted him warmly. Su-yi returned their greetings with calmness, his gaze settling on the bound Yao Li. "Li attempted to kill me," he stated boldly. "What should I do?" A wave of shock rippled through the surrounding tribespeople. Has he lost his mind? He wanted to kill Su. Does he not realize that Su is a gift from the divine bird? If Su dies, our clan will perish as well. We should execute him, Yaolon declared. He seeks to harm our kin, violating our ancestral teachings. According to those teachings, we must eliminate him. The crowd glared at Yao Li in outrage. "Li, do you truly wish to kill Su?" someone inquired. Kneeling on the ground, Yao Li's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. He had not anticipated that Gu, his childhood companion, would bind him. After seeking out Su-yi alone that day, he had been hiding near the camp, unable to catch any prey and subsisting only on roots and leaves. That night, I intended to stealthily return and sleep, only to be unexpectedly caught by 3 individuals who were already prepared. Upon seeing Yao Li's silence, it became evident to all that he truly harbored the intention to kill Su. The crowd felt a surge of anger, tinged with a hint of compassion. Thus, I had no choice but to adhere to the clan's regulations and execute Yao Li. Su-yi regarded the impassive Yao Yu and spoke. Yao Yu had initially contemplated pleading for leniency due to the dwindling population of their clan, but upon meeting Su-yi's gaze, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Yao Li had indeed violated the clan's laws, and his execution served as a warning to the others. Moreover, Su was of utmost importance. The fate of the entire Shinbird clan rested upon him. Yao Li's audacity was truly staggering. Sighing, Yao Ying shook his head. He had hoped for Su-yi's agreement in wanting to kill Su, yet Yao Li had dared to act on his own. Upon stepping out of the shelter, Yao Ling suddenly understood why Su-yi sought her out that night. She averted her gaze from Yao Li, who looked at her hopefully, resolutely refusing to meet his eyes. Yao Li's hopeful glances turned towards the clan leader, Yao Yu, who showed no inclination to spare him. Realizing that death was imminent, fear began to grip him. That day, he had acted impulsively, and in retrospect, he was filled with dread. Yao Ling was never meant to be his woman. He had known this all along. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. "Su, it was I who led him in that day. I too bear some fault," said Yao Gu, kneeling beside Yao Li and speaking in a subdued tone. Su-yi was genuinely astonished. Fortunately, Yao Gu remained level-headed and pleaded for mercy. Otherwise, would they truly have executed Yao Li? The lad was robust, rivaling Yao Ying, a capable individual whose death would be a great loss. Su-yi had misjudged everyone. Had he not cautioned Yao Gu the previous night, Yao Gu would not have stepped forward. His words now carried significant weight within the Shinbird clan. Amidst internal and external strife, the sudden addition of a person claiming to ensure their survival and progressively achieving his aims led the people to regard him as a divine blessing, naturally instilling in them a fear of defiance. After feigning a period of contemplation, Su-yi finally spoke. In light of your not having harmed me, and with your clansmen interceding on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. Oh, thank the heavens. Merciful Su. The surrounding clansmen erupted in fervent excitement, raising their hands in reverence towards Su-yi. Yao Li, trembling like a leaf, was suddenly granted clemency. His eyes widening and breath quickening. Li, do not forget to express your gratitude to Su. Yao Gu nudged his arm. Bound tightly, Yao Li immediately turned towards Su-yi, prostrating himself in profound respect. Though you shall not face death, I impose upon you a punishment. You will fast for a day without food or water, kneeling before the idol in repentance. Compared to death, this was a trivial punishment. The crowd began to extol Su-yi's virtues. Silence, Su-yi commanded. Today, I shall teach you a new skill. Everyone, follow me. Chapter 21. The Trap. A trap? Upon hearing Su-yi's suggestion, Yao Ling tied her hair up high, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. What is that? By employing traps, we can capture live ferocious beasts and also ensnare those who dare to attack us. Su-yi proclaimed as he surveyed the crowd. What do we need live ones for? Wouldn't it suffice to kill them? This sentiment garnered the agreement of most. The Xianyao tribe had yet to grasp the concepts of livestock or servitude. Su-yi understood that a thorough explanation would take time and opted for brevity. Once the traps are constructed, we can leave. The prey will either be ensnared or killed. Thus, all you need to know is how to set the traps. The rest will come with time. His words evoked a profound respect that brimmed in the eyes of his clansmen. Su-yi, disinterested in elaboration, was regarded as enigmatic, intelligent, and wise in their eyes. He led them to a tree and decided to create a falling stone trap, elucidating the principles behind it while allowing them to exercise their creativity. He first selected a stone the size of a head and bound it with vines. After wrapping it around the trunk, he handed the stone to Yao Ying, instructing, lift it slightly higher. As the onlookers observed Su-yi's flurry of activity, they exchanged glances of bewilderment. Yao Yu, watching intently, felt she grasped the essence but remained somewhat perplexed. All right, Yao Ying, you may release it. After a brief inspection, Su-yi felt confident in its stability. Thud. The moment Yao Ying let go, the stone dropped before the bewildered faces of the crowd. Noticing their confusion, Su-yi felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. This one doesn't count. Let's try again. After rearranging the setup, he busied himself once more, cautioning, Ying, release it slowly this time. As Yao Ying complied, the stone remained suspended in the air. Clap. Su-yi joyfully applauded, proud of his ability to replicate something he had once seen on his phone, having invested considerable thought into it. Watch closely. Su-yi stepped toward the tripwire he had laid out. As the taut rope slackened, the stone came crashing down. What would happen if we placed this rope beneath the stone? He queried, gesturing to the tripwire. And what if this stone were larger? After his remarks, he left the crowd in stunned silence as he returned to the camp. How marvelous. How did he do that? A throng of individuals bent low or peered closely, meticulously examining the trap Su-yi had devised. I understand. I understand. Yao Gu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. If the stone were larger, it could crush the beasts. What a clever and ingenious trap. Yao Gu danced with glee. Upon catching the tribe leader's disapproving gaze, he quickly composed himself, saying, Come, gather around. I have more to share. Seeing the eager curiosity in the faces of his fellow tribesmen, Su-yi smiled knowingly. The master leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation depends on their own efforts. His sole responsibility is to disseminate the concept of traps. He holds a profound belief in the wisdom of primitive man in setting traps. However, a few additional words could guide them to avoid unnecessary detours. By the time the group returned, brimming with excitement, Su-yi was nearly dozing off under the sunlight. Everyone, please quiet down. Su-yi rose and stretched his somewhat numb feet. The traps I just demonstrated were relatively simple. I urge each of you to ponder how to create more intricate traps. Simple. More sophisticated traps? Isn't there just that one? Someone pointed at the large tree, perplexed. The crowd turned their gazes towards Su-yi. He smiled silently. Observing Su-yi's demeanor, they were astonished. It turned out that such a challenging trap could indeed have multiple variations. Our tribe must select the most skillful trap maker. The criteria for judgment will be the ingenuity of the traps, their power, and their efficacy in capturing prey. He chuckled inwardly as he watched them scratching their heads. Deep in thought. While working, keep thinking. Lon, take 5 women and 5 men to go fishing. The rest will remain at the camp to retrieve the wood we chopped yesterday. I will teach you how to craft formidable bows and arrows. Lan, choose me. I am the strongest. Yaoing stepped forward eagerly. Choose me, choose me. I can run the fastest, another man chimed in. The men, eager to utilize their fishing tools, immediately began to curry favor with Yao Lan. She found herself surrounded, looking somewhat overwhelmed. Randomly, she pointed to 5 men and, along with 5 women, set off. The men who were not chosen wore expressions of dismay. The purpose of crafting bows and arrows is for hunting, to protect ourselves. Let us all muster our spirits, Sui declared sternly. The remaining individuals promptly sprang into action, hauling out all the wood they had cut the previous day. The sun was high in the sky, and the occasional birdsong echoed through the forest. The members of the tiger tribe gazed at the river, feeling despondent. Look, my king, a tribesman called out in a hushed voice. The tiger king turned his gaze to see more than 10 individuals, both men and women, approaching the opposite bank. Quick! Everyone hide! The tiger king whispered urgently. His subordinates immediately crouched behind the thick underbrush. The tiger king's eyes were fixated on the leading woman. He had never encountered such beauty, curvaceous hips, a slender waist, and a voluptuous bosom that was simply enchanting, far surpassing the women in his own tribe who resembled men. He was resolute in his determination to possess that woman. As the group reached the riverbank, they lifted a long pole. In no time, they astonishingly pulled up a fish. The tiger king rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the opposite shore. He turned back to find his tribesmen equally astonished. Before long, they had caught another fish. Oh, unbelievable! The shimmering fish scales dazzled his eyes with envy. His stomach had long been growling with hunger, and the tiger king swallowed hard. He desired the woman, the fish, and that long stick. As for the frail men across the river, he was confident that a collective assault would easily dispatch them. Yet, the question remained, how to cross the river. The tiger king's square face was set, his brows knitted in concentration. He promptly led his followers away from the riverbank and into the depths of the forest. For Chick, the tiger king called out. Take 5 tribesmen and scout along the river for a crossing point. Find the way across, and the woman on the other side will reward you. Overjoyed by the task, For Chick immediately rallied a few companions, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I shall surely find the way for you. Watching For Chick depart, the Tiger King nodded. If all his tribesmen were as diligent as For Chick, their tribe would not have been forced to this desolate place. The rest of you, go find something to eat. I am famished. The Tiger King settled upon a tiger skin, gesturing dismissively. Remembering the woman across the river, he beckoned one of the women attending him, lifted the hide from her waist, and pressed himself upon her. 10 seconds later, a fierce roar marked the end of the encounter. Disgusted by the sight of the woman's large, soiled form beneath him, he struck her sharply. She scrambled to her feet, hastily adjusting her attire as if nothing had occurred. Before long, the tribesmen returned, bearing roots, wild vegetables, and fruits of various hues. Chapter 22. 2 chickens reluctantly. The Tiger King picked up some food from the pile before him. While the people across the river feasted on meat, why should he settle for mere greens? He glanced longingly in the direction where 4 Chick had gone. Hidden across the river lay another tribe, of which Yao Lan and her companions were blissfully unaware. Just as the day before, after catching 20 fish, they embarked on their return journey. The wind rose, causing the trees lining the path to sway violently. The sky darkened ominously. A torrential downpour could strike at any moment. Su-Yi looked up at the curtain of rain, his thoughts lingering on the tribesmen by the river. May they not be swept away by a sudden flood. From a distance, he spotted a few drenched figures, and relief washed over him. Su, were you waiting for us here? Lan's hair was a disheveled mess, rainwater cascading down her cheeks. Upon seeing Su-Yi peering from the entrance, warmth flooded her heart. The rain is so heavy, I worried for your safety. Su-Yi lifted the curtain. Come in quickly, you must be freezing. Noticing the pallor on their faces, he hurriedly ordered a fire to be lit. In the tribal assembly hall, the largest hut, the flames soon flickered to life, including Yao Lan. Those who had gone fishing looked at Su-Yi with gratitude in their eyes. A shared thought coursed through them. They must strive diligently, ensuring they do not disappoint Su. The tribesmen gathered closely, earnestly crafting bows and arrows according to Su-Yi's instructions. Already, a considerable amount of discarded materials lay nearby. Su-Yi would not tolerate any flaws. Upon discovering issues, he would insist they redo their work. Remember, do not scrape the side with the bark. You have overscraped this one, it will not do. Observe, everyone, how exquisitely Ling has crafted this bow. Let us all learn from her, Su-yi proclaimed, lifting an unshaped bow limb. Yao Ling was elated, having received praise from Su. The rain fell steadily, continuing into the night without any sign of abating. In the large shelter, the group seated themselves in a circle around the bonfire. Let us divide the fish, Su-yi commanded, one portion to be preserved, and the other to be consumed today. The dark clouds loomed ominously, suggesting the rain would not cease anytime soon. Thus, it was prudent to store some food. The sound of rain lulled them to sleep. Upon waking, although the rain persisted, Su received magnificent news. Yao Gu, who had been on night watch, had managed to catch 2 live wild chickens under the cover of darkness. Su-yi recognized them at once, one male and one female. Gu, you have accomplished a great feat. Su-yi beamed. You. Please fetch a piece of animal hide from the storeroom as a reward for him. Yao Yu, perplexed, nonetheless refrained from voicing any objections, having learned that opposing Su-yi's decisions was often unwise, as he rarely erred. No, I cannot accept this, Yao Gu humbly declined, believing 2 wild chickens hardly merited such a reward. Do you think these are merely 2 wild chickens? Su-yi carefully set the birds down. What are they? Yao Ling crouched to touch the colorful tail feathers of the wild chickens, her eyes gleaming with delight. These are 2 seeds. 2 seeds that may ensure our tribe will never know hunger again, Su-yi declared joyfully. The others were puzzled, yet they had grown accustomed to Su's frequent enigmatic remarks. These are clearly 2 chickens. Why insist they are seeds? Su, those tail feathers are truly beautiful. May I have one? Yao Ling gazed at Su-yi with longing. Absolutely not. Su-yi firmly refused. Oh, very well then. Yao Ling's smile faded, replaced by a sulky expression. Ling, these 2 chickens are treasures, Su-yi patiently elucidated. In due time, I shall procure splendid feathers for you. Everyone, it is imperative that we care for these 2 chickens, Su-yi announced loudly. We must not harm them. And someone must be responsible for providing them food. Provide food for the chickens? The crowd gasped. With their own bellies unfilled, how could they spare any food for the chickens? Su-yi bore no ill will towards their short-sightedness. These chickens will eventually lay eggs, and those eggs will hatch into more chickens. Do not be fooled by their current number. Soon, they may multiply greatly, Su-yi envisioned. Eggs hatch into chickens? Chickens lay eggs? Yao Ling's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity. Su, then which came first, the chicken or the egg? This question captivated the group's attention. You must consult the Xian bird deity about that, Su-yi replied mysteriously, upon hearing that they should inquire of the divine. The group ceased their speculation and became engrossed in Su-yi's grand visions. Yao Yu returned, holding a piece of cowhide, which he placed into Yao Gu's embrace. Faced with Su-yi's unwavering gaze, Yao Gu had no choice but to accept it. Yao Yu, please assess which house is suitable, and gather a few individuals to reinforce it. We cannot allow them to escape. Su-yi instructed her, reminding her to block the windows as well. I am not as foolish as you think, Yao Yu retorted, turning away in annoyance. Su-yi chuckled awkwardly and shifted his gaze to the others. Is anyone willing to take responsibility for raising the chickens? The group exchanged glances. While they were adept at consuming chicken, they were far from skilled in raising them. Simply gather some fruits daily, catch a few insects, and feed them. Su-yi pointed to the chickens on the ground. Can I do it? A small face, dark and earnest, looked up at him. This was the youngest among the 5 children, likely around 6 or 7 years old. Of course, Su-yi replied earnestly. Let us assign this task to all 5 of you. No. A woman, approximately 30 years old, pushed her way in front of him. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped the child sharply on the backside. How dare you speak out of turn? What will you say to Su if the chickens die? She exclaimed. Such an important responsibility should be left to the adults. The children are too young and prone to mistakes. Yao Lan chimed in. The crowd urged caution, but Su-yi merely gazed at the defiant little face. The child, believing he had erred, hung his head while occasionally stealing glances at Su-yi's expression. I have faith in you. Su-yi crouched down to meet the child's eyes. You all will succeed in raising the chickens. In time, you shall become the heroes of our clan. He patted the child's shoulder and shifted his attention to the other children. We must refrain from punishing the children too often. Besides, he has not done anything wrong today. Su-yi stood and addressed the woman. She nodded in agreement. The 5 children cheered and dashed into the rain, eager to forage for food for the chickens. Be careful not to catch a chill, Su-yi called out just in time. By midday, the rain had diminished slightly. The remnants of the 10 fish from the previous night along with foraged food, barely satisfied the hunger of the entire clan. Men, follow me. We shall venture into the forest to see if we can catch something alive. Inspired by Yao Gu's insight that animals might be hiding in their nests during the rain, presenting a prime opportunity for capture. Yao Yu, take the others to the riverbank and see if you can catch some fish. Just be cautious not to be swept away by the current. With arrangements made, the group departed in two directions. Is anyone skilled in tracking? Su Yi inquired, as he had no experience in pursuing prey. Chapter 23. Hunting crocodiles. Yao Ying volunteered to lead the group deeper into the dense forest. The heavy rain had washed away the traces on the ground, leaving Su Yi's intentions of capturing animals unfulfilled. Furthermore, the group was barefoot, making their movements relatively effortless. While Su Yi's leather shoes became heavy with mud as he trudged along, he resolved that in the future, he would never venture out in the rain. After aimlessly wandering for half a day without spotting a single worthwhile prey, they stumbled upon a snake on their return journey, ensuring they did not return empty-handed. Upon arriving back at the camp, the women had already returned. The river's current was so strong that fishing was utterly impossible. Yao Yu looked at Su Yi, who had anticipated such a scenario. However, he did not foresee that the torrential rain would persist for 3 consecutive days. Throughout this time, apart from venturing out daily for foraging, Su Yi summoned the tribe members to unite their efforts. They equipped each individual with a bow and crafted nearly 300 arrows. Under Su Yi's guidance, they unleashed their creativity, experimenting with over a dozen types of traps, awaiting the clear skies to put them into practice. Food was exceedingly scarce, and for several days, Su Yi pondered how to augment their sustenance. The options were limited to agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing. Animal husbandry had just begun with 2 chickens, yet it seemed a futile endeavor. Fishing was unsuitable, and agriculture presented no promising leads. He had been observant of the plants gathered by the tribe, but found no cultivable crops. Additionally, the soil beneath was densely rooted, rendering large-scale farming impractical. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to the existing fruit trees in the forest, contemplating the development of forestry. He instructed his tribe members to collect the seeds from consumed fruits and scatter them to the west of their camp. Whether they would sprout remained uncertain, and though he had heard of seedling transplantation, he possessed no experience in the matter. Be careful! A sharp cry echoed. Su Yi snapped back to reality, witnessing a crocodile, measuring 7 to 8 meters, lunging from the forest. Startled, he immediately began to flee. After subsisting on wild vegetables for 3 days, he had finally anticipated fishing once the skies cleared, only to encounter a crocodile on the shore. The crocodile, dragging its massive body, was not swift on land. After running a distance, Su Yi turned back and realized this fact, halting his flight. Everyone, remain calm. Yao Yu was already orchestrating a counterattack, directing the others to surround the creature while maintaining a safe distance. The men had gone hunting in the forest, leaving only women alongside Su Yi. Fortunately, everyone was armed. Yao Yu moved with the agility of a leopard, seizing an opportunity to dart towards the crocodile's rear, her stone weapon slicing into its hind leg. The crocodile, in pain, turned its massive jaws to bite, but Yao Yu had already distanced herself. The sight sent a chill down Su Yi's spine. She had narrowly escaped. A gash, the length of a palm, appeared on the crocodile's leg, blood beginning to flow. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed another figure, Yao Ling, wielding a stone spear, charged in as well. Her speed rivaled that of Yao Yu, and after thrusting her spear, she promptly retreated. Su Yi felt a pang of trepidation. He had not expected this seemingly delicate girl, who resembled a kitten in his presence, to be so fierce. As the crocodile's movement slowed, other women grew eager to join the fray, resembling a pride of lions attacking a solitary elephant. The circle of women encircled the crocodile, deftly coordinating their attacks on its 4 short legs. In a short span of time, the creature was left battered and bloodied, desperately attempting to flee towards the river. Su Yi observed the crocodile fixating on its escape route and quickly called out a warning. "Break its hind leg," shouted Yao Yu. The river was not far off, and if the crocodile managed to escape, all their efforts would be in vain. Su Yi wished to assist, but felt he lacked the agility of the women. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to offer support from the sidelines. Scanning the area, he spotted a sizable stone and hurried over, panting as he lifted it. "Here, use this to strike," he said, handing the stone to one of the women. She effortlessly accepted it, twisting her waist and hurling it with precision, successfully smashing the crocodile's hind leg. Su Yi silently gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Lian. Yao Yu exclaimed, everyone use stones. The crocodile, dragging its mangled body, was intent on reaching the river. A group of women followed, pelting it with stones and prodding it with sticks. As the crocodile drew within 50 meters of the water's edge, its hind legs were unrecognizable. Nevertheless, it continued to inch forward, its massive frame moving sluggishly toward the river. The women altered their aim, now targeting the creature's head with stones. Finally, as exhaustion set in, the crocodile lay still, blood gushing from its mouth. To ensure it was truly incapacitated and not feigning death, Su Yi insisted they strike it a dozen more times, until its head was buried in the mud, at which point they paused to rest. Yao Yu leaned against a large tree, panting, her gaze towards Su Yi filled with primal intensity. Her striking features were splattered with mud, and as she bent over, Su Yi noticed water trickling down her neck, cascading into the valley between her alabaster bosom. Her graceful curves and long legs were undeniably captivating, more so than Yao Ling's. Su Yi couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to have such a woman in his embrace. Noticing Su Yi's dazed stare, Yao Yu straightened up, huffing humph. I am the most beautiful woman in the tribe, and yet he is always hovering around Yao Ling. After a brief respite, they prepared to drag the crocodile back. Su Yi averted his gaze, slightly bending forward. Let's not attract other predators with the scent of blood. Su, why are you bending over? Are you hurt? Yao Ling bounced over, noticing Su Yi's peculiar stance, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, really just. Nothing to worry about. Su Yi waved his hands dismissively, standing upright to avoid any awkwardness should his brother lift his grass skirt. The women swiftly tore down vines to fashion ropes and chopped down tree trunks to bind everything together. In no time, they created a makeshift stretcher to carry the crocodile back to the camp. They must have often transported prey in this manner. The process was orderly and remarkably efficient. Su, are there still fish in the river? Yao Ling inquired, pointing to the turbulent waters behind them. The river level had risen significantly, becoming a murky torrent, filled with debris and branches. There will be, Su Yi assured her. Su Yi asserted with unwavering confidence that we must trust in nature, so we can fish again in the future. Yao Ling exclaimed joyfully. The group took turns lifting a massive crocodile. Su Yi found it perplexing how these seemingly slender arms and legs possessed such strength. He understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be overpowered by Yao Ling, and it would be he who ended up beneath her. As the women of the Xian bird tribe returned to camp with their bountiful harvest, the tiger tribe across the river began to stir. Chapter 24, The Divine Messenger. What? The Tiger King exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Have we found a way? For several consecutive days, he had dispatched all his tribesmen into the rain, searching for a passage to the opposite shore. Yet, the entire river, from its source to its mouth, had yielded no segment suitable for crossing. His frustration had reached its peak. Now, CG had the audacity to claim a route had been discovered. Hurry and lead the way. The 34 men and 7 women of the tiger tribe readied their weapons and followed CG upstream, clearing the path as they went, until the sun reached its zenith. The Tiger King, growing increasingly impatient, cast his gaze toward the river, his expression darkening. We've arrived. CG joyfully pointed at the waterway. The Tiger King turned to look, and there lay a tree, as thick as an ox, spanning the river. The tree had originally grown on the riverbank, but with the soil washed away by the current, it had toppled, forming a natural bridge. Ha! The Tiger King clapped CG on the shoulder, casually pulling a woman towards him. This is your chance. Whether you can leave a legacy depends on your prowess. CG's eyes flickered with confusion. The Tiger King's promise had clearly been for the woman on the opposite bank. Sensing CG's hesitation, the Tiger King scoffed. The woman across the river is not for the likes of you, CG. CG, do you not desire her? A flash of resentment crossed CG's mind, though gratitude shone in his eyes. Thank you for your generosity, he replied, smiling like a blooming flower. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, CG struggled to lay the woman down. 5 seconds later, his legs weakened, trembling as he rose. This woman had always belonged to the king. It was a small triumph for CG, yet he harbored resentment, careful not to show it. The others in the tiger tribe looked at CG with envy. Since the tribe's migration, opportunities to acquire women had been scarce. The 7 women had all been taken by force and could only be claimed with the king's approval. Bring a few people to chop the branches, the Tiger King instructed, pointing at the tree that spanned the mighty river. The rest gather some food, We shall feast on the other side soon. Oh, oh, cross the river, cross the river. The members of the tiger tribe danced with excitement. The other side promised a paradise of women and food. Meanwhile, in the Shin bird tribe, the men had gone hunting in the morning and, astonishingly, managed to capture 2 deer and a wild boar all at once. This was their greatest haul since migrating to this new land. The advantages brought by their new weapons had incited a fervor among the men. Noticing Su-yi leading the way, the women behind him, struggling with the enormous crocodile, instinctively attributed their success to him. Thus, their reverence for Su-yi reached a new pinnacle. The men immediately knelt en masse, fervently calling him a divine messenger. The women, inspired by this fervor, also succumbed to the impulse and knelt beside them. They believed that it was indeed Su-yi who had brought them good fortune, as they had never fathomed the day they would hunt the colossal beasts lurking in the river. Su-yi gazed down at the bowed figure of Yao Yu and the kneeling tribespeople, an overwhelming sense of conquest swelling within him. In truth, the Suanio tribe was not mistaken. He had indeed traversed realms, shrouded in mystery. Boldly, he embraced the role of a sage, reciting a poem by Li Bai to the heavens. Though the Suanio tribespeople could not comprehend the words, their enthusiasm remained undampened. To them, Su-yi's resounding and rhythmic voice was an ethereal dialogue with the Suanio deity. He bent down, grasping Yao Yu's delicate arm to assist her to her feet. Yao Yu, feeling a flutter of trepidation, had her heart racing. Everyone rise, Su-yi proclaimed, raising his hands, savoring the warmth of his palms and the softness of her skin. How delightful! I would never have dared to approach this aloof female leopard. As the crowd stood, he instructed them to cleanse themselves of the mud and blood that clung to their bodies. Observing the tribespeople reassemble into 2 groups, Su-yi announced with a commanding voice, I have decided that the first archery competition of the Suanio tribe shall commence forthwith. From now on, each competition will occur before the distribution of food. The sky was clear and bright, providing an excellent backdrop for the contest. Enhancing the combat prowess of the tribe was of utmost urgency. The strength of the tribe was his very foundation for survival. Su-yi had contemplated training, yet he realized that no amount of practice, even if he trained for 28 hours a day, would allow him to match the physical prowess of his people. The bows slung across their backs, under his stringent demands, were both formidable in form and function, appearing quite impressive. Regardless of age or gender, each individual was eager to showcase their skills. Strength. Let's move the target a bit farther. Even at this distance, I can hit it, Su-yi directed. After approximately 100 meters, he instructed Yao Li to hang a hide the size of a wheel. He believed that for novices, 100 meters was sufficiently challenging, especially since primitive people might possess strength but lack precision in their shots. The men would shoot first, followed by the women, with each participant allowed only 1 shot. Once the instructions were given, Su-yi sought a dry spot and sat down on the ground. Observing this, 2 tribespeople hurried to fetch a stone bench from their shelter. As Su-yi shifted to sit on the stone bench, he sighed inwardly, sensing something was amiss. Noticing Yao Yu adjusting her bowstring nearby, an idea struck him. Secretary Yu, could you come over and massage my shoulders? Su-yi, in jest, did not anticipate that the often contrary female chief would actually approach him with her bow in hand. As he beheld her serene and beautiful face, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Yao Yu, now coming to her senses, realized that Su-yi, the divine messenger, had bent down to assist her with ulterior motives. Embracing one's feelings openly is a virtue. There is no need for subterfuge, especially when she is perfectly capable of bearing his children. With a whimsical intent, Yao Yu resolved to enact a minor retribution upon him. She stealthily maneuvered behind him, her delicate hands resting upon his less than robust shoulders, only to reconsider her course of action. Perhaps it was a divine design that endowed her intellect with exceptional sharpness, while her physique remained rather frail. Consequently, she instinctively softened her grip. Su-yi inhaled sharply, perceiving Yao Yu's slender fingers gripping him like an eagle's talons, nearly eliciting a cry of pain. As anticipated, she was not so compliant. What is the matter? Yao Yu sensed a tremor in him. Yao, could you ease up a bit? Su-yi initially intended to dismiss her, but upon witnessing her earnest expression, he altered his tone. I understand that you are reluctant to serve as my secretary. If that is the case, I shall find another. He added slowly. Me? I hardly exerted any force. Yao Yu protested, her foot tapping in frustration. She had only used a fraction of her strength, unaware of his fragility. I am aware you did not apply much pressure. Sui retorted skeptically. Go fetch Ling, or Lan will suffice. I will not. Yao Yu's determination flared. She attempted to exert more force, but immediately restrained herself, declaring, I refuse to believe this. I concede my error. Grant me mercy this time, and I shall not trouble you again. Sui, apprehensive of the possibility that the fair hands of the female chieftain might snap his neck, exclaimed, What manner of behavior is this? Yao Yu, both indignant and aggrieved, insisted she had no intention of causing him pain. She contemplated abandoning him, yet his repeated insistence on switching secretaries irked her. Was she truly so inadequate? Chapter 25. Right on target. Hearing the chieftain's voice quiver with emotion, Sui turned around, only to behold the slight redness at the corners of her eyes as she deliberately averted her gaze to conceal her vulnerability. Sui swallowed hard. Had he genuinely misjudged her character? This chieftain had shown no tears, even when aiming to harm her own brother. What was he to do now? As a lifelong singleton, Sui desperately rummaged through the lexicon of charming phrases often employed by scoundrels to placate women. Ah, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Wow, who is so impressive? I must go take a look. Relieved, Sui promptly vacated his seat and joined the throng. The first to shoot was Yao Ying, whose arrow struck the center of the hide, firmly embedding itself into the tree trunk behind it. Sui was left astounded. It was worth noting that the arrowhead was absent. It had merely been charred under his guidance. Impressive, Sui exclaimed, giving Yao Ying a hearty pat on the chest. The tribespeople understood that Sui's praise carried a different connotation. How much strength did you exert? Sui inquired curiously. About half, perhaps a bit more, Yao Ying replied. His face flushed, betraying his excitement. Sui sucked in a breath, fully aware that Yao Ying spoke truthfully, with no intention of embellishment for pride's sake. He realized he had consistently underestimated the inhabitants of this continent. Could it be due to the two moons shining above? Excellent. Truly splendid. Sui cheered, slapping his thigh. Lan, make a note. Ying deserves an additional piece of meat today. Is that so? Then I can do it too, came a voice from the side. Sui turned to find it was Yao Li speaking. He stepped forward to the designated spot, drew his bow, and after a brief moment of aiming, the arrow landed steadily beside that of Yao Ying. Sui's smile froze on his face. Could it be? Are all these individuals truly this formidable? Humph. If you have the skill, let us compete at a greater distance. Yao Ying retorted defiantly. A competition it shall be. Yao Li also puffed out his chest. Enough. Sui suppressed the joy swelling within him. This was a collective contest. Once you have shot, step aside and do not disrupt the others. As for me, you won't be deprived of your portion. Sui patted Yao Li on the shoulder, signaling Lan to take note of his score as well. What unfolded next aligned perfectly with Sui's expectations. Indeed, everyone could shoot at a distance of 100 meters, yet their accuracy left much to be desired. Out of 13 men, including the two from earlier, only 4 arrows struck the target. Those who missed should practice diligently. You will certainly succeed, Sui encouraged the group. Upon hearing this, everyone felt invigorated. If the divine being said they could achieve it, then they surely could. Let us move the target closer so the women can take their turn, Sui suggested. Not yet, came Yao Yu's cold voice from behind. She took a few steps forward, standing within the circle on the ground. To maximize her bow's draw, she slightly turned her body, knocking an arrow. With a graceful motion, she drew the string and released the arrow in one fluid action. It flew like lightning, striking the bullseye. The tribe erupted in cheers once more. Sui was not only amazed by her physique, but also by her innate archery talent. No one had instructed her. She had developed this technique all on her own. Did everyone witness how you shot her arrow? Sui's eyes sparkled with admiration. You all must learn her technique and form in the future. You too as well. Be humble and seek her guidance. He specifically advised Yao Ying and Yao Li once more. After Yao Yu had finished shooting, she silently returned to stand behind a stool. The others could not read her emotions. The target was moved closer, approximately 20 meters away, and the women took turns shooting, chattering excitedly. Apart from Yao Ling, who managed to hit a corner of the animal hide, all others missed the mark. Sui encouraged the group for a while longer, urging them to practice diligently. Then he stepped back to the stool. I apologize, Sui softly spoke. He was not the type to refuse acknowledgement of his mistakes. Yao Yu's heart trembled. She had not anticipated his apology. Sit down. Yao Yu's expression remained impassive. Sui complied and settled in. A pair of soft, Cool hands rested on his shoulder, causing him to instinctively straighten his back. Is this acceptable? Came the cool voice from behind. Just right. Sensing the gentleness of her fingertips, Su-yi smiled. The others occasionally turned to glance at the two. The women all wished to usurp Yao Yu's position, while the men felt it only natural for the chieftain to serve the divine being. Ling, the chieftain has taken your position, someone jested. It is only natural for Su-yi to be fond of someone as beautiful as you. Yao Ling appeared indifferent. Especially since Su would come to seek me out in the evening. I have heard that the chieftains of the great tribes often have several women. I wonder how many Su desires. That person mused. As for the matters of the divine envoy, who can truly know? Yao Ling shrugged. By the flickering campfire. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Naturally, the most tender loin from the deer was given to Su-yi, while Yao Yu diligently tended to the roasting. Yao Ling peeled open a fruit resembling a dragon fruit and offered it to Su-yi. This fruit is quite delightful, Su-yi remarked with a mouthful. Do you still remember the location? Take me to see it next time. Yao Lan, holding a stone tablet, meticulously distributed the food according to Su-yi's instructions. Those fortunate enough to receive 2 pieces of meat were ecstatic, as such privileges were often reserved for the tribe's leaders. A man and a woman who received half a piece of meat exchanged resolute glances, vowing to strive harder next time. Even the children and elders were allotted a piece of meat. Under Su-yi's guidance, 5 children were tasked with caring for the chickens, while 2 elders gathered a substantial amount of firewood. The principle of earning through labor was gradually gaining acceptance among the Xianyao tribe. As for Su-yi's consumption, the tribe's people had no objections whatsoever. In their hearts, they held a simple thought. How could the divine envoy be compared to anyone else? Moreover, through days of interaction, everyone had come to realize that Su could scarcely consume much, his appetite akin to that of a large child. Despite being an adult, he ate so little. Initially, the finest offerings were made to entertain guests, but soon it became an unspoken agreement to present him with the best and most exquisite food for when Su ate. It was akin to honoring a deity. During the afternoon, Su-yi did not allow the tribespeople to venture outside. Instead, he gathered everyone to practice archery and set traps. He understood that the wisdom of the collective is boundless, as they guided and learned from one another. He observed from the sidelines, employing modern thinking to summarize experiences for future dissemination. He had kept in mind the smoke that had risen across the river, and he was aware that the day for the next tribute was drawing near. Su-yi constantly reminded himself not to become complacent. Su, I wish to take a few people into the forest. Yao Gu approached cautiously. Oh, Su-yi responded, puzzled, as he dropped the branch he was holding and stood up. However, in his sudden movement, darkness enveloped him. Su, what is wrong? Chapter 26. The bow and arrow begin to show their might. Yao Gu, witnessing Su-yi's south eyes close and his unsteady demeanor, rushed to support him. The others, hearing Yao Gu's exclamation, quickly gathered around. Seeing their concerned expressions, Su-yi waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Without further ado, Yao Ling pulled him to a stone bench. Continue with your tasks. Su-yi assured them with a pat on his chest, indicating that he was unharmed. Gu, please continue, he encouraged. I wish to take a few individuals into the woods to set traps. Yao Gu contemplated. The camp and the forest are entirely different. I believe that for the traps to be effective, they must be well concealed. Go ahead, take 4 people with you. Su-yi felt a surge of joy at Yao Gu's ability to think independently, reminding him to be mindful of the traps and to guard against harming their own. A smile broke across Yao Gu's otherwise expressionless face, pleased that his thoughts were acknowledged by Su. He turned and called a few dexterous companions, each armed, and the 5 of them plunged into the forest. At the edge of the woods, upstream by the river, the members of the tiger tribe cautiously traversed a narrow log bridge. They proceeded along the riverbank, moving downstream. Be quiet, commanded the Tiger King, leading the way. Anyone who dares make a sound will face my wrath. The group pressed on, disregarding the setting sun overhead. Your Majesty, the sun is about to set. We should find a clearing to make camp for the night, one tribesman suggested cautiously. Nonsense. The Tiger King, consumed by thoughts of meat and women, dismissed the suggestion. We must quicken our pace. We'll feast before nightfall. The muddy soil by the riverbank and the entangled underbrush severely impeded their progress. As the moon rose and the sun vanished, the tiger tribe finally discovered a fishing spot frequently visited by the Xianbird tribe. A narrow path leading into the dense forest was faintly visible. The Tiger King felt a sense of urgency, but hesitated to plunge directly into the dark thicket, knowing that the leaves would obscure the faint moonlight, rendering it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. "Bring torches," commanded the Tiger King, prompting tribesmen to scour the area for wood. However, the continuous rain had soaked the kindling, and despite their efforts, they could not ignite a fire. The roars of beasts in the forest seemed to grow ever closer, amplifying the tension among them. "You are all useless," bellowed the Tiger King. "Can't even start a fire? Without light, we cannot repel the beasts." The members of the tiger tribe formed a tight circle, weapons at the ready. Remain vigilant against potential dangers. In the dead of night, several colossal creatures quietly infiltrated their midst. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the drowsiness of the group. Under the dim moonlight, the Tiger King saw a grotesque, mottled beast gnawing on the chest of one of his tribesmen. To his horror, there were several of these creatures both in front and behind him. "Quick, kill them!" The Tiger King shouted in terror, raising his stone axe to strike. It felt as if he had struck a rock, sending a jolt of numbness through his hand. Frantic and enraged, he had never encountered such ferocious beasts before. His axe seemed utterly ineffective. The night echoed with roars, screams, and desperate cries for help, a cacophony of chaos. As they swung axes and kicked wildly, pandemonium ensued. The attackers were fully grown crocodiles, driven from their usual haunts by flooding, now lying in wait not far from the bank. Night was prime hunting time for these cold-blooded predators, and the weapons of the tiger tribe did little to harm their tough-skinned adversaries, leading to a grim toll of fallen tribesmen. After a tumultuous night, countless lives were lost as the crocodiles were finally driven away. The Tiger King, his stone axe shattered, collapsed onto the ground in utter exhaustion, unwilling even to move his fingers. The air was thick with the lingering scent of blood and the groans of wounded tribesmen. As dawn broke, the blood-soaked Tiger King struggled to rise. He bore no physical wounds. The blood that stained him was that of his kin. Among the 7 women, 2 had perished, and 1 was gravely injured. Of the 34 men, 5 were dead, and 8 were severely hurt, with the remainder carrying various injuries. Surrounding them were dismembered limbs and entrails, with damp trails leading towards the river. "Oh, water dragon, what has our tribe done to deserve this?" The Tiger King knelt, raising his hands high, repeatedly bowing towards the river. Of the 9 severely injured tribesmen, 5 had lost legs, and 4 had suffered both leg and arm amputations. Rising to his feet, the Tiger King's eyes finally reflected a glimpse of compassion. The gravely injured, aware of their impending fate, closed their eyes in resignation. The harshness of nature was starkly evident in the primeval jungle, while a serene patch of forest seemed like a paradise untouched by the outside world. In the morning, Su-Yi was awakened by the sounds of footsteps outside the makeshift hut, realizing that preparations for gathering and hunting were underway. As per routine, he pulled aside the animal skins to rise, only to find, to his astonishment, that Yao Ling, who usually adorned herself in furs, was bare from the waist up. Her ample breasts, resembling 2 exquisite white rabbits, subtly rose and fell with her breath, while her flat abdomen and slender waist were delicate to the touch. Su-Yi swallowed hard and gently covered both of them with the fur again, extending his hand. The skin felt warm, smooth, and delicate. Observing the girl in his embrace, who was feigning sleep and trembling slightly, he chose not to expose her ruse. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hut. "What? Are there intruders?" It was Yao Yu's voice. Both Su-Yi and Yao Ling sprang into action. Su-Yi swiftly opened the hut door and dashed outside. "What is happening?" he asked, anxiously peering back to partially close the door. Upon seeing him, the others appeared reassured and quickly surrounded him. Ding said a group of people came from the river, covered in blood, and they are not far from us, Yao Gu stated, dark circles under his eyes. "Ding, did you see how many there were?" Su-Yi tried to keep his tone steady despite his urgency. Ding, a young boy tasked with tending the chickens, had risen early to feed them and happened to spot the outsiders. He lowered his hands, raising 2 fingers, indicating that they were numerous. Thus, Su-Yi concluded that the enemy was indeed a significant threat. Aside from Ing and Li, everyone else, remain silent and prepare your weapons as we enter the forest. Su-Yi directed, pointing in a specific direction. Without hesitation, the group grasped the child and moved swiftly. Su-Yi briefly conveyed instructions to the 2 individuals he had pulled aside before joining the main group as they plunged into the jungle. "They're coming," he heard Yao Yu whisper as he caught his breath. Parting the underbrush, they indeed discovered a group of individuals stealthily appearing outside the fence. Were it not for Yao Ding's early detection, the Xianbei tribe would have surely suffered an unexpected blow. 25 people, indistinguishable in gender, were all stained with blood, exuding an unmistakable aura of hostility. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and the Xianbei tribe was more than capable of handling the situation. The Tiger King, upon seeing only the fence and the makeshift shelters devoid of any human presence, felt a surge of excitement. His numerous experiences with stealth attacks indicated that the inhabitants of this tribe were still asleep, presenting an opportune moment for an assault. As per the usual protocol, the men were to be slain, and he instructed the others to capture the women. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the tribe members advanced towards the fence. Su-yi grew anxious. How could they shoot if the enemy entered the shelters? Can you hit that tall one? He whispered urgently. Although the distance was less than 100 meters, the difference between a stationary target and a moving one was monumental. Yao Yu let out a soft snort and rose from behind the bushes. Drawing her bow and nocking an arrow, she tracked the movements of the enemy leader. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, striking the foe in the left chest due to the angle. The Tiger King cried out in pain as the arrow found its mark, and chaos erupted among the tiger tribe. Charge! She's over there, he shouted, pointing towards the direction from which the arrow had come, having spotted a woman hiding there. Cursed woman, do not let her escape my grasp. The tiger tribe, emboldened by their fierce spirit, charged forward with a battle cry. Everyone, remain calm. Aim at the enemy and fire together. Su-yi reassured several pale-faced tribesmen. Yao Yu released her second arrow, which struck true, piercing a man's throat. The others followed suit, arrows flying haphazardly. While their aim was not perfect, the closing distance improved their accuracy. After a volley, 5 more enemies fell. The onlookers in the forest could not discern the numbers, and as their comrades continued to fall, the courage of the tiger tribe members waned, prompting them to scream and retreat. Seeing the enemy's withdrawal, Su-yi commanded his companions to burst forth from the thicket in pursuit. CG, the slowest of them, and scathed by arrows, spotted the enemy emerging with peculiar weapons and shouted, "Quick, take cover behind their nests." Several who were prepared to charge altered their course upon hearing CG's warning. Thus, the tiger tribe surged towards the makeshift shelters once more. At that moment, 2 arrows shot forth from the shadows of the shelters. 2 tribesmen shrieked as they collapsed. The advancing individuals hesitated, fear gripping them as they recoiled. The Tiger King felt excruciating pain with every breath, and even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. Glancing around to find only a handful of tribesmen remaining, terror consumed his thoughts completely. Enduring the excruciating pain, he fled into the woods on the other side. Run for your lives. The king has fled. Hurry. As the cries of agony echoed around him, CG, paralyzed by fear, scrambled away in a panic. Su-yi watched as the remaining 9 enemies fled into the forest and immediately commanded, "Leave a few to handle the bodies. The rest shall pursue. Let not a single one escape." Chapter 27. A resounding victory. To claim that he was not anxious would be a self-deception. His hands tingled and his limbs trembled. During the invasion, his sole focus had been the preservation of his kin. Now, as the enemies retreated, he gazed at the scattered corpses on the ground and listened to the groans around him, feeling a profound discomfort within. Observing the clan members surrounding him, awaiting his orders, he took a deep breath. As the leader, he could not afford to show weakness. "I have taken a life," said Yao Ling, glancing at a nearby corpse. "It is my first time killing. Who dares call them human?" Su-yi declared loudly. It was as if he were reassuring himself. They are invaders. And invaders are not human. If we do not eliminate them, it is our kin who would lie upon the ground now. Is it not so? The remaining women of the tribe appeared to share a sense of relief. Su-yi noted that the men's faces were significantly brighter. Perhaps they had witnessed such scenes before? If they dared to come, they ought to be prepared for death. Check them, and move the dead to that part of the forest. Should we finish off the wounded? A male clansman asked, gripping a wooden spear. Su-yi hesitated. Among the enemies lying on the ground, 7 were already dead, either shot through the neck by arrows or struck in the chest and abdomen, succumbing to rapid blood loss. 3 others were gravely injured, bleeding profusely, and likely beyond salvation. The remaining 6 bore lighter wounds, their resolve shattered by pain, leaving them no will to struggle. Bring over those 3 seriously injured, Su-yi decided, intent on making an example in front of the other 6. The wooden spear pierced a neck, and blood gushed forth. The 2 women and 1 man, the 3 gravely injured enemies, trembled momentarily before falling still. However, Sui noticed that the remaining 6 did not exhibit the fear he anticipated. They seemed less terrified of death than he had expected. The presence of such individuals posed an uncertain risk, and Sui dared not gamble. Kill, slay 2 more. He irritably pointed at the 2 wounded in the chest and abdomen. The clansman, expressionless and armed with a wooden spear, stepped forward, dispatching one after another. Sui fixed his gaze on the expressions of the 4 remaining enemies, observing their fear mingled with a sense of numbness. It dawned on him. They believed their fates were sealed, with no hope of survival offered to them. Ling, go fetch some food for them. Unable to communicate verbally, Sui resolved to convey his intentions through sustenance. Yao Ling paused momentarily before turning to depart. She returned swiftly, distributing dried meat among the 4. Sui watched as their expressions shifted from confusion to elation, culminating in their kneeling before Yao Ling, disregarding their injuries. Very well, these 4 shall be spared for now. Sui waved his hand. Now, let us dig a pit in the forest and bury the dead. The tropical jungle climate is oppressively humid, and unaddressed corpses could lead to dire consequences. Burning them would be a waste of resources. It is better to bury them directly. Yao Yu has returned with her kin. Sui noted the bloodstains on the stone knife hanging at her waist. She had slain 6 and 3 had fled. Yao Yu met Sui's inquiring gaze. Well done. Return and rest. The remaining 3 won't pose much of a threat. Yao Yu observed the 4 individuals kneeling on the ground and, drawing her stone knife, approached them step by step. The panic in their eyes swiftly morphed into terror as they scrambled backward, pleading for help from Yao Ling, who stood nearby. Leave them. I have use for them, Yao Yu declared. Sui, understanding her intent, intervened to halt her. Without a word, Yao Yu cast a fierce glare at the captives, sheathed her knife, and retreated to her shelter. What is there to boast about in killing 2? Yao Ying's loud voice echoed. I killed 3. Humph. Our chief has killed 4. Why not compare yourself to her? Yao Li retorted, unwilling to back down. If it weren't for Su's orders to keep a low profile, I would have certainly outdone her. Su gave me the same orders. Wolf Ben, one of the captives, could hardly believe that the formidable tiger tribe had been defeated by a tribe with more women than men. This peculiar tribe wielded a deadly weapon. The sharp wooden sticks they used inflicted excruciating pain. Furthermore, the seemingly frail man appeared to be their leader, commanding the execution of several of his kin with a mere gesture. Fortunately, their deaths were not brutal. They had only been pierced through the neck. The tiger tribe never spared living men. They turned them into meat for their bellies. Thus, he had assumed he would not survive either, and a throat wound would result in a swift death, alleviating much suffering. To his astonishment, that man had sent an extraordinarily beautiful woman to deliver them jerky. He dared not look at her for too long, as the man continued to glare at them. Yet, it seemed he might escape death. No one would share their food with strangers. A flicker of hope ignited within him. But the cold woman who had just returned exuded an aura of lethal intent that sent chills down his spine. He watched her approach, her grip tightening around the stone knife. Oh, help, he thought. He could have lived. His eyes furtively glanced toward the man, for only he could determine their fate. To his dismay, the man was also watching him. It felt as if he could read his thoughts, which was utterly terrifying. Luckily, the man intervened, preventing the cold woman from striking, and she sheathed her knife and turned away. For the time being, he was spared, and perhaps he could one day enjoy the sun's warmth in peaceful slumber. He contemplated approaching the man to express his submission, desiring to kneel and accept his commands, as long as his life was preserved. Yet, fearing the man's wrath, he refrained from making any sudden movements. They transported the bodies into the forest and returned empty-handed. Did they not consume meat? The sudden assault disrupted the tranquility of the Sueño tribe. The morning's hunting and gathering tasks were rendered impossible. However, the archery competition continued unabated. How should we handle an injured clansman? Sui humbly inquired after witnessing Yao Yu complete her shot. Yao Yu appeared somewhat perplexed. The Sueño tribe had established its legacy through herbal medicine. How could Sui, the divine envoy of the Sueño, be unaware of such matters? You don't know? Yao Yu retorted with skepticism. Of course I do. Sui shot her a glance. We apply ointment and stitch the wounds. Yet you still asked me. Yao Yu turned to leave, believing Sui was jesting. Is there really medicine? Sui asked in surprise. In the warehouse. Yao Yu impatiently pointed. Now it was Su Yi's turn to question his own existence. On a wooden shelf in the warehouse sat a collection of various sized animal skin pouches. This one is for treating wounds, this one for internal injuries, and this is what we all use for washing our hair, Yao Ling explained, indicating each pouch in turn. Where did all this medicine come from? Su Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The chief gathered it. We all contributed. Yao Ling's eyes sparkled brightly. You can identify herbs too, can't you? I cannot, Su Yi confessed, but I can recognize other types of medicine. He could identify some over-the-counter medications by their labels. So you mean only the chief can recognize them? Su Yi seized on this key point. Only the chief can master the art of herbal medicine, Yao Ling responded. Gazing at the pouches, even the eagles cannot. Does that imply other tribes are equally inept? Su Yi's eyes gleamed. Of course. Only the Suanio tribe possesses this ancient and authentic herbal knowledge, Yao Ling declared proudly, hands on her hips. However, she turned back to him. Su, are you feeling confused today? How can you monopolize medicine and still live in such misery? Su Yi was left speechless. Monopoly? What is that? Yao Ling inquired curiously. Do other tribes not utilize medicine? The medicine they use is quite ineffective. Only our tribe has inherited the most orthodox practices from our ancient ancestors. Upon finishing her explanation, she noticed Su Yi staring blankly at the pouches. What are you pondering? Su Yi was contemplating how to win over the chief and learn her herbal techniques. Outside the warehouse, in a small clearing, Yao Yu coldly glared at the four captives. Do you wish to live or die? The captive, Lang Ben, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing familiar words, but quickly regained his composure. With the arrow now removed from his chest, he knelt in pain at her feet. The others following suit. I wish to live, not to die. Lang Ben trembled. As long as I survive, I am willing to do anything. Yao Yu glanced back at Su Yi as he approached and translated for him. You must have him swear an oath to his deity. Pledging eternal loyalty to the Suanio tribe, Su Yi instructed, detailing how to be a proper servant. Essentially, they were to ensure the captives did not escape and remain to work. You figure out the rest, Su Yi concluded, humming a tune as he departed. Yao Yu contemplated the notion of eliminating them entirely, for in the tribal wars prior to their expulsion, captured male prisoners were often executed and consumed. However, at that tender age, they were forbidden by the adults from participating in battle. She could not fathom why Su Yi insisted on sparing these individuals. If you wish to live, they declared in unison, then become our slaves. We are willing to do anything. In a remote corner of this vast continent, the seeds of slavery began to take root. Su Yi was determined to strengthen his modest tribe, while another was on the brink of annihilation. It was over. Returning home would surely invite the wrath of the Tiger King. The Tiger tribe still had two able-bodied members who had miraculously sustained no injuries. During their escape, the two had followed the Tiger King, thereby evading death. With grave injuries hindering his mobility, the Tiger King commanded them to go hunting. How could two individuals procure food? For chickens complained. They refuse to eat fruit and insist on meat. Shoo, there's a black chicken over there. Lu Yan crouched low. For chickens turned to look and indeed spotted a plump black chicken nestled within the bushes. If one did not pay close attention, they might have passed it by unnoticed. One person picked up a stone, and they exchanged glances before taking aim and throwing it. As the stone left their hand, For chickens felt he had thrown it off course. Startled, the black chicken took flight, only to be struck by Lu Yan's stone, falling immediately to the ground, flapping helplessly before falling silent. Elated, Lu Yan picked up the prey, eager to return and share the good news with the Tiger King. For chickens, why are you standing there? Are we truly taking this back to the Tiger King? For chicken's eyes darted. He is our king. Why wouldn't we take it back? Lu Yan replied, astonished. For chickens, eyeing Lu Yan's robust physique, cautiously followed behind him. Upon seeing the catch in Lu Yan's hands, the Tiger King was filled with delight. For chickens, go gather some branches to start a fire. Lu Yan, find a pond to clean the chicken and figure out how to bring back some water. I am parched. You two performed admirably. From now on, you shall be my right and left arms. Once I recover and acquire women, I will reward each of you. The Tiger King proclaimed grandly while seated upon a large rock. Thank you, Tiger King. Lu Yan expressed his gratitude, brimming with joy as he promptly left with the black chicken. For chickens managed a strained smile of thanks. The Tiger King regarded For chicken's meager ribs with disdain. Had it not been for his mention of women, the king would not have noticed the opposite shore. Had he not discovered the path, he would not have led his people across the river, nor would so many have perished. although 4 chickens had little meat. Killing him would still yield a couple of meals. As the campfire blazed, the black chicken was roasted over the flames. The Tiger King savored a refreshing sip of water from a leaf. Lu Yin, you are a loyal and commendable subordinate. Flattered by the praise, Lu Yin cast a smug glance at 4 chickens. The chicken was finally ready. The Tiger King seized it eagerly, devouring it with oil dribbling down his chin. Lu Yin and 4 chickens watched, mouths watering. In the end, they were left with naught but the remnants of the chicken's rear. Even the chicken head was licked clean. The entire fowl had vanished into the belly of the Tiger King, yet he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction within. Raising his gaze to the 2 eager souls before him, he let out a dry chuckle. Curse that wretched woman, her sting still aches. Ha ha. One must be well fed to recover swiftly. Once I regain my strength, I shall ambush them and capture that woman, subjecting her to unspeakable torment. With his mouth agape, remnants of meat clung stubbornly between his teeth. The silent 4-chick busied himself gathering firewood, while Lu Yin extracted the gathered fruits, stuffing them into his mouth. On the second day, the 2 failed to procure any game, incurring the Tiger King's ire. By the 3rd day, returning empty-handed, they faced his uncontrollable wrath. 4-chick sensed something amiss in the Tiger King's gaze directed at him. Yet, even injured, the Tiger King was not someone he could confront. The Tiger King, the most formidable leader of the tiger tribe, was born of strength and boundless power. As a member of the tribe, 4-chick had witnessed the king's valiant form countless times. Despite harboring doubts, he dared not act rashly. The prospect of surviving alone, detached from the tribe, was even more daunting. A solitary human in the jungle is akin to a sheep. 4-chick, I have something to tell you. Lu Yin approached from behind, presenting him with a fruit. The Tiger King desires to feast upon you. The firewood in 4-chick's arms clattered to the ground. His suspicions proved true. Why, you're here to kill me? He stammered, retreating 2 steps in trepidation. Lu Yin glanced over his shoulder and remarked, if he can consume you now, he will surely feast on me later. That night, beneath the flickering campfire, the 3 sat encircled. The Tiger King, his belly filled with roots and wild fruits, felt a wave of displeasure. The spear thrown by that foul woman had struck deep, and he sensed the wound flaring anew. 4-chick, our tiger tribe can no longer endure, declared the Tiger King, rising to his feet. 4-chick's gaze fell upon the newly equipped stone axe in the king's hand. A mix of fear and rage coursing through him. It was evident that he intended to strike. Terrified, 4-chick stepped back, but the Tiger King advanced relentlessly. Behind him, Lu Yin silently raised his stone spear. Hey! Lu Yin shouted, launching the spear with great force. Ouch! The Tiger King cried out in pain, pivoting sharply. Lu Yin, you? Are you seeking death? He lunged forward, brandishing the stone axe to strike, but Lu Yin, unable to evade, braced himself with his spear. 4-chick now? Lu Yin urged through gritted teeth, struggling to hold his ground. Chapter 29. Feng Xiana? 4-chick seized his weapon and shouted loudly. Do you dare? The Tiger King roared. Fear flickered in 4-chick's eyes as he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. The Tiger King raised his stone axe once more to strike. With a crack, the spear's shaft splintered. The massive axe descended upon Lu Yin's shoulder. Ah! Lu Yin howled, his blood-red eyes flashing with ferocity. Gripping the Tiger King's weapon tightly with his left hand, he wielded the broken spear shaft in his right, relentlessly thrusting it into the Tiger King's belly, making multiple strikes within a heartbeat. The Tiger King let out a mournful cry as he forcefully extracted the stone axe lodged within the crevice of his bones. Swinging it down decisively, the deer rock fell to the ground, its eyes wide open, its head striking the stone with a violent thud, convulsing in its final moments. The Tiger King knelt, clutching his stomach, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 chickens. Tiger King, I shall never betray you, 4 chickens declared. Observing the Tiger King's bulging eyes, he dropped his weapon, fearing the Tiger King's wrath might erupt. Thus, under the Tiger King's watchful eyes, 4 chickens remained motionless, paralyzed by fear until his legs lost all feeling, jolting him back to reality. The Tiger King had not blinked in what felt like an eternity. He lay lifeless, a gaping wound in his belly, his innards spilling forth, remnants of grass roots still visible. 4 chickens retrieved his weapon, rushing forward to stab the Tiger King in the neck with fierce determination. Only when the head separated from the body did he pause to rest. He severed one of the Tiger King's arms, adding it to the fire to roast. Surrounded by the sounds of insects and wild beasts, 4 chickens trembled with fear. The sight of the Tiger King's unblinking eyes sent shivers down his spine. After enduring the night, he hurried toward the direction of the Xian bird tribe, desperate to encounter another human, any human, even if it meant risking his life. At last, as the moon ascended, traces of humanity emerged before him. However, this was not the same tribe he had encountered before. It was far larger. Who goes there? A group of men burst forth. Although 4 chickens did not comprehend their words, he immediately raised his hands and knelt in submission. Indeed, they were foreign tribesmen. Before long, a stout man emerged, signaling for his weapon to be put away. To 4 chickens' astonishment, he was invited into a spacious nest where women presented him with fruits and dried meats. Overwhelmed by such hospitality, he instinctively prepared to kneel again, but the rotund man stopped him. "Are you from that tribe?" he inquired. Meanwhile, Su-yi returned to Yao Ling's cozy nest. As soon as he reclined, she nestled into his embrace. The warmth of her body pressed against him revealed that she was bare from the waist up, though her lower half was still clad in animal skin. While not particularly tall, his slender frame appeared less robust. Holding her petite form, he inhaled the herbal fragrance emanating from her hair, elegant and gentle. His fingers brushed against her soft skin, and he feared losing control. Yao Ling's small hands seemed restless, darting between them. "If you keep squirming, I might have to take serious action," Su-yi warned in a gruff tone, gently urging, "Just hold me tight." Yao Ling, seemingly intimidated, obediently placed her hands down. "Still. Ling, has your tribe mastered the art of potion making? Is there a tribe renowned for building houses?" Su-yi casually inquired, his fingers sinking into the softness of her flesh. He yearned for a proper house and a bed devoid of weeds. "What do you mean by your tribe?" "It is our tribe," Yao Ling replied, lifting her delicate head from his chest, her voice sweet and soft. "The nest builders are known for constructing large and fine houses, as I heard from the elder. Our tribe learned to build nests from them." "Is that so?" Su-yi realized that his understanding of the world was rather limited. "Could you enlighten me about the various tribes?" he inquired. "But keep your hands still," Yao Ling playfully admonished. "Otherwise, I won't tell you." "All right, I won't move." The old chieftain had also spoken of the Mabu clan, and they don't fidget. CG interjected, astonished to discover that this rotund man with a hoarse voice was, in fact, the king of this tribe. He was also fluent in their language. "I heard they possess a remarkable tool capable of fishing directly from the river." The other party expressed with curiosity. CG, munching on a fruit, mumbled indistinctly, "Yes, I witnessed it myself that day." It took no time at all for them to catch a multitude. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian revealed a cold smile. "This Xianyao tribe has even learned to hoard. They do not offer fish as tribute. They only bring dried meat." He chuckled. "He wants fish, and that wretched Yao you cannot escape his grasp either." "You must be referring to the Xianyao tribe," he continued. "Xianyao tribe?" CG exclaimed in surprise. "Their numbers may be few, yet each individual is remarkably beautiful. They reside to our east. It can only be the Xianyao tribe." With a sense of trepidation, CG cautiously asked, "My king, are you familiar with them?" Feng Xian, oblivious to CG's expression, gazed towards the direction of the Xianyao tribe and declared, "The Xianyao tribe is part of our clan." CG was taken aback, nearly leaping from the ground. "Oh no, they belong to the same tribe. Has he just led me into the tiger's den?" Fortunately, he had not mentioned the conflict with the tiger tribe. CG thought to himself that once he finished this meal, he would leave at dawn. Feng Xian, observing the gaunt and terrified CG, smiled amiably and remarked, "Your tiger tribe must be quite populous, am I right?" CG dared not disclose that the members of the tiger tribe had perished at the hands of the Xianyao tribe. A quick thought struck him, and he fabricated a lie, recalling his fallen kin and striving to feign sorrow. "Alas, our tribe was swept away by a flood." He felt his lie was seamless and, upon raising his eyes, discovered that the other party showed no signs of suspicion. CG breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Xian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, "Are you the only survivor?" This was indeed the truth. CG met Feng Xian's gaze and replied with composure, "Yes, I am the sole survivor." Feng Xian chuckled. "A pitiable soul indeed. Eat your fill. I shall summon others to bring in more." With that, he rolled away from the nest. CG, filled with gratitude, began to devour the dried meat. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the nest. Several armed men stormed in with fierce expressions. "Damn it, such waste of food. Take him out," and roast him for reserves. CG was startled. He turned to see Feng Exine, who had assumed a different demeanor, and asked, "My king, what is happening?" Feng Exine sneered, "No more chatter. Take him out and roast him. Make it quick." In his eyes, without the support of a tribe, the other was merely a piece of meat. He had no intention of engaging in conversation with food. However, the counterpart also brought forth some news. The Xianbird clan surprisingly has fish to eat. Countless crocodiles inhabit the river, and it remains a mystery how the Xianbird clan manages to procure fish. Indeed, that formidable tool must be acquired. And then there is that woman Yao Yu. Securing her would mean obtaining the Xianbird clan's medicinal techniques. At that time, the warriors of the Yen Phoenix tribe would be able to reclaim more women, undoubtedly elevating their tribe to the pinnacle among the 5 tribes. With days still remaining until the next tribute, he finds himself unable to contain his impatience. The thought of Yao Yu's visage fills him with deep-seated hatred. Once captured, he intends to torment her mercilessly, bringing her to her knees before him, compelled to submit. The malice inadvertently revealed by Feng Exine left several tribesmen feeling apprehensive. Chapter 30. The New Tool. The net. A night of stars followed by a night of wind. Sunlight streamed through the small window as Su-Yi opened his eyes, carefully lowering his rounded legs from his waist. Yao Ling let out a soft grunt and curled back up. The sounds of footsteps outside indicated that the tribespeople were surely awake. "If you do not release me, be wary of the chieftain's words," Su-Yi murmured. Like a startled kitten, she promptly retracted her legs. "Let us refrain from hunting today. I shall teach everyone to create something new." Having prepared himself, Su-Yi approached the gathered crowd. Despite the Xianbird clan's fewer men, they had emerged victorious in the previous day's battle, with the only injury being a scratch from a branch during the pursuit. All the tribesmen understood that this success was entirely attributed to the divine envoy Su-Yi's weaponry and his remarkable command, thus elevating his prestige within the clan to new heights. More good things. Silence, and listen to Su. Every now and then, Su would instruct the tribe on novel concepts, and the Xianbird people had grown accustomed to this. To them, a divine envoy ought to be so. "Today, I shall teach you all about a new tool, a net." Su-Yi gestured, instructing everyone to gather some vines and tear off tinder bark from the trees. "Anything that can be woven into rope will suffice. Bring it back, and I shall assess its suitability. Never mind, I shall accompany you all." Su-Yi led the group into the forest. Vines and tinder bark were easily obtainable materials, abundant in the tropical jungle. To Su-Yi's delight, he discovered a cluster of rami behind a small hill, which is the raw material for making linen. His understanding of the linen production process was rudimentary, limited to the basic concepts of warp and weft. However, he resolved to entrust this noble yet arduous task to the women of the tribe. Last night, Yao Ling had mentioned a clan that produced linen for sale at exorbitant prices. The Xianbird clan, deemed forsaken by the divine, lacked the standing to engage in trade with other tribes. Su-Yi believed that once their strength grew and resources became abundant, others would seek them out. The rami fibers are remarkably sturdy. Thus, Su-Yi decided to have the entire cluster harvested and brought back. "Everyone, come and recognize this plant. Remember to cut it down when you encounter it again," Su-Yi called to the nearby tribesmen. "Isn't this rami? It cannot be eaten, but it is excellent for weaving ropes," Yao Ling remarked as she approached. "Rami, you recognize it?" Su-Yi inquired, turning his gaze toward her. "Everyone knows. The materials for weaving ropes are piled up in the clearing." Men and women gathered together, commencing the task of rope making, without needing Su-Yi's guidance. Their ropes were woven with remarkable sturdiness. They need not be too thick. The diameter of a pinky finger will suffice. "Yes, just like that. You few continue to weave, while the others gather materials," Su-Yi directed, selecting a few tribesmen who were particularly quick and skilled. "Su, how long should we make them?" one of the tribesmen asked. 10 paces. Let us start with 10 paces in length." The absence of a concept for rice made measuring length somewhat cumbersome. Soon, tribesmen brought the finished ropes to him. "Not bad, not bad," Su-Yi exclaimed, pulling at the ropes in admiration. It was indeed rare for him to give praise, which left everyone somewhat astonished, as his compliments often took them by surprise. "Come, you few over here. I will teach you a type of knot," Su-Yi said as he picked up 2 strands of rope. "This knot is called a fishing net knot. Observe closely. First, fold it this way. Then fold this and tuck it in." He recalled having seen it while watching short videos, explaining as he remembered. Seeing that the knot in his hands resembled his memory, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Have you learned it? He asked, looking at the crowd. The tribesmen all shook their heads in unison. All right, once more, Su Yi acknowledged. Asking for another rope. Finally, he used 4 strands to create a square shape about the size of a palm. Have you learned it? Su Yi inquired again. The crowd exchanged glances, and it was Yao Lan who volunteered. May I give it a try? Observing her attempt to weave a different type of knot. Su Yi was left speechless, doubting she could produce a second one. Am I particularly clumsy? Yao Lan asked, blushing as she looked up. Come. I will teach you step by step. I refuse to believe it. Su Yi knelt beside her, gently taking her small hand. Yao Lan instinctively flinched, but could not pull away. His breath brushed against her ear, leaving her feeling uneasy. The strong scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Lan, concentrate on learning. Su Yi urged, sensing her distraction. Yao Ling returned with a large bundle of Raimi and happened to witness this scene. From her perspective, it appeared as though he was embracing her. Humph, what a wicked man. I absolutely won't allow him to touch me tonight. With a deliberate crash, Yao Ling dropped her load. Su Yi chuckled awkwardly, releasing his hold and standing up, casting a gentle smile toward her, which she responded to with a disdainful toss of her ponytail. Each segment should be about this size. Su Yi continued teaching, but not too large. By the way, weave a few thicker ropes, around 20 paces long. The raw materials were continuously transported back, and the ropes were skillfully woven together by the hands of the people. Under Su Yi's relentless efforts, the group finally mastered the art of knot tying, significantly accelerating the net-making process. The old chieftain had previously instructed that the Xianbird tribe should be allowed to thrive or perish on their own. It would be inappropriate for us to send people to plunder them, considering they were once part of the same tribe. The elder sat in the forefront, while Feng Xian knelt beside him. Father, the Yin Phoenix tribe is currently facing repeated setbacks in battles against several other tribes. The medicinal techniques of the Xianbird tribe are of utmost importance to us. We cannot afford to offend a forsaken clan. The elder gazed heavenward, his murky eyes filled with reverence. He shared a deep bond with the elder of the Xianbird tribe and was reluctant to allow Feng Xian to infringe upon them. Feng Xian had anticipated this. Father, a tribe devoid of men is akin to a tribe on the brink of extinction. The elder trembled, casting a penetrating look at Feng Xian. You shall not be tainted by misfortune. I do not consent to any aggression against the Xianbird tribe. Feng Xian felt discontented with the elder's refusal, and at that moment, a clamor erupted from outside. Chief, trouble is brewing. The Black Wolf tribe is attacking again. A panicked tribesman rushed in. Feng Xian had already faintly heard the drums of the Black Wolf tribe and immediately dashed outside. Arm yourselves and drive them back. Wolf Uncle, take your tribesmen and flank the Black Wolf tribe to attack their children. Yes, Chief. With a furious roar, Feng Xian brandished a massive stone hammer that suited his stature, leading the charge. The battle erupted in the sparse woods at the boundary of the tribes, with clubs clashing and shouts ringing out. Feng Xian swung his great hammer, toppling 2 men from the Black Wolf tribe, but he too sustained a wound on his back. The Yin Phoenix tribe was already outnumbered by the Black Wolf tribe, and with some members dispatched, they found themselves retreating steadily, on the verge of collapse. Chief, we must flee. There are too many Black Wolf tribesmen. Everyone hold on. Just a little longer. Feng Xian's voice rang out strangely. Hold on. Huh. Charging toward him was the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, Wolf Howl, whose derision was unmistakable. A leader whose lineage is cut off? Ha ha. Wolf Howl, you seek death. Ignoring the pain in his back, Feng Xian roared and swung his hammer. Each taunt from his opponent struck a painful chord within him, a reminder of his deepest wounds. As a true tribal leader, Wolf Howl wielded 2 stone axes, matching Feng Xian blow for blow. Chief, we have a situation at the camp. Quickly, retreat and return to the camp. With a change of expression, Wolf Howl shouted for his people to withdraw. The members of the Wolf tribe fled in disarray. Feng Xian let out a cold laugh. His plan had evidently succeeded. Back to the camp. Distribute the spoils. The tribe's people cheered, waving their weapons jubilantly. Chapter 31. Loyalty at last. The net was completed. It was a square net with sides measuring approximately 7 meters. For thick ropes were tied to the corners, allowing the tribesmen to pull them apart. Who would like to test the prowess of this new tool? Su Yi inquired, surveying the crowd. The few who had participated in the weaving shook their heads vigorously, and others did not underestimate the tool either. Come, you 4. Each of you grab a rope. Su-yi beckoned 4 children to step forward. Now do you dare to try? Whoever manages to break free shall be rewarded with a piece of animal hide. I want to try? Before he could finish, Yao Ling was the first to call out. She felt confident against the children, dismissing the adults entirely. With the hide, she could fashion a new garment, as her current one was quite worn. Naturally, the other tribespeople were also eager for the hide, particularly the dozen or so still clad in grass skirts. Many volunteered, all willing to give it a go. You can't do it. Su-yi glanced at Yao Ling, his gaze swiftly moving away from her. I said it first. Yao Ling insisted, raising her chin defiantly. I have a piece of fawn skin. I promise to give it to you afterward, if you behave. Su-yi coaxed her softly. Being ensnared in the net would not be pleasant. And what if she struggled and lost her clothing? All right, Yao Ling acquiesced with satisfaction. Who is the strongest in our tribe? Su-yi's gaze swept over several men. I am. It's clearly me. Nonsense, I am the strongest. The crowd erupted into a lively debate. All right. Su-yi felt overwhelmed. With the abundance of fish and game, food was not scarce in the tribe. After a moment's thought, he proposed, let us hold a wrestling competition. Whoever proves the strongest shall come forward. This intriguing contest sparked enthusiasm among all. However, Su-yi only requested the men to participate. The competitors faced off 2 at a time, with the first to fall declared the loser. In the cleared space, the crowd formed a circle. Apart from the 2 who were guarding the slaves, everyone else cheered and shouted encouragement. Soon, 2 contenders emerged as the strongest. Just as Su-yi had anticipated, Yao Li and Yao Ling. Yao Li was slightly shorter but sturdier. The 2 grasped each other, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yao Ling was the first to extend a leg, gaining a slight advantage, but Yao Li quickly steadied himself. They exchanged holds, simply testing their endurance. Ultimately, Yao Li had the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity, he brought Yao Ling crashing to the ground. Yao Ling wore an expression of frustration, feeling as though Yao Li possessed endless strength. Let us take a short break, and then we will test the tool, Su-yi decided, opting to continue with the wrestling competition. After a quarter of an hour, Yao Li found himself ensnared in the center of the net. The net had tightened slightly. With the 4 children gripping their respective ropes, their expressions earnest. Begin, Su-yi commanded. Yao Li attempted to push the net apart, lunging toward one of the children. The other 3 immediately pulled on their ropes while circling around. As the net constricted, Yao Li's legs and arms lost their range of motion. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge an inch. In less than half a minute, Yao Li was completely ensnared, unable to move at all. Release the ropes. Su-yi was quite pleased. Directing a few children, the crowd noticed that even when released, Yao Li remained immobile, writhing on the ground like a helpless insect. Witnessing Yao Li's miserable state, Yao Ling felt grateful that Su-yi had intervened, while the others looked on with trepidation. Suddenly, Yao Gu in the crowd exclaimed, I figured it out. If this net were used in traps, it could certainly capture live prey. I understand now, I understand. He exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Over the past few days, the group had seen less of Yao Gu, who spent his days delving into the forest, seemingly absorbed in some project, sometimes absent even during meal distributions. Su-yi was aware that he was crafting traps and was concerned that his condition would prevent him from keeping watch, thus assigning someone else to the task. The net can be used for fishing and capturing large beasts. You have learned how to make nets, so be sure to bring back plenty of game in the future. I must emphasize one more thing. When encountering prey such as sheep, cattle, horses, or pigs, it is best not to kill them, but to bring them back alive. Are we to raise them like chickens? One of the tribesmen inquired. Precisely, Su-yi replied, giving a thumbs up. The vegetation here is lush, making it easy to sustain them. We must gradually develop our pastoral practices. What is pastoralism? Just follow my instructions. As the sun began to set, Su-yi instructed the tribesmen to gather nearby resources. He then slipped away to the corner where the 4 slaves were located. Wolf Ben suspected he had arrived in paradise. Not only was food provided, but they occasionally encountered meat, and even beautiful women tended to their wounds. Over the past few days, their injuries had begun to heal, and they had regained their mobility. The 4 conferred privately, and shockingly found that none of them wished to escape. Here, there was water and food, and they need not worry about attacks from ferocious beasts. Aside from expressing their immense gratitude and pledging loyalty, they felt at a loss for what else to do. It seemed that out of fear of their escape, they were constantly being watched. Despite his countless reassurances that they would never flee, the cold-hearted matriarch did not fully believe him. Upon hearing footsteps, Wolf Ben looked up to find their king approaching. Indeed, they had become slaves of the Xian bird tribe. The matriarch informed him that slaves were also considered part of the Xian bird tribe. King, Wolf Ben called out, and the others immediately knelt in respect. Upon hearing this title, Sui made no effort to correct them. The group's wounds had healed remarkably, with none infected. The medicinal properties of the Xian bird tribe's remedies were indeed extraordinary. Once their injuries were healed, Sui decided to assign them specifically to tree cutting. To first construct a fence around the campsite. With too few hands, many tasks could not be undertaken. He also wished to transplant some fruit trees and build sturdy gates and walls, as well as kilns for pottery. Currently, they could not even designate individuals for patrolling duties. The attack from the tiger tribe had sounded a warning bell for him. Realization came too late if the enemy arrived at their doorstep. Come with me, he instructed. Sui addressed the two clansmen, stating that he had a different task for them. They had been in such a frenzy, realizing that the king had summoned the two guards away. However, it mattered little whether the guards were present or not. They had resolved not to leave unless compelled to do so. The crescent moons hung in the sky, accompanied by Yao Yu, who served as a translator. Sui proceeded to the corner where the captives were held. Lang Ben was called out individually, standing before the two with his head bowed in trepidation. Yao Yu conveyed, "The king has discerned your loyalty and has decided to consider your admission into our Xian Yao tribe based on your conduct." "Chief, I am already a member of the Xian Yao tribe," Lang Ben replied, perplexed. "Joining the Xian Yao tribe means you can hunt with us, work alongside us, and build nests. Slaves do not possess such privileges." Yao Yu responded coldly, unsure of why Sui had instructed her to say such things. "Are you suggesting?" Lang Ben raised his head in disbelief, only to quickly lower it again. "I will certainly perform well," he exclaimed, then prostrated himself before them once more. "Listen carefully. Joining our tribe means you will have meat to eat every day, and if the women of the tribe take a liking to you, they may reward you as well." Yao Yu, reluctant, thought to herself that she would not want the women of the tribe to be with such weak individuals. In the end, it would be them who would suffer. Yet, Sui insisted that she continue. He also informed her that this was merely a grand offer. "A grand offer indeed," he remarked, using peculiar phrases. Lang Ben could scarcely believe his ears. The prospect of daily meat was beyond his wildest dreams, let alone the possibility of winning the affection of a woman from the Xian Yao tribe. Aside from the king's woman, every other woman in the tribe was stunning. Merely obtaining one would be enough to awaken from a dream with a smile. "I will certainly perform well. I vow to be loyal to the Xian Yao tribe. Loyal to the king, loyal to the chief," Lang Ben declared, kneeling before them, before once again lowering himself to the ground. "Rise," Yao Yu replied coldly. "Let me ask you, what would you do if someone attempted to escape?" Just as he stood, Lang Ben lowered himself once more. "Chief, we will not escape," he insisted. "Answer my question," Yao Yu urged impatiently. Lang Ben, trembling and with his head bowed, replied, I would kill him." "Huh. You are not yet a member of the Xian Yao tribe. You have no right to decide the fate of a slave," Yao Yu scoffed. "I will call for others to seize him. Let me make it clear, if even one of you attempts to run, the rest will face execution. However, should you inform us in advance of anyone's intention to flee, not only will you be spared punishment, but you will also be rewarded. This is your opportunity to demonstrate your worth." Yao Yu emphasized, "Do you understand me?" "Chief, I comprehend," Lang Ben replied. "Even if you manage to escape, you will inevitably fall into the hands of other tribes, and at that point, you will simply become roasted meat." After hearing the sound of footsteps receding, Lang Ben cautiously rose. "Lang Ben, what did the king and chief say to you?" Three clansmen immediately surrounded him upon his return. "The chief said that if one person escapes, we will all be executed." The wolf, with a grave demeanor, stated, "There is food and drink here. If we flee, we shall meet our demise. Please consider this carefully." The others replied in unison, "Wolf, you surely understand our resolve. We shall not escape." The wolf was well aware, but secretly hoped for someone to flee. As the two walked side by side, about to part ways, Yao Yu asked with discontent, "Sui, why did you promise our tribe's women to the captives?" Sui pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Isn't it something I learned from you? Though I have yet to grasp the essence of it. You directly sent Ling to my quarters, while I merely offered him a fleeting thought." Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's expression became somewhat awkward. She must have a word with Ling. How could she forget the tribe leader upon gaining a man and divulge her plans to him? It's infuriating. It's getting late. We should rest. Yao Yu waved her hand and fled in a hurry. Su Yi chuckled softly and took another turn around the camp. The night watchman had increased to 5, allowing for comprehensive surveillance of the entire campsite, observing everyone diligently performing their tasks. Su Yi felt reassured as he slipped into Yao Ling's little nest. You've returned. Yao Ling exclaimed joyfully, I want a hug. Su Yi opened his arms, and Yao Ling immediately leaped into them. In private, this girl shed all shyness, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Yet when he threatened to take serious action, she became demure and bashful. With a shortage of manpower and outdated tools, it was said that the Xianyao tribe had invested considerable effort into these makeshift shelters. Demanding his tribesmen to expend labor for his personal pleasure was not the right time. If only there were a ready-made house with a soft, large bed. Su Yi often mused. In primitive society, there was little entertainment. Procreation was the greatest joy. The happiness of the Xianyao tribe had been brutally stripped away. After they lay down, Yao Ling seemed to recall something, turning around to present her smooth back to him. As his hand attempted to explore her front, she seized it and tossed it back. Su Yi soon understood the source of her emotions. He had no intention of indulging her in this regard. With a firm embrace, he held her tightly against him. Humph, bad man. Yao Ling protested playfully. You're holding on to this nest yet thinking of others. All the women in the tribe desire you. Do you have the energy to manage them all? Hey, the divine Su Yi, being chastised by little Yao Ling. Yet you are right to do so, he remarked, grasping a white rabbit. Aside from Sister Yu, at most, I can count Lon. Even so, it takes 3 days for them to accompany me once. Yao Ling turned to Su Yi, looking serious. Will you always like me? Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Su Yi replied earnestly, Of course, I will always like you. Yao Ling lay back, closed her eyes, and with hurried breath said, Su, then come to me. Come quickly. Su Yi tested the dry grass on the ground, only to find his hand sinking into the earth, listening to her breaths. Blood surged through his veins toward one singular point. He took several deep breaths and lay back down. Ling, let us first acquire a grand abode. One where we need not sleep on hay, shall we? Su Yi gently soothed her agitated emotions, expressing his concern for her health. Yao Ling let out a soft whimper and nestled beneath the animal hide. Ling, what is it that draws you to me? Because you are a divine envoy. To be your woman is truly magnificent, came her muffled response. Su Yi felt a peculiar sensation in his heart upon hearing this. What if I were not a divine envoy? Then I would still cherish you, for you possess such intellect. You have created numerous remarkable inventions, and since your arrival, our people seldom go hungry. The ancients tell us that you appeared suddenly. If you are not the divine envoy, who else could possibly be? Su Yi fell silent. Now, tell me more about the surrounding tribes. You fell asleep yesterday when I spoke of the Black Wolf tribe. As the sun ascended, its refreshing rays illuminated all, while a gentle breeze danced freely. In the Yin Feng tribe, Feng Xian was exceedingly pleased. Yesterday, they had dealt a significant blow to the Black Wolf tribe, marking one of the rare victories in their years of conflict. He believed his father to be too rigid, lacking in strategic cunning, only knowing to confront directly. They had slain several children and retrieved 3 women. Feng Xian surmised that the Black Wolf tribe would surely seek revenge, especially after the many injuries sustained by his kin in the recent battle. Since the elders disagreed, he resolved to discreetly mobilize forces to reclaim the Xianyao clan and the medicine. He would see what they had to say then. Thus, early in the morning, Feng Xian summoned several clan leaders to discuss matters. Each tribe could spare no more than 6 individuals, while the rest would remain to guard against a potential attack from the Black Wolf tribe. I only desire that woman, Yao Yu. The rest can be divided among your 4 tribes. They were to stealthily depart, under the pretense of hunting in the mountains. With the Yin Feng tribe's main force and the other 4 clans combined, 30 able-bodied warriors armed themselves and departed from the camp. Their exit did not go unnoticed. A figure concealed in the branches observed keenly and nimbly descended, darting in the opposite direction. A small group has slipped away. Long Shao furrowed his brow as he listened to his clansman's report. Did you ascertain their destination? They entered the dense forest to the east, came the reply. The east? Is that not merely a thicket? Summon Wolf Moon and a few others to stealthily trail them. We must uncover what the Yin Feng tribe is scheming. I will not go. I shall remain to avenge my brother. A tall, exquisitely featured woman entered. You, the Yin Feng tribe is up to mischief once more, and I fear others may not keep up. Then promise me, Do not engage them in battle until I return. Her voice was melodious as she pouted in a playful manner. My dear daughter, your father concedes, Long Shao replied helplessly. Hurry now, or they shall be far gone. Chapter 33. The blessing of the deity. This morning, Sui rose early and left his shelter, beginning to jog around the camp. The forest air was invigorating, uplifting his spirits. He resolved to exercise daily henceforth, strengthening his body. The members of the Xianbird clan gradually awoke, puzzled by Suyi's actions. What was he doing? This was a method of communicating with the heavens. What do you understand? Everyone gathered in the center, not wanting to disturb him. Yao Yu also emerged, commanding the crowd. Sui ran over 10 laps, totaling just over 2 kilometers, and upon stopping, he trembled and gasped for breath. He was utterly exhausted, his body feeling feeble. Yao Ling kindly brought him water. Everyone had arrived. After catching his breath and taking a sip, he stated, I will arrange today's tasks shortly. He settled onto his designated small stone bench, bending over to massage his calves. Observing this, Yao Ling set down the container she was holding and willingly took on the task. Ah, that feels good, Sui sighed contentedly. Ling was truly considerate. Yao Ling blushed and shot him a glare before lowering her head. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on his legs, Sui cleared his throat and announced, those who stood guard last night can go rest now. Ing, take 5 people to hunt. Li, you and Gu set traps in the direction the Yanfeng clan comes from. Remember, do not cross boundaries. We will not infringe upon others. But if they dare to come, we must show them our strength. Since arriving in this mysterious land, Sui had felt a persistent sense of insecurity. Everything he had done thus far was aimed at establishing a state of mental peace. Whether crafting bows and arrows, setting traps, or organizing competitions, it was all to enhance the clan's self-defense capabilities. The Xianbird territory was sandwiched between a river and the domain of the Yanfeng tribe. According to the captives, a tribe had migrated to the opposite bank of the river. The body of the Tiger King had also been discovered by the clan members who ventured out, thereby nearly eliminating the threat from across the river. Nowadays, the wild beasts in the forest were inconsequential. The remaining threat stemmed from the Yanfeng tribe. Sui had long since resolved to sever ties with them. It was prudent to prepare in advance for unforeseen circumstances. Sui, have you made up your mind? Yao Yu stepped forward, cautioning that if conflict arose, it would be an endless ordeal. I believe it would be wiser for us to migrate to the other side of the river. At that point, we could destroy the timber used for crossing, making it impossible for them to invade us. Who is the tiger and who is the rabbit remains uncertain. Sui replied calmly, if we truly cannot withstand them, I will not gamble with the lives of my clan. You need not worry. Lon, take a few people to fish by the river. And remember to bring weapons and nets. You may encounter crocodiles. You and the remaining members should take the captives to chop down trees around the camp, stockpiling firewood and arrows. The thickets surrounding the camp obscure our view, and I have long wished to clear them. After assigning everyone their tasks, Sui languidly sat in the sun, with too few hands. Relying on one person to accomplish the work of 2 was insufficient. The swiftest approach to bringing in more people, of course, was to seize them directly. Given the current strength of the Xianbird clan, they could barely defend themselves and had no surplus power for invasion. Sui squinted, pondering various possibilities. In my opinion, the annihilation of the Xianbird clan hardly necessitates such a multitude. Indeed, the new leader is excessively cautious. Last time, I counted only a handful of men on their side. Ah, what is this wretched place, so densely overgrown with shrubs? You are certain of the way, right? Someone complained. Absolutely, I trailed them to their camp last time. It is indeed in this direction. Were we not merely requiring them to pay tribute before? Why the need to eradicate them this time? Let me tell you a secret. What? The leader's roots are entwined with that woman. The speaker's mouth was swiftly covered. Silence. Keep it down. The person urged in a hushed tone. As they continued their trek until noon, Moon Niao exclaimed joyfully upon sighting a hill ahead. Everyone, stay alert. Beyond this hill, their camp is not far. Hey, I'm quite hungry. Let us have a meal at the Xianbird clan before heading back. Agreed. Suddenly, Moon Niao felt as if he had tripped over something. Be careful. A cry came from behind. As Moon Niao stepped forward and turned to look back, a searing pain erupted at the crown of his head. He felt an overwhelming heaviness, his vision darkening, and his body growing limp. The others stared at him in horror. Warm liquid trickled down. He reached up to touch it, and it was bright red, blood. Moon Niao was dead. A sharp stone protruded from his head. nearly cleaving it in two. Strangely, a rope was fastened to the stone, seemingly descending from the heavens. The others were at a loss, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Divine beings. It must be the gods who have slain him. The person closest to Mu Niao trembled. He had witnessed the stone plummet from above, embedding itself in Mu Niao's skull. His face was splattered with blood, still warm. The gods are favoring the Xian bird clan. We must return. How do we explain this to the leader? Do you wish to face punishment? We shall proceed. Everyone, be mindful of what is above. You lead the way. The blood-splattered individual was not inclined to display bravado. Damn it, what a coward. He cursed, stepping to the front of the group. Yet, a twinge of fear gripped him. Everyone, watch for stones above. Notify me if you see one. Having taken only a few steps, a rushing wind brushed past his ear. Before he could turn his head, he was hurled away. Pooh! The others heard the anguished scream and were taken aback by the scene before them. They witnessed a massive log suddenly hurtling out from the right side of the forest, throwing a person aside. The unfortunate soul lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, barely drawing breath. No, I must return. At this utterance, the group erupted into chaos, frantically fleeing back the way they had come. Su-yi observed the two lifeless bodies on the ground, his heart stirred. Yao Gu's traps could accurately calculate the landing points, timing, and chain reactions. Truly, a genius. After Yao Li rushed back to inform him, he immediately led the group into the dense forest. After lying in ambush for half a day without any sign of activity, the group finally searched through and discovered the two corpses. Li, take a few people and return the bodies to the Yinfeng tribe, so they understand the consequence of invading us. What? Enough of your nonsense. Do as I say. Yao Li called a few individuals and left with the corpses. Chapter 34. Provocation. Once Su-yi had given his instructions, he led the clansmen back to the camp. Gu, you did well. Su-yi clapped him on the shoulder. After suffering a setback, they will undoubtedly be more vigilant. The concealment of traps should be your key focus moving forward. Furthermore, your traps are overly intricate. Simply digging a pit in the ground, inserting a few spikes, and covering them with leaves can yield remarkable results. You might also consider coating the spikes with some toxic tree sap, correct? Additionally, setting up bait to lure them into triggering your traps is a viable strategy. Yao Gu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Divine Messenger, I comprehend now. Yao Gu rubbed his hands together. Su-yi, recognizing his eagerness to experiment, allowed him to depart. When the Yinfeng tribe returns, it will not be just a few dozen. It could very well be 100. Su-yi pondered, stroking his chin. The celestial being? Feng Xian's expression fluctuated. Everyone claimed the two had been slain by a celestial being. Rocks. Wood. Feng Xian scoffed. Have you ever witnessed a celestial being using such objects to kill? They strike you down with thunder. Do they need stones? A group of inept individuals, frightened out of their wits by the hidden Xian Niao tribe. Get out. You are all punished to go 3 days without food. Whoever dares to steal food will be expelled from the tribe. Chief, there were absolutely no signs of anyone around at the time. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Get out. Feng Xian seethed with rage. Rocks and wood tied with ropes are clearly the work of humans. What a bunch of foolish individuals. Chief, the clan elder requests your presence. Someone entered to report. The wretched subordinates returned in tears, causing even the clan elder to become aware of the situation. Feng Xian took a deep breath and stood up. I shall go at once. In the grand nest at the center of the tribe, the clan elder's expression was grim. Xian, do you now hold me in disdain? Elder, how could Feng Xian dare? Where have those 2 wooden birds gone? The Xian Niao tribe murdered them. I will certainly lead everyone to seek vengeance. Feng Xian declared passionately. Do you truly believe I have become senile? The clan elder's piercing gaze made Feng Xian's scalp tingle. 2 individuals have suddenly perished. How do you intend to explain this to the tribe? Observing Feng Xian's bowed head in silence, the clan elder shook his head with a sigh. They were killed by the Black Wolf tribe. Go seek your revenge there. How can I trust you with the Yinfeng tribe? Have you squandered the bravery passed down from our ancestors? You dare not provoke the formidable foe in front of you. Yet you choose to bully the weaker Xian Niao tribe. I see you have no intention of continuing as chief. Feng Xian emerged from his nest, utterly disheartened. For years, he had tirelessly labored at the forefront, pouring his heart and soul into the tribe, even demanding the least share when prey was distributed. At last, he earned the respect of his kin and ascended to the position of chief. Yet now, a A single remark from an elder had undermined all his efforts. His relentless toil was driven by a thirst for revenge. He was determined to harness the strength of the tribe to bring that wretched woman, Yao Yu, to her knees before him. Each recollection of that fateful night ignited a volcanic fury within him. Once, she was the daughter of the chief, while he was the sole heir of the Yanfeng clan. He had merely slipped into her nest under the cover of darkness, and before he could even touch her, she had ruthlessly incapacitated him. His father had advised him to endure, as he had indeed broken the rules first. Yet, why did she smile at him during the day? To him, it felt like seduction. The chief must be mine. No one can take her away. Feng Xian suppressed the venomous resentment in his eyes, seething with determination. Chief, the bodies of Moon Niao and Moon Niao have been brought back, reported a subordinate. Feng Xian snapped back to reality and followed to the edge of the forest, where a crowd had gathered in a tight circle. Were they slain by the gods? Indeed, stones had rained down from the heavens. It was terrifying. As the chief approached, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Feng Xian gazed upon the two corpses, trembling with rage. Yao Yu, how dare she openly challenge him? What are you doing? Yao Li exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of several figures. He swiftly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Lower your weapons, or I shall shoot. Only now you choose to disarm? Can't you count? There are more of us than you, responded a tall and striking woman, noticing the absence of any totems on their faces, heightening his suspicion. So what if there are many of us? We are not afraid of you, said Lang Yu, her tone calm and devoid of emotion, her gaze fixed on their peculiar weapons. This is our territory. The tribe will arrive soon, and then you shall all perish, Yao Li threatened menacingly. Your territory? Is this not the land of the Yanfeng tribe? Lang Yu narrowed her eyes, raising her stone spear. Besides, your kin have already departed. Do not attempt to deceive me. Who says this belongs to the Yanfeng tribe? Yao Li retorted angrily. This is clearly the domain of our Xian Niao clan. Moon. They just killed 2 members of the Yanfeng tribe. A companion of Lang Yu quietly reminded her. Lang Yu, somewhat perplexed, recalled that the Xian Niao clan had always been a part of the Yanfeng tribe. What is your relationship with the Yanfeng tribe? Lang Yu inquired. They are undoubtedly our enemies, Yao Li asserted, undaunted by their smaller numbers. He was confident he could take down this woman with a single arrow. Lang Yu sensed that the robust man before her was not deceitful, and her mind raced. The Black Wolf tribe was an enemy of the Yanfeng tribe. If the Xian Niao clan were also foes of the Yanfeng tribe, they could easily unite against them. She was eager to share the news with her father. They would soon depart from this place. The two parties passed each other, each moving away. Let us strike them from behind, one tribesman suggested, as he readied his bow, and once we shoot, we shall flee. They surely cannot catch us. Are you foolish? They are not allies of the Flame Phoenix tribe. Yao Li delivered a firm slap to the back of the man's head, admonishing him. The divine messenger instructed us not to provoke others. You must have not listened attentively. Did you encounter another group? Su Yi inquired, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Come, tell me what transpired, he pressed. Moments later, he commended. Well done. Our tribe's current guiding principle is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Once we grow powerful, we shall take wives, 1 for each, no, 2 for each, and let us multiply vigorously. By the way, regarding Ling, Sui paused, gazing intently into Yao Li's eyes. Divine messenger, Ling is meant to be with you. We are of the same tribe, and it is against the rules. Yao Li waved his hands in alarm, feeling anxious. He dared not compete with the divine messenger for a woman. Earlier, he had been utterly blinded by foolishness, nearly losing his life. Thus, it is better to share joy than to revel alone. I embrace a woman daily, while my brothers remain solitary, and my heart aches. Sui sighed. Divine messenger, thank you for considering us. Should we acquire beautiful ones, we shall certainly leave them entirely for you. The two men exchanged a knowing laughter that only men could comprehend. After hearing the divine messenger's words, Yao Li felt enlightened, as if his life had suddenly acquired direction and purpose. Yao Yu, overhearing the two men's laughter, wished to turn away in disdain. Chapter 35. Whom will you choose? And to bear children so vigorously, what do they think of women? Every time Su Yi received reports from those who ventured out, he insisted on summoning her, claiming it was to cultivate strategic awareness. Bah! Coughing lightly, he said, Li, tone it down a bit. There are girls present. By the way, which tribe did that group belong to? Su Yi inquired. I forgot to ask. Yao Li exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Well then, you may return to your duties. Su Yi dismissed Yao Li and cast a furtive glance at Yao Yu, who knelt beside him in silence, her posture upright and her expression as cold as ice. Let me test you. Su Yi feigned profundity. Do you know why there are only two kinds of people in this world? Men and women? Do you understand why? After men and women engage in such activities, children are born? He gestured to illustrate his point. You shameless. Yao Yu retorted indignantly, seeing her ears redden. Su Yi chuckled and left the large shelter. The beasts in the forest outnumbered the humans. Thanks to the bow and arrow, the Xian bird tribe temporarily lacked for food. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. Should a natural disaster occur, being without reserves would be dire. Su Yi stealthily approached the pen housing 2 wild chickens, visiting daily to check on them. When the chickens were first confined, they flapped about incessantly, refusing to eat or drink. Su Yi also believed that they would fast to death for the sake of freedom. As a result, starting from the 3rd day, the rooster began to consume the insects the children had gathered. That day, Su Yi treated the entire clan to a feast. Eventually, the hen joyfully joined the rooster in this newfound habit. Over the past few days, the 2 chickens had become plump and glossy, yet they still had not laid any eggs. The reasons for a hen's failure to lay eggs are numerous, and Su Yi, lacking expertise in poultry, was at a loss as to what to do. He could only continue to pamper the 2 chickens with delectable treats every day. Su Yi resolved that once the chicken population increased, he would certainly slaughter these 2 for the table. He routinely leaned against the fence, peering inside. At this time of day, sunlight streamed through the gaps into the coop. Uniquely, he noticed several dusty eggs nestled among the pile of weeds in the corner. With a clap of joy, Su Yi startled the 2 chickens. Finally, they had laid eggs. He scanned the vicinity, finding no one else around except for Yao Yu, who had just emerged from the coop. Su Yi rushed over, grasping her hand. Come, I have something to show you. The warmth of his large hand enveloped her, and Yao Yu did not resist as he led her to the chicken coop. She involuntarily wrinkled her lovely brow at the unpleasant smell of chicken droppings. Look, eggs. Do you see them? Right there. Yao Yu focused her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Smile? Su Yi urged, noticing her frown. This was a small step for the chickens, but a monumental leap for humankind. With millions of years of human evolution, this could certainly be deemed a historic event. Yao Yu sniffed again, forcing a smile. She could see that he was genuinely delighted. But we shouldn't celebrate too soon. Let us wait until the chicks hatch. The 2 stood up to leave the coop when Yao Yu suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Lon, you're back. Su Yi turned to see the women carrying fish. The floodwaters had receded, and the river was slowly regaining its former vitality. Su, we lost the net, Yao Lan said, her face filled with disappointment as she looked down. As Su Yi approached, he noticed the women appeared somewhat disheveled, covered in mud. Is everyone unhurt? He circled around them, relieved to find that they only had minor scrapes. We can always weave another net if we need to. What matters is that everyone is safe, Su Yi reassured them. The women were taken aback, lifting their heads in surprise. The net had taken nearly an entire day for the clan to construct, requiring considerable effort from everyone. They had anticipated Su Yi would scold them, yet he was only concerned for their well-being. You should scold us a little, one suggested. Yes. Punish us by making us kneel before the statue for a day. What happened? Yao Yu asked, her displeasure evident as the net loss genuinely angered her. After a moment of silence, Yao Lan raised her head. A crocodile came ashore. We managed to ensnare it with the net, but it was too strong, and we couldn't hold on, so we lost it. Su Yi was taken aback. Isn't this just his absurd idea? The crocodile and Yao Li are entirely different entities. How could a few women possibly overpower a prehistoric giant nearly 10 meters long? My apologies. Fortunately, no one was harmed, Su Yi remarked, feeling a twinge of fear. It's entirely our fault for lacking strength. We could have vanquished that crocodile, Yao Lan murmured. How could that possibly be blamed on you? Su Yi continued to introspect. The others now obeyed him without question, almost flawlessly executing the tasks he assigned. Thus, any misjudgment on his part could potentially endanger his kin. From now on, each command must be considered with utmost caution. Very well, everyone, tidy up and take a break. I shall not punish you. Su Yi waved his hand. Yao Yu wanted to say something, but she noticed everyone had already departed. She eyed Su Yi coldly and inquired, why are you so kind to them? Huh? Where's the kindness? Su Yi replied, bewildered. Are you truly intending to gather all the women of the Xian Yao clan into your nest? How would I manage that? Su-yi said instinctively. Humph. Divine messenger, as long as you spare them, I am willing to follow you. Yao Yu unexpectedly uttered those words. Hearing him express concern for other women unsettled her heart. Su-yi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Grasping her delicate hand, he declared, "It's a promise. If every woman of the Xin Yao clan is a beauty, then the clan leader, Yao Yu, is the paragon among them. Her grace, physique, and visage are nearly impeccable." Su-yi felt he had stumbled upon a great fortune. He had never intended to involve himself with other female clansmen. With his gaze fixed on the enchanting Yao Ling daily, he naturally found little interest in other women. Only Yao Yu, the chieftainess, ignited his desire for conquest. Who would have thought she would come to him so willingly? "Come, let us make children," Su-yi jested, holding on to Yao Yu's hand firmly and pretending to lead her toward the shelter. No, Yao Yu planted herself firmly, and to his surprise, he could not budge her. "What about Ling? Can you truly forsake her? Did you not deliver her to my bed?" Su-yi was taken aback. Perhaps a child had already been conceived. Yao Yu smiled sweetly, her allure palpable, causing Su-yi's heart to flutter. "I asked Ling. She said you have not touched her, and having children is utterly impossible." When she received this news, she was overjoyed. Su-yi felt embarrassed. Why did Ling disclose everything? Shouldn't their intimate life remain private? "So will you release her?" "Our agreement was regarding the other women of the Xian Yao clan, and Ling certainly counts as one." Su-yi suddenly felt the warmth of her hand in his. Ling had already been fully revealed to him. Everyone in the clan regarded her as his woman. What would happen if he abandoned her? Su-yi spoke coldly. "That is a matter she must contemplate. Why do you ask me?" Yao Yu snorted softly, hoping he would relinquish everything and bring her into his nest, expressing her willingness to bear his children. As the leader of her clan, how could she share a man with another woman? "You. It was you who entrusted her to me, and now you expect me to abandon her? What? Are you reluctant? Then why not release my hand?" "You. Can we not discuss this? There is nothing to negotiate. Either let go of me or draw me into the nest. Ling has informed me that you lack our medicinal arts. Once you choose me, I shall impart the knowledge of our craft to you." That day seems like yesterday, when a foolish girl, trembling and anxious, sought refuge in his embrace, shedding her garments. On that rainy night, he slept soundly, dreaming of gifts imbued with the fragrance of herbs. He gazed at the exquisite figure of Yao Yu before him and slowly loosened his grip. "Ling, Suka has promised to cherish you always." "You." Yao Yu inhaled deeply and turned to depart. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. When he released her hand, she felt a bittersweet pang of sorrow and joy. She was confident that she was more beautiful than Yao Ling. After all, do men not favor beautiful women? Yet, why did he not choose her? He even disregarded the medicinal arts. Her heart ached, feeling as though she had lost to another woman in her role as clan leader. Observing Yao Yu's graceful silhouette, Su-yi did not anticipate that this fleeting joy would vanish even more swiftly than it arrived. He must have a serious talk with Ling. One should not share the intimate details of married life with others. As for Yao Yu, sooner or later, he would charm her into his bed. Would he really relinquish such a beauty to another? His journey through time would have been in vain otherwise. What choice was there to be made? He desired her. Without exception. Chapter 36. Garment's time swiftly passed, and with the rise and fall of 15 sons, the Xianbird clan welcomed several new members, a wild boar and 7 chicks. Perhaps due to differing environments or breeds, today all 7 chicks hatched, prompting Su-yi to declare a celebration throughout the clan. They brought forth the long-stored jerky, allowing everyone to indulge heartily. Truly, the divine envoy is remarkable. 2 had become 9. It was simply extraordinary. Another remarked, tearing off a piece of meat with a muffled tone. "Hey, if they had fallen into our hands, they would have turned to waste." 2 chickens could barely satiate 1 person, yet 9 could easily fill 4. Indeed. But I noticed the divine envoy seems uninterested in the chickens. Who knows? In any case, following the divine envoy's lead is undoubtedly wise. By the way, let us send some meat to the slaves as well, Su-yi instructed a clansman. Not too much. The clansman complied promptly. The 4 slaves received the jerky and knelt in unison before Su-yi, prostrating themselves in reverence. As slaves, their usual fare consisted of wild vegetables and fruits. Jerky was a luxury for them. However, they were exceedingly content with their current lives. As long as they worked, there was food to eat. A vast improvement over their time in the tiger tribe, where a full day's labor might yield nothing. and they had to guard against being eaten by their clan members in the event of injury. Living in constant trepidation, they feared they might not witness the dawn of another day. The circumstances have transformed. They now perceive their lives as brimming with hope and vigor, exerting themselves with a fervor surpassing even that of the Sueño tribe. Lien, Su, said, "Make a pair of leather shorts for each of the 5 children. They rise early and toil late. This is what they rightfully deserve. Pants. We have pants now. Oh, hooray!" The children exclaimed, their excitement causing them to leap joyfully. The woman who turned to leave was named Yao Yin, and Su noticed her remarkable skill with a bone needle. The items she stitched were meticulously crafted, with fine stitches and carefully finished edges that did not prick the skin. Su briefly instructed her on the technique of making shorts and subsequently designated her to focus solely on clothing production. The leather shorts he now wore were indeed her handiwork. Although somewhat loose, the legs were evenly proportioned and symmetrically aligned, with neat seams that were quite impressive. He also requested her to sew a set of garments from fawn skin for Yao Ling, who was utterly delighted. The following day, she wore it out, proudly showcasing her new attire to her friends, and instantly, the garments became the envy of the tribe, particularly among the women. A fashion craze swept through the community, as everyone yearned for these novel garments. However, only 2 individuals managed to acquire them: Yao Ling, the woman of the divine envoy, and Yao Gu, who astonishingly trapped a wild boar. Now the 5 children also sported the new style clothing, which inevitably sparked jealousy among others. It was rumored that crafting these new garments was a laborious task, with Lien needing 2 to 3 days to complete a single piece. Thus, the 5 pairs of shorts would suffice for a considerable time. "Come here, you 5. I need to take your measurements," Yao Lien called, holding a length of hemp rope. On that day, the divine envoy unexpectedly approached her, instructing her to cease participating in hunts and instead focus solely on her needlework. He explained that specialization could enhance productivity and emphasize the importance of each person excelling in their designated tasks. Though she did not fully comprehend his words, she understood that by mastering her needlework, she would be able to share equally in the tribe's food supply. Consequently, she resolved to diligently fulfill the task entrusted to her by the divine envoy. He then taught her the methods of garment making, and she was astonished to discover the depths of knowledge he possessed, even regarding women's fashion. Enough of this dawdling. Everyone, work diligently, and soon all will be adorned, he encouraged. Feng Xian was seething with anger, harboring thoughts of obliterating the Sueño tribe and capturing Yao Yu. However, the elders of the tribe opposed his plans. Nearby, the Black Wolf tribe remained a constant threat, having ambushed their foraging parties multiple times in recent days. Each time he dispatched tribesmen for assistance, the elders intervened, severely restricting his strategies, which had become increasingly intolerable. "Chief, Mu Xing and the others have captured a large bear," one of his subordinates reported excitedly. Feng Xian's dark eyes flickered with interest. "Good, splendid," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Inform the tribe that we shall feast on bear meat tonight." "Chief, should we not preserve some?" his subordinate questioned, astonished. "Recently, everyone has worked hard and deserves a delightful meal." He paused and added, "Summon the priestess. I have matters to discuss with her." His subordinates cheerfully departed. "Chief, did you call for me?" The priestess was a frail young woman, adorned with an unknown floral wreath upon her head. "My dear priestess, there exists a task that only you can fulfill," Feng Xian said gently. "Tonight, you shall." Upon hearing this, the priestess's complexion turned ashen as she departed. She had not anticipated that the chief would threaten her with her father's life. Yet, he was the chief. What could she do? The celestial river of stars shifted, while the earthly curtains fell. A massive black bear was being carved up by the crowd. By the roaring bonfire, people danced freely in merriment. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the joyful atmosphere. "The elder has been poisoned. Who dares to poison the elder?" Feng Xian, seething with rage, promptly rushed with the tribal leaders to the elder's dwelling. Inside, the priestess, pale as death, collapsed on the ground, while the elder lay lifeless. His face darkened. "Priestess, did you dare to poison the elder? Why have you done this?" One of the tribal leaders accused angrily. He demanded that I sleep with him tonight." The priestess trembled. "That is why I poisoned him." "You lie," cried Mu Ling, the elder's son, in anguish. "My father hasn't had a woman in over a decade. Would he desire you? Speak the truth. Who instigated you?" "Mu Ling, what are you looking at me for?" Feng Xian interjected, her heart sinking. "Do you suspect me? It was your father who nominated me as chief. Why would I wish harm upon him? Mu Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed fiercely on the priestess. You better confess, or I shall have your life. There is nothing more to say. He wished to sleep with me, and thus I poisoned him, the priestess responded coolly. Feng Xen breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared her choice had not been in vain, as the priestess had already prepared her escape. Although the tribe had customs mandating that members marry within their own generation, Feng Xen lamented, but you cannot poison the elder. He has labored for our tribe for so many years, alas. The surrounding tribespeople shook their heads in dismay. That is impossible. My father would never desire her. Mu Ling wept. Who commanded you? Speak, or I shall kill you. I find him old. I am the one who wished to kill him, the priestess replied indifferently. Chief, my father cannot die unjustly. She must be punished. Mu Ling's eyes brimmed with tears. Chief, the elder broke the rules first. The priestess has committed no wrong and must not be executed, someone in the crowd argued. The priestess had some knowledge of medicine, and she had often aided the tribe in healing injuries, earning the gratitude of many. The crowd soon divided into two factions. Chapter 37. Fear of confrontation on one side. There were those who demanded the priestess be punished with death. On the other, those who believed she had done no wrong and should not perish. Feng Xien raised her hand, signaling for silence. Although the elder broke the rules first, I believe the priestess must also face punishment. As her words settled in the air, the crowd fell silent, awaiting her next utterance. The priestess shall endure branding, and the elder shall receive a grand burial. Branding, gasped the crowd in unison. Chief, this is unacceptable. How could she withstand branding? Men are unable to withstand the scorching punishment. A single misstep may lead to death. Do you mean to execute the shaman directly? Feng Xien replied coldly. No, our leader Feng Xien is the fairest. Someone interjected immediately. Let this be the punishment. Everyone shall accept it. Fairness. The voices gradually faded, and the crowd dispersed. The following day, the shaman's back was seared by charcoal. The elders were solemnly laid to rest in the clan's burial ground. Feng Xien seized absolute power, commanding the entire tribe to prepare for war, ready to take vengeance upon the Shin Bird clan. To my surprise, you are quite clever, managing to escape unscathed. In the shaman's modest dwelling, Feng Xien sat beside her, his hand slipping beneath her skirt to caress her rounded form. Leader, I hope you will fulfill your promise, the shaman replied with an impassive expression, as if the hand upon her back were non-existent. Your father has acquired an additional piece of deer hide, allowing him to enjoy meat with every meal. Feng Xien, upon witnessing the horrific injuries upon her back, lost interest and withdrew his hand. A glimmer of clarity flickered in the shaman's eyes. It is an open secret that the leader's lower half is compromised. Each time he seeks a woman, it is merely a fleeting indulgence. A hint of derision passing through the shaman's lowered gaze. Take good care of your wounds. Feng Xien clapped his hands and exited. To attack the Shinbird clan, one must first rid themselves of the encroachment of the Black Wolf tribe. This matter requires thorough planning. Here, a gift for you. Su Yi presented a set of clothing. As a modern youth, he had encountered more strategies for courting women than Yao Yu, a primitive individual, would in several lifetimes. Catering to her preferences was merely a trivial stratagem he devised. Noticing a fleeting spark of affection in her eyes, Su Yi smiled silently. Yao Yu indeed adored the outfit. The spotted deer hide appeared incredibly soft. Yao Ling flaunted her attire daily, and Yao Yu envied her immensely. How could her garments be so exquisite? The outfit fit snugly around her essential areas, accentuating her beauty. Only days prior, Lian had taken her measurements, mentioning that everyone would be measured, which she had dismissed. It now appeared that from that day onward, she had been crafting her own garments. There was no doubt. She must have obtained Su Yi's approval to do so. You can take it back. Yao Yu replied defiantly, I do not like it. She would not relinquish her principles for such a splendid outfit. Su Yi observed her eyes fixated on the clothing, his heart soaring with delight. Alas, even if we do not become husband and wife, we shall remain friends. Su Yi feigned a sigh of regret. This size was tailored to your figure. It would fit perfectly and look stunning. What a pity, what a pity. You do not like it. As he spoke, he noted the struggle in her eyes, nearly bursting into laughter. Lan seems to have a similar build to yours. I shall have to give it to her, Su Yi declared, feigning to depart. In the next moment, Yao Yu grasped his arm tightly. Did you not say you did not like it? Su Yi inquired, puzzled. Humph. Yao Yu let out a cold snort, snatching the clothing and retreating into the shelter. concerned that Lon might wear something ill-fitting, thus wasting the precious fur. She thought, such a stubborn mouth. Su-yi chuckled lightly, turning away while humming a tune. Inside the shelter, upon hearing Su-yi's laughter, Yao Yu felt an urge to drag him in for a scuffle. Her gaze fell upon the garment in her hands, and her earlier annoyance evaporated. She was flushed with excitement. Finally, she had something beautiful to wear. Eagerly, she removed her animal skin skirt. Recalling how Yao Ling had looked in it, sitting on her bed, she slipped her feet into the pants openings. The trousers were crafted from the skin of a small spotted deer, with 3-finger-wide black fur sewn onto the edges of the legs and the waist. Slowly, she pulled them up to her waist, tightening the belt. The sensation of being completely enveloped was extraordinarily comfortable, and surprisingly, there was no discomfort between her legs. Lian's craftsmanship was truly exceptional. Yao Yu twirled around, then loosened the animal skin wrapped around her chest. The top garment was of the same color, fully covering her upper body. Once dressed, she secured the belt snugly beneath her bust, meticulously tying a neat knot. As she walked about the nest, stretching her body, she felt utterly unrestricted by her attire. Oh, her heavens! What kind of mind did the divine being possess to conceive such a practical outfit? She adored it, and could hardly wait for everyone to see her. Feng Xian finally devised a plan. He instructed 100 tribespeople to stealthily leave the tribal camp under the cover of night, one by one. Meanwhile, the same number of bonfires were lit within the tribe as usual. He also mandated that during the day, his subordinates engage in more movement and interactions to create the illusion of a full camp for the Black Wolf tribe. Those who entered the forest had not truly departed. They were merely following his orders to conceal themselves. After several days of testing, the Black Wolf tribe remained inactive, with yet another sunrise. You might be wondering why I have taken such measures. Why sleep in the dew when there are shelters available? To tell you the truth, I intend to deceive the Black Wolf tribe while secretly annihilating the Xianbird clan. The Xianbird clan has slain 2 of our members. We must exact our revenge. We will slay their men and seize their women. After several days of confusion, the subordinates finally grasped the leader's intentions and were filled with admiration for him. They set off immediately, determined to reach the Xianbird clan by midday and feast upon the fish they had caught. 100 of them surged forth like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, traversing mountains and forests towards the Xianbird clan. The horrific fate of the 2 men still lingered in Feng Xian's mind, causing him to refrain from leading the charge. When they had covered approximately half the distance, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling flocks of birds into flight. The subordinate at the forefront was struck by a suddenly falling stone, shattering his skull. Silence enveloped the group, faces etched with fear. Feng Xian immediately pushed through the crowd to inspect the fallen stone. His eyes meticulously scanned the surroundings, drawing attention to several broken blades of grass. As he parted the bushes, the scene behind them made his pupils constrict. Everyone, come here, Feng Xian called out. Look, the rope on the stone is connected to a wooden stick, which is lodged right here, surrounded by human footprints. This is clearly the work of the Xianbird tribe, not the celestial beings. Feng Xian urged. The cowards of the Xianbird tribe dare not confront us openly. They only resort to sneaky tactics from the shadows. What do you think we should do? How despicable. Their treachery is intolerable. We must annihilate them to avenge our kin. Yes, we shall eradicate them. Everyone, watch your steps and remain vigilant of your surroundings. The crowd resumed their advance, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Chief, I found something, someone exclaimed from the right side. Feng Xian squeezed through and, indeed, discovered a vine on the ground that was almost the same color as the dried twigs. His heart raced. He felt an unsettling difference about the Xianbird tribe. Chapter 38. Dimensional Strike. Cautiously following the vine, he pushed aside the branches and leaves on the ground. As he traced the vine, he spotted a massive log suspended between the leaves, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. How treacherous! The group collectively gasped. If that log were to come crashing down, no one would withstand its force. Step back, Feng Xian urged his kin, retreating while picking up a stone to trigger the trap. The log swung down with a whistling sound, swaying a few times before hanging still. Let us proceed, he said, his expression slightly troubled. Oh no! A cry of pain erupted as another fell. Feng Xian turned to see a pit the size of a water buffalo's head filled with sharp branches. The unfortunate tribesman had pierced his foot. He felt a surge of shock and anger, but his face remained composed. Everyone, split into 3 groups, form a straight line, and use your weapons to scout ahead. Move slowly. Feng Xian laughed heartily. The Xianbird tribe must be terrified of our advance, which is why they set these traps. We shall surely defeat them. Upon hearing reports from Yao Gu and others, Su Yi led his tribesmen into the forest. The tropical rainforest offered ideal conditions for traps, yet its drawbacks were evident. Beyond 4 or 5 meters, visibility diminished drastically, posing a significant challenge for archery. You are the best archers. Aim to take down one enemy with each shot. Su Yi instructed Yao Yu and the others. Stay close to them. If you get the chance, shoot. If they chase you, flee. If they run, pursue them. But be cautious of traps. Do you understand? The 3 nodded. Go, and be sure to stay safe. I will await your return for a celebration. Watching them disappear from view, Su Yi turned to the others. Follow our previous plan. Climb the trees along the enemy's likely paths, conceal yourselves, and shoot from a distance before fleeing for your lives. Their weapons cannot reach you from afar, so create distance to attack. Remember, do not wait for the enemy to draw near before releasing your arrows. I do not demand that you hit them. I only wish for you to instill fear. All right, go now, and regroup here once the task is complete. Only Yao Ling remained by his side, as the others were dispatched. Ling, will you protect me? Is that all right? Su Yi gazed at the disappearing figures of his kin. I will ensure your safety. Yao Ling's small face was etched with anxiety, her large eyes darting around. Do not worry. Battles are fought with morale and strategy. Perhaps we shall not even encounter them. Didn't they say over 100 have arrived? 3 of them against 1 of us. Your formidable weapon cannot possibly overcome that, she replied. We engage in guerrilla tactics, not direct confrontation. Oil chicken. Yao Ling leaned closer, her eyes wide. I am discussing serious matters with you. Do not treat me like a child by bringing up food. All right, no more talk of food. Feng Xian walked at the center, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her. How did the Xianbird tribe suddenly acquire such terrifying methods of killing? Besides these tactics, do they possess other means? Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. In the next moment, a tribesman let out a horrific scream and collapsed. Feng Xian saw a shadow darting away in the left thicket. Hurry, pursue and eliminate that one, she commanded, pointing in that direction, and her tribesmen rushed forward. However, someone fell into a pit hidden on the ground. The anguished cries halted everyone in their tracks. The individual who had pierced his foot turned pale and succumbed. They all recognized the toxins in the spikes scattered on the ground. Thus, half the group retreated. In the blink of an eye, feathered javelins were hurled from that direction. One of the subordinates was struck in the chest and fell. At the same time, javelins flew from the right, and cries of agony echoed around. Over here. This way too. Someone help me. The members of the Yin Feng tribe were paralyzed with terror from the onslaught coming from various directions. They had never faced such a dreadful situation. Were it not for the presence of their leader, they would have fled. Feng Xian understood their sentiments all too well. Gritting his teeth, he declared, not far ahead lies the camp of the Xianbird tribe. There are no thickets there. Let us see where they take refuge. Everyone scatter and charge with me, he shouted, leading the way forward. The tribe members, witnessing their leader's bravery, immediately howled in response and followed suit. Javelins continued to rain down from both sides, and the sounds of suffering filled the air. Feng Xian's heart bled for his fallen comrades. Over 20 had already perished. Damn the Xianbird tribe. Damn you, Yao Yu. You shall pay dearly for this, he vowed. He charged ahead, seemingly tripping over something. Those following behind were violently knocked aside. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, yet the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. It was a battle to the death with Yao Yu. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow approaching. Before he could react, a shadow flew past his ear. A sharp spear plunged into the earth behind him, its tail adorned with feathers. From where did they procure such weapons? The spear had been thrown from an oblique angle. He glimpsed a figure leaping from the tree, vanishing from sight. Don't run, Feng Xian bellowed, sprinting in pursuit. Another rush of wind approached, and suddenly, his thigh was sharply tugged. Lowering his gaze, he saw a feathered spear embedded deeply into his flesh. Pain surged through his mind. As he stared into the seemingly endless thicket ahead, he experienced fear for the first time. He had never felt such trepidation even when encountering tigers or leopards. Retreat. Everyone. Retreat. Feng Xian commanded in agony. His subordinates sighed with relief. Leader, we shall assist you. 2 men hurried to support him as they retreated along the path they had come. Yet, what chilled Feng Xian's bones even more was that as they fled, Spears continued to rain down behind them, claiming life after life. They were still being pursued. Damn the Suanio tribe. Feng Xian roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. It was not until they exited the forest that the demons trailing them finally vanished. Quick, count how many of us remain. Feng Xian urged anxiously. Leader, 53 of us have emerged. A staggering 47 had perished in the woods, causing the flesh on Feng Xian's face to twitch uncontrollably. Let us return to the camp. Yaoing felt like a fierce tiger. He chased after a dozen enemies alone. They were oblivious to the need to scatter, charging in a single direction. He pursued closely behind, his arrows seemingly guided, striking each enemy in the back. As he watched them collapse in agony, he found these foes far easier to hit than the prey within the forest. He chased them until they emerged from the woods, still feeling unsatisfied with his shots. On the way back, he encountered 2 enemies who had been struck but were still alive. Recalling the divine messenger's words that captives could be useful, he refrained from striking them down. Eagle, you 2 have followed them here? He heard Li's voice. How many did you hit? Let us compare. Yaoing replied confidently. I struck 6. Apologies, but I hit 7. Yao Li emerged from the forest, brimming with pride. Though this time, it must be Gu who has the most kills. He has set traps for over 10 days, and they were likely triggered. Hey, don't walk in the middle. We should stick to the side path. Yaoing called out to Yao Li. Gu's traps are concealed too well. There could still be some that haven't been triggered. Did you truly hit 7? I never lie, Sui said, feeling drowsy as he waited on a small hillock. He saw Yao Yu emerge from the underbrush. An unusual expression of excitement on his face. They had all escaped the forest. Observing Su Yi's languid demeanor, Yao Yu seemed to have anticipated it. Did you predict their escape all along? It's you. Will you flee or not? Sui retorted. It is I who shall refrain from entering. You are indeed a clever woman, Sui remarked with a yawn. In an era where society was still grappling with the rudiments of combat using wooden sticks and stones, his tactics and weaponry could only be described as a dimensional descent in the art of warfare. He would only meet defeat when faced with a battalion of well-trained soldiers resolute in their determination to fight to the death. Such strategies seemed somewhat avant-garde when employed against a disorganized mob, rendering their defeat rather inexplicable. Chapter 39. You are truly terrifying. In this battle, 33 foes were slain, and 9 were captured, a total exceeding that of the Xianbird tribe. Remarkably, none from the Xianbird tribe suffered any casualties. Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy. The Xianbird tribe's people fervently bowed at Su Yi's feet. Yao Yu stood slightly behind him on the stone bench, gazing at his profile illuminated by the sun, her eyes betraying a sense of admiration. A glance towards Ling, who stood behind him as well, revealed a face filled with pride. Indeed, she was the woman of the Divine Envoy. Her standing within the tribe had surpassed even that of the chieftain. She firmly believed that under Su Yi's leadership, the Xianbird tribe would surely grow strong. How many tribespeople would there be then? 100? 200? The thought of hundreds kneeling at her feet made her heart race. The might of the Xianbird tribe was the result of collective effort. The credit belonged to all. Su Yi rose from the small stone bench, palms raised upward, beckoning. Let everyone rise. The Xianbird tribe's people knelt even more fervently, fully aware that the weapons and tactics were gifts from the Divine Envoy. Yet, he insisted it was a collective effort. Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy, Divine Envoy. They chanted. Enough. Su Yi declared sternly. How can you work while kneeling? The crowd slowly pulled themselves upright. In one corner of the camp, 9 lightly wounded captives were tied together with a sturdy rope. As Sui approached, a few knelt and bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. He commanded the unbinding of the ropes before lowering his gaze upon the 9. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. I beg of you. We were all part of the same tribe. I never intended to kill you. Sui lamented. Yet, you insisted on bringing about your own demise. Provide me with a reason not to execute you. Sui crouched down and inquired. The captives exchanged glances, struggling to articulate a response. They were acutely aware that, regardless of the tribe, the fate of male captives was often to be slaughtered and turned into roasted meat. I have a way to spare your lives. Tell us, and we shall comply, the captives replied in unison. Each of you must slay a member of the Yen Phoenix tribe to prove you are not my enemies. Thus, you may remain within the Xianbird tribe as joyful slaves. Su Yi said with a smile. But the Yen Phoenix tribe is outside the forest. One captive protested in confusion. If we release them, will you not fear their escape? The man before me, with a beaming smile, was clearly no fool. Foolish. Su Yi straightened up. Isn't the person beside you from the Yinfeng clan? With that, he turned to leave. Behind him, curses and cries erupted, startling many women of the Xin Yao clan. The 9 captives were paired off, while one circle of 3 engaged in a fray. Strength, Eagle, keep a close watch. Do not let them escape. The few members of the tiger tribe had lost their sense of belonging. Su Yi was unperturbed by their potential flight. But these 9 individuals would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to flee. It was better to keep half of them who could be useful than to retain 9 untrustworthy souls. The 9 were locked in combat, desperately picking up stones and branches from the ground to strike at one another. The men of the Xin Yao clan brandished their weapons, encircling them. Before long, 5 lay dead, leaving 4 bloodied and dazed, seated on the ground. Why have only 5 perished? Su Yi, hearing the silence, approached and remarked. The surviving 4 trembled in fear. It turned out he intended to eliminate all 9. Never mind. I'm in a good mood today. I shall spare your lives for now. The man smiled again, exuding an aura of a devil. The 4 prostrated themselves, grateful for Su Yi's mercy. He provided them with some food, and then took the 4 to the mountains to dig a pit and bury the bodies. With the issue of the captives resolved, Su Yi felt considerably lighter. You are truly fearsome. Yao Yu approached from the side, observing him intently. I am of the Xin Yao clan. Upon noticing Yao Yu, clad in a short animal skin skirt and a strapless vest, Su Yi could not help but admire her in silence. Exquisite. Her attire accentuated her slender waist, and the curves of her body captivated his gaze. Aware of his unabashed eyes fixed on her chest, Yao Yu instinctively straightened up. She adored this outfit. It was comfortable and allowed for freedom of movement. The men of her tribe all stared at her, none able to tear their eyes away. Yet, only the divine messenger dared to gaze unabashedly. Chief, another has returned from the forest. The Yinfeng tribe was engulfed in despair. The considerable loss of their members had shaken Feng Xian's standing within the tribe. Weary, Feng Xian waved his hand dismissively, signaling the messenger to retreat. In the past few days, 4 tribesmen had returned, which offered some solace. Chief, I have good news. I bring a significant announcement. An individual burst in, covered in scratches, with hair matted in leaves and mud. You are the 5th to return. Feng Xian mustered a smile, trying to uplift his spirits. Chief, I overheard a great secret. The man leaned in closer, whispering, the Xin Yao clan, crack. Upon hearing this, Feng Xian sprang to his feet, locking his gaze onto the man's eyes. Are you certain? Chief, absolutely certain. I trailed behind them at a distance. There are no traps. Well done. Feng Xian was overwhelmed with joy, instructing his attendants to prepare a feast for him and grant him a piece of leather. No, deer hide. Thank you, Chief. The man expressed his gratitude with a bow. That day, he had concealed himself in the underbrush, refraining from fleeing with the others, yet inadvertently overheard the secrets of the Xianbird clan. His audacity led him to stealthily follow 2 individuals to the Xianbird clan's encampment before retracing his steps. You should go rest properly, Feng Xian exclaimed, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his leg. Yao Yu, you treacherous, wretched woman. This time, I shall see how you evade my grasp. He promptly resolved to summon his tribe, determined to annihilate the Xianbird clan the following day. No, I cannot concur. The leader of my clan interjected, rising to voice his dissent. We have engaged in numerous skirmishes with the Black Wolf tribe without such devastating losses. Indeed, our tribe cannot withstand further casualties. Who knows if they possess other means? The influential voices within the tribe united in opposition to Feng Xian's decree, a scenario he had anticipated. We have already offended the Black Wolf tribe and provoked the Xianbird clan. Should they conjoin forces, our Yinfeng tribe would face annihilation. Upon his declaration, the assembly sighed collectively, uncertain of how to proceed. Let us offer some jerky to the Xianbird clan, in the spirit of our previous alliance. They surely will not invade us. Yes, their current territory was designated by the former chief. Let us not forget. When the leader of the Xianbird clan and her kin mysteriously vanished, it was you who convened to divvy up their possessions, seizing their nest and tools, thereby expelling them from their ancestral land. Feng Xian, you must not speak so recklessly. Chapter 40. The Path of Desperation. It was indeed your father who led the charge, and everyone consented. Why does the blame now rest upon us? But my father is deceased, while you persist in living. Feng Xian remarked calmly from his position of authority. Silence. I propose we send some meat and return a few belongings left by Yao Yu's father. She is a kind-hearted child and would not attack us. One individual raised their hand in agreement. I concur. Another echoed. What nonsense. At that time, the Xianbird clan was starving, and many perished. Yao Yu pleaded countless times. Yet you offered nothing. She has long harbored resentment against you. Feng Xian smirked. Now we have the opportunity to extinguish the Xianbird clan, acquiring their formidable weaponry, medicinal knowledge. And women, consider this. Should the Xianbird clan's powerful arms fall into our hands, would we still fear the Black Wolf tribe? The women of the Xianbird clan would bear us children, who would grow to become warriors of our tribe. They possess a fishing tool that allows for catches right from the shore. Soon, it shall all be ours. With the tribal assembly concluded, Feng Xian successfully incited the crowd. However, he could only lead 50 warriors on this venture. The Black Wolf tribe had sensed the shift in dynamics, dispatching an increasing number of scouts around their territory. 50 men will suffice, he mused. After all, the Xianbird clan had scarcely a dozen men, and he deemed their women inconsequential. That evening, Feng Xian resolved to employ his previous tactics once more, leading 50 individuals into the forest. However, as dusk fell, another group emerged from the woods. Observing the injuries that marred the man's body, Feng Xian gently patted his shoulder with concern. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of apprehension glimmered in the man's eyes. Chief, I have discovered a path that circumvents the traps of the Xian clan. Upon hearing this news, Feng Xian felt an unwavering confidence surge within him. Splendid, he replied. Tomorrow, you shall guide along with Feng Wu, and together you will vanquish the Xian clan, earning a bountiful reward. The messenger momentarily faltered, quickly masking his expression. Yet, his fear of the Xian clan's divine envoy escalated to new heights. The audacity of that man to send forth 2 groups. But weren't there only 9 captives? Fortunately, he had not entertained other thoughts. You are gravely injured. Seek the shaman for some medicine, Feng Xian advised. Such audacity. How dare you deceive the chief? The shaman's sudden, inexplicable remark sent Wood River's heart racing. What nonsense are you spouting, shaman? How could I ever deceive the chief? He stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. The wounds on your body are not from plants. There are bite marks on the back of your thigh. You cannot fool me, the shaman stated in a calm tone. Do not speak. Allow me to guess. The shaman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Given the time that has elapsed, you certainly did not engage in battle with the Xian clan. Thus, you must have fought against your own kin? Upon witnessing his astonished expression, she realized her assumption was correct. Now, tell me, why did you engage in conflict with your own people? The shaman regarded Wood River with a steady gaze. You had better speak the truth, otherwise, I shall immediately inform the chief. I beg for your mercy, shaman, Wood River implored, kneeling at her feet. As long as you speak the truth, I shall not reveal anything to the chief. Curiosity sparkled in the shaman's eyes. Are you certain? Wood River asked, filled with hope. Absolutely, I swear by the flame phoenix deity. The shaman affirmed solemnly. Very well, Wood River sighed in relief, recounting the entire ordeal. He had never experienced such terror in his life as he had in the past 2 days. The fact that the other party dared to swear by the deity assured him that his secret would remain safe. The shaman's eyes brightened with each word. Is Yao Yu truly that formidable? No, it is not her at all. Fear flickered in Wood River's eyes. It is a man whom they all refer to as the divine envoy. The divine envoy? The shaman's curiosity was piqued. I am not entirely sure. He is merely a man of average stature, but it was he who sent me back to deliver the message. The divine envoy? Is he Yao Yu's consort? I do not know. All I can say is that everyone in the Xian clan obeys his commands without question. Wood River, are you ready? A voice called from outside, announcing that the chief was preparing to depart. Wood River jolted in fear and turned to the shaman with pleading eyes. You may go. It is merely superficial wounds, the shaman declared loudly. Wood River cast a grateful glance before opening the door and departing. The divine envoy? The shaman murmured. The Xian clan has changed indeed. Once again, he found himself concealed within the familiar thicket. Muchuan grasped a grasshopper that had crawled onto his hair, crushing it before discarding it into his mouth. Beyond the forest, the flickering flames of the Yen Phoenix tribe's bonfire were still visible, alongside the figures of patrolling tribesmen wielding torches. Yet, he knew he could never return. The punishment for traitors within the Yen Phoenix tribe was beheading as a sacrifice to the gods, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Furthermore, he had now become a slave of the Xianbird tribe. Should he succeed this time, he would ascend to the status of a high-ranking slave, while the other 3 tribesmen would remain mere low-ranking ones. High-ranking slaves received a piece of jerky daily, while low-ranking ones scarcely tasted meat. Muchuan mused with delight. That man had also informed him that if he performed well, there might be an opportunity for him to join the Xian bird tribe and become one of them, even winning the favor of a woman from the tribe. He resolved to work diligently, for the women of the Xian bird tribe were indeed breathtaking. A drop of dew fell onto his eyelid, jolting Muchuan from his slumber. As dawn broke, he knew it would soon be time to embark on their journey. He was uncertain of the Xian bird tribe's plans. His sole task was to guide them along the safe passage. They were off. One by one, the group rose to tread upon the perilous path. The divine envoy approaches. They exclaimed, "Excellent." Su-yi sprang to his feet, confident that after today's battle, the Yin Phoenix tribe would refrain from invading them for some time. After practicing archery for so long, today would be the moment of reckoning for them. Following the battle, accolades would be awarded based on the number of enemies slain, and he urged everyone to perform admirably. After delivering a rousing pre-battle speech, Su-yi led his tribesmen toward the ambush site. The path they traversed was treacherous, with Su-yi struggling to climb in many areas. Grateful for Ling's assistance along the way, the members of the Xian bird tribe split into 2 groups, concealing themselves atop 2 small hills overlooking the narrow path below. From their elevated position, over 20 bows could unleash a volley of more than 50 arrows in 2 rounds. Even if the actual casualties were minimal, it would be sufficient to instill fear in their adversaries. The presence of these ragtag individuals had made it impossible for him to farm in peace, a true source of vexation. Which path should they take? Feng Xen glared suspiciously with narrowed eyes, shifting his gaze between the 2 leaders. Muchuan shivered. He had not anticipated a divergence in the route proposed by another. Wasn't he sent by the divine envoy? If they truly charged into the Xian bird tribe, would it not spell his doom? His esteemed slave status, his woman, everything would be lost. Muchuan's mind raced. Chapter 41. A provocation unwise. The route chosen by Chief Feng Wu might have been sound previously. Muchuan suddenly knelt, blocking the way before the others. However, when I returned yesterday, I saw the Xian bird tribe setting traps along that very path. Chief, we have already lost enough of our kin. We must not venture down that road. Muchuan implored earnestly. Feng Wu cast a cautious glance at the chief, uncertain himself. Who could know if the Xian bird tribe had laid further traps behind them? Then let us proceed, as Makawa suggested. Feng Wu stammered. Should he lead his kin into another trap, the chieftain would surely slay him. On one side, there were desperate pleas, and on the other, averted gazes. Feng Xen cast an annoyed glare at Feng Wu, exclaiming, "Incompetent fool! Makawa, you shall lead the way." With that, Makawa sprang up from the ground. An inexplicable thrill coursing through him. A sensation of having everything under control made his heart race. When the enemy arrives, allow the front to pass and aim for the center. Pay heed to the rotund figure amidst the crowd. That is their leader. Remember, in future skirmishes, seize every opportunity to eliminate their chief. Su-yi, lowering his voice, imparted wisdom to the tribesmen nearby. Beside him, Yao Ling felt her heart leap and silently committed his words to memory. The sounds of movement grew nearer, with Makawa leading the way. Wait, Feng Xen suddenly called out, and the procession halted immediately. Makawa's path had indeed been correct, devoid of traps thus far. However, he noted that the route was flanked by mountains on either side. Recalling the feathered javelins of the Xin Yao clan, he resolved to send a few individuals ahead to scout. Makawa, take 10 of your men and proceed. Makawa's heart skipped a beat, urgency creeping into his voice. Chieftain, this path is safe. Feng Xen shot him a piercing glance. What? Are you afraid to go? Makawa, of course, was not afraid. His task was simply to traverse the path, oblivious to any divine arrangements. As he watched Makawa and the 10 tribesmen vanish from sight, it was not until they had traversed the valley that Feng Xen commanded the remaining group to advance. Su-yi, upon seeing merely 10 individuals enter, forgot to breathe in his tension. A flaw had indeed emerged in their plan. He had underestimated the wisdom of primitive peoples. They must have discerned something, which is why they had not surged into the valley en masse. He had previously instructed the concealed tribesmen not to engage, but he feared that Yao Yu might issue the command to fire arrows, thereby alerting the enemy. In truth, his anxieties were unfounded. Yao Yu had instructed her contingent simply, observe the opposing side. If the enemy attacks, retaliate. If not, remain still. Finally, the remaining 40 tribesmen began to enter the valley slowly. Yao Yu immediately recognized the portly figure who had stealthily approached her nest that night. His corpulent form was as repugnant as ever. With an arrow nocked and aimed at his ample chest, she heard Su Yi's command. Rising from her concealed position, she took a moment to adjust her aim before releasing the arrow. As Feng Exiled entered the valley, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He surveyed the shrubs lining the valley's sides, growing increasingly apprehensive. His upward view was completely obscured, yet they could clearly see him from above. Just then, a voice rang out from overhead. "Fall back," he shouted. Shadows flickered, piercing pain shot through him. He glanced down only to discover 2 feathered javelins embedded in his chest. "Everyone retreat," he cried out, enduring the agony. "Eliminate them! Eliminate them!" The mountainsides echoed with the relentless battle cries of the enemy. As more javelins rained down upon the crowd, Feng Exiled collapsed, weakened. "The leader is dead. Flee! The leader is dead." The already panicked throng surged like frightened wild boars, shoving against one another in the valley. The wails of despair reverberated throughout. The 10 who had initially fled were momentarily paralyzed, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. "Mokua, what on earth is happening?" Feng Wu grasped Mokua's arm in frustration. Mokua, flustered, replied, "The Suanio clan is truly cunning. They have laid traps here as well." "Mokua, how dare you lie?" One of them raised a stone hammer threateningly. Mokua shouted, "How could I have known there were traps on this path? I walked alongside you, always at the forefront. If I had known, would I have dared to lead the way?" "Stand down. How can we turn weapons against our own kin?" Another intervened, separating the two. "It is not Mokua's fault. The Suanio clan is to blame for their treachery. Indeed, we must return to rescue the leader," Mokua declared angrily. "Not quarrel here. Back to save the leader. Go." The 10 immediately turned around, weapons raised, charging back. However, Mokua, trailing at the rear, stealthily turned to leave. Feng Exiled felt his eyelids growing heavier, witnessing the return of the 10 who had previously departed, and his heart ached. He realized that they had all fallen victim to Mokua's deceit. But why would Mokua do this? He wished for their escape, yet could not utter a sound. Gazing through the gaps in the trees at the blue sky above, the surrounding cries of anguish and battle grew fainter. "Father, forgive me. He should never have provoked the Suanio clan." "Kneel. Do not kill," Sui shouted. The members of the Suanio clan echoed his command. The deceased could not hear the pleas. Yet those still alive, caught in a state of indecision, immediately knelt at the sound of the command, including the 10 who had rushed into the valley. Upon discovering their leader had perished, they lost their composure and fled back the way they came. Meanwhile, those within the valley desperately sought a way out. The 2 groups collided, rendering them immobile. The living were bound together with ropes, while the severely injured were mercilessly slaughtered by the Yin Feng tribe's captors. "Bring a few more people to collect their weapons." Seeing that the turmoil at the valley's bottom had subsided, Sui directed his clan to clean the battlefield. When he finally stumbled to the valley floor, his kin had already tidied the area. "Where is your leader?" Sui inquired. "That one." A captive lifted his head, pointing to the corpulent corpse on the ground. "Oh, it is not easy to sustain such bulk in this era," Sui remarked with a sigh. To the inhabitants of the Yin Feng tribe, it seemed as though the individual before them was intent on devouring their leader. Those who had slain their own kin were to be taken back as captives. Sui turned to Yao Ying and declared that those who had not taken a life should be armed, instructed to pierce the corpulent body of the adversary. Following this, he addressed the group of captives, stating, "Listen well. If you wish to survive, adhere to our directives. Any attempt to flee will result in broken legs, strung up on trees. Should anyone dare to resist, they will find their legs shattered and be tossed into a den of wolves, left to be devoured by the pups." With a fierce and commanding tone, Sui instilled fear before leading the way. The members of the Yin Feng tribe were terrified, each one complying fervently. This method of punishment was both peculiar and terrifying, and none wished to experience it. Chapter 42. We will not slay you, Sui. All you need to do is promise not to harm them and provide them with sustenance, and they will be immensely grateful. Yao Yu gazed earnestly into Suyi's eyes. Within the expansive shelter, they were alone, the others preoccupied with their respective tasks. "You are being overly cautious," Yao Yu continued. "Leave the management of these captives to me, and I assure you that none will escape. They will wholeheartedly remain with our tribe." Sui pondered her words, but resolutely shook his head. "No. I firmly believe that primal instincts drive individuals to prioritize their tribal affiliation above all. Given the slightest opportunity, they will flee. His methods could effectively deter escape and betrayal. If I succeed, you must heed my counsel in future endeavors. You cannot solely make decisions on your own. Are you brave enough to accept this challenge? Yao Yu responded with determination. Where did you learn such tactics? Su Yi asked with a smile, admiring her spirited demeanor. From a certain divine envoy, Yao Yu replied, pouting slightly. Please, let me give it a try. Su Yi's heart fluttered at her unexpected display of vulnerability. Very well, you may proceed. He acquiesced, resolving to keep a closer eye on her actions thereafter. Yao Yu rose, a radiant smile gracing her features, before she returned to her queenly composure. During this ambush, 24 members of the Yin Feng tribe were slain, and 17 were captured. Yao Yu approached the line of captives, who cowered in fear at her presence. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you, she assured, moving from one captive to another, loosening their bonds. Do you wish to stay? I hope you will choose to remain with our Xianyao tribe. The captives were initially taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy. With a resounding thud, they knelt before her, bowing at her feet. Rise, there is no need for such reverence. Yao Yu raised her arms, palms upwards. We are all of one tribe. We ought to assist one another rather than engage in mutual slaughter. Our true enemies are the venomous serpents and ferocious beasts. The captives, albeit tentatively, stood up, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon the beautiful woman before them. From this day forth, you shall be our new leader, one exclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Leader, leader. In a corner of the camp, Su Yi observed the commotion with keen eyes. He had consistently urged his clan to remain vigilant, wary of the captives potentially rising against Yao Yu. In his estimation, the captives' loyalty was precarious, driven by hunger and desire. They could easily resort to treachery. A mere handful of them gathered could precipitate significant unrest. I am not a leader. I am merely the chieftain of the Xianyao tribe. Su Yi noticed Yao Yu beckoning him over, and he stepped forward to address the assemblage of captives. The fear in their eyes was palpable. Eagle, fetch some dried fish and distribute it among them, he commanded. Yao Ying, who had been trailing behind, turned and departed. Let me assure you, if you remain at ease, there will be meat to eat and women to share your bed with. But should any of you contemplate betrayal, scheming to harm the Xianyao tribe in secret, I shall shatter your limbs and hang you from a tree, left to wither in the sun. Yao Yu shot Su Yi a displeased glare. Must you always mention women when you speak? On one hand lay a path of light, and on the other, a road shrouded in darkness. Even a fool would know which to choose. The captives, filled with trepidation, wished to prostrate themselves, but dared not move. After Su Yi's pronouncement, he turned and departed. The dried fish was distributed, and to their astonishment, what they thought was merely a small piece turned out to be the size of a palm. The captives swallowed hard, yet none dared to act. Dried fish. This was a delicacy usually reserved for the chieftain and leaders, not for them. Eat. Yao Yu encouraged. He speaks truth. If you work diligently, you shall often have the opportunity to feast on meat. Upon hearing her words, the captives ravenously stuffed their mouths, licking their hands and sucking their fingers clean. A dozen of them obediently seated themselves in a corner of the camp, occasionally whispering among themselves. Look, isn't that Muchuan? Well, it was he who caused the death of Chief Feng, Xin. A few captives rose, intent on confronting Muchuan. Have you lost your senses? If you wish to end up hanging from a tree as dried meat, go ahead. Someone exclaimed anxiously. Muchuan is a traitor. No, I must inform the new chief. Muchuan cannot be trusted. One individual mustered the courage to approach the large tent. Moments later, he returned, his expression one of despair. What did the new chief say? The others eagerly inquired. He said Muchuan acted on his orders. Muchuan's response had exceeded Su Yi's expectations. His adaptability was indeed remarkable. He had unreservedly agreed to reward him with meat and promised him hides, assuring him that should any woman from the Xianyao tribe take a liking to him, he would not stand in the way. Muchuan, overcome with gratitude, prostrated himself. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi assigned him the task of supervising the captives from the Yin Feng tribe. Muchuan, you are no better than a beast. You deserve to die, brother. If the new chief were to send you back to the Yin Feng tribe to deceive them, would you go? The question left the man speechless. The matriarch spared his life, and the new leader offered him fish and meat. Furthermore, in the valley, he personally took the life of a member of the Yin Phoenix tribe, Now, his only means of survival lies in aligning himself with the Xianbird clan. I shall go, he sighed. Muchuan had long witnessed Su Yi's prowess and now regarded him with utmost respect. After all, I arrived here earlier than you all and possess more knowledge. Muchuan leaned closer to the group, saying, allow me to enlighten you on the customs of the Xianbird clan. Understanding the rules will help us avoid mistakes and the consequent punishments. The others instantly showed interest. Firstly, the leader treats his own people exceptionally well. He regards each individual as significant. His kindness towards us stems from our lack of his trust. Muchuan surveyed the crowd. So, how can we earn the new leader's trust? Is that even a question? Naturally, by undertaking actions that benefit the Xianbird clan. For instance, if you were to abduct a few women, the leader would surely reward you and place his trust in you. By the way, there are 2 women you must be particularly cautious of, Muchuan said mysteriously. The matriarch is beautiful, isn't she? Indeed, like a goddess. The captives echoed in unison. Henceforth, when you encounter her, show her the proper respect. She is the leader's woman. If you provoke her ire, no one will be able to save you. Even if she weren't the leader's woman, we would still respect her, others chimed in. And there is another woman, adorned in attire similar to that of the leader. Equally stunning, be careful not to offend her. The captives silently committed this to memory. Muchuan, I previously heard that in the Xianbird clan, the leader is the highest authority. Why, then, has a new leader emerged? Chapter 43, Division of Labor. Actually, the people of the Xianbird clan do not refer to their leader as such. They call him the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy? Have you tasted the fish? That is a tool invented by the Divine Envoy to catch fish. The Xianbird clan can catch as many fish as they desire. Muchuan recounted what he had learned. And the feathered spears. Those are weapons conceived by the Divine Envoy as well. Each shot creates a gaping hole, truly formidable. The captives once again envisioned the figure that had threatened to hang them from trees. This time, alongside fear, there was a burgeoning sense of reverence. Are you aware of traps? Those, too, were invented by the Divine Envoy. Thus, no matter how numerous the Yin Phoenix tribe may be, they are no match for the Xianbird clan. Do you not realize how fortunate you are to remain here? The captives were unfamiliar with the concept of a hopeful future. Yet they understood that being part of the Xianbird clan meant they would not suffer from hunger or meet a foolish demise. Moreover, the Divine Envoy can transform 2 wild chickens into 9. Muchuan's final statement sent further shivers through the captives. While the idea of using tools to catch fish fell within their realm of understanding, the notion of turning 2 chickens into 9 was beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Muchuan felt a surge of pride. The Xianbird clan members who had shared this knowledge with him must have experienced a similar elation. Ah, and there is one more crucial matter, Muchuan's eyes gleamed. You are not yet true members of the Xianbird clan. You have merely joined the Suanio clan without having earned their recognition. It is not just you. I am in the same predicament. However, I am now a high-ranking slave, while you remain low-ranking. Low-ranking slaves? The astonished crowd regained their composure. Low-ranking slaves are fortunate to eat meat every few days, while high-ranking slaves enjoy it daily. That proud Muchuan. How does one ascend to the status of a high-ranking slave? One must achieve merit to rise, indeed. That is precisely what the Divine Envoy proclaimed. Once I attain another merit, I shall officially become a member of the Suanio clan. Muchuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Muchuan, if you plan to return and deceive the Yin Feng tribe again, you must take me along. I want to go too. I wish to join. Su. With so many new members in the clan, our food supply may dwindle. Yao Yu expressed both joy and concern. With more people, there is no fear of scarcity. Su Yi confidently replied. This land can easily sustain our small number. As long as we master the techniques, we will have an abundance of food. Yao Yu gazed into his eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had always envisioned finding a robust and imposing partner, yet now, whenever she recalled such thoughts, Su Yi's face would invariably emerge in her mind. With additional hands, the plan for the campus enclosure could commence. Su Yi stroked his chin. Pondering the need for division of labor, focus breeds efficiency. Division of labor? Yao Yu inquired curiously. Yes, division of labor. Each individual possesses unique talents. Much like how Lien excels at crafting garments. Su Yi remarked, casting another glance at Yao Yu. Noticing her expression grow increasingly cold, he continued. Previously, without formidable weapons, the entire clan was required to corral prey. Now, equipped with bows and traps, Even a few individuals can accomplish what once required the entire clan. This allows others to engage in different tasks. Yao Yu observed that whenever she offered him a hint of kindness, he grew audacious. If it were not for her stern gaze, she would suspect he might dare to lay hands on her in broad daylight. Then how do you propose we divide the tasks? Yao Yu asked nonchalantly. I have decided that henceforth, all clothing for the clan will be crafted by Lian, who may select 2 assistants. Ing and Li shall each lead half of the male clan members along with 6 captives to form 2 hunting parties, alternating between hunting and patrolling. Speaking of those 2, they have yet to face punishment. Were it not for Muquan's cleverness, our camp might have faced a surprise attack. Indeed, those 2 have been exceedingly careless. Yao Yu and Su Yi found themselves in rare agreement. Su Yi nodded and added, I shall inquire with Lan to see if she is willing to oversee fishing duties. The remaining slaves will be entrusted to you. Guide them in felling trees to clear the campus perimeter, but be sure to avoid cutting down any fruit trees. The 2 yelled under the flickering flames. Yao Ying's complexion turned crimson. Indeed, this was utterly humiliating. Yao Li's expression was no less dismal. At that moment, the 2 individuals stripped of their animal skin skirts lay prostrate upon the stone slab. Surrounding them were members of the Xian Yao tribe, men, women, the elderly, and even a throng of slaves, all summoned to witness the spectacle, as per Su Yi's explicit request. Laughter and jeers echoed from the crowd, their fingers pointing in derision. The 2 men wished fervently to burrow beneath the stone slab. They recognized the gravity of their misdeeds and had steeled themselves for punishment. Yet, they could never have envisioned such a method. It was evident that the divine envoy had orchestrated it. Had the tribe leader been willing to intercede on their behalf, perhaps an alternative punishment could have been negotiated. To their dismay, they found the tribe leader utterly indifferent to their plight. Ling, I implore you, intercede with the divine envoy. Aside from this, I am amenable to any other form of punishment. I even possess a leopard skin to offer you. Yao Ling, with a glint of mischief in his eye, attempted to bribe. Yao Ling hastily waved her hands in refusal. She dared not. Do you wish for an alternative? Su Yi approached, coldly retorting. The 2 immediately sealed their lips. No, absolutely not. Yao Li stammered. Gu you go? Commanded Su Yi. Administer 20, no, 30 strikes. Aim for the posterior. Yao Gu complied without hesitation, raising the wooden stick handed to him by Su Yi, and brought it down upon Yao Ying's backside. Yao Ying let out a muffled grunt. All eyes were upon them, forbidden from departing. Their negligence nearly cost the Xin Niao tribe dearly. Fortunately, due to Mu Chuan's quick thinking, a grave mistake was averted. Come forth, reward Mu Chuan with 5 pieces of dried fish and a deer hide. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Such a generous reward left the crowd envious, particularly the slaves who had never tasted 5 pieces of dried fish in their lives. Immediately, someone behind Su Yi presented the rewards. Mu Chuan trembled with excitement, bowing deeply, palms upraised. Thank you, divine envoy. Feeling the weight of the offerings in his hands and the gaze of countless spectators upon him, Mu Chuan felt a fervent resolve to sacrifice himself for the Xian Yao tribe. As the rewards were swiftly placed in Mu Chuan's hands, it felt as though they belonged to everyone present. From that night onward, every member of the Xian Yao tribe, whether kin or slave, comprehended that the divine envoy would mete out punishment for transgressions and reward for merit. The distinction between reward and punishment was clear and unwavering. Observing the flames of fervor igniting in the eyes of the crowd, Yao Yu realized that from this night forth, Su Yi's standing within the tribe was unassailable. Whatever demands he might present, all would strive with utmost effort to fulfill them. Indeed, if he so desired, he could command the tribe's people to bind her and deliver her to his lair. With that thought, she swiftly shook her head, casting aside the peculiar notion. After the 30 strikes were delivered, the 2 men's backsides were left bruised and bloodied. 2 tribe members assisted them in retreating to receive treatment. Su, today I could have slain 2 individuals. Why do you not reward me? After the crowd dispersed, Yao Ling approached, her tone somewhat arrogant. Su Yi lifted her up, striding towards the shelter while declaring, I shall reward you now. Oh, you are insufferable. There are others present. Yao Ling protested playfully. You mean you? She is one of our own. Huh. Who among you is truly one of our own? Yao Yu glanced at the 2 as they laughed and walked away, turning towards her own nest, utterly bewildered by their lack of shame. The Yin Feng tribe was shrouded in gloom. Following 2 assaults from the Xin Yao tribe, nearly 100 members had perished or sustained injuries. Even the chieftain had fallen in the valley. Not good, chieftain. The Black Wolf tribe has stolen our prey. A member stumbled back into the camp, bloodied. We had captured a bear, intending to feast, but the Black Wolf tribe ambushed us, seized our catch, and injured my kin. Chieftain Mu-E, you must seek justice for me. The Black Wolf tribe has gone too far. Come with me, Mu-E shouted. After Feng Xian's death, he had been chosen as the leader of the Yin Feng tribe. The losses suffered by the tribe demanded retribution. The two tribes clashed once more on the battlefield. Clubs collided amidst the cries of battle. Bodies were torn open, and blood flowed freely. The already weaker Yin Feng tribe, having lost numerous members, was no match for their adversaries. After a fierce skirmish, the Yin Feng tribe retreated in disarray, howling in despair. The Black Wolf tribe returned triumphantly, leading their captives. Chieftain, I believe the Yin Feng tribe is outnumbered. We should mobilize our entire force and annihilate them. Seizing their territory, suggested a tribesman. Absolutely not. Long Shao pondered for a moment. Feng Xian is exceedingly cunning. If we commit all our forces, we may fall into his trap. Have you noticed? He did not show himself today. In the past, he has always rushed to the front. Long Shao observed. Today, fewer warriors from the Yin Feng tribe ventured into battle. Likely because Feng Xian had set an ambush. Fortunately, I left some of our people at the camp. If we seize the right moment, we can gradually eliminate them. One by one. Father, are we truly not allying with the Xin Yao tribe? Long Yu inquired. Foolish daughter. Setting aside whether the person you encountered last time was deceiving you, even if they spoke the truth, we shall not ally with them. Consider this. Once we eradicate the Yin Feng tribe, their territory will belong to us. Why would we share it with the Xin Yao tribe? Let them remain in the forest. As they spoke, a tribesman burst into the den. Chieftain, a captive from the Yin Feng tribe has revealed some news. Their leader Feng Xian has died, along with several others. Their new leader is called Mu-E. Mu-E, Long Shao exclaimed in shock. Who killed Feng Xian? The captive claims it was the Xin Yao tribe. A subordinate responded. Quick, take me to see that captive. Long Shao exclaimed with delight. The subordinate raised his head and hesitantly spoke. Chief, that man has been crushed to death. 30 days later, in the Xinbird tribe, the members and slaves were bustling with activity, thriving in every corner. The expanded camp was encircled by sturdy fences and reinforced with solid wooden gates. To the east of the camp, a designated area was allocated for livestock. The towering fences were divided into 3 sections, housing wild boars, an unknown breed of gray sheep, and 2 wolves. Su-E endeavored to tame the wolves into dogs, personally feeding them each time. Within the pig pen, the wild boar population had increased to 3, comprising 2 sows and 1 boar, coexisting peacefully. Yet, the 2 rams in the sheep pen would clash after satisfying their hunger, creating quite the commotion. The pen and camp fences were constructed from felled trees, closely embedded into the ground. With the extensive root systems and rudimentary tools, digging the earth proved exceedingly challenging, consuming nearly 30 days of the slaves' labor. The tribe members jested that the pigs and sheep lived better than the humans. Several chicks grew rapidly, and their coop was becoming insufficient, prompting the slaves to busily construct new nesting boxes. Did we catch another live one today? Came a voice from outside the camp's wooden gate, prompting Su-E to look. Yao Ying entered, accompanied by 2 individuals who were lifting a sheep, its bulging eyes appearing lifeless. Alas, even the rams now have companions, sighed Yao Ying, who turned to find Su-E observing them, promptly closing his mouth. Eagle, are you implying that it feels somewhat lonely? Su-E remarked nonchalantly as Yao Ying approached. Divine Messenger, I was merely commenting on the sheep, nothing more, Yao Ying replied, noticing the glimmer in Su-Yi's eyes, indicative of his good spirits. Divine Messenger, when shall we procure some women? Everyone is truly feeling the absence. Su-E was well aware of his intentions. Initially, he believed that conquest through force was essential, but after the tribe leader's teachings, he decided that winning hearts through virtue was also a viable approach. Eagle, to be frank, when the sheep in this pen reach 10, women will come knocking at our doors. At that time, they will be eager to become your wives, and you shall have the luxury of choosing among them. Su-E whispered conspiratorially. Is that truly the case? Yao Ying's eyes sparkled with hope. You rascal, when have I failed to deliver on my promises? With your word, I can procure not just 10 sheep, but 20. Very well, it is settled, 20 it shall be, Su-E declared. But remember, a man's word, once given, is as hard to retract as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Yaoing gritted his teeth, having heard this saying from Su many times, though its exact meaning remained unclear to most. I shall seek Gu and enlist his help in setting traps, Yaoing said, rushing towards Yao Gu's shelter. Meanwhile, a dozen slaves were diligently constructing the chicken coop beside the sheep pen, with Mu Chuan leading the effort. The slaves of the Xianbird tribe were divided into two distinct ranks. Currently, there are only two esteemed slaves, one named Mu Chuan and the other Lang Bin. Both enjoy a status akin to that of the Xin Yao tribe, feasting on meat daily and resting in nests each night. In stark contrast, other slaves reside in makeshift shelters that offer minimal protection from the rain. Although they do not suffer from hunger, they can go several days without tasting meat. Naturally, these two have become the envy of their fellow slaves. With the divine envoy present, everyone toils diligently, eager to catch his eye and earn his favor. Including Mu Chuan and Lang Bin, the Xin Yao tribe's slaves number 25, forming the backbone of the labor force. Meanwhile, the men of the Xin Yao tribe engage primarily in more prestigious tasks, such as hunting and patrolling. Chapter 45. Plea for Mercy Chief. The Black Wolf tribe is too powerful. One chieftain lamented. What shall we do? In the meeting hut of the Yin Feng tribe, everyone appeared despondent. Over the past 30 days, the Black Wolf tribe had repeatedly launched assaults, resulting in significant casualties among the Yin Feng tribe and the abduction of numerous women. Even the hunting grounds they frequented had been seized by the Black Wolf tribe. The children and elders within the tribe cried out in hunger. And even the able-bodied hunters returning from the hunt could not sate their hunger. It is all Feng Xian's fault. Had he not been so obstinate from the beginning, we would not have suffered such losses. We must retreat to the beast forest over there. Mui sighed. The beast forest? Isn't that the territory of the Xin Yao tribe? Indeed. The others concurred. Mu snorted. That land was originally ours, granted to them by Feng Xian's father. Now we are merely returning to our rightful domain. But will the Xin Yao tribe permit this? Alas, not only has Feng Xian perished, but he also offended the Xin Yao tribe. What shall we do? It was Feng Xian's idea to confront the Xin Yao tribe. Now that I am in charge, we shall avoid provoking them. Inform everyone. The entire tribe shall relocate. Mui decisively concluded. The members of the Yin Feng tribe, armed with weapons and animal skins, cradling wooden tubes and stone bowls, departed the campsite, glancing back every few steps. Captain, trouble. A large group from the Yin Feng tribe is approaching. Today, it was Yao Li's turn to lead the patrol. Upon hearing this, he immediately instructed his men to conceal themselves. Peering through the gaps between the trees, he indeed confirmed the presence of numerous individuals from the Yin Feng tribe. A closer inspection revealed that among the able-bodied were also the elderly, the weak, and women, all bearing animal skins and stone bowls. They appeared less like combatants and more like migrants. Fools! Yao Li scolded the messenger with a slap. Have you ever seen an army that brings women and children to battle? I have told you time and again to think critically, reflecting on the divine envoy's words. He wondered if they had fallen on deaf ears. Captain, you are wise. They indeed do not seem to be here for a fight. Let us step out and inquire about their purpose in our territory. A group of 7 or 8 individuals called out as they emerged from the underbrush. The members of the Yin Feng tribe were chaotically darting through the jungle, desperately searching for a suitable campsite. Suddenly, a shout startled them. Do you dare to come to our territory? Yao Li declared, hands on his hips. Upon seeing only a handful of adversaries, Mu Yi felt a sense of relief. You belong to the Xin Yao tribe, don't you? Indeed, replied Yao Li. Return and inform your leader, Yao Yu. That half of this forest belongs to the Yin Feng tribe. From now on, do not hunt in our territory, for we shall not invade yours either. Nonsense. Yao Li's temper flared immediately as he shouted. The savage beast forest is the domain of our Xin Yao tribe. You must leave at once, or we shall shoot you down. Mu Yi raised his stone spear, exclaiming, there are only a few of you. Let us see how you intend to drive us away. The Yin Feng tribe behind him roared in support. Give me a bow. We must show them a lesson. Yao Li discarded his stone axe and called for his bow from his subordinates. Once he received the bow and knocked an arrow, he aimed directly at the chest of his opponent. Captain, the one handing him the bow exclaimed anxiously, the divine messenger has said that if they do not attack first, we must not resort to extreme measures. Look, they are merely posturing. They dare not advance. Yao Li's eyes darted as he suppressed his anger. The divine messenger often spoke of his impulsiveness, Perhaps it was best to intimidate them for now. With a slight adjustment, he loosed an arrow aimed at the totem pole, as thick as a man's arm. Thwack! The arrow whizzed past Mu Yi's ear and struck the pole with a resounding thud. Will you not vacate our territory? Yao Li bellowed. The next arrow will be aimed at your head. Mu Yi broke into a cold sweat. He had heard tales from fleeing tribesmen of the Xian Niao tribe's fearsome javelins, known for their range and accuracy. Retreat. Quickly, leave the forest. Observing the mass of people fleeing in panic, Yao Li shouted, pursue them, and drive them from our land. It was only when the Yanfeng tribe had vacated the woods that Yao Li returned with a hearty laugh. Captain, you are truly valiant. Ha! You all must practice diligently. Outside the forest, the Yanfeng tribe found themselves at a loss. Oh heavens! Why must you treat the Yanfeng tribe this way? Mu Yi lamented, arms raised towards the sky. Leader, I have a way to ensure our people's survival. To Mu Yi's surprise, the speaker was the shaman. Speak quickly. What is your plan? Yes, do tell. The other tribesmen looked on with hopeful eyes. If we are willing to set aside our pride and plead with the Xian Niao tribe, they should allow us to stay, the shaman proposed. Mu Yi sighed deeply. At this point, we have no choice but to seek Yao Yu, who will represent our tribe in this plea. Mu Yi scanned the faces around him, noticing their averted gazes. The Xian Niao tribe was indeed too ferocious. Everyone feared being struck by their javelins. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the shaman gritted her teeth and declared, Leader, I am willing to go. The shaman's father was taken aback. Child, are you out of your mind? They will shoot you. Mu Yi shot him a glance, exclaiming joyfully, Splendid. I shall have a few companions accompany you. The priestess shook her head, stating, There is no need. With that, she ventured into the dense forest alone. Captain, more have arrived. What? They dare to come again. Yao Li sprang up from the ground, determined to teach them a lesson this time. As he led his men out of the woods, he discovered that only a single woman from the Yanfeng tribe had approached. A woman of considerable beauty, regardless of who she was. Any who dared to encroach upon their territory would be regarded as Yao Li's adversary. Warriors of the Xian Niao tribe, I come on behalf of the Yanfeng tribe to request that you convey to your chief our desire for a parcel of land to call our own. The priestess, upon seeing the figures, immediately declared her intent, her voice ringing clear through the branches and thickets. Don't even think about it. How could we possibly grant you a piece of our territory? Begone. Yao Li waved his hand dismissively, his patience waning. Yet, the woman did not retreat. Instead, she stepped closer to him. Stop. Take another step forward, and I will shoot you dead. Yao Li threatened fiercely. The woman hesitated, her form trembling. Yet she resolutely continued her approach. Yao Li drew his bow, letting an arrow fly that landed near her feet. I did not miss. This is merely a warning. Next time, I shall certainly kill you. The priestess paused, realizing that he spoke with conviction. What must I do to have you relay my message? She called out. I know you are of the Xian Niao tribe. Perhaps you even recognize me. I am the priestess of the Yanfeng tribe. A priestess? Yao Li strained to recall, finding no memory of a priestess in his mind. However, gazing at the striking figure before him, his thoughts began to stir. Chapter 46. Two paths. How foolish he was. Why consider killing her? Rather than envy the boar within the pen, he could simply seize this woman for himself. You claim to be a priestess? Nonsense. A priestess would not appear in such a manner. Do you know me? Can you tell me who you are? The priestess felt a surge of excitement. She was not afraid of death, but for the sake of the Yanfeng tribe and her father, she had to fulfill her mission. With determination, she took a step closer, hoping he might recognize her. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear, revealing a lovely visage. Yao Li, captivated by her beauty, licked his lips and dropped his bow. As the distance closed, he lunged forward. Realizing she had fallen for his ploy, the priestess immediately turned to flee. Yet, how could she outrun Yao Li? He quickly caught up and lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. Ha ha! He laughed heartily. Let me go? Help! Release me! The priestess cried. Kicking and punching, Yao Li reveled in the softness of her form against his arm and shoulder, a tingling sensation coursing through him. The scent that filled his nostrils was distinctly feminine, unlike that of men. You lot, keep watch here. If anything arises, send someone back to inform me. I shall take the captive back to the camp first. Yao Li commanded before striding away. Su Yi gazed at the woman curled up in the corner, her face streaked with tears, hesitating to speak. He turned his attention to Yao Li, whose bruised face elicited a sense of amusement. Li, I understand your desires for a woman, but she is merely a messenger. What purpose does it serve to bring her here? in the midst of conflict. We do not harm messengers. My dear lady, do not be afraid. He simply approaches matters with a straightforward mind. If you clarify the situation, I shall allow you to return. Yao Li, in a state of urgency, lamented, I have finally encountered a woman. What of it? Su Yi feigned anger. Silence. Yao Li, crestfallen, exited the makeshift shelter. Outside, a crowd of men from the Xian bird tribe had gathered. As Yao Li returned with the woman, he fortuitously crossed paths with Yao Ying and his hunting party, who, starved as if they had gone months without food, jested as they followed him. The divine messenger intends to release her. Yao Li plopped down onto the ground. Haha. Yao Ying laughed heartily. I thought you would be the first among us to indulge. You nearly startled me. The priestess had felt a flicker of fear when she was ambushed in the forest. She was aware that tribal women were seldom slain, as they were often spared to reward those who had distinguished themselves. Yet, when surrounded by a group of men at the peculiar doorway, she nearly fainted from terror. Suddenly, she recalled that within the Xian bird tribe, intermarriage was unlikely, leaving her, an outsider, to ponder her grim fate. Unfortunately, in some tribes, it was not uncommon for many men to share a single woman. Fortunately, the man before her assured her of her safety. Is he truly the divine messenger of the Xian bird tribe? He appears far from imposing. Yet, the brawny figure who had carried her here did not dare raise his voice in his presence. Speaking of which, your Yanfeng tribe has invaded us twice. I have yet to settle the score with you. The priestess steadied herself against a post. Our Yanfeng tribe is on the brink of extinction. Oh. Su Yi listened attentively as she recounted her tale. The Yanfeng tribe has brought this upon themselves. They provoked us, resulting in their current plight. They attacked us and are our enemies. I should seize this opportunity to eliminate you. The priestess trembled, nearly collapsing. However, Yao Yu, out of some lingering sentiment, advises against your destruction. How about this? If you agree to my terms, I would not oppose your settlement on our territory. Su Yi regarded her intently, otherwise, we would suffer significant losses. State your terms. I shall relay them to our leader without omission, the priestess exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. Every time the great moon is at its fullest, you must deliver to me 10 large game meats and 10 deer hides, Su Yi stipulated after a moment's contemplation. He had noted that the great moon reaches fullness approximately every 35 days. You may recount this to your people. If you agree, your Yanfeng tribe may remain. If not, depart from our lands. I understand. The priestess was disheartened. The demands made by the other party would suffice to sustain her clan for half a month. If such a request seems burdensome, I do have an alternative, Su Yi suddenly interjected. Pray tell, she urged. We can generously accept the women of your tribe, especially young ones like yourself who are fit for childbearing. They may directly join the Suanio tribe and enjoy the same privileges as our people. And what of the men? The priestess inquired, honing in on the crux of the matter. Men? I have no use for them. They are merely a drain on resources, Su Yi replied vehemently. However, I am a benevolent person. If the men find themselves in dire straits, they can come to our tribe as cheerful lowly slaves. At least they shall not suffer from hunger. The priestess fell into deep contemplation. Su Yi turned to leave, opening the door just in time to nearly collide with the eavesdropping Yao Yu. I called you in, yet you refused. Is this your peculiar hobby? Su Yi jested. Shoo. I know that priestess. Yao Yu whispered, pulling Su Yi away from the shelter. Knowing her is one thing. We are not the ones in need of assistance. Su Yi retorted. Humph. The priestess is quite attractive. I am merely here to supervise you. Yao Yu replied earnestly. But do you think your conditions for the Yanfeng tribe are perhaps a tad excessive? Did they not consider old ties when they expelled you? Seizing the moment when she was off guard, Su Yi grasped her hand. I have not annihilated them to avenge you. Is that not sufficient? Words alone suffice. Why resort to actions? Yao Yu felt a rush of warmth in her heart, attempting to withdraw her hand, but failing. As dusk approached, the priestess had no choice but to stay overnight at the Suanio tribe. Yao Yu accompanied her on a leisurely stroll, before the Suanio tribe was ousted. They had been close companions. The men nearby merely regarded her with curiosity, no longer daring to approach and tease her, which relieved her greatly. Over there was the livestock area, where captured pigs and sheep were kept. Under the moonlight, the priestess observed a few animals moving behind sturdy enclosures. She wondered why they were not slaughtered for meat, but instead locked away. Nearby was the slave living area. Following Yao Yu's direction, the priestess was surprised to see several members of the Yanfeng tribe. Among the crowd, She even spotted Mu Chuan. Come, let us go take a look. Yao Yu urged, taking her hand. The slaves were gathered around a bonfire, discussing beauty and beasts. Upon noticing the chieftain approaching with companions, they immediately rose to greet him. Chieftain. Greetings, chieftain. What a splendid occasion today, distributing meat to everyone. Mu Chuan inquired curiously. This was decided by Su. I am uncertain, Yao Yu lied. Su Yi had informed her that the distribution of meat symbolized the decline of the Yanfeng tribe. Regardless, if he was pleased, he would distribute meat. She had grown accustomed to it. Priestess? Have you also become a slave? Mu Chuan noticed the priestess standing nearby. No, I am not. She waved her hand. Then what brings you here? Mu Chuan asked, suddenly recalling that Captain Li had seemingly returned with a woman today. Could it be that you are here to silence your hunger? Indeed. Upon hearing Yao Yu speak, Mu Chuan obediently returned to the crowd. Let us return over there. Yao Yu said, pulling the dazed priestess away. The priestess felt a profound shock within. She had heard her father mention that slaves were no longer regarded as human, receiving scant sustenance while laboring excessively. Yet, why did the slaves of the Xianyao tribe appear to feast better than the warriors of her own clan? They showed no signs of suffering. In fact, they seemed quite content. Was this arrangement deliberately orchestrated for her observation? She could not help but question you. Do you provide the slaves with such ample rations daily? Not at all, the priestess thought to herself. Indeed, typically, there would be no meat. But wild vegetables and fruits were more than sufficient. The priestess inquired, puzzled. Why do you feed the slaves so generously? Yao Yu regarded her curiously and replied. Su says that slaves are still human. They must be well-fed and hydrated to work effectively. But do you possess such an abundance of food? This forest sustains us well enough, not to mention the great river teeming with countless fish. As they conversed, they returned to the clearing at the heart of the Xianyao tribe's dwelling. A large bonfire had already been ignited, with clan members gathered around. Filled with laughter and joy, the priestess noticed the divine envoy Su Yi sitting among them, accompanied by a woman nearly as beautiful as you, whose laughter was audible even from afar. Yao Yu guided her to sit beside Su Yi. As soon as they settled, the large fellow who had carried her back approached. Priestess, I apologize, please accept this. Yao Li handed the priestess a piece of meat before hastily retreating to his place. Before he could settle down, Yao Ying leaped forward to present the priestess with a piece of roasted fish. What are you doing, Ying? Yao Li exclaimed, flustered. The divine envoy stated, a graceful young lady is to be cherished by all. The moment these words were uttered, a commotion erupted. The priestess stared blankly at the abundance of fruits and roasted meats surrounding her, feeling utterly bewildered. Some even rushed back to fetch their hidden treasures, only to be halted by Su Yi. It has been ages since we've seen a woman of such beauty. Please do not take offense, Su Yi reassured. Calm down, everyone. If you frighten her away, whom will you weep for? Exactly, sit still. Yao Li grumbled. The bonfire dinner became exceedingly lively due to the presence of the priestess. Yao Li and Yao Ying nearly engaged in a wrestling match by the clearing, each striving to prove their superiority to the priestess. Su Yi found their antics amusing. The following day, it was Yao Ying's turn to patrol, so he escorted the priestess back. My daughter. As the priestess emerged from the thicket, she saw her elderly father. His hair as white as snow. When she had been captured the day before, she feared she would never see him again. Father, I have returned. The two embraced, tears flowing freely. Oh, the priestess has returned. The priestess has returned, chief. For the first time, the priestess sat among the many clan leaders. Yet after her experiences with the Xianyao tribe, she felt no unease. This is unacceptable. Such demands are utterly excessive. The Xianyao tribe, in their insatiable greed, seems to have overlooked the prospect of seizing power. I demand an audience with Yao Yu. Priestess, please make another visit and inform Yao Yu to come forth. Mu Yi's voice was cold. Coughing, the priestess could not suppress a chuckle. She found it puzzling that, despite having suffered losses at the hands of the Xianyao tribe, the leaders of the Yanfeng tribe still possessed such audacity. Mu Yi snapped. What is so amusing, priestess? Chief, the priestess replied sternly. It is no longer Yao Yu who commands the Xianyao tribe, but their divine envoy. The divine envoy? Questioned the assembly, bewildered. Indeed, their formidable weapon is crafted by that envoy. Presently, every member of the Xianyao tribe, including the Yao Yu you speak of, is under the authority of the envoy. Furthermore, this envoy harbors deep animosity towards our Yanfeng tribe. He stated that, had it not been for Yao Yu's reputation, He would have sought retribution for our previous transgressions long ago. A gasp of shock rippled through the leaders and small heads of clans present. What shall we do? They lamented collectively. Thus, the envoy has presented us with a second path. Priestess, Mui reproached, why are you speaking in fragments today? The priestess wished to convey that she had learned this manner of speaking from the envoy, who insisted that she recite Su Yi's original words. Slaves? Mui exclaimed. Do not even entertain such notions. We would rather perish than serve that so-called envoy as slaves. Indeed, the people of the Yin Feng tribe would rather die than become slaves. The crowd was fervent. While the priestess swallowed her thoughts about the Suanio tribe's relatively tolerable existence as slaves. Priestess, go and inform him that we choose the first path. I refuse to believe that our hundreds of men in the Yin Feng tribe cannot procure sufficient game. The Highlang tribe's influence has surged recently. For a long time, the 5 tribes have engaged in mutual skirmishes, each unable to best the other. Yet, the Highlang tribe has silently seized all the territory of the Yin Feng tribe. Chief, the forest to the north of the Yin Feng tribe was originally our domain. We must reclaim it from the Highlang tribe. One leader asserted. Indeed, Chief. Echoed the others within the Thunder tribe's assembly hall, where discussions ensued. This won't do. The Highlang tribe has vanquished the Yin Feng tribe and emerged stronger. How can we possibly compete? Thunder tribe leader, Lei Zhun, spoke slowly. I recall that the Feng tribe also lost a territory, did they not? Another leader suggested. Perhaps we should ally with the Feng tribe and launch a joint assault on the Highlang tribe. That is an excellent plan, exclaimed others in agreement. If we unite and strike together, the Highlang tribe will surely falter against us. Very well, prepare some gifts. We shall pay a visit to the Feng tribe. Lei Zhun concluded. Meanwhile, the Highlang tribe reveled in their newfound joy. Their territory had expanded by more than half, and they had gained over 30 women, promising an abundance of offspring in the coming years. In no time, the Highlang tribe would emerge as the most formidable of the 4 tribes. Is it true that the Yin Feng tribe has retreated into the beastly forest? Indeed, Chief. They lingered outside the forest for an entire night before venturing in the following day. It is said that the beastly woods is a splendid place, teeming with an abundance of game. Chapter 48, Marriage Proposal. The rainforest, with its ample rainfall, remains perpetually moist. The inhabitants of the forest need not fret about the changing of seasons or the transitions of cold and heat. However, the incessant downpour has become a significant concern for the Yin Feng tribe. Rain obscures the tracks of prey, rendering the pursuit exceedingly difficult. Chief, we must present tribute tomorrow. Yet we are still short of 2 beasts worth of meat. What shall we do? In the newly constructed shelter of the Yin Feng tribe, the leaders of various clans gathered together. Indeed, if we lack sufficient offerings, we risk being driven away. This forest is truly a land of fortune. Though venomous snakes and pests bring suffering, the wild vegetables and fruits outnumber those in our previous territory. Even if our people do not feast, they shall not go hungry. Chief, envoys from the Xian bird tribe have arrived, seeking to discuss matters. A clansman rushed in. How many have come? Mui inquired, startled. Only 3. Mui breathed a sigh of relief. Please, let them in. Within the large shelter, Yao Lan of the Xian bird tribe paid her respects to Chief Mui, bowing slightly with her palms facing upward. Oh, Mui reciprocated the gesture towards the envoy. Once formalities were exchanged, Yao Lan was invited to a stone bench nearby. The members of the Yin Feng tribe quietly observed the beautiful woman, eager to hear her words. Tomorrow marks the day of tribute. I wonder if your tribe has prepared the offerings? Yao Lan stated directly. Our tribe has been striving to hunt, but the heavens have persistently poured rain. We are still short of 2 beasts, Mui replied cautiously, studying Yao Lan's expression. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan thought, as expected, the divine messenger's predictions were accurate. You have not had meat to eat recently, have you? Yao Lan inquired. Indeed, there are many wild beasts, but the mountains do not afford the same ease as the plains. The encircled game always manages to escape. With so many trees, it is difficult to throw a spear accurately. To be honest, we have not eaten meat since entering this place. Mui lamented. I have come not for any other reason, but to resolve your meat dilemma. Please, tell us. The crowd urged eagerly. We are willing to offer 2 deer skins in exchange for one of your women. For each woman who marries into our tribe, you may reduce your tribute by 2 beasts of meat. Wait a moment, envoy. Mui was taken aback, although some terms eluded his understanding. He grasped that the Xian bird tribe was willing to trade deer skins for women, and even exempt a portion of their tribute. Such a fortunate turn of events. He glanced at the other tribesmen, noting their mix of confusion and elation. Just provide us with 5 healthy and beautiful maidens, and you need not present tribute tomorrow. Yaolon smiled. Mu-Yi realized that the Xian bird tribe intended to leave with 5 of their women without any exchange. Fortunately, their tribe had an abundance of women. Using them as tribute was an excellent proposition for the Yanfeng tribe. Our esteemed divine messenger has mandated that the maidens must be healthy and beautiful. Yaolon gazed at Mu-Yi's flickering eyes and coldly remarked, if you attempt to deceive us, he will not hesitate to retaliate. He will come directly to seize what he desires. Mu-Yi, you surely do not wish for the Xin Yao tribe to come upon us, do you? And no, I am deeply grateful for the benevolence of the divine envoy, who is willing to grant us the opportunity to offer tribute in the form of women, Mu-Yi stammered. His fear palpable. I shall summon the women of our tribe who are not heavily burdened, and you may personally select 5. Lan, I told you that you were capable. You should not have declined. Su-Yi chuckled as he observed the 5 timid maidens standing in a line. I'm merely worried about failing the task you entrusted to me. She replied, very well, go find Lian. She has prepared your garments, Su-Yi said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Really? Yaolon felt an overwhelming joy swell within her, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she withdrew. Upon exiting the tent, she suppressed her excitement, refraining from sprinting. Instead approaching Lian's abode with a somewhat hurried gait. Lan, you have arrived. Lian greeted her before she could utter a word, turning to present a set of garments. The divine envoy instructed me to give you these upon your return. Did he already predict my success in this task? Or does he wish to possess me? Yaolon could not help but let her imagination wander. In the central clearing, 13 men of the Xian Yao tribe were exuberantly animated. At last, the tribe had received women from outside, and 5 of them at that, all quite pleasing in appearance. These 5 women are only to be awarded to those who have proven themselves. They are not for communal sharing. Su-Yi's declaration extinguished the flames of excitement in an instant. In a primitive society, where was the notion of free love? When a man found a woman appealing, they would retreat into the woods together. Men would claim the women of the tribe without regard for their wishes when they encountered those not heavily burdened. Women, too, adapted to mating with multiple men. In the tribe, aside from the chieftain and the leader, only those who had achieved significant deeds could lay claim to a woman. For others, pairings were often random and interchangeable. Such matters were of little concern to men, as they could engage with multiple women. However, for women, especially those with a sense of independence, many could not endure the thought of sharing their lives with several men. They preferred to align themselves with the chieftain or leader, becoming their private possession rather than a communal asset. The 5 maidens had only recently undergone their coming-of-age ceremony and had yet to fully transition into womanhood when they were offered to the Xian Yao tribe. Su-Yi resolved to seize this opportunity to alter the tribe's archaic customs. We can defeat the Yanfeng tribe, and Yao Gu's cunning traps have played an indispensable role. Thus, let Yao Gu select the 5 women first. Do you have any objections? No, none, the men responded weakly, their voices sparse and lacking vigor. There will be more women to come, but with such a lackluster demeanor, you shall never hope to embrace one in your lifetime. Su-Yi stated coldly. The men immediately rallied their spirits, understanding the divine envoy's implication. They too would have the chance to claim women for themselves. Thank you, divine envoy. Yao Gu grinned and stepped forward, selecting the woman among the 5 who appeared the most voluptuous. Feeling the softness in her palm, Yao Gu couldn't help but squeeze. Rest assured, with my abilities, I shall ensure you are well fed and content. The young lady lowered her head and smiled shyly. Yaoing, it is your turn to choose. Thank you, divine messenger. Yaoing strode forward boldly, approaching a petite girl, and without further ado, picked her up and carried her away. Su-Yi observed the disparity in their physiques with some concern for the girl. The other men looked on with envy. Strength, Su-Yi remarked. Yao Li stepped out from the crowd and leaned in. Divine messenger, if I take this woman, can I still claim the shaman? Su-Yi hadn't anticipated that this fellow still had his eyes on the shaman. In principle, 1 person per individual. However, if the shaman willingly chooses to accompany you, I shall not stand in your way, Su-Yi contemplated. Then I shall not choose. Yao Li turned to leave. I will save this position for her. The shaman may not necessarily be interested in you, Su-Yi cautioned. If you do not choose now, the next opportunity will be over 30 days away. Chapter 49. Beyond reason, I haven't been with a woman for so long. I can afford to wait a few more days. Su-yi gained further insight into this raw, rugged man. The remaining 3 women were distributed without any complications, as the contributions of the few were evident to all. While this matter was not yet resolved, Su-yi already heard the muffled whispers from Yao Ying's nest and shook his head in exasperation. Yao Yu also heard the sounds and emerged from the nest, questioning Su-yi, "Why aren't you intervening? He has no sense of shame. What can I do?" Su-yi shrugged. In his eyes, Yao Ying was the quintessential representative of primitive man. "No, you must establish a rule. Until the sun sets, such actions must cease." The blushing Yao Yu was quite captivating, prompting Su-yi to tease, "What actions? You know very well." Yao Yu retorted angrily, "I won't speak to you anymore. All men are the same." After she turned to leave, Su-yi noticed that the sounds from Yao Ying's nest had ceased. Could it be? That fellow looks so robust. Yet it hasn't even been a minute. This food is for pigs, and that slender one over there is for sheep. Yao Lan was instructing several new women on identifying plants. She had volunteered to take responsibility for the livestock, so Su-yi had entrusted the fishing to another tribesman. "Sister Lan, why do we bother to find food for the pigs?" One woman asked in confusion. The others looked up as well. "We can hardly fill our own stomachs. Yet we spend time feeding wild beasts." The Xianyao tribe is truly peculiar. Yao Lan recalled that they had previously posed this question to the divine messenger. He had explained that pigs are not as precious as humans and have modest dietary requirements. Yao Lan reminisced. Moreover, they reproduce prolifically, providing us with a stable food source. The divine messenger is knowledgeable indeed. Is he truly a being descended from the heavens? Yao Lan nodded. "Sister Lan, are you the divine messenger's woman?" Mu Qiu inquired curiously. Yao Lan was older than them, and they all referred to her as sister. The clothing of Lan is akin to that of Yu and Ling. Mu Qiu listened to her man, Gu, as he spoke of Ling and Yu being the women of the divine emissary. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan smiled and inquired, "Why do you ask that? All 3 of you wear equally beautiful garments. They too are women of the divine emissary. Are you not as well?" Yao Lan cast a glance at her own attire and shook her head. "You all will have splendid garments in due course." Mu Qiu, should Gu achieve merit in the future, you may persuade him to procure you a new outfit. Is that true? Mu Qiu exclaimed with delight. "I shall approach Gu about this matter upon my return." "Very well. With so much grass here, let us gather ample supplies," Yao Lan declared. "The divine emissary has stated that as long as the pigs and sheep give birth, it is considered our merit, and rewards will be granted accordingly." "Can women also receive rewards?" "Of course. As long as the tasks meet the divine emissary's standards, he will not withhold his blessings." "Are the divine emissary's standards particularly high?" "Yes, and yet, no." Yao Lan herself could not decipher the divine emissary. Only he knows his criteria. "In any case, if the pigs grow fat and bear piglets, that constitutes our duty." Mu-yi had never anticipated that the Yin Feng tribe would take refuge in the woods, only to attract the assault of the He Lang tribe. After the rain had finally ceased, the hard-won prey was seized by the He Lang tribe. "This is intolerable." Mu-yi fumed, his beard trembling in fury. "Gather the people. We shall confront them in a decisive battle." "Leader, allow me to speak." A chieftain interjected hastily. "We currently reside on the territory of the Xianyao tribe. Why not enlist their aid against the He Lang tribe?" "Enlist the Xianyao tribe? No. They will not assist us without compensation." Mu-yi frowned. "They lack women. We could offer them a few in exchange for their intervention," the chieftain suggested. "But if the He Lang tribe returns, can we still offer them women?" Mu-yi sighed. "This would sever the roots of our Yin Feng tribe. Currently, we are no match for the He Lang tribe. If we suffer further losses, even hunting will become a challenge. Let us not forget, we must pay tribute to the Xianyao tribe next month," the chieftain lamented. Mu-yi sighed heavily, realizing they could not afford to offend either side. At that moment, the shamaness, who was permitted to attend each assembly, spoke up. "I have a solution that does not require sacrificing a single person to gain the assistance of the Xianyao tribe." "Really? Speak quickly, shamaness." The crowd gasped in astonishment. The shamaness replied, "Let our entire tribe join the Xianyao tribe, becoming one with them. Thus, our affairs will naturally become theirs, and they cannot ignore us." Upon hearing this, Mu-yi coldly retorted, "Your plan would effectively surrender over 200 members of our tribe. Do we have any other options?" The shamaness countered. "However, joining the Xianyao tribe would mean becoming their slaves. Life as a slave in the Xianyao tribe is rather favorable. The shamaness could not help but assert. Have you lost your mind? Mu scolded. What good comes from being a slave? It is either the annihilation of our tribe or servitude to the Xian Niao tribe. The priestess rose and declared, regardless, I have resolved to take my father away. If you wish to engage in a fierce battle with the Black Wolf tribe, so be it. Mu, his voice cold, retorted, Priestess, how dare you betray our Flame Phoenix tribe? Seize the priestess and drag her out. Let her be crushed beneath the totem banner by stones. Did the priestess not understand the rules of the tribe? Yet, she had long since contemplated her escape. The captain of the Xian bird tribe's hunting team, Yao Li, had taken a liking to me. If you dare to kill me, he will not spare you. The priestess added, he can shoot through your heart from a considerable distance. When she was previously captured by the Xian bird tribe, upon her return, aside from her father, not a soul cared about her ordeal. In contrast, the Xian bird tribe had shown her genuine concern, albeit she recognized that it stemmed from their desire to possess her beauty. She had long wished to depart, yet her father insisted on remaining. Now, she had come to a realization. To stay would mean becoming a mere vessel for the Black Wolf tribe, while her father would end up as sustenance for their bellies. It would be far better to join the Xian bird tribe. At least Yao Yu would ensure her well-being. Her father would no longer have to endure the leaky shelter, exposed to the elements. Yu. Mui clutched his chest, but dared not command anyone to act. The priestess dismissed him with disdain and strode out of the shelter. I will not go. I am of the Flame Phoenix tribe in life, and will remain a ghost of the Flame Phoenix tribe in death. After she conveyed her thoughts to her father, he responded, once you are dead, you cannot become a ghost. The flesh that enters the belly can only be excreted as waste. The priestess asserted firmly, regardless, I have already severed ties with the tribe, and without your departure, there will be no refuge for you. Indeed, that very day, they received no food. After a day of hunger, the elderly man, having not ingested a single drop of water, appeared somewhat disheartened. The priestess felt a pang of sympathy for him and ventured out to seek fruits. However, unbeknownst to her, 2 members of the tribe stealthily followed her. Chapter 50, A Heroic Rescue. Chai. I heard she has been claimed by the captain of the Xian bird tribe. Won't our actions offend him? One remarked. Look at you, so timid. Chai fixated on the oblivious priestess ahead, swallowing hard and whispering, if you miss this opportunity, you shall never have a chance at such a beautiful woman again. Previously, the tribe had protected her. She had no interest in men, and none dared to press her. Now, she was no longer one of us. What are we waiting for? Furthermore, would you dare defy the leaderess' orders? This is the leader's arrangement. Enough talk. Let us act. The 2 followed the priestess away from the camp. This place was ideal, distant from the encampment. Even if she screamed, no one would hear her. Zhong, you sneak around to her front. I will encircle her from behind. Together, we shall ensure she cannot escape. Chai excitedly gestured. Understood. The priestess was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhong. Zhong, what do you intend to do? Seeing the lust in his eyes, she realized the dire situation she was in. What do you want? The deer lewdly chuckled. Of course, it's just, you haven't been with a man before, have you? Fear not, I am experienced. Do you dare to touch me? The priestess glared, trying to assert herself. Are you not afraid my man will kill you? Your man? What a joke. He is probably off somewhere picking fruit right now. Will you lie down like the others? Or must I force you to the ground? The deer leered, his eyes wandering over her figure. Realizing escape was futile, the priestess, with a flash of inspiration, suggested. Since I must bear children anyway, it matters not with whom. Let us return to my nest. It will surely be more comfortable than this thicket. The deer gazed at her flushed cheeks, swallowing hard. Do you truly mean it? Indeed. She pressed on, sensing his interest in truth. I have long had a liking for you. What of that man from the Xian bird tribe? The deer asked, puzzled. I have only seen him once. We are not familiar at all. The priestess knew that once they returned to the tribe, no one could force her. The deer was as thrilled as a child with candy. Very well, let us return at once. Deer, has your head been rammed by a wild boar? A wild dog leapt out from behind. The priestess felt a shiver. She knew the dog was far less gullible than the deer. When we return to the tribe, it will be my turn with her. The dog scolded the deer, then turned to the priestess. You shall not escape our grasp today. You wish to go to the Xian bird tribe? Let them take care of the child you bear. The priestess, undeterred, countered, Dear, if you can defeat the dog, I will be yours alone. You may come to me whenever you wish. Priestess, we brothers have grown up together under the same hide. Do you wish to sow discord between us? The dog retorted. The deer, undeterred by the reprimand, glared at the priestess. Indeed, you are a cunning woman. With that, the two advanced towards her. Help! The shriek startled a flock of birds from the trees. Let me go? You must release me. Hee hee. It's my first time encountering such a fierce, resisting woman. The priestess was no match for the two, and in an instant, she was pinned to the ground. Ugh! This wretched place is full of thorns. The dog gripped her ankles, glancing around before lifting her towards a nearby clearing. Ignoring her struggles, they carried her along. The priestess screamed in despair. Being possessed by men was an inevitable fate, yet she was not an ordinary woman. Her father had a good relationship with Yao Yu's father, and when Yao Yu was taught the art of potion making, she had learned a bit herself. Given her status in the tribe, she would never become a shared possession. Let me go? Otherwise, I will surely kill you. The priestess, like a fish on a chopping block, found her threats to be utterly ineffective. The deer firmly held her arms, while the dog slowly pried apart her title help. She cried out in despair. Hey, you first or me? The priestess, upon witnessing the grotesque sight beneath the beast, tightly shut her eyes, tears streaming from the corners to her ears. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, and the hands that pried her legs apart lost their strength. Instinctively, she brought her legs together. Opening her eyes, she saw a feathered spear embedded in the chest of the beast. It was the Xianbird clan. They had come to rescue her. Zhang, witnessing the beast's demise, was struck with terror. He swiftly grabbed a weapon nearby and carefully scanned his surroundings. Who dares to show themselves? Creep around like a coward. From the thicket, Yao Li lowered his bow. It was his turn to patrol today, with his team stationed at various intersections. He had nestled himself in the fork of a large tree near the Yen Phoenix tribe's camp, tearing into dried meat with great satisfaction. Initially, he thought the cries for help came from some animal, but as the sound persisted, it increasingly resembled that of a woman. Xianbird women could not possibly be in this area, so it must be a woman from the Yen Phoenix tribe. After a moment's contemplation, he descended from the branch. Following the anguished cries, what he witnessed upon arrival sent his blood boiling. The priestess was being pinned to the ground by two men, one tall and the other short. Like bamboo poles, her beast-skin dress had been torn, exposing large swathes of her flesh. Yao Li felt the world turn crimson. He immediately drew his bow, straining with all his might. One arrow struck down the man crouched between her legs. How dare you lay hands on my woman? Yao Li shouted, brandishing his stone axe as he leaped from the underbrush. Zhang was paralyzed with fear. The approaching man was tall and robust, resembling an enraged tiger, and he felt certain he would be torn apart. Recognizing the futility of escape, Zhang let out a feral scream and charged forward with his stone spear. Come at me! Yao Li bellowed, shaking the very forest. He sprang into action, bringing his axe down upon Zhang's head. The spear that Zhang had raised in defense shattered under the force of Yao Li's blow, cleaving his skull in two. Yao Li cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring no enemies remained, before carefully approaching the priestess. A tumult of emotions surged within her, the joy of having survived, admiration for Yao Li, and an overwhelming sense of vulnerability as her body remained exposed. Yao Li stood there, at a loss for words. Her hair was tangled with twigs and grass, and tear streaks adorned her face. He longed to hold her and offer comfort. In the past, he would have acted without hesitation. But now he recalled the lessons imparted by the divine messenger on courting women, lessons he had to pursue for days before they were revealed to him. He remarked, relationships must develop gradually. One cannot rush or think of having children upon meeting. Could you please turn away? The shamaness implored helplessly. Chapter 51, The Joyous Song of Life. Upon hearing this, Yao Li immediately turned around, yet the image of the vast expanse of white lingered in his mind. Soon, he heard the shamaness' voice behind him. Li, you may turn back now. She had concealed her exposed form. Since when have I become your woman? She inquired. Recalling his earlier words, Yao Li's face flushed crimson. In a fit of anger, he declared his true feelings. I agree to be your man. The shamaness smiled and approached, taking hold of Yao Li's large hand. Really? Why not? She replied, but for now, it is not possible. Thank goodness you are uninjured. Yao Li exclaimed joyfully, pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly. As he felt the warmth enveloping him, he believed his spirit had ascended to the heavens. You are mine now. Yao Li trembled, recalling the deity's promise that she belonged solely to him. Is your status in the Xianyao tribe that high? The shamaness asked, a mix of delight and curiosity in her voice. You will know once you visit our tribe, Yao Li replied. lifting an arm to remove a piece of straw from her hair. The shamaness, reluctant to return to the Yin Feng tribe, followed Yao Li back to the Xianyao tribe. You were correct in your assumptions, Su Yi affirmed after listening to the shamaness account. It must have been instigated by that chief. Li, informing to prepare all our warriors with bows and weapons. Tomorrow we shall assist your woman in seeking justice. Thank you, divine envoy. Yao Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Su Yi felt that the time was ripe. Seeking justice was merely a means to an end. By igniting further conflict with the Yin Feng tribe, he could compel their submission. From the slaves of the Yin Feng tribe, he learned that the He Lang tribe was significantly stronger. The consumption of the Yin Feng tribe by the He Lang tribe did not align with his plans, as he had always viewed the population of the Yin Feng tribe as his own. That evening, after the shamaness had bathed with Yu and the others, she declined Yu's invitation to stay and opened the door to Yao Li's nest. Yao Li, anticipating her arrival, had put considerable effort into tidying up the nest. The Xianyao tribe is truly wonderful, she said sincerely as she lay beside Yao Li, listening to the chirping of insects outside. She was already aware of the new rules established by the divine envoy Su Yi, and the other women who had arrived earlier were quite content. Upon learning that she was now Yao Li's woman, no one in the tribe sought to curry favor with her. This was not the case before. Everything changed after the divine envoy's arrival, Yao Li stated quietly. Could you tell me more about him? The shamaness inquired with curiosity. It was I and Gu Xian who discovered him. He seemed to have appeared there suddenly, Yao Li recounted slowly. Under the starry sky, he shared Su Yi's exploits, and the shamaness gasped in admiration at intervals. By the way, after that night, he made his relationship clear with Ling and moved into her nest. Upon hearing that he sought the divine envoy with an axe for another woman, the priestess felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. Do you still harbor feelings for Ling? She inquired. Certainly not. She is the woman chosen by the divine envoy, who possesses the ability to communicate with the celestial deities. How could I dare to defile that sanctity? Moreover, with you by my side, even if a goddess were to appear, I would not be troubled, Yao Li confessed earnestly, devoid of any pretense. In the darkness, a smile graced the priestess's lips as she gently grasped his hand within her palm. Was this not the man she had long envisioned? By the way, are you certain the divine envoy moved to Ling's nest to signify their relationship? She questioned. I am certain. What else could it be? Yao Li replied, perplexed. I believe you may be mistaken, the priestess pondered. He might have merely sought refuge from you, rather than intending to cohabit with Ling. I can tell that Ling has yet to have a man, she concluded, prompting Yao Li to spring up from his hide of animal skins. Could it be? The divine envoy would hide from me? He fears neither crocodiles in the water nor the 20 warriors from the tiger tribe, whom he easily vanquished with a mere command. And what of Feng Xin, who brought so many with him, only to be deterred by a few traps? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As for Ling being a maiden, it cannot be that the divine envoy is incapable in that respect. Yao Li's imagination ran wild with daring conjectures. What are you saying? In the darkness, the priestess felt her cheeks flush. He is not afraid of external foes. Rather, he fears complications arising from those close to him. Just as you can freely enter his nest, must he not remain vigilant against you? It can only be said that the divine envoy is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago, instead of surviving to this day. Indeed, he is no ordinary man. He is the divine envoy. Yes, he is the divine envoy. The priestess laughed. At that moment, outside the nest, muffled groans echoed, rising and falling in a restrained symphony. Both were momentarily taken aback. Sensing Yao Li's slightly hurried breath, the priestess closed her eyes. Li, come now gently. As if listening to celestial melodies, Yao Li resolved to proceed slowly. Mindful of her feelings, the camp of the Xianyao tribe resonated with the joyful celebration of life throughout the night. As Yao Li unleashed the primal force that had been sealed for over 20 years, leaving the priestess sleepless. The following morning, Yao Li rose refreshed. How wondrous it was to share slumber with a woman. Yet, how did the divine envoy manage to refrain from touching Ling? Could it truly be that he was incapable? He had heard tales of those born unable to bear children. The divine envoy had acquired wisdom, but bore a flawed form. Sighing, he cast a concerned glance towards the divine envoy, who was running laps around the camp's enclosure, his expression one of melancholy. Regardless of wind or rain, the divine envoy always appeared punctually, though today seemed an earlier arrival. Good morning, divine envoy. Yao Li greeted cheerfully. You rascal, Su Yi retorted. You are currently the mightiest in our tribe. Yao Li, though lacking understanding, felt a sense of joy at the praise bestowed upon him by the divine messenger. Today we are to engage in battle. Can you still move swiftly? Su Yi inquired with skepticism. Hey, I can certainly outrun an eagle. Just then, the eagle pushed open the door and overheard. Nonsense. I am the one who can run faster than you. Enough of this bickering. The two were bound to exchange quips, though perhaps their dynamic would change once they had children. They called upon their kin to prepare a meal, and after feasting, set forth towards the Yanfeng tribe. Chief, there is trouble. A member of their clan stumbled in, panic evident. The shaman, accompanied by the members of the Xian bird tribe, is attacking. What? Mui. The chief sprang to his feet, the world around him darkening momentarily. It was over. He had already glimpsed the realm of the deceased. The two he had dispatched to confront the shaman had already been found lifeless, their bodies marked by feathered javelins, unmistakably the work of the Xian bird tribe. He had harbored a sliver of hope, thinking they would not retaliate over a mere woman. Yet, less than a day had passed before they came knocking at his door. Everyone, arm yourselves. Since the Xian bird tribe dares to invade us, we shall ensure they pay the price. Chapter 52. As you wish, the crowd seized their weapons and marched resolutely towards the approaching Xian bird tribe. Su Yi observed the ragtag assembly opposite them, brandishing makeshift clubs and stone spears, their raucous shouts echoing in support. Such individuals were indeed of fine labor potential. Have their leader respond, Su Yi instructed Yaoing. Without hesitation, Yaoing raised his voice. Yanfeng tribe, who is your new leader? Step forward and speak. Su Yi watched as a middle-aged man emerged from the ranks, and he too stepped away from his formation. They met in the open space between their factions. I, Mu Yi, chief of the Yanfeng tribe, extend my greetings to you. Observing the other's palms raised in a gesture of respect, Su Yi cleared his throat and said, I am Su Yi, the divine messenger of the Xian bird tribe, and I advise you to surrender with your clan. You? Mu Yi retorted coldly, realizing that the messenger of the Xian bird tribe was quite the reckless individual. Spare us the preamble. Su Yi replied impatiently. Surrendering now could save many lives. The Yanfeng tribe vows never to be enslaved. Mu Yi declared defiantly. Su Yi scoffed. Even our slaves live better lives than yours. I do not wish for needless bloodshed, but if you persist, I shall make you face the harsh realities. If you do not wish for death, why then do you invade us? Mu Yi's beard trembled in fury. You simply want us to become your slaves. If I do not come, you would still fall prey to the Black Wolf tribe. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. As you wish. With their conversation concluded, each returned to their respective ranks. Charge. Let the Xian bird tribe witness the bravery of our Yanfeng tribe. Mu Yi shouted. Though he did not dare to lead the charge, fearful of the feathered javelins of the Xian bird tribe. Kill. Charge. As the disorganized throng surged forward, Su Yi issued his command. 2 rows, alternate fire, each firing twice. This time, the individuals he brought were all from the Xianyao tribe, standing in 2 mixed rows of men and women. Fire, commanded Yao Li from the front row. 14 arrows soared forth almost simultaneously, and once they were released, the archers swiftly retreated to ready their bows anew. Fire, ordered Yaoing from the second row. Again, 14 arrows were launched in unison. In rapid succession, 56 arrows descended upon the tightly packed and utterly unguarded members of the Yanfeng tribe, like a swarm of locusts. A cacophony of screams erupted as the charging throng abandoned over 20 corpses and fell back. Charge, you fools! Bellowed Mu Yi, their javelins depleted, seizing the moment of triumph. You dare retreat. Su Yi, witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, and hearing Mu Yi's fervent cries, felt a surge of murderous intent. This obstinate wretch, was he truly intent on endangering his own labor force? Whoever slays that leader shall be rewarded with 5 whole fish. Su Yi declared to his kin. Instantly, countless arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, arched over the trembling crowd and struck the rear. Mu Yi, witnessing the lethal javelins flying towards him, stood paralyzed with fear. In the next heartbeat, he seized a nearby chieftain and thrust him before himself as a shield. The chieftain barely had time to let out a cry before being turned into a pincushion. Terrified to the core, Mu Yi abandoned the corpse and fled for his life. As he retreated, his tribesmen scattered like birds and beasts. Drop your weapons and kneel. We shall not kill. This had become a ritual, requiring no instruction from Su Yi. The tribesmen began to chant in unison. Those preoccupied with escape were in no mood to listen, each one frantically seeking a path of flight. The shaman once again witnessed the formidable power of the arrows, far more shocking than Yao Li's previous feat of slaying a wolf. Observing that each member of the Xian Niao tribe bore at least a dozen arrows, her complexion paled. "Shaman, lead the way." Su Yi gestured grandly. The group cautiously made their way towards the stronghold of the Yanfeng tribe. Mu Yi returned to the camp in a frenzy, urging his tribesmen to flee. However, his act of using his own kin as shields against the arrows had not gone unnoticed. No one was willing to heed his words any longer. "Coward," a chieftain remarked coldly. "You are no braver. I have not seen you charge." Mu Yi retorted defiantly. "That is far better than sacrificing the lives of your own people." "Someone, seize Mu Yi and surrender to the Xian Niao tribe," commanded Rinzai, one of the chieftains of the Yanfeng tribe. Following the death of Feng Xian, he had nearly ascended to the position of leader. "I am the leader. Who dares?" Mu Yi shouted in fury. Yet, having lost many of his men during the recent charge and having shielded himself with another's body, he had forfeited the respect of his followers. The divine envoy of the Xian Niao tribe clearly wishes not to be our enemy. It is he who compels our people to perish. What are you all waiting for? Rinzai pointed at Mu Yi. "Seize him and surrender to the Xian Niao tribe." Several of Rinzai's subordinates immediately rushed forward, disarming Mu Yi of his stone spear and pinning him to the ground. As Su Yi arrived, the members of the Yanfeng tribe, young and old alike, knelt in disarray upon the ground. The figure of Mu Yi lay bound tightly, ensnared beneath the totem pole. "I am the leader. Rinzai is the traitor." Mu Yi cried out in desperate lamentation. Upon seeing Su Yi, he immediately pleaded, "Divine messenger, I surrender. I bring my entire clan to surrender. I had thought you a man of honor, yet you reveal yourself to be a mere insect." Su Yi derided scornfully. "Had you uttered these words earlier, many lives could have been spared. Now, however, it is too late." Turning to Yao Li, he commanded, "Bring forth Mu Yi's son and daughter." Before long, Yao Li returned, leading 3 individuals, 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl appeared to be in her late teens, possessing a fair measure of beauty, while 1 boy was a grown man and the other merely a child of 6 or 7 years. The girl was to be gifted to the tribe's slaves. As for the boy, Su Yi's gaze fell upon the 2 kneeling figures, their eyes betraying a mixture of fear and unmistakable hatred. "The boy must be executed," Su Yi declared with a cold smile, unwilling to leave any potential threat to himself. With 2 piercing screams, the heads of both fell to the ground. The kneeling members of the Yanfeng tribe trembled in terror, fearing that their own lives might soon meet the same fate. This so-called divine messenger, who appeared far from imposing, wielded his power with ruthless ferocity. Mu Yi shrieked and struggled, yet his desperate actions did nothing to alter the fate of his children. "Su Yi, even in death, your soul shall find no peace." He howled in a curse. "Silence him, and let him die by a rain of arrows." Su Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Yao Li executed the order without hesitation, especially since this old fool had nearly brought harm to the woman he cherished. "I did not come here with the intent to kill. I merely sought justice for my people. Yet there are those who lack foresight," Su Yi proclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the severed heads on the ground. The kneeling members of the Yanfeng tribe were confused but dared not voice their dissent. How could he claim to seek justice when he had initiated the attack? Su Yi's eyes turned towards the shamaness, who instinctively understood his intent. She recognized that his claim of avenging her was merely a facade. However, she had now become a woman of the Xianyao tribe. "Yesterday, the leader Mu Yi sent the stag and the jackal to assault me in the woods. Fortunately, my man was patrolling nearby and saved me." The shamaness approached Yao Li, linking her arm with his. Most of the kneeling Yanfeng tribesmen were left bewildered, but the leaders, including Rinzai, understood the implications clearly. The shamaness had indeed mentioned her connection to a man of the Xianyao tribe, and they were astonished that Mu Yi had dared to send men to violate her. They realized that her man must be a leader himself. It was no wonder that he had come to reclaim her. "Have you noticed that the stag and jackal have not appeared since yesterday?" one of the tribesmen recalled. "They have perished. The leader Mu Yi instructed us not to disclose this to anyone," a subordinate of Mu Yi explained. "The jackal was slain by a feathered spear." At last, the crowd comprehended the reason behind the Xianyao tribe's mobilization. If they had come seeking retribution, what hope did the Yanfeng tribe have for survival? In a moment of collective trepidation, everyone found themselves engulfed in fear. Divine envoy, what a grave sin. Rinzai exclaimed, prostrating himself. This is all the work of the deceased Mu-E, orchestrated in secrecy, unbeknownst to the other clansmen. I implore you to spare them. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me alone. Rinzai lay motionless upon the ground. Sui cast a glance over the gathered slaves, who also prostrated themselves, demonstrating their submission. Since Mu-E is no longer among us, and I am not one who relishes in bloodshed, I shall grant you mercy if you are willing to surrender and serve as our slaves, swearing fealty to the Xin Yao clan without betrayal. Thank you, Divine Envoy. Thank you, Divine Envoy. The crowd echoed in unison, led by Rinzai. Just as Sui finished comforting the newly surrendered, a clansman rushed towards him in a flurry. Divine Envoy, we have spotted members of the Black Wolf tribe approaching. Chapter 53. Dance beneath the fire. How many are there? Sui inquired. The messenger, seeing the divine envoy's calm demeanor, regained his composure. There are dozens of them, all in their prime. Rinzai was taken aback, nearly collapsing to his knees once more. Fortunately, the Xin Yao clan is here, otherwise, the Yinfeng tribe would be doomed. Li, go inform their leader that this forest belongs to the Xin Yao clan, and the Yinfeng tribe has allied with us. Tell them to depart, Sui instructed. Remember, speak normally, do not threaten them. Upon hearing this, Yao Li signaled to two subordinates and strode away. Sui, observing his exuberant expression, felt a twinge of concern. Witch, keep an eye on your man. The witch promptly took off after him. Hey, Black Wolf tribe, how dare you invade our territory? Yao Li confronted the large contingent from the Black Wolf tribe without a hint of fear. The divine envoy was above all, and who could possibly challenge him? The witch, who caught up just then, stumbled in fright. Li, what did the divine envoy instruct? She grasped the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it playfully. Baby, what brings you here? Yao Li turned to her. The witch's cheeks flushed. She was no longer a child, yet he insisted on calling her baby. The divine envoy is concerned for your safety and sent me to oversee you. The Black Wolf tribe was indeed intimidated by Yao Li's bravado. With only 4, including women, how dared they challenge such a large group? The surrounding forest must harbor an ambush. Yet, they were not to be trifled with either. By what right do you claim this land as yours? By the fact that I am of the Xin Yao clan. By the weapon I wield. Yao Li declared. The Xin Yao clan? Aren't you part of the Yinfeng tribe? Chief, we are merely here to plunder the Yinfeng tribe. We cannot provoke the Xin Yao clan. Can we? What if they unite? You coward. The chief retorted. The Xin Yao clan is hardly even a tribe. How many can they muster? Even if they allied, they would not be our match. If you are smart, you will hastily retreat and tend to your own affairs, and not interfere with our raid on the Yinfeng tribe. Otherwise, we shall seize you all. Upon hearing this, Yao Li was filled with fury. He immediately drew his bow and was ready to eliminate the adversary. Stop, the shaman interjected. Reluctantly, Yao Li redirected the arrow to the side. This arrow will pierce your totemic pillar, and the next will be aimed at your head. With a swift motion, he drew the bow like a crescent moon, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely into the flagpole. The chief of the Black Wolf tribe had never witnessed such a terrifying display. His face instantly drained of color. Even their strongest spearmen could not throw so far, let alone hit precisely where the opponent declared. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He shouted repeatedly, leading his people in a hasty exit. The shaman's eyes sparkled. Her man was invincible. One individual could drive back nearly 100. Ha! My dear, let us return. Yao Li laughed heartily. The shaman shot him a sidelong glance. Who taught you to call me that? No one taught me, Yao Li replied. I heard the divine messenger refer to Ling in such a manner, having subdued the Flame Phoenix tribe and repelled the Black Wolf tribe. Sui was in high spirits as the mission was accomplished. That evening, a grand bonfire celebration took place. The hollow wooden tubes resonated with rhythmic beats, while the tribe's people danced joyfully around the fire, moving in sync with the music. Sui sat on a stone bench, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Although these dances lacked the elegance of modern choreography, they exuded a vibrant vitality, wild exuberance, and hinted at the dynamics of gender. The dancers were merry, both entertaining others and indulging themselves. Why don't you join the dance? Sui turned to the enchanting woman beside him, finding it all quite delightful. Do you wish to see me dance? Yao Yu retorted. Why not? Noticing Sui's eager gaze, Yao Yu gracefully stepped into the crowd. The chief has arrived. Oh, is the chief going to dance as well? It has been many years since we've seen her dance. The people of the Xianbird tribe were well aware that their chief's dance could rival her beauty. Lan, Ling, you all stay and accompany me, Yao Yu commanded. The men can watch from the side. Don't we get to join in? How joyous it would be to dance alongside the chief. Your clumsy movements would only hinder me, Yao Yu jested without reservation. The instruments are yours. Su Yi watched with curiosity as various hollow wooden tubes were brought forth. As the wood was struck, the crisp sounds resonated, and Su Yi felt as though he could hear the echoes of time itself. In the center, Yao Yu began to dance in rhythm. Though Su Yi was unfamiliar with the dance, he discerned through her vivid body language that she was mimicking the movements of a peacock, with steps of grace, playful frolic, and the display of feathers. His gaze remained fixed upon her, unwilling to divert even for a moment. As the rhythm shifted, she transformed into a mesmerizing serpent, as if emerging from myth. Illuminated by the firelight, her beauty radiated with pride, and the sway of her waist left Su Yi utterly parched with longing. Observing your foolish demeanor, you hardly resemble a divine envoy. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Yu had already returned to his side. Su Yi, momentarily entranced by the flames, redirected his gaze and grasped her delicate hand, drawing her into his embrace. You truly embody the celestial goddess. Su Yi's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. I yearn to protect you wholeheartedly. Humph, why did you not mention this earlier? Yao Yu wriggled slightly, feeling a shift beneath her, and abruptly halted her movements. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. However, your words are quite melodious. Had I known, I wouldn't have danced. Su Yi tightened his hold around her slender waist, lamenting how other men had feasted their eyes upon her. Had you not danced, you would still be oblivious to when you might express your feelings for me. Yao Yu muttered. Su Yi gazed at her striking profile, a playful urge rising within him to tease the young lady. What do you mean by expressing feelings? He chuckled. I merely spoke of guarding you. Have you misunderstood? Witnessing the blush on her cheeks dissipate, replaced by a cold indifference in her beautiful eyes, Su Yi realized he had overstepped. In the next moment, Yao Yu stood, regal as a queen, gazing down at him. Divine envoy, why did you embrace me? She asked coldly. Su Yi felt the chill in her eyes and wished to slap himself. He reached out to touch her finger, only to have it forcefully swatted away. Speak civilly, without resorting to violence, Yao Yu admonished. Now, why did you embrace me? The onlookers sensed the aura of frost emanating from the clan leader, retreating to the other side of the bonfire, while only Yao Ling remained, stifling her laughter. Su Yi, feeling exasperated, lamented, I merely wished to jest with you. Why take it so seriously? Chapter 54. Remarkable, I will not allow you to forsake me. Yao Yu glared with intensity. Dare to abandon me, and I shall slay you. Nonsense. Su Yi shook his head vehemently, observing the sincerity in his expression. Yao Yu huffed and turned away. Hee. I had planned to sleep alone tonight, Yao Ling chimed in cheerfully. But since you insisted on causing a ruckus, I suppose you must keep me company. Su Yi, feeling disheartened, pulled Yao Ling into his embrace and raised his hand, delivering a playful slap to her pert backside. How dare you mock me, you little sprite? You dare not bully Sister Yu, but feel free to torment me, Yao Ling retorted defiantly. Ling, you are doomed, Su Yi declared, lifting Yao Ling and carrying her back to their little nest. The flames flickered, and with tasks awaiting them the following day, the others had retreated to their lairs, leaving only Yao Li and a few others by the bonfire. Li, did you not claim the divine envoy was inadequate? One subordinate inquired curiously. Go eavesdrop, and you will find my words hold true, Yao Li boasted, thumping his chest. Within the small nest, Yao Ling, though not unfamiliar with it, was still taken aback. Su, did you not say the dwelling was unsuitable, lacking a bed? Yao Ling pointed hesitantly. Shall we return another time? Originally, I had no intention of exploring new avenues, but you, little sprite, persistently provoke me. Is this acceptable? Su Yi commanded. Is this truly permissible? Yao Ling exclaimed in astonishment. I acquiesced, and approximately half an hour later, only 2 individuals remained by the campfire. How is it? Inquired Yao Li. All I heard was the divine envoy panting heavily, replied the man with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Yao Li affirmed earnestly. In a small nest. Yao Ling covered her mouth as she wept. Su Yi embraced her soothingly. She had expected him to recover swiftly, like others, but he had taken quite a while to settle her distress. During the ordeal, when she attempted to escape, he had forbidden her, behaving as if he were an entirely different person, fierce and unyielding. You cry? Yao Ling sniffled. Next time, seek someone else. Do not come to me. Are you still feeling unwell? Sui asked, his voice tinged with unease. Just a little nauseous, Yao Ling retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. As the sun rose, Sui rose early to exercise. The tranquility of the rainforest morning was truly refreshing. Today, significant events awaited. The previous day, Sui had led the entire Xin Niao clan to assault the Yin Feng tribe, simultaneously testing the loyalty of the slaves. The results were gratifying. The slaves had performed admirably. Consequently, he approved the formal inclusion of 2 senior slaves, Mu Chuan and Lang Bin, into the Xin Niao clan. An induction ceremony was to be held. At dawn, everyone gathered to clean the venue, prepare offerings, and position the statue of the Xin Niao deity. The 2 protagonists of the day washed up and donned their finest animal skins. Let us perform well and achieve merit, Mu Chuan declared to his subordinates. In the future, you may also join the Xin Niao clan. The other slaves gazed at the 2 with unspoken envy. Members of the Xin Niao clan enjoyed hearty meals of meat daily, a privilege not afforded to all. In the open space, people of all ages convened. Sui had summoned everyone to witness the induction ceremony of the 2. The performance of Mu Chuan and Lang Bin was evident to all. Sui scanned the crowd, then turned his gaze to the 2 standing in the front row. Today, you both officially join the Xin Niao clan. You must prioritize the interests of the clan and share in its concerns. Should you dare betray the Xin Niao clan or commit acts that harm it, I shall impose severe penalties. After delivering these words, Sui stepped away from the statue, leaving the remainder of the ceremony to the professionals. He stood, feeling drowsy, and the ceremony finally concluded by midday. He had intended to simplify the rituals. However, none among the clan agreed, fearing that insufficient reverence towards the divine might invite calamity. As the divine envoy, revealing the absence of deities would jeopardize his standing. And these people would undoubtedly be incredulous. Mu Chuan and Lang Bin could hardly contain their excitement, while the other slaves looked on with longing. Please do not disperse. I have some wonderful news to announce, Sui proclaimed, stepping forward. Among the slaves were those particularly eager, and he could not allow them to remain as lowly slaves indefinitely. When I call your names, please step forward, Mu Shan, Lang Yi. Having heard it was good news. Those called felt a sense of anticipation. One by one, they stood before the crowd, invigorated in spirit. You, diligent workers who consider the welfare of our clan, are henceforth promoted to the rank of senior slaves. Thank you, divine messenger, they exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply in gratitude. Do not presume that I will overlook you simply because there are many. I wish to convey that every member of our clan is my eye, and both your good and ill deeds are visible to all. Sui addressed the assembly, asserting that he would not neglect any diligent individual, nor would he spare any slothful one. As Sui concluded his remarks, the slaves returned to their quarters, their spirits lifted. The divine messenger of the Xin Bird clan is remarkable. Rinzai could not help but praise the clan leader beside him. He has relegated us to the status of lowly slaves, and yet you speak in his favor, retorted another middle-aged man, indignation evident in his tone. Old friend, such thoughts are perilous, Rinzai cautioned, glancing around. The wisdom of the divine messenger is beyond our comprehension. His classification of slaves and the proposed method of promotion ensure that all are devoted to his service. Such a notion is not one that an ordinary person could conceive. We must content ourselves with our station as slaves and refrain from uttering any further remarks. In the grand shelter, a voice queried, Divine messenger, why do those clan leaders, also lowly slaves, possess women exclusively? As a new member of the Xin Bird clan, Lang Bin had been permitted to attend the clan meeting. That is an excellent question, Sui replied. From now on, the relationships between the men and women of our clan must be gradually established. One cannot simply pursue whomever they desire. When a woman bears a child, her designated man must assume the responsibility of caring for her. The assembly exchanged glances in contemplation. Indeed, it is about men and their designated women living together and jointly raising their offspring. I understand, just as I do with the shaman, Yaoli remarked, glancing at the shamaness. She, unable to resist his insistence, allowed him to take her hand. Li, I ask you, would you wish for the shamaness to be claimed by another man? Sui inquired. Yao Li swiftly drew the shamaness closer, cradling her protectively. The shamaness is my woman. Shamaness, would you prefer Yao Li to sleep in the nest of another woman each day? Sui pressed further. The shamaness, her cheeks flushed, shook her head. I would not. Both of you are unwilling to see another take away your beloved, which is, in truth, a rather rational state of affairs. Yaoing, glancing at the petite woman beside him, chuckled. But what if I desire to have several women? His words instantly drew the scrutiny of all the women present. Does your woman agree to share you with others? Sui challenged. She obeys me and would not dare oppose, Yaoing boasted, thumping his chest. I do not consent, came a timid voice from the crowd. Yaoing was taken aback. The woman who had always complied with him dared to voice her disagreement in the assembly. Chapter 55. The guard squad. He raised his hand as if to strike. Stop. Both Sui and Yao Yu commanded simultaneously, their voices firm. The sound startled Yaoing, and upon noticing the displeasure in the deity's eyes, he immediately chuckled awkwardly and lowered his hand. If you possess the audacity, direct it outward. Should I discover you striking your own woman, I shall impose a punishment of kneeling beneath the deity's statue for a day, with 3 days of fasting. Sui spoke coldly. That is your own choice. If you no longer desire her, I shall take it upon myself to arrange for her to be with another. Absolutely not. I wish to following. 2 voices, one high and one low, echoed simultaneously. Since you are willing to accompany him, should he mistreat you in the future, inform me, and I shall find you a new partner, Sui assured Yao Ying's woman. Rest assured, once you part ways, I guarantee he will not dare to pursue you. Thank you, esteemed deity. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, as if the deity regarded her as someone equally significant as Aang. From this day forth, men shall not coerce women. Of course, women must not compel men either. When 2 hearts align and wish to share a life together, it is essential that the identity of the father is known when children are born. Shortly, you shall communicate today as discussion to all. Furthermore, I assert that if several women choose to follow one man, or if several men agree to share one woman, as long as there is no violence, it is entirely up to you. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Yao Yu secretly sighed in relief. Ling would certainly be willing to share Su Yi with her. Even if Ling was reluctant, she would persuade her. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Li, Ing, Su Yi turned to the 2. Each of you shall select 10 capable individuals from the slaves, along with your current members, to form the Xian Niao clan's guard. You, make a note of this. The guard shall receive an additional half-piece of meat daily. Shall the newly selected slaves receive the same? Indeed. Having spoken, Su Yi directed his gaze back to the 2. When choosing your members, clarify the terms of their treatment. Our guard must be the strongest force within the clan. This task must be executed well by tomorrow. Starting from the day after, I will establish a new training regimen for you. Besides training, your duties remain unchanged. 1 team for hunting, another for patrolling. Understood. Both replied in unison. Lan, you shall also select 5 women from the female slaves to assist you in tending to the livestock. The sow is pregnant, and the pen has welcomed several new lambs. Along with a water buffalo, their tasks will not be light. Yes. Yao Lan nodded in agreement. Lien, choose 5 skilled individuals to assist you in your work. And you may also impart your skills to them. Sui instructed, but warn them against crafting items privately. You understand these matters, so manage accordingly. Indeed. Lien responded from her corner. Is the fishing task under your purview, Dai? Sui inquired of a woman in the clan. Yes, esteemed deity, Dai replied. With the increase in our population, you 2 shall select a few individuals from the slave quarters to aid you in fishing. As the number of slaves grew and the residential area became inadequate, Sui instructed Lang Ben to lead the newly arrived slaves in expanding the slave housing. He also assigned Mu Chuan to repair the Xin Niao clan's own shelters, utilizing the previous batch of slaves. After organizing the chaotic affairs, the sun had already begun its descent. With the day growing late, I instructed everyone to repair their tools. The slaves currently had these tasks at hand, and I would assign additional work once the houses were restored. The slave quarters were filled with a cacophony of noise. Having accomplished nothing throughout the day, they were surprisingly allotted food in the evening. The new slaves relished the wild vegetables, finding them exceedingly delectable. The older slaves had lowered their aspirations to merely a piece of dried meat each day. Observing those who had shared wild vegetables with him just the previous day now transformed into esteemed slaves receiving dried fish, envy sparked in the eyes of many. Why did the divine messenger select you as a distinguished slave? One person remarked with a hint of bitterness. If you wish to understand, you may inquire of the divine messenger. I am uncertain, replied Muxian, tearing a piece of dried meat and savoring its flavor. Alas, how could I dare to question the divine messenger? The decisions of the esteemed are undoubtedly infallible. The individual continued, I merely wish to ask how one might earn recognition. You have come to the right person, Mushin squinted, swallowing the dried meat. I simply utilized the time you spent relieving yourself to chop wood. The remark left the person speechless. Tomorrow, they will be selecting members for the guard. If you exert yourself, once chosen, you will live the same life as the formal clansmen, Mushin added. Although they would become formal clansmen, he and Lang Ben would still reside in the slave quarters. Su-yi had promised them that if they fancied any women, and the women consented, they would be allowed to claim them exclusively, including those from the Shen bird tribe. As for why they still lived in the slave quarters, Su-yi advised them to remain in touch with the masses. For understanding the thoughts and feelings of others would reflect their own worth. They interpreted this as Su-yi wanting them to monitor the slaves. The guard team is no place for someone like me. Those strong and robust individuals would fight tooth and nail for a position, then work diligently on the new house. Chop wood and craft tools. Surely, there is something you can manage, Mushin replied. Back in the Yinfeng tribe, everyone said I was quite skilled at making stone tools. The individual recalled. Mushin's eyes lit up. One of Su-yi's tasks for them was to identify individuals with special talents. And crafting stone tools certainly qualified as a special skill. You need not labor just yet. Create a stone knife for me to examine. If the divine messenger deems it satisfactory, your status as a distinguished slave will be assured, Mushin encouraged, patting the person's shoulder. All right, I will endeavor to do my best. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rhythmic sounds echoed. Each day before dawn, 40 members of the guard would circle around the entire camp of the Shen bird tribe, from their initial disarray to the current synchronized cadence. Their progress was solely due to their perseverance. For a considerable time, Su-yi had doubted whether these primitives could be trained. They had no difficulty walking normally. Yet once in formation, they stumbled about. Fortunately, hard work bore fruit. Since the selection of the team members, after more than 70 days, they had finally begun to take shape. After completing their laps, they stood upright on the open ground, their expressions resolute and their gazes unwavering, awaiting the orders of their commander, Su-yi. The more hardships they endured during training, the greater their chances of survival in battle. Positioned at the forefront of the formation, Su-yi proclaimed that starting tomorrow, each individual would carry a piece of wood while running. The members of the squad were taken aback, but dared not move. Well aware of the collective punishments they had faced for minor infractions in formation under Su-yi's watchful eye, the archery training commenced. Su-yi surveyed the group. Today marked the final day of assessments, and anyone who had not met the archery standard would be asked to leave the ranks. We seek elites for our guard, not cowards. Several individuals with inconsistent archery performance began to grow anxious. After a round of testing, surprisingly, 2 individuals, known for their usual proficiency, faltered and failed to pass. Su-yi regarded the 2 with solemn expressions, remaining silent. Commander, the 2 men implored, their eyes pleading. The rest of the squad also cast hopeful glances in Su-yi's direction. Report, called Yaoli, speak, commanded Su-yi. Commander, could you grant these 2 brothers another chance? Their past performances have been commendable. Yao insisted earnestly. What say you all? Su-yi inquired, turning his gaze to the others. In unison, the squad members responded. Give them another chance. The 2 men felt their eyes welling with tears. For the past 2 months, regardless of weather, they had run laps together, endured punishments, and engaged in combat training side by side. They were brothers who had emerged from the same mire, accustomed to this life, and unwilling to part from their shared struggles. This is the opportunity afforded to you by your comrades. Make it count, Su-yi said with encouragement. The 2 men steadied themselves, resolute in their determination. 10 arrows. Hitting the target 8 times would suffice for passing. The target was small and distant, deliberately designed by Su-yi to suit their physical capabilities. The men did not disappoint. One hitting 9 out of 10, while the other achieved a perfect score. The squad watched, exhilarated yet restrained, knowing they would have erupted in cheers under normal circumstances. After passing the tests, the 2 looked expectantly at Su-yi. Join the ranks, he signaled with a wave of his hand. Their faces flushed. They felt as though they had been reborn. Nearby, the women had kindled a bonfire and prepared food. Su-yi organized the formation to approach the fire and ordered them to disperse. The guard members lined up, receiving nearly identical portions of food, before settling around the bonfire to roast their meals. Su-yi sat on a small stone bench, accepting the roasted meat and water handed to him by Yao Ling. Lan just informed me that the ewe we captured a few days ago has given birth to 2 lambs. 2 in 1 litter? Excellent. Su Yi replied with delight. Please tell Lan to separate them and provide extra fodder for the ewe. Do the sheep require special care? Yao asked. New mothers need special attention. If they eat with the others, the lambs may not get enough milk, Su Yi explained patiently. Understood. I will inform Lan immediately. Yao Ling turned to leave. 70 days have elapsed, and the Xianbird tribe has undergone significant transformations. The surrounding fences stand tall, and the shelters are neatly arranged. Although resources in the vicinity have begun to dwindle, the livestock within the enclosure has seen an increase. The pigs have grown to 5, comprising 2 males and 3 females, with 2 of the sows expecting. The sheep number as many as 21, with the male sheep outnumbering the females, totaling 10, which accounts for half of the flock. Additionally, there are 3 water buffalo, 1 large and 2 small. To Su Yi's dismay, the 2 wolves remain insatiable. They consume whatever is offered but pay no heed thereafter. Su Yi has resolved to wait until they give birth to wolf cubs, after which he intends to roast the 2 larger ones. On this day, after surveying the surroundings, Su Yi returned to the large shelter to seek solace from the heat. Numerous trees around the camp had been felled, and the sunlight was indeed quite harsh. Su, something has happened. Yao Yu entered briskly, accompanied by another individual. She had never relinquished her ambition to reclaim their ancestral land. Initially, she believed that subduing the Yin Feng tribe would suffice for their return, only to encounter the emergence of the He Lang tribe. Now, with the He Lang tribe's issues unresolved, the situation had grown increasingly complex. Yao Yu gestured for the person behind her to proceed. Let him speak. Su Yi glanced over. The newcomer was of modest stature, his face bearing a hint of arrogance. Honorable divine envoy, I am Lang Tu from the He Lang tribe, the man bowed. Su Yi leisurely consumed roasted meat while drinking water. What brings you here? Lang Tu, observing the other's nonchalance, harbored doubts. Had the chief erred in sending him to solicit aid from the seemingly feeble Xianbird tribe? The aloof matriarch remained quietly at the side, prompting him to continue. Ever since our people witnessed the weapons of your esteemed tribe, they have not dared to enter your territory. He stood before Su Yi but addressed Yao Yu. Spare us the pleasantries. What exactly do you seek? Su Yi swallowed his mouthful of meat, his impatience evident. Lang Tu felt a surge of frustration, yet the female leader's demeanor suggested this was all expected. He suppressed his emotions. You are aware that there are 5 tribes in this region, correct? Su Yi nodded, having heard Yao Yu and the others mention it. Currently, aside from our He Lang tribe, the other 3 have surprisingly banded together. Upon finishing, Lang Tu scrutinized Su Yi's expression, only to find him unfazed. He quickly added, they have united, and their numbers of able-bodied youth are countless. Initially, we believed we could contend with the Thunder and Wind tribes, but shockingly, both have allied with the Tiger tribe. That Tiger King is a ruthless individual who delights in devouring the unborn children of women and relishes human hearts. Lang Tu's fervent words finally prompted a frown from Su Yi. And how does all this concern us? Su Yi replied flatly. Lang Tu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, he will annihilate our He Lang tribe, and then turn to seize your land and your women. Thus, you come seeking assistance? Su Yi feigned realization. Indeed. We should unite to collectively oppose the tyrannical Tiger King. You are mistaken. Su Yi chuckled. Given that the Tiger King is so formidable, why would I risk opposing him instead of joining forces to combat you? I bear no animosity towards him. Furthermore, both the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe have allied with the Tiger King, which suggests he treats others reasonably well. Wolf too found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the man before him was not easily deceived. My lord, I have deceived you. Wolf too admitted in frustration. Su Yi maintained a stoic expression. When the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe, accompanied by their able-bodied warriors, attacked us, the Tiger King stealthily assaulted their stronghold, capturing nearly all their women and children. They had no choice but to seek refuge with the Tiger tribe. Aside from that, everything else I stated is true. The Tiger King is a brutal leader, frequently pillaging. And now that he has grown stronger, he seeks to annihilate us and completely dominate this territory. Wolf 2, is it? Su Yi inquired, prompting Wolf 2 to perk up. Even without an alliance with your Black Wolf tribe, I possess means to contend with that Tiger King. What right do you have to demand that I lead my people to assist you? Wolf 2's mind raced, finally grasping something. My lord, What must we do to earn your assistance? Su Yi's gaze swept over Wolf 2 before he turned to Yao Yu. Is the Ma Bu clan subordinate to the Black Wolf tribe? Yao Yu nodded. With Yao Yu's confirmation, Su Yi addressed Wolf 2. If you teach me the art of producing hemp cloth, I shall rally my people to assist you against the Tiger tribe. Wolf 2's expression turned troubled. The core of their Black Wolf tribe lay with the Ma Bu clan, and the essence of the Ma Bu clan was their technique for crafting hemp cloth. Such a significant matter is beyond my authority, Wolf 2 replied honestly. I shall return to seek the counsel of Chief Wolf Howl. Though he spoke thus, he suspected that Chief Wolf Howl would not consent. Yao, give him a piece of fish to eat on the way, Su Yi instructed. Thank you, my lord. Wolf 2 felt a warmth in his heart. Carefully accepting the meat offered by the female leader, he hurried back to report. Will they grant us the technique? Yao Yu inquired, watching Wolf 2's retreating figure disappear into the jungle. Whether they provide the technique is of little consequence. What's vital is integrating the Black Wolf tribe into the Xin Yao clan. Do you have a plan to persuade them to join us? Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, Su Yi replied. Then speak swiftly. She urged. You must kiss me first, and then I shall divulge my plan, Su Yi said, tilting his head and pointing to his cheek. Yao Yu glanced outside the nest, noticing numerous tribespeople passing by, and whispered, What if we wait until tonight when no one is around? Chapter 57. Annihilate them, I won't budge. I will only reveal my plan after the kiss. Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Yao Yu bit her silver teeth, and seeing no one was watching, she quickly leaned in and planted a fleeting kiss. The contact was so light that Su Yi hardly felt it. Turning around, the bashful Yao Yu radiated a distinct charm. Stop dawdling and tell me. Su Yi's intense gaze made her cheeks flush. We only need to do this. Su Yi began to elaborate on his plan. Upon hearing it, Yao Yu exclaimed in surprise. Will that truly work? Do you not trust me? Su Yi countered. Su Yi chuckled. You may choose not to believe the divine envoy Su Yi, but you must have faith in your man. You are not my man, Yao Yu retorted defiantly. In truth, she had already accepted his feelings after he had previously expressed them. You just kissed me, does that not count? Su Yi remarked, gently touching the spot where she had kissed him. Kissing does not suffice. Only having borne your child would truly matter. Yao Yu had her own standards. The Black Wolf tribe desires our flax spinning technique? Not a chance. The leader, Wolf Howl, was furious. What divine envoy? Only concerned with immediate gains. He scorned. Once our Black Wolf tribe is annihilated, what good will it do for him and the Xianbird clan? Chief, I believe that envoy is not a fool. Wolf 2 interjected. He cannot be too clever. If it weren't for that formidable weapon, I would have no interest in seeking their assistance, Wolf Howl countered. Chief, do you mean we should not ally with the Xianbird clan? Are you certain that with their aid, we would prevail? Wolf Howl retorted. Wolf 2 hesitated. His confidence stemmed entirely from that envoy. Observing the silent two, Wolf Howl inquired, Have you visited their encampment? Are there not many from the Xianbird clan? Wolf 2 nodded. A thought struck Wolf Howl, and he proposed, I am considering sending you to stealthily eliminate them. In doing so, that formidable weapon shall rightfully belong to us. Absolutely not. Wolf 2 firmly rejected the idea. Their weapons are far too powerful. I am instructing you to go covertly. Wolf Howl emphasized. That is still not acceptable. Wolf 2 shook his head repeatedly. Their barriers are constructed very robustly, making it difficult to breach from the outside. Nothing works. Nothing at all. Wolf Howl exclaimed impatiently. Then what do you suggest we do? Chief, there is no need for Wolf 2. My tribe can annihilate the Xianbird clan. No, it should be I who goes. The other chieftains eagerly volunteered, noting that Wolf 2, once a valiant warrior, now appeared timid at the mention of the Xianbird clan. Seeing the chief's interest, Wolf 2 quickly stated, We must not confront the Xianbird clan head-on. We must outsmart them. Oh, Wolf Howl did not perceive 2 as a coward. He understood that the Xianbird clan's weaponry must indeed be formidable to intimidate his warriors. Precisely. Wolf 2's eyes sparkled. We could offer them our textile tools, then eliminate the envoy they send, thereby acquiring their powerful weapons. Exactly. That is the plan. Wolf 2 grew increasingly animated. Once we possess their weapons, we can eradicate the Xianbird clan and reclaim our textile tools. Wolf Howl fell into contemplation. Was it truly necessary to go through such elaborate schemes to eliminate a minor clan? What if they absconded with the textile tools? They certainly would not flee. Wolf 2's mind conjured images of the Xianbird clan's orderly encampment. Even if they do not run, what if they accept the tools but fail to send anyone in return? Wolf Howl questioned. Upon hearing this, Wolf Howl cast a glance at him. We can provide them with half the tools. Once they send an envoy, we shall deliver the remainder. Wolf too began to admire his own cleverness. Very well. Wolf Howl contemplated. 2. Let us proceed as you suggest. Should we succeed, there will be substantial rewards. Father, the usually silent Wolf Moon finally spoke, questioning. Does this not mean we have deceived the Shinbird clan? The elders and the clan leader within the nest cast reproachful glances in her direction. What do you understand? If we do not eradicate them, it is our Black Wolf tribe that will face annihilation. Wolf Howl retorted with displeasure. What the chief says is indeed true. You, little girl, should not meddle in the affairs of adults. Wolf Moon opened her mouth to respond, but then fell silent. Meanwhile, Sui sought out Wolf Ben. Today, a person named Wolf 2 arrived. What is your connection to him? Wolf 2? I do not know him. Wolf Ben shook his head, observing the expression on his face. Sui pondered whether he was lying, and then inquired further. In this region, there is also a tiger tribe. Are you aware of it? Wolf Ben cautiously glanced at Sui, and upon noticing his intense gaze, immediately lowered his head. We originally separated from the tiger tribe. Our leader is actually the brother of the Tiger King, who, seeking autonomy, took a portion of the clan members away from the tiger tribe. Great divine envoy. I did not intend to deceive you, Wolf Ben said, now prostrated on the ground. Sui replied, you simply fear that I might suspect you of betrayal. Wolf Ben remained still, prostrated. Have you ever considered treachery? Great divine envoy, I swear by the gods, I have never thought of it. Sui replied coolly. I believe you. Wolf Ben, trembling, stood up. He had finally become a member of the Shinbird clan and had grown fond of everything here. He had no desire to return to the savage tiger tribe. Gather a few skilled individuals and bring digging tools, Sui commanded. Under his direction, several slaves began to excavate the earth using stone and bone implements. After years of living, they were hearing for the first time that mud could be used to create tools. However, since the divine envoy had stated it was possible, they diligently continued their work. That should suffice. Sui bent down to inspect and ordered, your current task is to remove the small stones and roots from the mud. The slaves complied without hesitation. They had initially been chopping wood, but were selected for this easier task, viewing it as an excellent opportunity to catch the divine envoy's attention. You may take your time. I will explore other areas, Sui remarked before turning away. The slaves immediately focused intently on their work. In the primitive society, living conditions were exceedingly harsh. Wearing animal skins became unbearable once they began to sweat. Yao Ling constantly complained to him, expressing her reluctance to wear shorts, as they became sticky and uncomfortable with perspiration. She found herself reminiscing about the animal skin skirt that left her backside exposed. Sui had promised her that once he dealt with the Black Wolf tribe, he would procure a set of linen clothing for her. Cooking without pots and eating without bowls, they feasted on roasted meat daily. Primitive life was manageable. Yet his stomach was beginning to protest. The shelters, while not leaking during rain, became stifling when it was dry and humid when it rained. If they wished for a better life, many tasks remained. Sui, can the mud really be fashioned into the pots you mentioned? Yao Ling walked beside him. She has grown weary of fishing and has accompanied Yao Ying and others on hunts for wild beasts, indulging in the thrill of the chase. She has assisted the slaves in chopping wood and has fed pigs alongside Yao Lan. While sewing garments for Lian, she pricked herself several times. For the past few days, she has been orbiting around Sui, seeking his company for amusement. Everyone in the clan is aware that while one may provoke the chieftain, it is unwise to incite Ling. The chieftain openly displays his displeasure, and should Ling be upset, she would confide her grievances to the divine envoy. Sui understands that Ling merely enjoys mischief. She only refrains from chaos during critical matters, and thus he indulges her whims. Soon enough, you shall see, Sui mused, envisioning the delights of a nourishing broth. Broth, what is that? A concoction of meat and water, simmered in a pot, yielding a savory flavor. Why not simply eat the meat? You are right, he replied, tenderly stroking her head. Chapter 58. The loom. The concept of communal marriage has deeply rooted itself among different clans. In the name of the divine envoy, Sui has requested that the populace stabilize their mating partners, yet the impact has been minimal. Many continue to change their bedfellows daily, and women who are not pregnant incessantly seek out robust men for coupling. The interactions are consensual and harmonious, devoid of any semblance of coercion. Sui finds himself powerless against this reality, which is particularly pronounced within his own guard unit. Each member of the guard enjoys greater provisions and boasts a more robust physique, making them highly coveted by the women of the clan. Yao Ying, the squad leader, has completely surrendered to indulgence, surrounded daily by women from various clans, some of whom are exceptionally beautiful. As a result, he frequently spends nights away from home. Even his partner has come to terms with the situation, for Yao Ying, despite his flirtations, shows her considerable care. She wants for nothing and has silently accepted this arrangement. Everyone has grown accustomed to this norm, and any change will require time. Observing the furrowed brow of Su Yi, Yao Yu offered comfort. I understand, Sui exclaimed, snapping back to reality. Currently, our production is still too limited. Perhaps when everyone possesses ample private property, the dynamics between the sexes may stabilize. Why is that? Yao Yu inquired, puzzled. Su Yi regarded her thoughtfully. If a woman has mated with 5 men and later bears a child, does she know who the father is? She likely wouldn't, Yao Yu pondered before answering. No. Without extraordinary circumstances, she certainly would not, Su Yi asserted. If, for instance, Ying were one of those 5 men and was on the verge of death, to whom should his 5 pigs be bequeathed? Naturally to the Xianyao clan. Yao Yu responded without hesitation. Su Yi sighed. You, if you were nearing death, who would inherit your bed and your cherished stone bowl? My child. Yao Yu retorted with a huff. I am still young. I shall not perish so soon. Then why should Ying's 5 pigs belong to the Xianyao clan? Will he possess 5 pigs as private property? Yao Yu asked incredulously. It may seem impossible now, but it may not be so in the future. Yao Yu pondered thoughtfully. I understand now. Those 5 pigs must be intended for his children, yet he is unaware of which one belongs to him. How clever. Sui praised. Thus, when a man acquires more personal wealth, he tends to expect his partner to remain faithful. Yao Yu gazed at the eloquent Su Yi, her heart racing. Faithfulness. She had never contemplated accepting multiple partners. Perhaps it stemmed from her mother having only her father as a companion. She had always perceived that her father cherished her mother deeply. But were they still alive? Her father's sudden departure was likely in pursuit of her missing mother. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yi, only to discover he was also staring back at her. Clearing her throat, she sought a different topic. When shall we return to our ancestral land? Once we have dealt with the Black Wolf tribe, Su Yi replied, noting that her face appeared beautiful in both joy and sorrow. Are we abandoning the camp we constructed here? We shall take the livestock with us and rebuild the shelters. The taming of animals takes time to show results, but planting crops is a different matter. According to Yao Yu, their ancestral land was a flat expanse, coupled with a humid climate. Once suitable crops were identified, they would surely flourish. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the makeshift shelter. After receiving permission, Yao Li entered with a companion, who was none other than Wolf 2, the envoy from the Black Wolf tribe. I pay my respects to the Undeterred clan and the esteemed divine envoy. Wolf 2 greeted respectfully, completely shedding the arrogance he had displayed during his last visit. Has your leader agreed to my request? Su Yi inquired from his position of authority. We have brought the weaving tools, Wolf 2 replied, as the entrance flap was lifted, and 2 men carried in a wooden frame. Su Yi could no longer remain seated. The tool was so rudimentary it raised doubts, yet in a primitive society, it was still astonishing. What level of civilization existed in this world? Despite the evident struggles with food and clothing, the Undeterred clan possessed remarkable medicinal techniques. While the Black Wolf tribe had a loom, could it be that each tribe bore its own legacy? Observing Su Yi's astonished expression, Wolf 2 felt a sense of relief. Demonstrate it for me. Su Yi stood beside the device. Wolf 2, already aware of his counterpart's shrewdness, bowed slightly in respect. Unfortunately, this machine is missing several crucial components and cannot be demonstrated at present. That won't do, Su Yi shook his head. Without the proper technology, I cannot risk my people's lives. After all, our adversary is the ferocious tiger tribe. Su Yi's expression turned anxious as he waved his hands repeatedly. Wolf 2 felt fortunate he had not brought all the tools. This divine envoy was indeed too cunning. Our leader has stated that as long as you send someone, the other parts of the weaving tools will be dispatched immediately, and we will also send our people to teach you. After he spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of the others. Su Yi pondered for a moment before nodding, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Upon seeing this, Long Tu was elated. However, unexpectedly, the conversation took a turn. I will send people to assist you in battle, but you need not bring your own food and weapons, correct? Longtu was taken aback. His purpose for coming was to acquire formidable weapons, and it was unacceptable for the divine envoy to prohibit bringing them along. Stammering, Longtu quickly responded, "Our tribe has recently suffered significant losses in weaponry. We may not have enough for your people." Subsequently, Sui began to inquire further. After a few exchanges, he inferred that what the other party desired was not manpower, but rather their bows and arrows. He decided to probe a little further. "All right, you will provide the food, and we shall bring our own weapons," Sui declared boldly. "Li, ensure everyone brings stone knives and stone spears, and prepare to support the Black Wolf tribe." Upon hearing this, Longtu felt a wave of darkness wash over him as he contemplated how to voice his concerns, but someone else asked on his behalf. "Divine Envoy, are we not bringing bows and arrows?" Yali questioned, puzzled. "Do you doubt me?" Sui replied coldly. "The bows and arrows are treasures of our clan. What would happen if they were lost?" Treasures? Yali sensed something unusual about the divine envoy, and the atmosphere around them felt peculiar. After considering this, he silently turned and departed. Longtu stammered, "Without those treasures, the tiger tribe may prove difficult to contend with." Sui had now concluded that the plea for assistance was a ruse, while their covetousness for the bows and arrows was genuine. In light of this, the situation became more manageable. "I have a great fondness for these weaving tools. Might we exchange our treasures for your tools?" "No." Without allowing the pleased Longtu a chance to respond, Yaoyu promptly rejected the proposition. "If we give away such powerful weapons, how can we reclaim our ancestral lands?" "But I truly desire these weaving tools." Sui did not anticipate Yaoyu would align with him. "That is still not acceptable," Yaoyu firmly countered. "We can forego linen, but as long as we possess our weapons, we fear no one." With a resigned shake of his head, Sui turned to Longtu, saying, "You see, I wish to exchange with you, yet our chieftain is opposed." Longtu's heart raced, alternating between anxiety and hope. Chapter 59, Shyness Divine Envoy. "Might I inquire?" Longtu was perplexed as to why the Xianbird tribe would have two individuals in charge. "Do not dwell on it. It is impossible for us to make an exchange," Yaoyu stated emphatically. Upon hearing this, Sui was momentarily stunned. He observed her expression and realized she was genuinely unwilling to negotiate. "Our chieftain finds the offerings you provide to be insufficient," Sui interjected. Yaoyu was poised to retort, but upon seeing Sui's restraining gaze, she opened her mouth but said nothing. "Insufficient?" Longtu's mind began to race again. "Surely, exchanging our loom for your bows and arrows is quite equitable, but our chieftain does not consent." Sui adopted a dismissive demeanor, indicating that the exchange was unlikely to transpire. "You should return with your belongings. We are willing to add 5 rolls of linen." Wolf 2 gritted his teeth and declared, "Only 5 rolls. That is already all the inventory our tribe possesses. It still seems a bit insufficient. After all, while linen may be dispensable, the need to slay our enemies is paramount. With bows and arrows, we could acquire lands, lakes, rivers, and women, yet all you possess is linen. You speak of our tribe growing strong enough to annihilate you, but would not the linen still belong to us?" Sui observed Wolf 2, a smile gracing his features as he articulated his thoughts. Wolf 2 felt a chill run down his spine. The divine messenger's words held an undeniable truth. Their Xian Niao tribe, despite a scarcity of men, had an abundance of women. It would not take long for them to flourish. Would this not spell danger for the Black Wolf tribe? Sui noted the shift in his expression and understood. The Xian Niao tribe bore no animosity towards the Black Wolf tribe. "Since you find yourselves in peril, we shall extend a helping hand." Stunned yet elated, Wolf 2 realized, did the divine messenger just agree to the exchange? What fortune smiled upon me? Sui felt no hesitation in deceiving the primitive folk. 5 rolls of linen, a loom, and the knowledge on how to use it. Sui remarked to Wolf 2, in due time, "Our precious bows and arrows shall belong to you." Wolf 2 was ecstatic, having secured a tremendous advantage. With the gifted jerky in tow, he promptly returned home. "Why would you trade bows and arrows with them?" Yaoyu questioned, perplexed. Sui opened his arms, inviting her into his embrace. In the spacious hut, it was just the two of them. Yaoyu hesitated before inching closer. Sui seized her small hand, drawing her into his embrace. The warmth of her delicate form against him stirred his spirit. With his hands encircling her slender waist, he buried his face into her supple black hair. Captivated by the subtle herbal fragrance, he had grown fond of this scent. The warm breath against her ears sent shivers down Yaoyu's spine. "What are you doing? If you don't tell me, I shall leave," Yaoyu gently protested. Can you learn to craft bows and arrows with just a glance? Sui inquired. Yao Yu nodded. Crafting bows was indeed not arduous. The bows of the Xin Yao tribe were made according to Su Yi's specifications. However, if it were merely a matter of bending a wooden stick and stringing it, they could produce as many bows as they desired. While their power may be diminished, the utility would remain relatively similar. Last time, they frightened them from a distance, and they did not see clearly. Once they do, will we still be able to acquire a loom? As her fingertips brushed against the taut skin at her waist, Yao Yu pondered, oblivious to the moment. But I still do not wish to provide them with formidable weapons. If conflict arises, our tribesmen may be harmed. Yao Yu expressed her concerns. Let us create a shield to ensure our people remain unharmed. Su Yi's hands continued to explore upward, reaching the lofty edge. Yao Yu snapped back to reality. She realized the divine messenger Su Yi was, in broad daylight, contemplating matters of procreation. As she contemplated leaving, her curiosity regarding the shield piqued. Hands outside, no entry. Yao Yu felt her face flush like it was on fire. Su Yi's heart trembled, gladly accepting this unexpected boon that had fallen into his lap. His large hand unceremoniously grasped one of hers. What is the shield? She stifled the peculiar sensation rising in her chest, striving to maintain an even tone. Su, are you here? Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, revealing Yao Ling's small head. Upon seeing the two of them huddled together, her eyes lit up with excitement. Yao Yu wished she could melt into the ground. She attempted to rise but felt inexplicably weak, and Su Yi held her tightly. In a flurry, she turned her body and buried her face in his chest. Having finally grasped the aloof female chief, Su Yi was reluctant to release her. After all, Ling was one of their own. Where have you been playing? Su Yi inquired. Yao Ling, noticing the flush of Yao Yu's neck revealed amidst her dark hair, smirked mischievously. While Butterfly and the others were fishing, a rather foolish crocodile lunged onto the shore, and they sent it packing. You must let her out, came a faint, buzzing voice. Yao Yu thought Ling would leave upon seeing them together, but instead, they began to converse. Infuriatingly, the divine envoy's large hand continued to knead her chest with abandon. Ling, your sister Yu is shy, you should step out first. Yao Yu's cheeks reddened further. Su Yi sensed the gentle tremor in her embrace and gave Ling a look. Urging her to exit, Ling playfully turned and departed. She's gone, Su Yi said tenderly. Immediately, he felt the beauty in his arms relax. Will you not release me? Yao Yu's enchanting eyes brimmed with shyness and indignation. Su Yi chuckled as he relinquished his hold, then remarked, as for the shield, hands must remain still. A shield is a defensive weapon, capable of withstanding arrows and sharp blades, protecting oneself. With bows and arrows, they cannot inflict significant harm upon us. You had thought of this long ago? Yao Yu's blush began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. No need to think. It has been on my mind all along, Su Yi replied without exaggeration. Lowering his gaze, he saw admiration and affection reflected in her eyes. An overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. Having traversed into this untamed world and conquered such a woman, he felt his journey was indeed worthwhile. As she beheld Su Yi's fervent gaze, Yao Yu instinctively closed her eyes. Su Yi cradled the back of her head and pressed his lips against hers. The clay for pottery had already been prepared. Uncertain of which type was most suitable, Su Yi had prepared several varieties. Next, you all will follow my lead, he commanded. Addressing the several slaves present, they had been meticulously chosen for their dexterous skills, awaiting his orders. The slaves were particularly devout. Not just them, but nearly everyone understood that working alongside the divine envoy would render them wiser. The pottery-making technique imparted by Su Yi is the handcraft method, where bowls and cups are fashioned by hand. The bowls should be shaped like this coconut shell, he indicated, grasping a half coconut shell beside him. A piece of clay should be affixed to the bottom, ensuring it can rest flat. As he spoke, he molded the clay, resulting in a lopsided creation. In contrast, several slaves produced remarkably well-formed pieces. It is crucial that there are no cracks or holes, as these will serve to hold water in the future. Using clay to hold water? Yao Ling asked, becoming engrossed in the activity, her cheeks smeared with mud. Will it leak? That depends on the quality of the clay and everyone's technique, he replied. His own creation was commendable. Observing the group, Su Yi selected a bowl that, though thick, was exceptionally smooth and round, prompting everyone to learn from him. The slave who received praise appeared both excited and solemn. If it could be thinner, that would be even better, Sui advised. A cluster of slaves gathered around to observe. Each type of clay must be used. And remember to mark them for easy differentiation. The 2 individuals who create the best pieces will be promoted to higher-ranking slaves. With that, Sui leisurely departed, leaving behind a fervent crowd. Quick, teach me how to do it. After Sui's departure, Yao Ling assumed a leadership role. The slaves called upon, aware of her connection to the divine messenger, lowered their heads, hesitant to meet her gaze. What are you afraid of? I won't bite. She reassured them. If you exert too much force here, it will become misshapen. The father of the priestess had become quite popular among the older men in the group. Though not of the Xian bird tribe, he identified himself as one of them. Whenever he recalled his initial reluctance to come, a flush crept to his face. Since joining the Xian bird tribe, his life had improved immensely. He enjoyed daily meat and no longer endured leaks in his dwelling. His daughter would visit him during her leisure time. Most importantly, the impressive man she was involved with brought him meat every day, eliciting envy from the other elders. He believed that life should be lived this way. His previous existence felt wasted. Truly, he had a wonderful daughter. It was said that the priestess's man was particularly favored by the divine messenger. As another workday commenced, a few elders surrounded him, continuing their customary flattery. Their responsibility was to select branches from the wood they had chopped for use as arrows. Following Sui's instructions, each group of elders was assigned different tasks, selecting arrow shafts, affixing feathers to the arrow tails, and sharpening the arrowheads. The priestess's father had the easiest job, overseeing the process. He checked whether the arrows were straight and if the feathers were securely attached. The elders flattered him, and he turned a blind eye to their antics. Old priest, do you think the divine messenger might take an interest in the priestess? One elder inquired, leaning closer. The old priest was taken aback. Surely not. What kind of person is the divine messenger to consider my daughter? No, I tell you in confidence, the elder replied mysteriously. I have seen it. The divine messenger has smiled at the priestess more than once. The elder Wu waved his hand dismissively, saying, just a smile. How could that imply affection? The divine envoy, after all, is but a man, a young and vigorous one at that. When he frequently smiles at a woman, what might it signify? The old man countered with conviction. Consider this, Elder Wu. If the priestess were to be the divine envoy's woman, the members of the Xian bird tribe would regard you with greater reverence. Your standing within the tribe would undoubtedly rise. The elder Wu gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a serious matter. He could already envision himself seated beside the divine envoy, surrounded by those who showed him the utmost respect. For the entirety of that day, the elder Wu was lost in fanciful thoughts. Later that night, when Yao Li came to deliver meat, he was invited to stay. Li, you are a commendable man, the elder Wu began with a compliment. But now that the divine envoy has taken an interest in my daughter, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to be so close to her? Yao Li, scratching his head in bewilderment, was taken aback. The divine envoy is interested in the priestess? How can this be? He exclaimed. The priestess was promised to me by the divine envoy himself. Perhaps he has changed his mind? Elder Wu suggested. Impossible. Ling and you are both exceptionally beautiful. The divine envoy wouldn't be drawn to the priestess, Yao Li retorted. You see, you refuse to heed advice, the elder Wu replied. Others have witnessed this firsthand, which is why I am informing you. Witnessed what? Yao Li questioned, perplexed. The divine envoy took the priestess by the hand. The revelation filled Yao Li with a mix of shock and fury. After a heated exchange, he left the elder Wu's dwelling in a daze. He was reluctant to believe it, yet in his eyes, the priestess was indeed more beautiful than a goddess. Could it be true that the divine envoy had truly taken a liking to her? Yet, why had he initially promised her to him? His heart swelled with anger and helplessness. After all, this was the divine envoy, a savior sent to uplift the Xian bird tribe. Since his arrival, the tribe had grown stronger day by day, no longer plagued by the struggle for mere sustenance. Once, he had even spared Yao Li's life in the slave quarters. Emerging from the elder Wu's abode, Yao Li wandered aimlessly. A keen-eyed slave woman recognized him and boldly took hold of his hand. Yao Li found himself inexplicably drawn to the woman's dwelling. The nest was newly constructed, yet the odor within was far from pleasant. The woman, having shed her beast hide, lunged at him. Disgusted by the scent of her sweat, Yao Li pushed her away. Do not act recklessly. I shall stay here for one night, he warned. Put on some clothes, or I shall leave this instant. Reluctantly, the woman donned her beast hide, her gaze continuously enticing Yao Li. This man was tall and robust, enjoying a high status within the tribe. To be with him promised a future free from the worry of hunger and thirst. Meanwhile, the priestess waited alone in her nest, anxiously anticipating Yao Li's return. As the stars filled the sky, her concern for his safety grew. Since they began living together, he had never failed to return home for the night. Even when occupied, he would always inform her in advance. The dwellings of the Xian bird tribe were not far apart. She pondered for a moment before deciding to rise and inquire with the deity if a task had indeed been assigned to Yao Li. Although it was rather inconsiderate to disturb others in the dead of night, her anxiety was overpowering. Upon exiting her shelter, she was immediately noticed by the patrolling guard. "What are you doing up at this hour?" he questioned, his tone unfriendly and his gaze wary. "I am seeking the deity," the priestess replied. Upon uttering these words, she noticed the guard raising his weapon. "I seek him to ask something. My man has not returned, and I fear for his safety. We shall go together." The guard responded, spear in hand, keeping close beside her. Within Yao Ling's nest, Su Yi heard a whisper. "Su, someone approaches." He felt a small hand gently patting his cheek. Embracing Ling's soft form, he was deeply asleep and was stirred from his slumber in a daze. "My lord deity, Li has not returned all night. Have you assigned him a task?" "Su Yi, it is the priestess," Yao Ling reminded him. Su Yi discerned this as well. "No task has been assigned. Have the guards take you to find him," he yawned. "Go, they must know where Li has gone." The priestess looked to the guard with a pleading gaze. Under the night sky, the guard finally recognized her as the woman of the sub-team leader. At the entrance of the camp stood a building designated for the patrol personnel. The priestess was escorted there. Shortly after, 2 guards were summoned back, one of them reporting, "Sub-team leader Yao Li went to the slave district and has not come back." "Understood. Return to your posts and keep your eyes peeled," commanded the squad leader. Another guard hesitated for a moment before leaning in to whisper to the squad leader. The priestess felt a sense of relief knowing Yao Li was safe. She was unaware of their hushed conversation. However, the news left her perplexed. She was aware that Yao Li had gone to deliver meat to his father in the evening. But why had he not returned? "Leader of the sub-team, are you still searching?" the squad leader respectfully inquired. "I cannot rest easy until I find him," the priestess affirmed. A look of difficulty crossed the squad leader's face, yet he led the way. The priestess assumed Yao Li was staying with his father, but the guard was taking her in another direction. They arrived at a shelter where the squad leader halted. "Sub-team leader Yao Li is inside." The priestess was utterly bewildered. Gazing into the guard's confident eyes, she called out, "Li, are you in there?" Yao Li, feeling rather unwell and struggling to sleep, suddenly heard the priestess's voice and was momentarily incredulous. "Li, are you in there?" Chapter 61. Punishment. Yao Li sat upright on the hay, astonished. How had the priestess discovered his whereabouts? The last remnants of sleep fled as he adjusted his attire and rose to push the door open. Upon seeing the squad leader standing beside the priestess, he instantly understood the situation. The man stood unharmed before him, and the priestess smiled brightly. However, the smile on her face quickly vanished. Following closely behind Yao Li was a woman completely devoid of clothing. The woman, unabashed, flaunted her bare chest. Her gaze directed at her with a hint of provocation. "You all continue your slumber. I shall take my leave." The priestess turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. "You all." Yao Li turned back only to discover the naked woman behind him. He raised his hand and struck her across the face. "Did I not instruct you to dress properly?" The woman yelped in pain and fell to the ground, sobbing. "Why did you hit her?" The priestess, hearing the commotion, turned back and remarked, "As a man, if you were unwilling, could she have dragged you into her nest?" Yao Li was at a loss for words. Under the moonlight, witnessing the disappointment and sorrow in the priestess's eyes shattered his heart. "Priestess, please allow me to explain." Ignoring the woman on the ground, he shot a glare at the squad leader and hurried after her. The squad leader, taken aback, resolved to leave earlier next time he led the way. "In the residence of the Xian bird tribe, you mean the divine envoy has taken a liking to me?" the priestess said with a mix of laughter and tears. "He even took my hand? Yao Li, have you no sense?" The priestess scolded him fiercely. Yao Li, however, felt a surge of happiness, grinning as he listened. The divine envoy never deceives the tribespeople. Even I, an outsider, know this. How could you place your trust in my father's words? His nonsense, and you believed it? The priestess's chest heaved with anger. You both lack common sense. I shouldn't have believed. Yao Li chuckled awkwardly, attempting to grasp her hand. She coldly brushed him off. Why not embrace that woman while you sleep? The priestess recalled the woman's provocative gaze, her anger flaring. Her backside is round. The priestess, exasperated, pointed to her own chest. Mine is ample. Haven't you always murmured that you prefer them larger? Yali growled and lunged, pinning the priestess beneath him. What are you doing? Let me go? She commanded coldly. Ignoring her protests, Yali leaned down and began to kiss her. Gradually, she ceased to resist, replaced instead by soft sobs. Isn't she enough for you? The priestess choked out. I did not sleep with her. She undressed herself. I did not touch her. Yali, anxious, rose and embraced her, wiping away her tears in the darkness. Even if you did, does it matter? Don't we all do the same? Not me. I desire no other woman. I want only you. The following day, you did not return to the nest last night. The priestess searched for you. What were you up to? He scrutinized Yali. He had initially thought him a refreshing presence among primitive men, but it seemed he had quickly succumbed to the depths. After hearing Yao Li's explanation, Sui could only chuckle in disbelief. Could you not apply more thought to your actions? Yao Li nodded repeatedly, recalling that the priestess had said the same. After scolding him, Sui added, Is that old priestess still restless? When the slaves were initially brought here, he was the most boisterous of them all, and he is still pondering ideas now. Hawk, take those defective arrows you discovered, Sui contemplated, deciding to penalize those responsible for the tasks, including the elder shaman, by assigning them to clean livestock manure for a month. They were warned that a repeat offense would result in execution as a sacrifice to the gods. Yali accepted the command and departed. The arrows in his hands were uniform in length and thickness, yet the feather attachments and the notches at the arrowheads were carelessly done. Such arrows would falter in accuracy over distance. The punishment of the elder shaman and his cohort of slaves caused quite a stir within the slave community. I knew they would get into trouble, Rinzai remarked with an air of expectation. Due to a few strands of white hair, he too was assigned arrow making, albeit tasked with selecting the shafts. Indeed, it's fortunate we didn't slack off. Cleaning livestock dung is not as simple as affixing feathers to arrows. Several older men said with a hint of schadenfreude, Can you bear to see your father handling that filth? The elder shaman discreetly sought out the shamaness, who met him with disdain. She hadn't anticipated her father would dare to meddle with the divine messenger. Thankfully, no disastrous events transpired. This is already a light punishment. Next time, I may not be able to save your life, she warned. Daughter, does the divine messenger truly harbor no affection for you? The elder shaman remained undeterred. Father, if he liked me, he would have kept me by his side from the start, the shamaness replied with exasperation. Just do your job well. If the divine messenger is displeased, he may assign this work to you in the future. With that, she turned and departed. The elder shaman returned to the livestock area, his expression one of bitter resignation. Several sycophants quickly gathered around him, only to express disappointment upon learning he had returned empty-handed. Nonetheless, being the father of the shamaness, they still assigned him some of the lighter tasks. The elder shaman was seething with hatred for the one who had initially whispered such ideas in his ear. In the beastly forest, a group of 6, 4 men and 2 women, was hastily making their way. Leading the charge was a guard from the Xian bird tribe. Despite having traversed this path several times, Lang Tu still could not memorize it, feeling each journey was distinct. Warrior, he called out to the confident figure ahead. Why don't we just go straight? The guard did not turn back. This forest is rife with traps. Wandering aimlessly can lead to death. Traps? After arrows. Lang Tu encountered yet another new term, silently committing it to memory. These are inventions of our divine messenger, the guard declared with pride. Along the way, Lang Tu inquired about numerous matters, but only this question received a brief response. He understood that further inquiries would yield no additional information. This time, he had brought along 2 women specifically to teach the Xian bird tribe the use of weaving tools. The other 2 young men carried 5 rolls of linen to exchange with the Xian bird tribe. Upon his return, he conveyed the exchange conditions to the chieftain, who, after consulting with the tribe, reached unanimous agreement. In their eyes, the weaving tools were merely intended for the Xian bird tribe for a time, until they defeated the tiger tribe and subsequently eradicated the Xian bird people. Lang Tu was acutely aware of this, yet a voice within him urged him not to oppose the divine envoy. He welcomed the members of the Black Wolf tribe in the grand shelter, and the women of the Xian bird tribe were also summoned to join them. Follow along and learn diligently. Each of you should practice hands-on, He instructed. The 2 young men from the Black Wolf tribe were captivated by the diverse beauty of the women before them. Do you fancy them? Remaining with the Xian bird tribe will afford you the opportunity to possess them, He remarked, observing the robust physiques of the youths and instinctively attempting to entice them. Chapter 62. Crocodile Meat. Lang Tu wore a grim expression and cleared his throat. It was audacious for the divine envoy to tempt his tribe with women in his presence. The troubling part was that the two young men actually seemed to take it seriously. The divine envoy certainly has a sense of humor, Lang Tu chuckled. I speak with sincerity, Sui replied. You two could stay, enjoying fish and meat daily, and have the privilege of beautiful women all to yourself. Lang Tu swallowed hard, repeatedly declining the offer. His standing within the Black Wolf tribe was not insignificant, and he already had two women of his own. Moreover, he dared not betray the Black Wolf tribe. Every tribe dealt mercilessly with traitors. No matter, you may come whenever you wish, Sui responded nonchalantly. Come, let us witness the treasures of our tribe. Lang Tu promptly led the two tribesmen in following Sui to an open area. At one end of the space, targets had already been set up. Yao Li approached, wielding a rudimentary bow. Lang Tu regarded the so-called treasure with skepticism. Divine Envoy, is this truly the prized possession of your esteemed tribe? No, there are arrows as well. Sui pointed to the quiver slung over Yao Li's back. Lang Tu felt deceived by this. Yao Li, demonstrate for our esteemed guests. Yao Li drew the crude bow and knocked an arrow. With a creaking sound, the arrow was released, piercing the target with force. Lang Tu's eyelids flickered in surprise. Indeed, this is the very thing. Of course, I never deceive, Sui countered, but then shifted his tone. However, it seems you harbor some disdain for our treasures. Not at all. Lang Tu hastily waved his hands, realizing he had struck a nerve. Though our treasures may not rival the complexity of your weaving machines, it is a testament to your ingenuity that they were conceived. Lang Tu recognized this truth. Yao Li, present the weapon to the Black Wolf tribe. Sui commanded. Yao Li approached Lang Tu with solemn steps, bowing as he presented the bow and arrows. Lang Tu bent in reverence, his face alight with excitement as he accepted it. Finally, the Black Wolf tribe had acquired this weapon. Yao Li, your task today is to teach them archery, Sui declared with unwavering authority. Lang Tu expressed his gratitude, having been concerned that his tribesmen might struggle to learn. Within the grand shelter, the women meticulously studied the weaving machines, as Sui had previously insisted they must take their learning seriously. In the open space outside the makeshift shelter, Yao Li patiently instructed two individuals in archery. While archery is relatively easy to learn, achieving accuracy proves to be quite a challenge. Yao Li, endowed with natural talent and diligent practice, managed to wield the rudely crafted bow with a degree of proficiency. The two young warriors from the Black Wolf tribe, however, were left questioning their very existence. Lang Tu regarded the bow and arrows with skepticism. Observing this, Sui called upon Yao Ying to demonstrate once more. This time, Lang Tu was convinced that it was not the treasure that was lacking, but rather the skills of his people. As the sun reached its zenith, it was time for the Xian bird tribe to dine. Sui warmly invited the members of the Black Wolf tribe to join them. The roasted meat, he explained, is best enjoyed with vegetables to avoid becoming overly rich. Noticing the astonished expression on Lang Tu's face, Sui elaborated. Reluctantly, Lang Tu followed Sui's lead, wrapping the meat in wild greens. As he took a bite, the contrast of the crisp exterior and tender interior caused his eyes to light up. Delicious, he exclaimed involuntarily. The others, including the two women, had already begun to devour their food ravenously. Having never encountered such a sumptuous feast in their lives, Lang Tu, as the tribe leader, fought the urge to gorge himself. Fresh fruits, vibrant vegetables, succulent grilled fish, and oily roasted meat left the members of the Black Wolf tribe too engrossed to speak. You all began in the same manner, Sui remarked with a smile to Yao Ling, who stood beside him. Really? She blushed, looking up to see the stark contrast between how her kin and the members of the Black Wolf tribe consumed their meals. They appeared utterly famished. Leader, this food is better than anything I've dreamed of, one of the tribesmen whispered in awe. Lang Tu was taken aback. The majority of his tribe struggled daily to fill their stomachs, while the Xian bird tribe feasted in abundance. In their tribe, such delectable fare was reserved solely for the leaders, if even they were fortunate enough to partake. In the Xian bird tribe, however, every ordinary member, including children, indulged in these delights. Observing the Xian bird people savoring their meals, Lang Tu realized they were not merely putting on a show for him. This was their daily reality. Divine Envoy, this piece tastes like chicken, while this one must be fish, Lang Tu remarked, holding 3 skewers of meat. but I cannot identify the middle one. Old man. That is crocodile meat, Yao Ling clarified. Crocodile? Long Tu gasped. You mean the water dragon? Yes, precisely that crocodile, Yao Ling replied with a smile, noting his wide-eyed astonishment. This crocodile meat is not as tasty as deer meat, which I prefer. Crocodile? Water dragon? The Xianbird tribe had the ability to hunt crocodiles. Tentatively, Long Tu took a cautious bite of the skewer in his hand, relishing the flavor. It was exquisite. He felt an unparalleled satisfaction. Their leaders had never tasted crocodile meat. Yet here he was, the first to enjoy it. Everyone was thoroughly content with the meal. Divine Envoy, we hope you can visit our tribe as well. Though I must warn you that the variety of food we offer cannot compare to yours, Long Tu sincerely invited. I too wish to be a guest, sighed Sui. But I fear that if I go, I may not return. A shiver coursed through Lang Tu's heart. While it was true that their tribe harbored animosity towards the Xian Miao clan, he had revealed nothing. How, then, did this divine envoy know? Look at you. Sui frowned. Are you truly taking this to heart? I merely spoke in jest. I know the Black Wolf tribe would not act against us. Indeed. Indeed. Lang Tu breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly agreeing. A transaction unfolded, both parties thoroughly content. Watching as Lang Tu and his companions departed under the escort of guards, Sui excitedly rushed back to the large shelter. Have you all learned? Quickly, demonstrate this weaving tool for me. The two women began to weave in unison. But Sui furrowed his brow. In his memory, a loom could be operated by a single individual. Divine Envoy, are we doing something wrong? The two women asked. Looking uneasy. You are doing nothing amiss. It is merely that this machine is rather primitive, Sui reassured them. Continue. I will observe further. One woman stood at the front of the machine, responsible for threading the weft and tightening it, while the other lifted the warp up and down. The loom's structure was not complex, yet it employed an early form of mortise and tenon joints. Each component appeared robust and sturdy, making it impossible for one person to manage alone. If we were to reduce the size of this large frame, it could be operated by one person entirely. Sui immediately stepped outside and summoned two slaves. He had discovered these individuals while building the shelter. They were skilled at planing wood, and he decided to train them as carpenters. Do you have the confidence to replicate this design? The two circled around, observing closely, and nodded in agreement. How many days will it take? The large frame is not difficult, but the connections and a few smaller pieces will require some effort. The slaves exchanged glances. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded in satisfaction. They indeed possessed some innate talent for carpentry. Give us 3 days, and we shall replicate it. 3 days, you say? Sui exclaimed. Let us not make promises we cannot keep. To motivate them, Sui promised, if you can replicate it within 3 days, I shall elevate you to the status of high-ranking slaves. Crafting wood with stone tools is no simple task, let alone creating mortise and tenon joints. However, if they succeeded, constructing a bed or a wooden house would no longer pose a challenge. The two slaves were overjoyed and promptly dashed off to gather their tools. 3 days later, the two carpenter slaves astonishingly succeeded in replicating the loom. Sui honored his promise and immediately promoted them to high-ranking slaves. He then instructed them to find a way to reduce the loom's size. The two, filled with enthusiasm, threw themselves into the task without hesitation. The tropical rainforest was often rainy. From the day the loom was successfully replicated, relentless rain fell without pause. The shelter grew damp, and the ground outside turned muddy. For several nights, the oppressive humidity deprived Sui of sleep, leaving him feeling listless and dispirited. Upon rising and completing his morning run, he pondered for a moment and resolved to take the initiative. He aimed to dismantle the Black Wolf tribe as swiftly as possible, so that they might return to their ancestral homeland. The ancestral land is flat, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, in stark contrast to the dampness of the forest. Furthermore, previously, Yayu had promised him that once the ancestral land was reclaimed, she would bear him children. However, Sui was not preoccupied with the prospect of offspring. Rather, he anticipated the experience of procreation itself. In the gentle drizzle, 40 members of the guard stood rigidly in the open space. Starting tomorrow, training would be temporarily halted. Upon hearing this, the members were visibly excited and filled with joy. No one relished the thought of daily running with wooden stakes through the mud. I have resolved to wage war against the Black Wolf tribe, but one of the two squads must remain for defense. Engaging in external conflict means the potential for substantial rewards. The team members stood tall, brimming with determination. Report. Yao Li, in the front row, called out. Speak. I wish to lead my team into battle against the Black Wolf tribe. Report. Yao Ying, unwilling to be outdone, also declared his intent. He had been awaiting the divine messenger's orders and was taken aback by Yao Li's audacity in volunteering. No need for contention. Su Yi addressed the assembly. I have already made my decision. Li, as the squad leader, you fell for rumors too easily the other day. You shall not partake in the mission against the Black Wolf tribe. Ying, take your team and remain behind. The rest of you are dismissed. Yao Li opened his mouth but dared not speak further, sulking as he led his men away to eat. Though his subordinates felt discontented, they refrained from expressing it, let alone questioning the divine messenger's decision. The Black Wolf tribe was extraordinarily savage. They had driven them into this damp forest, seized their lands, and taken their women. What had they endured through grueling training each day? It was all in the hope of one day defeating them, reclaiming their territory, and safeguarding their women. You are the weapons of the Xian Niao tribe. Your duty is to make the enemy aware of our formidable strength, ensuring that no other tribes dare to infringe upon us. Now tell me, can you accomplish this? Yes, yes, yes. The 20 remaining members shouted in unison, their voices resonating with the might of 200. Years of rigorous training had endowed each of them with excellent archery skills and the stamina for long-distance pursuits. Coupled with the wisdom of the divine messenger, they were confident in their ability to successfully complete the mission. Now, go eat at once, Su Yi commanded. After your meal, squad leaders and team leaders, assemble in the large shelter. I have tasks to assign. On a rainy day in this primitive society, not only did animals huddle in their nests, but humans also curtailed their activities. In the tiger tribe, within a nest perched upon a tree trunk, lay a robust man adorned with a thick chest of hair and a flourishing beard. 2 young women were massaging his shoulders and legs, while 2 others presented him with roasted meat and water. Did you roast this meat? The Tiger King inquired, taking the meat and tearing off a piece, which he tossed out of the shelter. The attractive woman trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Who instructed you to roast the meat in such a manner? Do we have an abundance of food? The Tiger King, in his masculine demeanor, seized the woman's arm and drew her into his embrace, caressing her delicate visage. Then, he shifted his body, pinning her beneath him, lifting the grass skirt that adorned her lower half and pressing down upon her. You may not be adept at roasting meat, but surely you can bear children? He taunted. Her pleas echoed through the air, a blend of cries and protests, as she struggled against him. For her heart belonged to another man in the Wind tribe. After a brief interlude of 10 seconds, the Tiger King rose, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Other women stood silently by, not uttering a word. What is this? He inquired, grasping her chin. Do you refuse to be my woman? The woman trembled in fear. Your leader has bestowed you upon me. Your opinion holds no weight. The Tiger King chuckled, his amusement evident. At that moment, a shout pierced the atmosphere from the entrance of the camp. Tiger King, trouble arises. One of my tribesmen has been struck down by a strange spear. What? The Tiger King's fury ignited. He followed the messenger to the scene of the corpse, where he beheld a slender spear protruding from the victim's chest. The spear was as long as a man's arm, remarkably straight, with a sharp tip and fletched tail. What manner of weapon is this? He pondered. I know not. I have never seen its like, murmured the surrounding tribesmen, their voices rife with speculation. What transpired? The Tiger King demanded, his ire palpable. We ventured forth together to relieve ourselves, and as we finished, we heard his agonized scream, stammered a tribe member, visibly shaken. It was then that I discovered the spear embedded in his chest. The Tiger King, contemplating the spear in his grasp, displayed a contemplative expression. You did not witness who struck the blow. His brows furrowed in anger, his eyes wide with fury. The tribesman, terrified, fell to the ground, quaking, and no. With a disdainful grunt, the Tiger King turned and departed. The Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe had exhibited commendable behavior, their leaders obedient. Could it be that they had been feigning loyalty all along? Come hither. Upon returning to his lair, the Tiger King called out. Immediately, several tribesmen approached to heed his command. You are to closely monitor the Thunder tribe and the Wind tribe. Report any unusual activity forthwith. Furthermore, relay this message. Refrain from venturing into the woods to relieve yourselves. After issuing his orders, he reclined languidly. The 3 tribes had united, their territory vast. The number of hunters had increased, leading to a greater bounty of food. All game obtained by the tribes was to be collected and distributed by him, their leader. He understood that only fairness would garner trust and only strength would instill fear. Regardless of tribal affiliation, he rewarded merit and punished transgressions. Thus, the loyalty of the other two tribes remained unwavering. Yet, the question lingered: who was responsible for the sudden demise of his tribesmen? It was evident he had fallen by human hands. The Tiger King squinted, deep in thought. If the issue did not lie within the tribe, then indeed. The Tiger tribe had two external foes to contend with. In the northern region lies the Flame tribe, to whom I once refused to pay tribute. Not far from my domain is the Black Wolf tribe, with whom we recently clashed over territorial disputes. Could it be that this peculiar spear is the work of the Flame tribe, seeking to target me? The Tiger King rose from his tiger skin mat. An expression of concern etched upon his brow. In his youth, he accompanied his father to pay tribute to the Flame tribe on 2 occasions. Each journey required traversing several mountains and crossing 2 rivers. The Flame tribe is populous, and in his recollection, their leader was not referred to as a leader, but as a sovereign. Blessed by the heavens, they are able to draw bountiful sustenance from the land. After his father's demise, he was reluctant to offer the hard-earned furs and jerky of his people without compensation. Thus he ceased the tributes. Previously, a messenger had come to urge him once more, but he had dismissed them, claiming there was nothing to give. The messenger departed in a fit of anger, vowing to send forces against the Tiger tribe. The Tiger King pressed his fingers to his forehead. If the Flame tribe were to retaliate, they would surely come with a grand army. Yet, why resort to ambushing a man caught unawares? As dawn broke and the animals ventured out to forage, a heavy cloud loomed over the Tiger tribe. Fear gripped the hearts of all. Since that fateful day, several members of the tribe had fallen beneath the feathered spears, including those from the Wind tribe and the Thunder tribe. Consequently, the Tiger King dismissed the possibility of internal betrayal. How many lives have we lost in these past few days? His commanding presence silenced the murmurs. 6, 1 each day. The leader of the Wind tribe, Feng Ming, declared in outrage, "The enemy is provoking us. Rally your people, we shall march forth." The Tiger King replied coldly, "I have already discerned the culprit. Who? I shall shatter their skulls." Some were perplexed, others seethed with anger. The Black Wolf tribe. The Tiger King stated icily, "Just yesterday, his subordinates managed to track the enemy and witnessed them entering the territory of the Black Wolf tribe. I suspected as much. Leader, this time we must annihilate the Black Wolf tribe." Though the Tiger King maintained a stoic visage, unease stirred within him. That strange feathered spear may prove formidable. Have my men prepare additional spears. Each should select those that can be thrown far, forming a specialized unit for projection, with at least 3 for each. The Tiger King pondered before continuing. The others should wait for their opportunity. Once the enemy's spears are exhausted, they must charge in for the kill. We have long harbored enmity with the Black Wolf tribe. Their retaliation is to be expected. Yet after this battle, the Tiger tribe shall hold dominion over this territory. Free of foes, the Tiger King rose, raising his fist triumphantly. Oh, using another's blade to kill? Yao Yu's icy countenance bore an innocent expression. Do you think they will fall for it? It is you. Will you be deceived? Su Yi countered. Me? Yao Yu contemplated. Perhaps I would. Rest assured, you will return to our ancestral land with me, Su Yi declared confidently. When the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. What did you say? I don't understand, Yao Yu replied, rolling her eyes. Would you like to learn the written language? Su Yi asked. Once we return and settle down, I shall teach you. You are willing to teach me the written word? Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had heard her father speak of it. Writing was a privilege of powerful tribes, reserved solely for the chieftains or shamans. Small clans like theirs had no written heritage. Everything that is mine is yours, Su Yi assured her. Their relationship was unmistakable. He had long regarded her as his beloved. Moreover, should Yao Yu master the written language, she would be able to assist him in documenting various matters. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. He always knew how to say the most uplifting things. Captain Yao Ying, the people from the Tiger tribe have arrived. A team member joyfully reported. Yao Ying, adorned with the totem of the Black Wolf tribe, leaped down from a tree. These cowards have finally shown themselves. After receiving the command, he had set out with his subordinates, enduring days of rain, gnawing on dried meat and drinking rainwater. Fortunately, his men were robust, and no one had fallen ill. The Tiger tribe certainly had remarkable endurance, waiting for the skies to clear before seeking vengeance. Let us inspect each other's totems. If all is well, we shall set forth, Yao Ying instructed, standing at the front of the group. Report, All clear. All clear. Excellent. Yowing continued. Once the battle commences, seize the opportunity to blend in. You all know the directive from the deity. Shoot 3 arrows, then immediately disengage and assemble here. Why not shoot a few more? Someone inquired. After all, they practiced daily on targets, and it was a rare opportunity to shoot at living foes. The deity commanded 3 arrows, so we shall shoot 3. Yowing replied coldly. Disobey, and you are no longer part of my team. I was wrong, captaining. The individual lowered his head in contrition. 20 agile warriors advanced towards the battlefield. What? The tiger tribe is attacking? Wolf Howl, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, exclaimed in astonishment. How many have come? Countless, a dark mass, his clansmen panicked. Quickly, inform everyone, Wolf Howl commanded. All but the women and children. Come with me to battle. Leader, our warriors are unskilled with their bows and arrows. They cannot shoot accurately. Wolf 2 expressed his concerns. Perhaps we should retreat until everyone is stronger? Wolf 2, how have you become so cowardly? Wolf Howl replied dismissively. Only through battle can true warriors be forged. Practice your archery on the battlefield. Yes, leader. Wolf 2 gazed at the back of his leader, trembling with admiration. He knew he could never match such formidable spirit. Both sides armed themselves, standing off on a vast plain. As Wolf Howl observed the large number of their opponents, his expression shifted with concern. How many of his people would perish in this clash? Yet, if they dared to invade, he would ensure they understood the ferocity of the Black Wolf tribe. After exchanging the bows and arrows with the loom, the howling of wolves immediately inspired the tribe to replicate them in great numbers. Within a few days, the Black Wolf tribe had equipped nearly every member with a bow. Although the designs varied, some long, some short, some thick, and others slender, any bow capable of launching arrows far enough was deemed excellent in his eyes. When the two tribes met, the tension was palpable. The Tiger tribe had suffered several fatalities, and the desire for revenge was fervent, their war cries echoing through the air. In the face of the invaders, the Black Wolf tribe, though fewer in number, exuded an impressive spirit. Wolf Howl steadied his people, instructing them to draw their bows and ready their arrows. Awaiting the enemy's charge, the Tiger King also commanded his spear-wielding warriors to prepare. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the battlefield, with neither side initiating the assault. Spear throwers, advance. When the distance is right, launch your projectiles, ordered the Tiger King, as the rest followed closely behind, intent on breaking through the opposition. The warriors of the Tiger tribe charged forth with fierce cries, and Wolf Howl initially thought they had discerned his strategy. It was only when the enemy surged toward them that he felt a sense of calm. As the distance narrowed, he shouted, "Everyone, release your arrows." The Black Wolf tribe numbered over 500, with women and children constituting the majority, leaving around 200 able-bodied men for this encounter. In contrast, the Tiger tribe fielded an army of over 500 strong warriors, more than double that of the Black Wolves. Across the plains, the 500 young warriors roared and galloped like a howling gale. Some of the more timid members of the Black Wolf tribe trembled in fear, their faces ashen. Almost half of the 200 arrows fired failed to reach their intended distance. Of the remaining 100, only a sparse few struck the charging warriors, splattering blood in their wake. Fire again! Fire again! Wolf Howl urged urgently. The members of the Black Wolf tribe knocked their bows once more. As 2 volleys of arrows were released, the spears from the Tiger tribe began to rain down sporadically, witnessing several of his kin fall. The Tiger King bellowed, "Scatter and charge." He was taken aback by the enemy's weaponry, which had proven capable of such distance. When had his Tiger tribe ever suffered such a setback on their own territory? Looking at the bodies strewn at his feet, he felt the sharp sting of a small feathered spear embedded in his neck. Indeed, it was the handiwork of the Black Wolf tribe. Without hesitation, the Tiger King shouted, "Charge! Their spears are depleted. Let us annihilate them." The distance between the two sides had closed significantly, and wielding a massive stone axe, he moved with remarkable speed, rallying his warriors with fervor. After the Tiger tribe had lost nearly 100 men, the two groups finally clashed in close combat. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. "Now, this is the moment," commanded Yowing, as 20 members of the Suanio tribe stealthily infiltrated the perimeter of the fray. Yowing drew his bow, felling an approaching enemy with a single arrow. True to the divine messenger's predictions, the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the Tiger tribe. Despite their initial volleys, their archery skills were woefully inadequate. and once engaged in direct confrontation, the smaller force was bound to suffer. After dispatching 3 members of the tiger tribe, he yearned to escape the chaos of battle. However, the members of the tiger tribe pursued him with a fervor akin to madness. Yao Ying, silent and resolute, took to his heels. He had not come to fight to the death. The 2 from the tiger tribe were momentarily taken aback, surveying their surroundings. They noted that the totem flag of the Black Wolf tribe still stood, indicating that their leader had not retreated. The members of the Black Wolf tribe were cowards, fleeing in such a manner. Let us chase him down and eliminate him. They exchanged glances and immediately pursued Yao Ying into the forest. Chapter 65. Come into my embrace on the battlefield. Both sides were consumed by bloodlust. Upon seeing the differing totems on their opponents' faces, they would immediately launch an attack. Bludgeons were swung, and spears thrust. Almost everyone bore wounds, each suffering in some capacity. Wolf Howl's heart bled as he witnessed his warriors fall one by one, utterly powerless to intervene. The able-bodied warriors he had brought were now less than half. Retreat, everyone, retreat. He called out in despair, leading the way in withdrawal. Observing the retreat of the Black Wolf tribe, the Tiger King commanded, "Do not pursue. Let them escape." Those who had rushed out to chase quickly returned. "My lord, why do we not pursue and annihilate them?" One questioned, perplexed. "They still have dozens left. It is not so simple to extinguish them," replied the Tiger King. "To annihilate them would cost us dearly in lives. We have already suffered significant losses. We can afford no more." He bent down and picked up a longbow from the ground, tugging at its string. This simple weapon had claimed so many of his own warriors. He noticed an arrow lodged in the earth nearby and stepped forward to retrieve it, imitating the manner in which his adversaries wielded this weapon. He nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. After some effort, the arrow successfully flew from his grasp. You all have witnessed this. This is the new weapon of the Black Wolf tribe, a formidable tool. The Tiger King, with lingering trepidation, addressed the crowd. Had they not been so few, we would have been the ones vanquished this time. The expressions of the other leaders were equally grim. Though we have lost many, we have gained this new weapon. The Tiger King raised the bow high, declaring, "In the next battle, let us allow our opponents to experience the might of this weapon as well. Bring the captives back to the camp." Wolf 2, injured in the leg by a javelin, was unable to retreat in time and unfortunately became a captive. Tied to him were several members of the Black Wolf tribe. Gazing at the imposing Tiger King, Wolf 2 felt little fear. The Tiger tribe was notorious among the others for their brutal treatment of captives. He knew he could not escape death. Suddenly, he recalled that had he accepted the invitation from the divine envoy at that moment and remained with the Xin Yao tribe, perhaps he would not face such a fate today. "Please, spare me. I do not wish to die," cried the other warriors in despair, while Wolf 2 closed his eyes, awaiting his end in silence. The Tiger King observed the expressions of the captives intently. "My lord, look at that man's adornments. He seems to be a chieftain," someone remarked nearby. The Tiger King turned his gaze to the individual, noting the unique furs and ornaments that adorned him. "Are you a chieftain?" the Tiger King inquired. Leaning closer, "I am," Wolf 2 replied, casting a glance at the Tiger King. "What do you wish to say now that you are in my grasp?" The Tiger King scoffed coldly. Wolf 2 stretched his neck defiantly, declaring, "If it is to be execution, then let it be." The Tiger King chuckled derisively. "I ask you, why did you send men to attack us a few days ago?" "Nonsense," Wolf 2 exclaimed in disbelief. "How could we possibly send anyone to assault you?" "Bring forth the bodies," the Tiger King commanded slowly. As the corpses were presented, Wolf 2 immediately recognized that they were not fresh. Both bodies bore deep arrow wounds to the chest, nearly penetrating completely. Wolf 2 stood frozen, acutely aware that his leader, Wolf Howl, had not dispatched anyone to attack the Tiger tribe. "What more do you have to say?" the Tiger King sneered. "Take him away and roast him." "Wait," Wolf 2 interjected seriously. "We truly did not send anyone." The Tiger King glanced at Wolf 2, pointing to the arrows and the corpses. "You do recognize these feathered darts, do you not? Only your Black Wolf tribe utilizes them on this land. Or do you dare to commit such deeds yet refuse to acknowledge them?" Suddenly, a thought struck Wolf 2, sending a chill through him. There was another tribe, no, another clan that also employed such weapons. The Yao Eagle squad had successfully completed their mission, with only 2 sustaining minor injuries, while the rest were nearly unscathed. The command from the divine messenger was clear: avoid direct confrontation, prioritize self-preservation, and flee after the task was accomplished. Nearby in the trees, 3 captives from the tiger tribe were bound. Earlier, they had pursued the retreating Yao Eagle squad into the forest. Naturally, Yao Eagle did not allow them to escape. 5 had entered the woods, 2 of whom were gravely injured during the struggle, and Yao Eagle had swiftly granted them a merciful end. The remaining 3 captives dared not express their anger, for the severed heads of their companions lay before them. Well done. Su-yi praised as he observed the mud-covered Yao Eagle and his team. Upon receiving the divine messenger's recognition, the group was filled with excitement. You have all worked hard these past few days. Each of you shall receive 2 fish. Go and collect them from the chief. Additionally, you will each receive a pair of linen trousers. Seek out Lian for tailored fitting. Those who are injured should consult Ling, as she will provide you with medicine. The 20 team members were overjoyed, never expecting their reward to include linen garments. They had seen linen before. It was light and thin, surely comfortable to wear. The 3 slaves they had brought back were processed according to the protocol for accepting captives. All 3 willingly chose to stay. However, Su-yi remained cautious and assigned personnel to monitor them closely. As he paced back to his small stone stool, he contemplated the forthcoming arrangements. According to Yao Eagle's report, the Black Wolf tribe had suffered significant losses. Therefore, he planned to return to their ancestral lands with a portion of his men once a new batch of shields was completed. You truly excel at using others as pawns, Yao Yu remarked as she approached after distributing the rewards, having heard from her brother about the ferocious battle between the 2 tribes, which had resulted in casualties exceeding the current number of the Xian bird tribe. Everything that transpired mirrored precisely what he had recounted to himself days prior. Su-yi, observing the adoring gaze of Yao Yu, felt a twinge of discomfort. Deceiving a tribe of simple-minded primitives was hardly a feat worthy of boasting. I thought I would never return to our ancestral land. Thank you, Su, Yao Yu lamented. What do you mean by thanks? Su-yi exclaimed, patting his thigh. Come here. There are too many people. I cannot. Yao Yu replied, shaking his head as he glanced around. No one is watching. That still won't do. Yao Yu insisted. Once we return to the ancestral land, you can do as you please. All right. Su-yi gestured cheerfully and made his way towards the area where shields were being crafted. He intended to urge them on. The process of creating shields from stone axes was no small feat. The sounds of wood being struck had echoed incessantly over the past few days. 20-odd slaves, each wielding a stone axe, were at work. Some were tasked with chopping the rough timber into sections, others with splitting the wood, and yet more with shaving and smoothing the surfaces. Their method for crafting wooden planks involved incessantly chopping out fish scale-like shards with the stone axes, gradually flattening the surface. They then polished it using smooth stones. Given the rudimentary tools, a single slave could only manage to produce 1 shield in 3 to 4 days, and that did not account for the additional processes involved. Several completed shields stood nearby, square, with rounded corners, half a man's height, and 7 to 8 centimeters thick. Each shield had a hole drilled in the center, through which a rope was threaded for easy handling. They were well crafted, though the pace of production was frustratingly slow. The overseer of this group was an advanced slave, who, upon hearing Su-yi's approach, immediately rose to greet him. Divine messenger, the advanced slave exclaimed, we truly cannot work any faster. Rest assured, starting tonight, I will lead everyone to light a bonfire and work, the advanced slave respectfully assured. We will certainly complete your task. Su-yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If they do not rest adequately, their efficiency will not improve significantly. Since the speed is lacking, let us increase the workforce. I will assign the group constructing the pottery kiln to assist you, Su-yi remarked, surveying the scene. Furthermore, the tasks of chopping and shaving wood are more labor-intensive. You may assign additional hands to these jobs. The wood-splitting task is relatively easier, so fewer people can be allocated there. Presently, the manpower is evenly distributed, which hinders speed. Upon hearing this, the advanced slave fell into contemplation. By the time he began to grasp the implications, he realized that the divine messenger had already departed, with an increasing number of subordinates. Su-yi could not manage every detail himself. Nurturing these individuals would prove beneficial in the future. Now, among the Xinyao tribe, there were designated individuals responsible for fetching water, hunting, gathering, fishing, tending to livestock, making clothing, and construction. Su-yi merely needed to assign tasks, and when they encountered problems they could not resolve, he would offer suitable guidance. Assigning tasks, delegating authority, and distributing rewards indeed yielded commendable results. However, in the long run, other issues may arise. Thus, Su Yi appointed the clan leader Yao Yu to oversee and inspect the other administrators within the clan. The Xianbird tribe belonged to her, and she approached every matter with diligence and earnestness. Su Yi discerned her passion for this role. He strolled to the pottery-making area, where a member of the Xianbird tribe approached him upon noticing his arrival. Divine Envoy, within 5 days at most, we will have constructed the kiln as per your specifications. Excellent, Su Yi remarked, surveying their work. Various containers of all sizes were arranged on the ground, while several individuals were engaged in constructing the kiln with clay and stone. Those cracked vessels lying on the ground were deemed useless, ready to be shattered and reshaped. In the future, pay attention to instructing your subordinates to think creatively about how to mold undamaged containers, Su Yi advised. Now set aside your current tasks and take your team to assist over there in crafting shields. Is the kiln no longer to be built? Of course. It shall be constructed, Su Yi replied. We will resume building it upon our return to the ancestral grounds. Utensils are the foundation for a prosperous life. We cannot neglect them. I have grown weary of a diet of grilled meat. Divine Envoy, are we returning to the ancestral lands? One of the tribesmen inquired, visibly excited. In the past, they had been told that if the shield task was not completed, they would share the punishment. Su Yi reminded them, indeed, we must work diligently. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the camp's entrance, and Su Yi turned to see a crowd gathered around the doorway. Yao Li finally stood tall, having led a group that successfully hunted a saber-toothed tiger. Yao Ing and his companions had merely executed a task and received some rewards, yet within a single day. That individual had boasted to him several times. Now, he could finally hold his head high, puffing out his chest amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. Yao Ing leaned closer to Yao Li and said, if I had encountered it, I would have been able to hunt it too. You're talking nonsense. Yao Li retorted loudly, that tiger is formidable. Had I not thrown the net to ensnare it, it would have escaped without a trace. Your net isn't cast as far as mine. You just love to boast, Yao Ing scoffed. The term boast was something he had learned from the Divine Envoy. My net doesn't reach as far as yours. Dare you to compete? Let us compete then. Yao Li was unwilling to concede defeat. The Divine Envoy has arrived. Greetings, Divine Envoy. The crowd respectfully saluted upon seeing Su Yi. Yao Li promptly dismissed Yao Ing from his mind and turned his eager gaze towards Su Yi. Su Yi's attention was captivated by the captured creature. The animal in the net resembled a tiger, with 2 prominent fangs. Its hue was not the typical orange-yellow but a grayish-yellow. There were no stripes on its body, only spots akin to a leopard's. This must be the legendary saber-toothed tiger. Witnessing an extinct creature firsthand stirred a profound and indescribable emotion within Su Yi. Its robust body was pierced with numerous arrows, blood staining its fur. And to Su Yi's astonishment, he noticed its abdomen still rising and falling, indicating it was not yet completely lifeless. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the creature beneath was well endowed with milk, clearly having recently given birth. Carefully lift it into the pen and see if we can save it, Su Yi instructed. The hunting team was perplexed, yet they dutifully complied with Su Yi's orders. Li, go fetch Yao immediately and have her bring some medicine. The rest of you, disperse and attend to your tasks. Yao Yu was currently in the forest, harvesting hemp, as the raw materials were indispensable for producing linen. The few rolls of fabric sent by the Black Wolf tribe were likely insufficient for the rewards of the guard members. Tribe leader, hurry back for the medicine. Yao Li called out upon spotting Yao Yu. Is someone injured? Yao Yu inquired with concern. It's not a person, it's a saber-toothed tiger. The divine messenger wishes to save it, Yao Li replied. Yao Yu sighed. Does he think that procuring these medicines is a trivial task? It's one thing to provide for slaves, but now he expects to extend aid to a wild beast. She added, you go back and tell him no. With that, she dismissed Yao Li without further discussion. Yao Li, reluctant to press the matter, returned in frustration, only to encounter Su Yi on his way. Divine messenger. The tribe leader is fine. You should return and rest, Su Yi said with a smile. There are still others. Send 3 people over. You few. Take the harvested goods back first. Upon seeing Su Yi, Yao Yu did not greet him warmly. He approached, standing beside her in silence. Unable to contain herself, Yao Yu exclaimed, do you have any idea how difficult it is to gather those medicines? That mother tiger has several cubs. Su Yi sighed. If we do not save her, those cubs will starve to death. How pitiful. Noticing Yao Yu's furrowed brow, he realized she had acquiesced. This is the last time. Yao Yu declared firmly. Next time, if it's a wild beast, I shall not intervene. I promise. Su vowed earnestly. Now let us return. Yao Yu took the lead. You're undertaking the medicine gathering alone, so bring me along next time? Absolutely not. Yao Yu firmly rejected. It's far too dangerous. She turned to scrutinize Su Yi. Su Yi said, noticing her gaze. What does that look imply? Yao Yu replied, if you can defeat me, I will allow you to accompany me. Then let us fight, Su Yi declared, but I choose the location. Suit yourself, Yao Yu scoffed, clenching her fists. No matter the place, you cannot best me. That remains to be seen. Su Yi retorted confidently. However, it must solely be the two of us, without outside assistance. That is a given, and we cannot use weapons or traps. I assure you, I will bring nothing, he confirmed. That is excellent, Yao Yu replied, brimming with confidence. She glanced at Su Yi, who also bore a self-assured expression, yet a nagging feeling of unease lingered within her. Chapter 67. Long skirt. Yao Yu held the medicine pouch tightly, swinging open the pin door and stepping inside. Quickly protect the tribe leader, Su Yi exclaimed in alarm. Though the saber-toothed tiger was gravely injured, there was no guarantee it wouldn't lash out in its final moments. Its head was as large as her entire upper body. Su Yi harbored no doubt that the fierce beast could effortlessly snap her slender waist with a single bite. Yao Yu turned her head and whispered, everyone, stay out. If you frighten it, I will be in peril. Besides, it won't be so easy for this injured beast to harm me. Su Yi gazed at the half-dead tiger, mustering his courage to open the enclosure door and step inside. I am here to assist you. Just sprinkle this on the wound. Yao Yu cast him a glance and divided some medicinal powder, saying, it's nearly dead. You are merely wasting my medicine. I simply wish to give it a try. Su Yi replied with a wry smile. This medicine will not go to waste. I shall gift you a long dress afterward. A long dress. Yao Yu could not suppress her curiosity. Yes, a dress that reaches down to the calf, Su Yi elucidated. All right. Yao Yu pondered for a moment and softly inquired. What if it cannot be saved? Regardless of its fate, I will still present it to you, Su Yi chuckled, having intended to do so all along. The two carefully extracted the arrows and sprinkled the medicinal powder. Throughout the entire process, the saber-toothed tiger lay still, resembling a heap of decaying flesh. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of its abdomen with each breath, Su Yi would have doubted its survival. Nevertheless, the saber-toothed tiger was a top predator. Ever since it entered the livestock area, the once fighting rams had settled down considerably, and the two often howling wolves had ceased their commotion. 3 days passed, and each time Yao Yu retrieved the medicine, her heart ached. Yet, the thought of Su Yi's promised long dress quelled all other concerns. As 3 days elapsed, the saber-toothed tiger neither revived nor perished. However, the bleeding had ceased, and thus they stopped administering the medicine. Its presence significantly impacted the other animals in the livestock area. The pigs, sheep, and cattle appeared dispirited, refusing to consume the provided fodder. Even the chickens remained huddled under the thatched shelter, no longer flitting about. Su Yi instructed the construction of a large stretcher made of wood. Utilizing over 10 robust guards, they relocated the saber-toothed tiger to an unfinished pottery kiln, where it could find a new home. Time flew by like drifting feathers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The group responsible for crafting shields successfully produced 20 of them. Although their efficiency was somewhat lacking, the quality was commendable. Su Yi personally selected 20 strong men from among the slaves. Each day, they did nothing but run while holding the shields. As the morning sunlight poured down, the 20 men, breathless from their run, concluded their training for the day. Even though they felt as though they might collapse, they remained steadfastly upright. The prospect of becoming new members of the guard was a dream beyond their wildest imaginations. They could not afford to falter and risk being eliminated by the divine envoy. Raise your shields. At the command, the 20 men responded in unison, swiftly bringing their shields before them. Push. With another synchronized shout. They turned sideways and thrust their shields forward with force. Retract. Push. Apart from their running, they were required to perform such maneuvers at least 100 times each day. In the initial days, I was beset by excruciating pain, unable to even lift my arms, yet now I have gradually adapted. As long as I endure some hardship, I can feast on meat at every meal. Such a blissful existence is a source of profound envy for the other unselected slaves. Report. A voice rang out from the ranks. Speak, commanded the divine envoy. Some expressed their grievances, asserting that we are not true guards, merely those who follow along to partake in the spoils. They implored for bows and arrows, lamenting that shields alone cannot deliver death. The primal environment in which these individuals were raised has forged their wild temperament. They harbor little psychological burden regarding the act of killing their own kind. Since their selection, Sui has mandated that they keep their shields close at all times, even during meals and sleep. As Sui surveyed the group, he noted the unspoken but palpable expectation etched upon their faces. "You are mistaken," he declared sternly. "On the battlefield, the shield represents the lifeblood of both you and your comrades. Your duty is to protect, while theirs is to attack. Your statuses are equal, though your roles differ. Consider this. During a fight, one must evade the opponent's blows while delivering their own. It is a duality of self-defense and offense. The shield serves to protect oneself, while the bow and arrow are tools of aggression against the enemy. Do you comprehend this?" The crowd appeared to grasp his words, their spirits lifted. The divine envoy had affirmed their significance, equating them with those wielding bows. No longer would anyone dare to claim they merely subsisted on scraps. After the formation dispersed, Sui partook of a meal before commencing his patrol of the camp. Aside from the training of the shield bearers, the other activities of the Xian bird tribe had fallen into a steady rhythm, requiring little oversight from him. As he passed the specially constructed weaving house, the rhythmic clatter of looms filled the air. Under his guidance, 2 carpenters had successfully improved the weaving machine days prior. What once required 2 individuals to operate could now be accomplished by just one, further elevating the admiration the tribe held for him. Though they had likely never encountered the divine beings of the Xian bird, the presence of their envoy was undeniably real. The number of weaving machines within the tribe had now increased to 7, and the raw material for weaving, Raimi, flourished abundantly in the forest. "Divine envoy, I sought you out." Sui turned to find Yao Lian approaching. "The rewards for the guards have been prepared, and the long skirts you requested are complete. Please, let me know if they meet your satisfaction." With a thumbs up, Sui praised, "Your efficiency is commendable." Following Yao Lian, he entered a room adjacent to the weaving house, dedicated to garment tailoring. Upon his arrival, the other women present greeted him in unison. "Do continue your work." Sui waved his hand dismissively. His gaze was drawn to a simple, elegant long skirt hanging on a wooden rack. The sleeveless garment, in a soft gray-white hue, was light and airy, with the outer layer gracefully reaching the calves and the inner layer subtly brushing the knees, displaying a clear sense of layering. "Ah!" Sui exclaimed in astonishment, feeling quite the novice in the realm of fashion. Based solely on the memories in my mind, I endeavored to articulate a description. To my astonishment, Yao Lian and her companions were indeed able to bring it to fruition. The craftsmanship, naturally, cannot be compared to modern standards. Yet the symmetry and the unity of the piece are already remarkable. Following your request, additional fabric was added from the thigh to the waist, as well as at the bust. Sui scrutinized the garment and offered his suggestions. The waist could be slightly tightened, but there is no need to cut the fabric. It should be styled into pleats. The rest of the garment is quite satisfactory. Sui praised once more. "This is simply our duty. They do not need to gather or hunt each day. Merely crafting clothing affords them sustenance. Could there be a more splendid endeavor?" Yao Lian certainly could not conceive of one. "This garment is not to be shown to outsiders," Sui remarked mysteriously, "especially not to the chieftain." "I am aware," Yao Lian replied with a smile and a nod. "Now you may resume your work. I shall explore elsewhere." Sui departed with his hands clasped behind his back. "This garment is intended for the chieftain, is it not? She will undoubtedly look splendid in it." Using such a large piece of fabric for a single garment could have fashioned 3 or 4 others. Someone remarked with a suppressed voice, tinged with envy. "She is the daughter of Renzei, the chieftain of the Yanfeng tribe, having experienced both the abundance and the hardships of life since childhood." Yet, upon seeing this garment, her envy surged, and she dreamed of adorning it herself. After all, she is both the chieftain's daughter and the consort of the divine envoy. The 2 women whispered conspiratorially, oblivious to the fact that Yao Lian had approached them from behind. "You 2 are neglecting your work to gossip about the chieftain. Do you wish to return to the slave quarters and subsist on leaves?" Yao Lian stated without courtesy. As the overseer here, she held the authority to determine their fate. "Should you offend again, you will be sent back to the slave area." The women promptly fell silent. Chapter 68. An ominous turn outside the beastly forest. A throng of individuals wielding wooden clubs and stone spears loomed dark and foreboding. "We, the Tiger tribe, shall lead the charge." The Tiger King, brandishing a colossal stone axe, commanded the Black Wolf tribe to follow closely behind and attend to the fallen foes. "Thank you, Tiger King." Wolf Howl bowed in respect. After the fierce battle, the Black Wolf tribe suffered considerable losses. Wolf Howl had prepared to lead his kin in migration. However, the following day, the Tiger King personally arrived bearing gifts to discuss the matter of collaboration. It became apparent to him that they had all been deceived by the Xian tribe. Days passed, and the two tribes finally managed to secure their wounded. They came together to seek vengeance against the Xian tribe. The Xian tribe is treacherous and cunning. The forest conceals numerous, traps. Wolf too alerted the Tiger King, warning that these traps are quite perilous. "Traps?" The Tiger King muttered. "Nothing shall deter him from his quest for revenge. If he cannot even retaliate for his people, what right does he have to lead?" Brave warriors of the Tiger tribe, the enemy lies deep within this forest. Today, we shall eradicate them and avenge the fallen. It is said that the forest harbors deadly traps. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. The men thumped their chests and shouted wildly. "Kill all the men and children. Leave not a soul alive. The women shall belong to whoever seizes them." They surged into the jungle amidst the cacophony. "Captain Eagle, it's bad news. An overwhelming number of foes are approaching," a breathless team member exclaimed. "What is the matter?" Yowing leaped to his feet, his demeanor serious. "It's the Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe. They're coming together." "Nonsense," Yowing retorted. "How could that possibly be?" His subordinate, anxious and gesticulating, insisted. "It's true. I observed closely. They are waving different totem flags. Could you have mistaken them?" Yowing was incredulous. The Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe had been at each other's throats. A collaboration seemed implausible. "Indeed, we witnessed them fighting fiercely last time." The messenger, seeing the disbelief on their faces, grew agitated. "They are about to breach the trap zone. If you don't believe me, let us go see for ourselves." Though Yowing was reluctant to accept this, his subordinate had no reason to lie. If enemies were truly approaching, time was of the essence. "What do their flags depict?" "One flag bears a long-toothed tiger, the other a wolf's head. I assure you, I did not misidentify them." The urgency of the situation dawned on Yowing. Had they uncovered the divine messenger's plan? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If they struggled against the Black Wolf tribe alone, how could they possibly contend with two tribes united? "Quickly, return at once and inform the divine messenger." The man inhaled deeply and sprinted away. "Everyone else, gather the team members from all routes here at once." Once Yowing had given his orders, he hastened toward the direction of the impending threat, determined to ascertain the truth himself. Peering through the foliage, he indeed spotted both tribes advancing together, far too numerous to count. Each warrior bore a menacing countenance, fangs bared, and claws outstretched. Crouching low, he rushed back to the assembly point. The trap zone might only delay the enemies momentarily. The divine messenger had previously instructed them to utilize the traps to thwart the enemy's passage, ensuring they did not traverse the area with ease. "Our familiarity with the terrain gives us an advantage," Yowing recalled Su's directives. "Everyone, conceal yourselves and launch surprise attacks. Avoid direct confrontations. After striking, relocate, and ultimately regroup at the foot of the rear mountain of our camp. Let us move," Yowing bellowed, plunging into the woods. The returning messenger dared not pause. Previously, at the Yin Feng tribe, they had endured hunger daily. Now, as members of the Xian clan guard, they wanted for nothing. Once, they had begged women for companionship, yet now, each night brought different women to their nests. Such a fortunate existence had been beyond their wildest dreams. Yet now, the Tiger tribe sought to annihilate the Xian clan and slay the divine messenger. He vehemently disagreed. The team members charged into the camp, calling out loudly. They encountered Su, who was on patrol. The divine envoy, the Tiger tribe, and the Black Wolf tribe are attacking. Su observed the trembling, breathless team members and sensed an ominous turn of events. "How many have come?" "Many, too numerous to count." "All right, I understand. You go rest first. You few, summon the chieftain and the heads of various departments to the main tent for a discussion." Su casually pointed to several individuals. The team member, initially anticipating a lengthy discussion, was relieved when the divine envoy immediately acquiesced. He exhaled deeply. Inside the main tent, Su furrowed his brow in concern. He had rejoiced too soon and had indeed underestimated the ingenuity of primitive people. His strategy was not particularly astute, as he could have executed it with far greater finesse. His disdain for the primitive humans had led the entire tribe into a perilous situation. This was a failure of his leadership. The large number of enemies indicated a full-scale assault. And this time, the adversaries were driven by vengeance. They would not retreat like the Ember Phoenix tribe, who, lacking resolve, fled at the first sign of intimidation. Vengeance signified that they would not be deterred by temporary hardships. They would persistently fight on. The divine envoy, we've heard the enemy, is attacking again. Yao Li rushed in first, his face alight with excitement. I'll lead the troops to drive them back. Su Yi ignored him and shot him a look to silence him. Confused, Yao Li sulked into his seat. Soon, all the heads of departments had gathered. They had also heard the news of the joint attack by the Black Wolf tribe and the Tiger tribe, each of them visibly anxious. We must call upon our kin to evacuate, Su Yi declared, stunning everyone into silence. Su, are you suggesting we leave this place? Yao Ling asked in astonishment. Where else can we go? She had no doubts about Su Yi's command and was already contemplating the aftermath of their departure. However, others in the tribe did not share this view. Divine envoy, we have shields and bows. We can certainly repel the enemy. Indeed, the palisade is robustly constructed. They surely cannot breach our defenses. Our guard squad can protect everyone. We will not leave, Yao Li asserted, thumping his chest. Yes, we will not depart. Su Yi had anticipated this reaction. Primitive people held a profound attachment to their territory and would not easily migrate. He turned to Yao Yu beside him. She furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Do you also believe we should stay? Yao Yu was reluctant to leave. The construction of this camp had consumed immense effort from everyone. Yet, his decisions had never been misguided. She hesitated to voice her dissent. I will follow your lead. She finally conceded, as Su Yi grasped her small hand. I am informing you, not consulting you. Yao Li, do you have any objections? Chapter 69. Only allowed to lose. Yao Li remained silent, bowing his head. Su Yi's expression flickered with displeasure. This fellow's stubbornness had resurfaced, perhaps due to insufficient reprimands. No, we are executing the orders of the divine envoy, the priestess interjected hastily, pinching Yao Li. Li, take your people to help Lan and the others secure the livestock. The rest, gather your subordinates outside the door. Oh, and remember, bring nothing but weapons, especially leave all the meat in the warehouse behind. A murmur of bewilderment rippled through the crowd. We can abandon our lives, but we aren't even allowed to take our belongings? You heard correctly, leave everything behind. You take a few people and scatter some of the meat at the entrance. Execute my orders immediately. Anyone who defies them will be expelled from the Xianbird clan. And those who cause trouble amidst the chaos will face execution, Su Yi commanded coldly. The crowd dispersed quickly, and soon the camp was filled with the sounds of clucking and barking as everyone busily prepared. The assembly was swift. No one dared to sneak away with belongings. For Su Yi was personally overseeing the entrance. Su, must we really leave? Yao Yu looked up into Su Yi's eyes. In her nest lay the bed her father had made for her, which she had commanded her clan to carry during their migration. I was careless this time, causing you to wander with me, Su Yi sighed. But after this, we shall return to our ancestral land. I shall gift you a grand bed then. Yao Yu was taken aback that Su Yi could discern her thoughts. Who wants your bed? Su Yi remained silent, gently holding her hand. Lang Ben, you must lead everyone to the single log bridge you used to cross the river. Just reach the riverbank. There is no need to cross, Su Yi added. Receiving the order, Lang Ben wasted no time and promptly took the lead. The crowd hurriedly gathered their chickens and sheep. As for the injured saber-toothed tiger, it had escaped under the cover of night a few days prior. Li, come with me to intercept the enemy. Understood. Yao Li responded with a shout. Captain, what about us? The anxious squad leader responsible for the shield bearers questioned. They had already been viewed as mere consumers, and now they were being excluded from the mission. You are not needed at the moment. Protect the others as they head to the riverbank. But we also wish to fight the enemy. The squad leader insisted for the first time. There will be a time for you to be useful. For now, obey my orders. Su Yi's tone grew icy. The 20 men could only take their shields and follow the main group as they departed. You must retreat with them. Su Yi released her hand. I do not feel secure over there. I entrust you with this. Yao Yu wished to say more, but could only glance back 3 times as she followed the retreating group. Sister Yu, stop looking back. It's not like we want to see each other again, Yao Ling said, unfazed by the melancholy that gripped others. She believed in Su Yi's inevitable victory. You're right. Let us hurry, The two girls clasped hands and caught up with the departing group. A few stubborn sheep slowed their retreat. Yao Yu issued a direct command to ensnare them with nets and carry them away. The tribe members, having calmed down after the earlier panic, began to comprehend the situation. The divine messenger forbids us from taking anything. This indicates we are merely retreating for a moment, and we may return shortly, someone in the group remarked. You speak wisely. Indeed, it must be so. Gradually, the others aligned with this reasoning. The divine messenger is leading the battle, yet we are retreating? No. I must return to assist the divine messenger. We shall go too. The group halted, a clamor rising around them. Yao Yu quickly discerned their thoughts. I admire your courage. But it is paramount to obey his orders. Do you know where the divine messenger is now? Returning would only create chaos. Silence. Focus on the evacuation. Yao Yu was uncertain why Su Yi wanted everyone to leave their belongings behind, yet she understood it was undoubtedly more complex than they presumed. The Tiger King was incensed. Within the tribe, no fewer than 10 warriors had perished in the traps, each death a gruesome spectacle. Shadows flitted among the bushes, intermittently revealing figures that stealthily unleashed arrows, vanishing without a trace, instilling fear in everyone. Ha! They are all cowards, unwilling to confront us face to face. If they can flee, their camp cannot escape. Let us hasten our pace and strike at their stronghold. With these words, the crowd surged forward with fervor. I've heard the women of the Xian bird tribe are all beautiful. Whoever captures one claims her. The Tiger King reiterated. Wolf Howl followed closely behind the Tiger King, filled with admiration. The might of the Tiger tribe as the strongest among the 5 tribes was inseparable from the ferocity of its members. Had it been his tribe, the sudden loss of several warriors would have incited panic and halted their advance. Yet the Tiger tribe grew increasingly exhilarated. Yaoing was anxious. He had stealthily shot down 2 individuals, but that group exhibited no fear of death. The forest behind him echoed with brief, anguished cries, coupled with the relentless fervor of their roars. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was pleasantly surprised to find not only his own men, but also Yao Li and others had arrived. Drawing closer, he spotted the divine messenger among the crowd. Though the figure was not imposing, Yaoing felt an immediate sense of calm. Divine messenger, shall we engage them in a decisive battle here? Yaoing inquired excitedly. He glanced around, oddly noting the absence of those bearing shields. A decisive battle? Sui chuckled. To confront them with our current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. However, you are correct. We must indeed confront them here. Sui stated. In this battle, we are permitted only to lose, not to win. Only allowed to lose. Why? Yaoing asked, perplexed. There is no time for explanations, Sui interjected, having heard the distant roars. Follow the orders. Li, especially you, should you dare defy my command. I shall punish you by assigning you as a lowly slave. I will obey, Yao Li replied, fear evident in his voice. Hurry, prepare the bows. Sui commanded as he observed the members of the Tiger tribe adorned with totemic markings emerging from the thicket. Can we hit them? He inquired of Yao Ying at his side. We can shoot, but not accurately, came the reply. That will suffice, Sui ordered. In unison, 37 of his men released their arrows, except for the 3 who had not returned to the formation. A few from the Tiger tribe's vanguard, who had rushed forth from the woods, were struck down on the spot, while others, wounded and howling in agony, retreated. Their main force? The Tiger King, upon hearing his warriors' report, felt a cruel glint in his eyes. They are nearing our camp. We cannot afford to be cowards. Fire the arrows first, then charge and tear them apart. He commanded with a sweeping gesture, prompting his warriors to surge from the trees. Wolf Howl, take our men and flank them from the woods behind to cut off their escape. Wolf Howl, you've adopted the cunning of the Xian bird tribe, selecting this place, which is overgrown with weeds and devoid of substantial trees, the Tiger King scoffed. Our warriors are not as brave as the Tiger tribe. We must rely on our wits. Wolf Howl retorted with a chuckle. Chapter 70. The true treasure. The Tiger tribe lived up to its name. Their warriors were fierce and formidable, resembling wolves and tigers in their valor. Many bore arrows in their bodies, yet continued to charge forward with ferocious cries. Suyi's eyelids twitched at the sight. Now, this is what one would call primitive. In contrast, the Xian bird tribe appeared far more benign. Facing such opponents, with their current strength, the Xian bird tribe could not hope to win, even with the intent to do so. The enemy's numbers were substantial, easily exceeding 200. Once this round of arrows is spent, retreat into the forest. Sui commanded, as the enemy closed the distance. The opposing arrows flew sporadically towards them. "I've only taken down 3. Let us shoot another round," Yao Li exclaimed eagerly, his excitement rising as he envisioned the prey falling to his arrows. Yet, Yaoing interjected, "Do you wish to become a lowly slave? The shaman will not be yours." Immediately, Yao Li fell silent. The thought of sharing the shaman with others more unbearable than death itself. Another volley of arrows took flight. Once they were finished, the guards formed a protective ring around Su Yi as they poured into the forest. The pursuers were relentless. But none knew the woods better than the guards who patrolled it daily. In a clearing, the Tiger King's eyes burned with rage, his face contorted with fury. Scattered around him lay over 30 corpses of the tiger tribe, with the injured outnumbering the dead. They had only captured 3 of the enemy. Wolf Howl. "Your reckless planning has allowed the cowardly Xian bird tribe to escape." The Tiger King glared menacingly at Wolf Howl. His warriors were on the verge of confronting the enemy. Yet the latter had suddenly retreated after a moment of firing arrows. It must be the case that the emissaries of the howling wolves discovered the presence of the enemy, prompting their hasty retreat. A surge of anger surged within Howling Wolves. He was convinced that the Xianbird clan had their own ulterior motives. Their sudden withdrawal had absolutely nothing to do with him. "Tiger King, I will heed your commands henceforth," Howling Wolves humbly declared. The Tiger King snorted dismissively, choosing not to pursue the matter further. With a flicker of concern, Howling Wolves exhaled a sigh of relief. "Leader, we have lost their trail," reported a member of the tribe, panting. They recognized the path and vanished in an instant. "Proceed onward," the Tiger King replied with irritation, waving his hand dismissively. "I refuse to believe that their camp could simply evade us. What of the captives? Let them guide us." 3 battered and bruised members of the Xianbird clan were dragged to the front of the group. They had been ensnared during a surprise attack and, unfortunately, taken captive. "I know you are familiar with the route. Lead us to the Xianbird clan, and you shall be released," the Tiger King said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Otherwise, you shall meet a fiery end." The 3 captives exchanged glances. "I fear you not. We shall not betray the Xianbird clan," one of them boldly asserted. The other 2 bore resolute expressions, unflinching in the face of death. They were all warriors of the Yinfo tribe, who had only recently joined the guard. On their very first day, the divine emissary had imparted wisdom to them. The guard exists to protect the vulnerable within their clan. If they genuinely cared for their kin would reciprocate in kind. Indeed, the divine emissary's words proved true. The tribe held them in utmost respect, regardless of gender or age. How could they now lead enemies to slaughter their own? Upon hearing their defiance, a cruel glint flashed in the Tiger King's eyes. He raised his stone axe, ready to unleash his fury. "Tiger King, spare them. They could serve as sustenance. Killing them now would be unwise," urged the leader of the Wind tribe. In a moment of blind rage, the Tiger King quickly regained his composure. "What of Wolf 2? He shouted, gesturing for guidance. Wolf 2 had taken a lengthy detour through the jungle, and not only had he run in vain, but it appeared he had also jeopardized their mission. Upon their return, the members of the Tiger tribe regarded him with suspicion. "Tiger King, their camp lies just beyond this mountain. We shall arrive shortly," he gasped. The 3 captives were once again treated like livestock, dragged to the rear of the procession. Wolf 2, perceptive as ever, noticed the weapons of the 3 captives. The weapons had been confiscated by the Tiger tribe, and he leaned closer to one of them. "Warrior, may I examine your weapon?" The captive shot him a disdainful glance, but ultimately relinquished his longbow. Wolf 2 caressed the bow, observing it from various angles, his anger intensifying with each glance. This was nothing like the bows gifted to their tribe by the divine emissary. He had been deceived. Stealthily turning his head, he noticed that Howling Wolves was also fixated on the bow in his grasp. Swallowing hard, Wolf 2, filled with indignation, presented the weapon before Howling Wolves. "Leader, behold. This is the true treasure of the Xianbird clan. They have deceived our tribe," he spoke cautiously. Howling Wolves accepted the bow, his expression darkening as he pulled back the string. The Xianbird clan is truly detestable. Even with daily runs, Sui found himself utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the members of the guard team remained composed and unruffled. "Do not halt. Continue onward," Sui commanded. "Are we not returning?" Yaoing inquired, gazing at the nearby gate. Unable to restrain her curiosity, "Obey the orders," Sui replied dismissively, lacking the inclination to elaborate. The group navigated around the sturdy wooden palisade of the campsite. heading towards the location where their kin had retreated. Yaoling noticed the absence of people and livestock within the camp and discreetly grasped Yao Li's arm, asking, "What is going on?" "I understand." Yao Li replied mysteriously, "The divine envoy must have a plan. Even a fool knows the divine envoy has a plan. Tell me." Yaoling urged, "I do not know anything else." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, Su-Yi finally led the guard team to reunite with the other clan's people. The single log bridge was indeed a considerable distance from the Xianbird clan's camp. In the distance, Yao Ling rushed towards him, subsequently draping herself over him like a sloth. The guards, accustomed to the sight, discreetly dispersed. "Are you unscathed?" she asked, seeing his ease of movement, though unable to suppress her concern. "I am." Su-Yi feigned weakness while cradling her delicate frame. "Oh," Yao Ling gasped, hesitating to move. Observing the worry in her eyes warmed Su-Yi's heart. He merely chuckled, refusing to release her. Yao Ling soon realized he was jesting. "You are teasing me again. I shan't be cordial with you." She pouted. "Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Su-Yi inquired as they walked. "The captives from the tiger tribe did not escape, did they?" "The tiger tribe members did not flee, but 2 sheep managed to run away." "Were they not secured properly?" Su-Yi asked. Yao Ling adjusted her position for comfort. "They chewed through the ropes. Sister, you led a team to pursue them, but did not catch up." "Let them run. Why pursue them?" she replied. "Are you all right? With the divine envoy so busy, do you still have time to worry about me?" Upon hearing this, Yao Ling immediately extricated herself from his embrace, standing obediently by Su-Yi's side. It was then that Su-Yi noticed Yao Yu quietly standing at the entrance of the makeshift camp, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. She radiated an ethereal beauty that was breathtaking. He took Yao Ling's hand and strode confidently towards Yao Yu, unceremoniously grasping her hand. She attempted to pull away, but he held firm, bringing both beauties into the midst of the gathering. All eyes turned towards them, aware that the divine envoy was about to assign tasks. "Before the sun sets, we must hasten to accomplish our duties." Chapter 71. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Is this the Xianbird clan's camp? Oh, my heavens. What towering palisades. Such thick timber. It would take 5 days to fell, wouldn't it? How did they construct this? The members of the 2 tribes gazed in awe at the tightly arranged, towering, and robust enclosure, utterly astonished. They had never imagined that a fence could be built so sturdily. Through the gaps in the fence, one can glimpse an array of nests, varying in size and arranged with an exquisite disorder. It goes without saying that residing within would be both secure and comfortable. The Tiger King found himself captivated by the sight before him. This encampment surpassed their own tiger tribes in immeasurable ways. He resolved to seize this place as the second stronghold for the tiger tribe. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no apparent entrance. Surely, the Xianbird clan could not simply refrain from coming and going. "I know where the door is. Follow me," howled Wolf 2. Observing the Tiger King's expression and stepping forth to lead the way, the group made their way to the southern part of the encampment, where they discovered a gate as sturdy as the fence itself. The Tiger King realized, with a hint of enlightenment, why he had not noticed the entrance earlier. The gate stood ajar, and on the ground lay scattered white and yellow objects that astonishingly resembled dried meat. Quick-handed individuals had already begun to pick them up and shove them into their mouths. Upon confirming their nature as dried meat, they immediately fell silent, hastily gathering more for consumption. Such actions could not escape the notice of others. "It's meat. It's actually dried meat." "What? There's dried meat all over the ground. Let us grab it." The crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling for the food scattered about. "Enough. Everyone cease at once." The Tiger King bellowed. "The traps in the forest are laced with poison. This dried meat must not be consumed. Dispose of whatever you've collected. It's toxic," he warned, raising his voice. Those who had secured the meat cast it away as if it were a venomous snake. They yearned for meat, but had no desire to meet their demise. A few individuals began to weep, having already devoured the meat before the warning, unable to regurgitate it no matter how hard they tried. "Leader, will we perish?" one lamented. "Fools, who told you to eat it?" The Tiger King retorted angrily. The thought that they would resort to poisoning meat was utterly abhorrent. "We shall retaliate." Several warriors took the lead, and the rest, filled with fervor, prepared to charge into the encampment. The Tiger King gazed at the seemingly deserted encampment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Their tribe was brave, not foolish. It was evident that something was amiss with this encampment. "Stop! The Xianbird clan is hiding within," waiting for us to walk into a trap. Upon hearing his words, the furious crowd gradually regained their composure. Let us surround the perimeter. We shall slay any who dare emerge. You speak wisely, Tiger King, echoed the leader of the Wind tribe. We shall see if they can endure without sustenance. Thus, the two tribes encircled the great gate, remaining vigilant until the sun dipped low in the sky, yet no figure appeared from within the expansive encampment. Tiger King, I suspect the Xianbird clan has fled. Wolf Howl shared his analysis with the Tiger King. When your tribe charged through the forest, it likely frightened them away. They must have known we were coming to attack, abandoning their encampment in haste. The Xianbird clan appears quite cowardly. Moreover, the fact that they dropped such precious food all over the ground indicates their panic and retreat. The Tiger King could not help but nod in agreement. He had his doubts, but after hearing the wolf's howl, his conviction grew stronger. He gazed up at the camp before him, which remained eerily silent. Wait, what about those who had consumed the meat? A tribesman beside him interjected, Tiger King. They are still alive. Still alive. The Tiger King exclaimed, bring them to me. Soon after, several individuals who had partaken of the meat approached him. How do you feel? The Tiger King scrutinized their faces. How do I feel? My stomach feels a bit full. The Tiger King fixed his gaze on another. And you? The taste was quite good. Initially, the two tribes cautiously probed one another, but upon discovering there were no ambushes or traps, they immediately descended into chaos. I saw this hide first. It belongs to me. I encountered it first. The two engaged in a scuffle. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the camp. Fighting for hides, fighting for food. As long as no one was killed, the Tiger King did not intervene. In his view, the strong rightfully claimed the better possessions, just as they had seized the territory of the Xianbird tribe. Tiger King, we found a warehouse of meat. A tribesman reported excitedly, but was halted by the leader, Lei Jun, who forbade them entry. A warehouse. The Tiger King exclaimed, astonished. That must be a mistake. The wolf beside him interjected. With so few members, how could the Xianbird tribe possibly have a warehouse of meat? Lying will incur punishment. The leader of the Wind tribe scoffed. It's at least half a warehouse, no less. The informant replied after a moment of contemplation, gritting his teeth. The leaders exchanged glances. Lead the way, commanded the Tiger King. Inside the vast warehouse lay countless strings of dried meat, an unfathomable quantity. The tribesman had not lied. It was indeed a full warehouse. If the Tiger King had harbored any doubts before, he was now certain that the Xianbird tribe must have fled in terror. Truly a bunch of cowards. Abandoning a warehouse of meat to save their skins, a mocking grin stretched across the Tiger King's face. Wolta squeezed through the crowd, grasping Wolf Howl and pulling him aside. Wolf Howl queried, puzzled. Leader, come with me. Wolta's expression was grave. The two arrived at a larger nest, where Wolta opened the door. Leader, you should take a look inside. Wolf Howl cast a skeptical glance at Wolta before stepping in. The sight before him rendered him as if struck by lightning, leaving him rooted to the spot. It was a loom. Yet, it was not one from their tribe. As a leader, he was well acquainted with looms and could immediately discern that the Xianbird tribe's loom was smaller and more intricate, operable by a single individual. What is this? He stammered, pointing at the machine and looking back at Wolta with trembling words. How is this possible? Their loom was a divine gift. How could the Xianbird tribe craft something superior? Leader, we cannot provoke the Xianbird tribe. Their divine envoy is no ordinary person. The wolf spoke with a heavy heart. We have yet to take the lives of their kin. There remains a chance for reconciliation. Reconciliation? Wolf Howl shook his head. Our clan has already seized their meat. Is there still room for peace? Father, where are you? A voice echoed from outside the den, belonging to his daughter, Wolf Moon. Wolf Howl suppressed the turmoil within and stepped outside. Moon, where did you acquire that attire? He was taken aback by his daughter's beauty, resembling a white crane soaring through the heavens. I found it in this dwelling. It fits perfectly. Wolf Moon twirled around, asking, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Indeed. It is beautiful, Wolf Howl murmured absent-mindedly. He immediately associated the garment with the divine envoy. Such attire could only originate from the heavens. Indeed, that envoy. He truly descended from the sky. Chapter 72. Fire attack beneath the gentle moonlight. The members of the Xianbird tribe huddled around several bonfires for warmth. After Yao Yu distributed the roots and greens gathered during the day, she returned to sit beside Sui. The wind in the forest was chilly. The front warmed by the fire while the back remained cool. She instinctively hugged her knees. Su-yi wrapped his arm around Yao Ling, who was now dozing off. Turning his head, he noticed Yao Yu curled up, affection glimmering in his eyes. Report. Su-yi raised his head. Speak, Lord Envoy. They have taken residence in our den and consumed our stored meat. A team member gritted his teeth. Those were our Xian bird tribe's provisions. Have the enemies entered? Su-yi asked calmly. There is not a soul outside. They are all within. Continue to monitor them and report back immediately if there are any developments. After dismissing the team member, Su-yi opened his arms, signaling for Yao Yu to join him. Yao Yu surveyed the area, seeing everyone clustered together for warmth. After a moment's hesitation, she nestled into Su-yi's embrace. It was her first experience of being held from both sides. In the cold wind, Su-yi harbored no extraneous thoughts. He simply wished to provide warmth and comfort to the two individuals in his arms. Do you know what happiness is? Happiness. What is that? Yao Yu replied, puzzled. It cannot be something to eat, can it? Haha. Su-yi chuckled, tightening his embrace. Happiness is when we have a nest that shields us from the cold when we shiver. It is having enough to eat when we are hungry. It is not worrying about being driven from our home the next day or fearing that our food will be taken from us. Is that what happiness is? Yao Yu gazed up at the moon, murmuring, then I am very happy right now. Why is that? Su-yi questioned, bewildered. You are my nest, Yao Yu whispered. With you here, I fear nothing. Su-yi chuckled softly. Did you truly grow up in this world? Yes. Did you not? Not at all. Su-yi shook his head. Oh right. You are from the heavens. What is that world like? There. In the Xian bird tribe's encampment. The well-fed and content individuals made their way into the den together. Each nest was haphazardly occupied by several individuals. The Tiger King claimed one nest for himself. Reclining on the very bed of Yao Yu, he was exceedingly pleased with this nest, as it was adorned with soft animal skins that surprisingly exuded a pleasant aroma rather than an unpleasant odor. Lying upon the bed, the Tiger King exhaled contentedly. The Xian bird clan? He could not fathom why these cowards dared provoke their formidable tiger tribe. Nevertheless, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he dispatched a dozen or so tribesmen to keep watch through the night. Should they encounter members of the Xian bird clan, the tribesmen were to sound the alarm. Deep down, he was confident that the Xian bird clan would not dare to attempt a stealthy assault. In the dead of night, Su-yi abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. Find a place to sleep. I have matters to attend to. Yao Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes, pouting slightly. Yao Yu gazed at Su-yi, his eyes filled with concern. I am fully confident. You need not worry, Su-yi reassured. Keep an eye on Ling. And be cautious, she does not roll into the fire. Mu Chuan, the guard team will accompany me. Ensure your men maintain vigilance, Su-yi instructed the individual before him. Rest assured, divine envoy. Mu Chuan replied earnestly. Let us depart. With a command, the guards set forth on their return to the camp. Under the flickering glow of the torches, excitement illuminated every face. They had long been ordered to return, yet did not anticipate the divine envoy's orders coming in the middle of the night. The treacherous night journey was something Su-yi had foreseen. To avoid alarming any potential foes, he commanded the extinguishing of the torches as they reached familiar territory. Stumbling along, the group arrived outside the camp just as the night reached its deepest hour. In the faint light of the campfire, the gate stood firmly shut, with several drowsy sentinels inside. Did you all clearly hear the instructions given along the way? Su-yi inquired, surveying the group. Are we truly to burn our nest? Yao Li expressed reluctance. How else can we force them out to slay them? Shall we charge in? Su-yi retorted with irritation. Very well. I shall lead the charge. Yao Li's eyes sparkled with determination. Silence. Su-yi replied helplessly. Remember, once a life is lost, nothing remains. As long as we are alive, everything else can be reclaimed. Following his directives, the team divided into 3 groups, stealthily maneuvering to the periphery of the fence. They bore 2 types of arrows upon their backs, one of which was bound with cloth soaked in highly flammable resin. As the flames flickered, flaming arrows rained down upon the dry shelters. Wake up! Do you see what that is? A sentry from the tiger tribe exclaimed, astonished by the fiery projectiles soaring through the night sky. Huh! The awakened individual appeared dazed, but was soon captivated by the fireballs streaking across the sky. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed in the direction from which the fireballs had come. Oh no! Those are humans. Quick! The enemy is attacking. Enemy attack. Several sentinels, now roused, immediately scattered and shouted. The slumbering individuals were startled awake, each grabbing their weapons and rushing out of their shelters. Where is the enemy? Ah! It's on fire. Quickly extinguish the flames. Many witnessed a fiery meteor descending from the heavens, causing them to fall to their knees in terror. The wrath of the gods has been unleashed. The air was filled with cries, coughs, and exclamations of shock from within the encampment. It was only upon hearing the commotion that the Tiger King emerged from his lair, witnessing a fireball crash onto a building behind him. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he beheld the chaos unfolding. It is the fire goddess Fury. He seeks to annihilate our tribe. Shadows swirled around him, with several kneeling subjects bowing their heads in desperate supplication. At that moment, a flaming arrow landed at his feet. What fire god? The Tiger King, gripped by fear and dread, realized it was the work of the Xianbird tribe. They are merciless. They intend to incinerate us. He roared. Get up. The fire was ignited by the Xianbird tribe. Outside the encampment, Sui observed silently as flames erupted, consuming the dry thatched huts with an impressive blaze. Flee. Everyone flee. The Tiger King shouted hoarsely, pulling up 2 of his kneeling subjects. Fools. The fire was set by the Xianbird tribe. Escape for your lives. Forget about the flames. The wolf howl had half of his hair singed by the fiery tongues as he pulled his daughter, who was attempting to extinguish the fire, and fled. Father, the loom, forget it. Instinct for survival drove the panicked crowd towards the open gate, their only path to safety. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, no one noticed the bodies strewn at the entrance. Those who believed they could escape were met with arrows shot from the other side, turning them into human pincushions. Aim carefully. At this distance, do not miss, especially not my guards. Sui stood at the back of the line, feeling the scorching heat on his face. Tiger King. It's bad. The Xianbird tribe is blocking the entrance. What? The Tiger King, his eyes streaming from the acrid smoke, rubbed them fiercely with the back of his hand and peered outside. Just beyond the gate stood a neatly arranged line of Xianbird tribesmen. They think a handful of them can thwart us? Gather the tribe. We charge out together. Wolf Howl had already pulled Wolf Moon to the entrance, noticing the fallen victims of the arrows, hesitating to rush out. Chief, I'll lead a group to burn a hole in the barricade. We must flee quickly. Turning back, he saw a dark-faced man. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Wolf Tuesday, Chapter 73. The fire clash. You take Wolf Moon and go first. I'll call for the Tiger King and the others. Wait. Wolf Howl grasped Wolf 2's arm as he turned to leave. Hasn't he, the Tiger King, always looked down on us? In the glow of the flames, a strange light flickered in Wolf Howl's eyes. If we fight the Xianbird tribe fiercely, our Black Wolf tribe will emerge as the strongest. But didn't we form an alliance with the Tiger tribe? Wolf 2. Follow my orders. Do not summon them. Yes, Chief. Wolf 2 nodded affirmatively. Since entering the camp of the Xianbird clan, the Black Wolf tribe has faced incessant ostracism. The comfortable nests belong to the Tiger tribe, and the fresh jerky is also theirs. The members of the Black Wolf tribe receive only the remnants that the Tiger tribe discards. Even the few weaving looms of the Xianbird clan have been wholly claimed by the Tiger King, leaving none for them, long since burdened with resentment. Wolf Howl has refrained from expressing his grievances, daunted by the might of the Tiger tribe and the current relations between the 2 clans. Outside the Great Gate, these cowards, having lost merely a dozen lives, are too frightened to charge forth, complained Yao Li as he released his grip on his bow. Sui looked up to see the faint light of dawn breaking through the darkness. The thatched hut was burning rapidly, and the flames had begun to subside. The Tiger tribe was perhaps not afraid to charge, but rather their scattered members had yet to regroup. If they do not come out, then we shall enter. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the flames of the hut should not ignite the surrounding wooden palisade. However, primitive minds, with a hint of cleverness, would realize that apart from the main gate, there are alternative routes of escape. He had no intention of allowing these barbaric foes to flee. Shield bearers, advance. Archers, follow closely. Find your targets and shoot. Sui commanded in succession. The guards marched in unison towards the gate. The shield bearers led the way, while 37 archers unleashed a volley of lethal arrows into the entrance. It's the Xianbird clan. How dare they invade? Charge, annihilate them. Quickly, where are the archers? Shoot them. Upon witnessing several fall to the arrows, someone howled in fury. Seeing more than a dozen members of the Tiger tribe rushing forward, Sui immediately ordered, halt. Steady your shields. Archers, shoot at those charging. Do not concern yourselves with the rear. The front line of shield bearers swiftly adopted a defensive stance, lowering their bodies while bracing their shields. The archers in the back, with a brief aim, released their arrows. Yali felt that at such a close distance, he could hit his target even with his eyes shut. Undoubtedly, those more than a dozen could not advance, being transformed into pincushions by the arrows. The Tiger King had initially intended to wait for his tribe to assemble for a collective charge. Unexpectedly, the Shinbird clan had taken the initiative to invade, leaving them no opportunity. Witnessing the tragic fate of his tribe members at the gate, he trembled with rage. Wait, the Black Wolf tribe is here. Why are only my Tiger tribe members falling? Turning around, he realized that Wolf Howl, who had been right behind him, had vanished without a trace. Your Majesty, it's dire. A member covered in soot rushed to him, declaring that the Black Wolf tribe had created an opening in the palisade and were stealthily retreating. Upon hearing this, the 20 or so gathered around the Tiger King brightened with alarm. Your Majesty, the Shinbird clan is too cunning. The fire has claimed many of our lives, and those remaining are nearly suffocated by the smoke and flames. The leader of the Tiger tribe gazed cautiously at the Tiger King and proclaimed, Next time, we shall return and surely annihilate them. The Tiger King, his eyes wide with fury, retorted, How could our Tiger tribe be driven away by the cowards of the Shinbird clan? My voice faltered as I opened my mouth to speak. Blood trickled from the corner of my lips, and I collapsed, my body stiffening. It was only then that the Tiger King noticed the bloodied arrowhead protruding from my chest. The Shinbird clan had infiltrated our ranks. They shot indiscriminately, and each arrow released was accompanied by a scream of agony. My unfortunate comrades fell, some dead, others wounded. Retreat. We must flee. The Tiger King sighed heavily. The 20 or so individuals beside him were no match for the Shinbird clan. Lead the way to the exit of the Black Wolf tribe. The group of over 20 immediately fled towards the rear of the camp along the fence. Su-Yi had long since spotted this small band and had instructed his team to prepare for the onslaught, but he had not anticipated their retreat. Pursue them. We cannot let them escape. As they chased after, the ground was littered with charred corpses, several of which had died on their knees. Some clutched roasted meat, the aroma of their own charred flesh mingling with that of the food. Man perishes for sustenance, he mused. Outside the fence, the Wolf Howl's heart trembled as he escaped. Nearly half of the Black Wolf tribe had perished in the flames. The envoy of the Shinbird clan is no mere mortal. What had once been a magnificent camp was now engulfed in a sea of fire. The entire warehouse of meat, a room full of looms, and numerous nests were reduced to ashes at his command. Chief, the Tiger tribe has arrived, Wolf 2 announced as he helped an injured tribesman, preparing to return for others, only to encounter the hurried figures of the Tiger King and his entourage. Wolf Howl, you coward! The Tiger King's furious roar echoed from afar. If you had led your people, we would have surely broken through, yet you chose to flee. You did not even call for our retreat. You are more despicable than the Shinbird clan. As the Tiger King approached, he pushed past the few remaining members of the Black Wolf tribe still in the vicinity, claiming the exit. He then turned, casting a scornful glance at Wolf Howl's face. Despite his flight, he had gathered a dozen or so of his tribe, and their numbers still exceeded those of the Black Wolf tribe. To Wolf 2's astonishment, the Tiger tribe had not forgotten to bring along the 3 Shinbird captives, who could barely stand. Tiger King, we cannot fathom Wolf Howl's actions, he remarked. Coward! Step aside. The Tiger King retorted with displeasure. A nameless fury ignited within Wolf Howl. As a chieftain himself, he wondered why the Tiger King continually humiliated him. Block the exit. Wolf Howl commanded coldly. Not a single Tiger tribe member shall escape. How dare you? The Tiger King exclaimed, first taken aback, then furious. What are you all doing? Block the exit. Wolf Howl bellowed, as Su-Yi and his men pursued. The 2 tribes were locked in a fierce struggle at the entrance. Envoy, why have they begun fighting again? Yali asked excitedly. Su-Yi believed that they might fall out over the unequal distribution of spoils, but he was taken aback to witness them engage in a fierce struggle for their lives. It was evident to him that both sides were utterly consumed by bloodlust, showing no intention of feigning their aggression. Ha! The Shinbird clan has arrived. The Wolf Howler laughed maniacally, declaring, Tiger King, your demise is imminent today. If you kill us, you will be next. The Tiger King held his head high. I have never slain a member of the Shinbird clan. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. Suddenly, the Tiger King remembered that he had captives, the Shinbird clans. Who is your leader? He retreated a few steps from the gap, addressing the members of the Shinbird clan. I am. Su-Yi replied with a calm demeanor. What do you wish to convey? You? The Tiger King regarded the unimposing figure before him, Yet he felt no inclination to underestimate him. Release me and my people, or I shall slay these 3 individuals. Su-yi looked on in confusion as he beheld the 3 half-dead captives dragged from the throng. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the 3 guards he had presumed were deceased. Ha! Tiger King, has your mind been scorched by flames? Wolf Howler mocked loudly, venting his pent-up fury. Several of his subordinates, who had been unable to retreat in time, had already perished at the hands of the Tiger King. You think 3 captives can exchange for so many of your men? Do you consider the divine envoy a fool? The Tiger King's facial muscles twitched in agitation. He yearned to cleave the coward Wolf Howler into pieces. What did you call him? Divine envoy? Indeed. Wolf Howler roared. I have resolved to surrender my people to the Xianbird clan. Numerous signs indicate that their divine envoy is no ordinary person. He no longer wishes to oppose the Xianbird clan. What a feeble-minded wretch. The Tiger King scoffed. Warriors of the Tiger tribe, do you wish to kneel and become slaves? The Tiger King raised his axe and shouted. We do not wish to. We do not wish to. The members, though bearing grim expressions, were filled with fervor. Very well. Slay the captives. We shall fight these cowards of the Black Wolf tribe. Wait. Su-yi quickly interjected. I did not say I would not release you. The Tiger King's raised stone axe halted midair, regarding Su-yi with puzzlement. Divine envoy, we cannot let them go. Wolf Howler urged anxiously. The guards exchanged glances, fully aware of the sacrifices the entire Xianbird clan had made to eradicate the Tiger tribe. Has the divine envoy spoken in error? Divine envoy, we cannot allow them to thwart our plans. Yaoing observed his 3 subordinates and spoke resolutely. The Xianbird clan will not abandon any of its kin. Su-yi articulated each word with conviction. He understood all too well that the Xianbird clan's journey from hunger to their current standing was never solely his achievement. If he wished to traverse further in this world, he needed to unite more souls. Moreover, these earnest individuals, who unreservedly entrusted their lives to him, deserved his unwavering loyalty in return. Rather than discarding that trust as if it were worthless, treating their lives as mere fodder, Howling Wolf, please instruct your men to step aside and allow the Tiger tribe to leave. Su-yi regarded the Howling Wolf solemnly. Although reluctant, the Wolf Howler ultimately issued the command. The Tiger King had mentally prepared himself for death, feeling not a trace of fear. Now that he understood he had secured his life, he instead feared that the Xianyao tribe might renege on their promise. Divine envoy, a captive, awakening from unconsciousness, cried out in desperation, I fear not death, kill me. The Tiger King felt a tightening in his chest as he clenched his fist and swung it outward. Silence. He cautiously glanced at Su-yi, and upon seeing no intent for violence from him, he felt reassured. Su-yi's eyelids twitched. Looking at the team member, he gently shook his head, offering a reassuring glance. The Black Wolf clan stood on either side. The members of the Tiger tribe formed a line and exited through the opening. Once all the members had emerged, the Tiger King hastily commanded a retreat. The 3 captives were left behind, while the Tiger tribe members rushed into the jungle. Divine envoy, we should not let them go. The Wolf Howler lamented. I care more for the lives of my kin than for killing them, Su-yi replied with a serious countenance. Those behind him, including Yao Li, were deeply moved by his words. They all knew that if they fell into the enemy's hands, the divine envoy would surely rescue them. Hearing this, the Wolf Howler, having made his decision, no longer hesitated. He immediately knelt down, prostrating himself to show his submission. The Black Wolf clan glanced at one another, then all followed suit. Bowing to the ground. Rise, Su-yi gestured. Your choice to join the Xianyao tribe is indeed a wise decision. With that, he shifted his focus to Yao Li. Lead your men to pursue them. Yao Li was taken aback. Did you not say to let them go? I have taught you to keep your word. But that does not apply to enemies. Yao Li grinned widely and promptly took the lead in the chase. The Wolf Howler, just now rising, felt a chill run down his back. Fortunately, he had already pledged allegiance to him. Indeed, he would not turn against his own. What about our nest? Ah, my furs are still in the nest. The meat I saved, quite a few pieces. The members of the returning Xianyao tribe could hardly believe that the camp, which had been intact when they departed, had now turned to scorched earth. Su, was our camp set ablaze by the Tiger tribe? Yao Ling exclaimed with wide eyes, fury evident in her tone. If I find out who burned our camp, I will surely kill them. Yao Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with the desire for vengeance. Su-yi felt overwhelmed, for he had only informed them of the impending battle, not uttering a word about the fire. Tasks such as collecting resin, soaking cloth, and binding them to arrows were all assigned to the slaves, working collaboratively, making it impossible for anyone to associate these tasks with the act of arson. Eagle, do you know who set the fire? Yao Yu inquired of a hurried passerby. Yao Ying was preoccupied with managing the slaves, oblivious to Su Yi's warning gaze. He glanced at Yao Yu and remarked, "The divine messenger has permitted everyone to release them." As Yao Ying departed, the three remaining individuals divided into two factions. "Why did you set our camp ablaze? My soft animal hide shorts are still in the nest. I didn't even bring them." One protested. "Where has our entire warehouse of meat gone?" Another added, "I still have half a hide blanket in my nest." "Did you decide to burn our home long ago?" They both exclaimed in unison. "Once the enemy is vanquished, everything will be ours." Su Yi attempted to grasp their hands, only to have them simultaneously recoil. "No, you must tell me why we couldn't take our animal hide belongings." Yao Yu insisted, still fixated on her bed. "Exactly," Yao Ling echoed. "I must ensure the enemy falls for our ruse." Su Yi shrugged, recalling the words of his ancestors. One cannot ensnare a wolf without parting with its cub. Following the previous plan's misstep, Su Yi resolved to give due consideration to the enemy in future tactics. "What cub? What wolf?" Yao Ling stamped her foot. "I want my shorts and my hide. And I want my bed." Another chimed in. Everything was burned so thoroughly. Now, with no belongings for the move, we might as well return to our ancestral land and start anew. Upon noticing someone approaching, Su Yi concealed his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. Yao Yu and the others stifled their laughter. "Report," came Yao Li's voice, leaves adorning his head. "I killed 11. The others fled too swiftly to pursue." "Understood." Su Yi nodded. "You may attend to your duties." "Divine messenger." "I am not busy at the moment," Yao Li replied. Su Yi sighed. "Take your men and assist in relocating the livestock." "Isn't that the responsibility of others?" Yao Li questioned, turning to leave in confusion. After dispatching Yao Li, Su Yi shifted his gaze back to the two women. "I have noted your belongings. They will be replenished upon our return to the ancestral land." "Hee, that sounds good," Yao Ling replied with a smile. Yao Yu also nodded slightly. "Divine messenger, my father requests your presence. He wishes to discuss something." Chapter 75. Your return. Su Yi turned to see the daughter of the Black Wolf tribe leader approaching. She was adorned in the very dress he intended for Yao Yu. Stealing a glance, he noticed Yao Yu scrutinizing the dress with keen interest. Su Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. The gown was stained with dark ash, yet it did little to diminish its allure. He had forgotten to remind Yao Lian to take the dress with her. Now that it was in her possession, he had no intention of reclaiming it. "I understand. I will come shortly," he said. Wolf Moon nodded, and as she turned, she cast one last glance at the two women standing beside him. They were both exceptionally beautiful. She exhaled softly before departing. "How did it go?" Wolf Howl eagerly inquired from a corner of the camp, watching his daughter. "He doesn't want you?" "That shouldn't be the case. My daughter is so beautiful," he murmured. "I didn't ask," Wolf Moon replied. "He already has two women, both exceedingly lovely. He wouldn't be interested in me." "You fail to comprehend. A man would never disdain his own woman." Wolf Howl spoke with earnestness, noting that his father had observed those two women, and they were not more beautiful than you. "Or is it that you hold him in disdain?" Wolf Howl discerned some hints from his daughter's expression. Do not be deceived by his seemingly frail demeanor. His true strength lies not in his physique, but in his intellect. He tapped his forehead, asserting that genuine strength resides here. The tiger tribe was indeed formidable. Yet, the Xian bird clan managed to vanquish them without losing a single soul. Since childhood, your grandfather has praised my cleverness. Yet I too fell prey to the divine envoy's trickery. I have concluded a vital truth. Intelligence surpasses brute force. This evening, seize an opportunity to inquire further. Father, why must I follow him? Wolf Moon retorted. She had never favored weak men, and her father's constant urging only heightened her irritation. Had our tribe retained its former strength, your father would have seized him and given him to you, Wolf Howl replied. Alas, now the Xian bird clan is powerful. It is you who must offer yourself to him. Say, is that attire she wears mine? Yao Yu displayed a childlike expression akin to a toy snatched away. Certainly not. How could it be? Su Yi's mind raced. Yours is even more exquisite. Really? Yao Yu expressed skepticism. Then where did her garment come from? I have no idea. Su Yi feigned ignorance. Perhaps her tribe is capable of crafting it. After all, she hails from the Black Wolf tribe. Although the divine envoy appeared utterly sincere, Yao Yu felt he was deceiving her. Without further ado, She turned to leave. Su immediately stepped forward to intercept her. Where are you going? I intend to question her. Yao Yu wore a sweet smile, yet Su found her icy demeanor far more perilous. I confess, he admitted, realizing concealment was futile. That was originally meant for you. I simply forgot to bring it. By the time I realized, she had already donned it. Thus, that beautiful skirt was initially mine. Humph. Do you dare claim it wasn't given to her for her beauty? Absolutely not. Yao Ling observed the two engaged in heated argument, her eyes wide as saucers. What had she just heard? That exquisite skirt was meant for you. Yet Su had bestowed it upon another woman? She loathed the divine envoy, who professed to adore Yao Ling daily, yet remained oblivious to such a lovely garment. Meanwhile, another woman had already adorned it. Yao Ling felt like a wounded rabbit, wishing to discreetly escape their sight. Yet, how could they remain unaware? It's your fault. Su muttered under his breath. You always claim I love Ling the most, and I give her the best things first. That is absurd. That woman wearing it is better off burned. Yao Yu retorted, equally defiant. Oh, you should hurry and pursue her. She will return on her own soon. Yao Yu urged. Su immediately began shouting and chasing after her. Yao Ling felt her heart shatter. She was about to depart, and he would remain oblivious. Ling, return. I need to clarify things with you. Finally, upon hearing the voice behind her, she let out a sigh of relief and quickened her pace without looking back. Surely, he would catch up, right? After all, the benefits of following him were simply too numerous to count. Upon hearing her father's description, Lang Yu felt a surge of agitation. How could she possibly match his slender frame? Turning her head slightly, she noticed the divine envoy her father spoke of approaching, prompting her to urgently signal for her father to silence himself. Divine envoy, you have arrived. Lang Xiao hastily rose from his seat on the stone. Su waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? Not at all. I observe that everyone seems to have a scarcity of food. Our Black Wolf tribe still has some preserved meat. Would you like me to send someone to fetch it? Chief Lang Xiao, have you seen that woman? She is responsible for our fishing, Su remarked, pointing to a tribeswoman. If you are interested, you may accompany her to the riverbank shortly. Lang Xiao was perplexed. How many fish could a few women catch? Including women and children, they wouldn't even catch enough for everyone to savor. He decided to take his tribe to assist as well. Divine envoy, do you find my daughter beautiful? Lang Xiao inquired. He wants me to follow you. But I have no interest. Lang Yu interjected. Oh dear, divine envoy, do not heed her words, Lang Xiao insisted, casting frantic glances at his daughter. Observing the father-daughter interaction, Su found it amusing. What is this? He asked, not at all irritated, but rather intrigued. Your tribesmen claim you are lacking. I can see you are not as strong as the others. Lang Yu stated earnestly. You will never be able to father a child for me. Hence I cannot be your woman. Who? Tell me, which rascal spoke such nonsense? Su exclaimed suddenly, causing Lang Xiao and his daughter to jump in surprise. That is nonsense. She is just talking. Lang Xiao glared fiercely at Lang Yu. Feigning ignorance, Lang Yu continued, everyone speaks of it. I have heard several people say the same. Just as I was saying, listen closely. Lang Yu's ears perked up, pointing in a certain direction. Su followed her gaze. Several members of the Black Wolf tribe were gathered around a member of the Xian bird tribe, who was animatedly sharing something. Lang Xiao, having overheard a few snippets, chuckled and grabbed Su Yi's arm. Divine envoy, I have heard that one must start as a lowly slave to become a member of the Xian bird tribe. Look at me, you need not. You can directly become a high-ranking slave. Having just offered to contribute their tribe's food stores, Su was not inclined to deny him a position of limited benefit. Lang Xiao was overjoyed. He had heard that low-ranking slaves of the Xian bird tribe endured arduous and tedious work, with no meat to eat. As a dignified chief, he had no desire to become a lowly slave. This matter had troubled him for the entire morning, and a part of the reason for allowing his daughter to accompany the divine envoy was linked to this issue. Yet, the envoy had now directly offered him a chance to be a high-ranking slave. Su was eager to hear what that young lad was concocting. But Lang Xiao held him back. What about my daughter? She is unfit. How could she become a slave? With her stature and beauty, it would be a sheer waste. She ought to be a secretary instead. Chapter 76. Secrets. Furthermore, within our clan, it is paramount to recognize one's own identity. The members of the Black Wolf tribe were puzzled. What is that? It certainly cannot be consumed. Someone interjected. You are lowly slaves. That is your identity, explained a member of the Xianbird clan. Oh, the crowd suddenly understood. You lowly slaves must greet the high-ranking slaves. And when the high-ranking slaves encounter we, the true Shinbird people, they must also pay their respects. What about when we see you? Must we greet you? Of course. The Shinbird member declared with pride. My status surpasses yours. How can one elevate their status? The crowd inquired. Work diligently. The divine envoy has many eyes. He can see your performance, and in due time, you shall be promoted. Many eyes? The crowd was bewildered. Does the divine envoy not possess only two? Divine matters, how could we know? Not far off. Lang Xiao turned to scrutinize Su-yi intently. Is there anyone with a status higher than yours? The Black Wolf tribe members were filled with curiosity. Indeed. The Shinbird member replied, our captain, as well as the divine envoy, possesses a status greater than mine. Is there anyone even higher? Oh, you have asked the right person. The Shinbird member smiled mysteriously. Initially, the divine envoy is the one of the highest status. But I believe otherwise. Is there anyone mightier than the divine envoy? The Black Wolf tribe members were astonished. To them, the divine envoy of the Shinbird clan was unparalleled, with a single command, who would dare disobey. Indeed, that would be the two women of the divine envoy. Not far away, both Lang Xiao and Lang Yu's gazes fell upon Su-yi's face. Two women? The Black Wolf tribe members questioned. You aren't lying, are you? I heard it with my own ears. It is absolutely true. What did you hear? The crowd was intrigued. One night while I was patrolling near Ling's nest, I heard the divine envoy pleading with Ling. The Black Wolf tribe members' eyes sparkled with excitement. Dear Ling, just hold on a little longer. Consider it my plea, will you? The Shinbird member narrated vividly, even incorporating his labored breaths. Not far off. Su-yi felt his face flush. The glances from the two beside him made his heart race. Although he was clothed, he suddenly felt as though he were bare. Now you know, the women of the divine envoy hold the highest status. The Shinbird member proclaimed with satisfaction. This was a unique experience he had not shared with others. Today, he could hardly resist the adoring gazes of the Black Wolf tribe, hence he revealed it. One is our clan leader. Upon encountering her, you will naturally recognize her as such. The other is the one who wanders about joyfully every day. Remember, she is Yao Ling. The women favored by the deity must be treated with utmost respect. They are the chosen ones of the divine. Have they borne children for the deity? Children? As the tribesmen glanced around, Su-yi immediately crouched down, also tugging at the wolf's howl. They are coming. Listen closely. Wolf Moon said to Su-yi. Alas, our deity has no children. The tribesman shook his head and sighed, his expression filled with melancholy. Why is that? According to your words, the esteemed deity should be capable of fathering many children. Shoo, that is a secret of our clan. The tribesman glanced around once more. Let me tell you something. The Shinbird deity bestowed wisdom upon the deity, but took away his manly abilities. The circle of black wolves gasped in shock. Shoo, why are you making such a commotion? Is that so? The crowd's gaze dropped. Indeed, the Shinbird tribesman nodded vigorously, stressing that this must not be disclosed to others. Rest assured, the Black Wolf tribe members vowed earnestly, already planning to share this secret with their companions, deeming it not a breach of trust. Alas, just thinking about how the esteemed deity cannot father children makes me anxious for him. Su-yi could no longer bear to listen. He had thought that even without proclaiming his wisdom and might, he still exuded a dignified and magnanimous presence. Yet, in the eyes of the tribesmen, the fear of women rendered him less than a man. What is wrong with you? Have your eyes been tainted? The Shinbird tribesman observed the person before him blinking incessantly. Yao Lu, are you suggesting that you wish to assist in fathering a child? How could I dare? The women of the deity are chosen by the heavens. The speaker did not even lift his head, for to blaspheme the divine would invite calamity. Wolf Moon wished to follow but was pulled away by Wolf Howl. That is a matter of their own clan. They are now considered outsiders. Seeing the group of fishermen preparing to depart, Wolf Howl immediately called over a dozen tribesmen to follow. What are you doing? Yao Dai asked warily. The deity has commanded us to accompany them for fishing. Wolf Howl explained. The group arrived at the riverbank, where a designated area had been cleared. This is our first participation in a hunt as members of the Shinbird tribe. Keep your eyes sharp and your movements swift. Upon hearing the chief's words, the Black Wolf tribe members eagerly prepared to showcase their skills. You will merely observe from the back. Yao Dai's remark extinguished the enthusiasm of the Black Wolf tribe. Wolf Howl felt disdain in his heart. Just a few women, accompanied by 5 men. How much fish could they possibly catch? It is common sense that the more people there are, the easier it is to catch something. However, he was not in a hurry. Once they failed to catch any fish, he would then bring his people to assist, demonstrating the prowess of their black wolf tribe. "Chief, what is that?" A tribesman in the shade asked curiously. Wolf Howl focused his gaze and saw the group from the Xian bird tribe tossing objects into the water, resembling something that catches mosquitoes beneath a spider's abdomen. The difference was that these items were larger and tied with stones. "Whatever it is," the howling wolf declared, "in a moment, she will come to plead with us. You all remain silent and allow me to speak." Moments later, the commotion erupted. "Oh, Chief, look. You must see this." The crowd clamored. The howling wolf, basking in the sun with closed eyes, felt a surge of displeasure. "Is it not merely one fish?" "Silence, Chief. It is not just one, but a multitude, a veritable bounty." The howling wolf abruptly opened his eyes and beheld a scene that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. The members of the Xian bird clan, astonishingly, each bore a heap of fish. In the sunlight, the scales glimmered brilliantly, dazzling his eyes. On the way back, the howling wolf concealed his arrogance. Although he had surrendered to the Xian bird clan, he still regarded himself as a leader. In his eyes, apart from the divine envoy, and indeed, the two women accompanying her, there was no one deserving of his genuine respect. "What is it that you are utilizing?" the howling wolf inquired, swallowing hard and adopting a tone of humility. Yao Dai followed his gaze and replied, "You mean the net?" "Yes, it is an invention of our divine envoy, and you can see its efficacy." Yao Dai's face radiated admiration. "So it was crafted by the divine envoy." The howling wolf exhaled in relief, feeling considerably more at ease. The humility on his face diminished somewhat. If it is the work of the divine envoy, then it is no wonder. He had initially thought that even the ordinary members of the Xian bird clan possessed such prowess. However, this only solidified his resolve to place his daughter in the care of the divine envoy. The absence of children was inconsequential, sustenance was assured, and suffering was avoided. What mattered most was status. Status was paramount. Chapter 77. Status. Su Yi sat upon a small stone bench, murmuring to himself. The seeds of class he had sown had begun to sprout. He could only wonder what grand tree they might eventually become. What transgressions have they committed? Yao Yu approached, having heard that the divine envoy had punished the entire guard team with weighted runs. They spread rumors. Su Yi withdrew from his thoughts, still feeling a simmering anger regarding the matter. Rumors? They dare to claim I lack the essence of manhood. "Oh, that matter," Yao Yu exclaimed, having already heard the whispers. She recalled that upon their first meeting, he had possessed it, and she had discreetly inquired with Ling Ling had informed her that not only did he have it, but she had thought little of it. "You were aware?" Su Yi said in astonishment, realizing that the secret of the entire clan had eluded him. "And they deny you offspring." Yao Yu replied somewhat awkwardly, "We know you possess it, and that is sufficient. I comprehend the reasoning. Shall we not prove it to them tonight?" "No, do not involve me. Seek Ling instead." Yao Yu hastily waved her hands. Su Yi was merely speaking whimsically. To engage in such an act in full view of the crowd would undermine the dignity of the divine envoy. The fallen enemies had already been buried. The living ones were confined in the northeastern corner of the camp. Over 30 individuals, more than half of whom bore burns, while the remainder suffered from arrow wounds. The ones overseeing them were members of the Black Wolf tribe. Observing the dire plight of the captives from the Tiger tribe, several members of the Black Wolf clan felt a wave of gratitude for their commendable leader. Originally, they too were captives, but they had now transformed into the overseers of those they once resembled. The Xianbird tribe had devised a comprehensive method for handling prisoners: gentle persuasion, coaxing with sweet promises, and if all else failed, the execution of a few. Such matters were of no concern to Su Yi. Amidst the ashes of their lair, a new bonfire flickered to life. "Today we shall rest, and tomorrow we shall return to our ancestral homeland," Su Yi declared, retreating to his small stone stool. The members of the Xianbird tribe, whether kin or slaves, erupted with unbridled joy. They had gleaned news from the guards, though their camp had been lost. The divine envoy had displayed remarkable prowess by not only subduing the Black Wolf tribe, but also repelling the Tiger tribe. They had also heard that henceforth, the Xianbird tribe would no longer suffer the indignities inflicted by external tribes. Hand in hand, the tribesfolk danced in unison. Su Yi merely observed from a distance, absorbing the essence of their pure emotions, their exuberance, and the fervor of unity, coupled with courage. Wolf Howl gazed at the fish in his hands, then at the wild vegetables held by Wolf 2, overwhelmed with excitement. Identity. This was identity. At the moment of submission, he had been prepared to graze on grass and swallow vegetables, yet now, he had unexpectedly metamorphosed into a high-ranking slave. What fortune it was to have a good daughter. Wolf 2 fish. He shook the strip of meat in his hand. Wolf 2 was consumed with regret. Had he not promised to remain with the Shinbird tribe? Now he was a formal member. Looking at the wild vegetables, he gritted his teeth and swallowed. Here, have half. Wolf 2 stared at the half strip of fish meat that the leader offered, nearly moved to tears. Leader, I have wronged you. He recalled how, when he came to the Shinbird tribe to trade for bows and arrows, they had always given him meat, which he had secretly devoured. Wolf Howl instinctively tried to retract his hand, realizing Wolf 2 had been secretly indulging. Yet the fish had already fallen into the other's grasp. How much meat did they give you each time? Seeing Wolf 2 gesture with his hands, Wolf Howl felt somewhat reassured. That size. Several pieces each time. Both fish and meat. Wolf Howl gasped. So he had already tasted fish, while he had seen none of it. They even offered me crocodile meat, which I did not save for you. Wolf 2 lamented further. Crocodile meat. Wolf Howl's teeth ground in irritation. However, since the meat had been given, he graciously patted Wolf 2 on the shoulder. It is all in the past. Let us strive for a prosperous future within the Shinbird tribe. Wolf Howl declared resolutely. In the open space beneath the statue of the Shinbird, which had been carried out and then returned, everyone gathered together, arranged neatly according to their ranks. All had received word that the divine envoy was to announce to the heavenly deity the acceptance of new members into the Shinbird tribe. Mu Fong. Fong Isu recited 8 names. 5 individuals, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, approached the statue. 3 others, injured, were astonishingly carried forth. The trio was overwhelmed with emotion. The divine messenger had allowed their enemies to escape in order to rescue them, and now welcomed them into the Xian Niao tribe. Ignoring their wounds, the 3 tumbled from their stretchers and, like the other 5, prostrated themselves on the ground. All 8 displayed profound reverence, regardless of the soot and ash that stained their chests and faces. These 8 warriors, courageous in battle and unafraid of formidable foes, willingly sacrificed themselves for the Xian Niao tribe. Today, they proclaimed before the celestial deity of Xian Niao, accepting these 8 as members of the tribe. In addition to enjoying the privileges of Xian Niao tribespeople, they were bestowed with the rights of tribe members. They were urged to prioritize the interests of the Xian Niao tribe and to share in its concerns. Should anyone dare to betray the Xian Niao tribe, divine retribution would surely follow. Su Yi gazed skyward, arms raised high, his voice resonating like a great bell. His solemn words, with their rhythmic intonation and an array of unfamiliar vocabulary, inspired unwavering belief among the tribespeople. They felt he was reporting to the celestial deity, engaging in divine dialogue. Unanimously, all present prostrated themselves, listening intently to Su Yi's proclamation. As the declaration concluded, the 8 individuals in the front row, under the guidance of Yao Yu, were the first to rise. Their expressions were grave, their eyes solemn, as they took their oaths. As a member of the Xian Niao tribe, I pledge to obey the commands of the divine messenger, to execute the decisions of the divine messenger, all for the sake of the Xian Niao tribe, and to never betray it. Such oaths had been recited by every member of the guard. However, taking an oath beneath the statue held a profoundly different significance. Though the guards enjoyed the privileges of being Xian Niao tribespeople, without full membership, they could not attend tribal meetings nor possess women independently. These were rights exclusive to true members of the Xian Niao tribe. Su Yi had long recognized that this rite of passage was far more effective than any mere promises he could articulate. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a single oath could often awaken their sense of belonging. Rise. Yao Yu prolonged the command. One by one, the prostrated tribespeople began to stand. The ceremony was lengthy, and Yao Yu resolutely refused to abbreviate it, insisting even on personally overseeing the promotion of high-ranking slaves. Since the establishment of the divine messenger's identity, all communications with the celestial deity had been entrusted to him. The primitive folk, in their simplicity, believed that only the divine messenger could gain the deity's favor. Words from others held no weight. The promotion of high-ranking slaves was also a matter of honor, demanding meticulous attention, and thus required the divine messenger's personal involvement. As the sun sank in the west, the ceremony finally concluded. The newly inducted members of the tribe were, needless to say, ecstatic. Those elevated to high-ranking slaves walked with the pride of victorious roosters, heads held high. Wait, esteemed divine messenger, This isn't right. A voice suddenly cried from the back of the crowd, halting the departing throng. You've forgotten about me. Chapter 78. The sudden night reigned. The people of the Black Wolf tribe, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, felt a mix of discomfort and trepidation. Upon hearing the chief's sudden exclamation, everyone was taken aback. Oh. Sue restrained his hand from striking his forehead. Wolf Howl, as the leader of the Black Wolves, voluntarily surrendered to avert casualties, and as a mark of his accomplishment, was elevated to the rank of a high-ranking slave. With a serious expression, Sue proclaimed, "Now let Wolf Howl come forth before the idol to receive the acknowledgement of all." Wolf Howl felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. It turned out that surrendering with his tribe was such a monumental act. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his legs feeling as light as though he were treading upon a thick carpet of leaves. Upon reaching the gathered crowd, he turned around. He beheld the neatly arranged assembly, gazing into their eyes that reflected admiration, envy, or perhaps a blend of both. He accepted the wooden plaque, symbolizing his status as a high-ranking slave, which the female chieftain personally hung around his neck. In that moment, Wolf Howl felt as if he had fallen into a blazing fire, his entire being ablaze with heat. Mimicking those around him, he prostrated himself in reverence. Rising afterward, he found himself at a loss on how to return to his place under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Chief, congratulations." A member of the Black Wolf tribe came forward to offer their felicitations. "No, please do not call me Chief," Wolf Howl replied, glancing around. "Just call me by my name." He gestured to the plaque hanging from his chest, indicating, "I am no longer the chief." Those permitted to join the Xianbird tribe were selected through Su Yi's rigorous process. Even the high-ranking slaves were recommended by the tribe members, confirmed by Yao Yu, and ultimately decided upon by Su Yi. In truth, the loyalty of these individuals was not in question. The selection criteria were based on their diligence in labor and bravery in battle. Delving deeper, it became evident that their industriousness and courage were relatively comparable. Indeed, some were undoubtedly more industrious and braver than others. The quotas for tribal membership and the number of high-ranking slaves were proportionate to the total count of slaves. An excess of quotas would lead to devaluation, while too few would diminish motivation. Su Yi was still exploring the appropriate balance. As for the aspiration of ensuring uniformity in living conditions, he had never dared to hope for such a luxury. The constraints of productivity were the most significant hindrance. The current reality was that not everyone could enjoy meat. Some would inevitably have to subsist on wild vegetables. Even with advancements in productivity, the first fruits would likely be private ownership. If he could develop the Xianbird tribe to the point where slaves were neither slaughtered nor treated as property to be freely bought and sold, it would be a monumental achievement. As night fell, bonfires of various sizes were ignited throughout the camp. People huddled together in small groups for warmth. "What are you looking at?" Yao Ling asked curiously, nestled in Su Yi's embrace. She noticed he had been gazing at the sky for quite some time. "I'm watching to see if it will rain," he replied. "Are you inquiring of the Xianbird deity?" she asked. "No. Then who are you asking?" "I'm asking the moon and the stars. They might have the answers." "Su, you are truly remarkable," Yao Ling exclaimed in admiration. "When I ask them, they never respond." "Will it rain?" Yao Yu interjected. "They said they do not know." In the dead of night, a fierce wind arose, followed by a torrential downpour. The campfire was extinguished, and everyone huddled together, seeking refuge in the woods. Soaked to the skin and deprived of warmth, Su Yi crouched beneath a large tree, his limbs numb and body trembling. The day had been cloudless, with no hint of impending rain. Yet, the night had unleashed such a tempest. Had he known to construct a simple shelter, he would not be in such a dire predicament. The wild, stormy night was truly unbearable. Where had Ling and Yu gone? Su Yi noticed that only Yao Ling remained by his side. "You asked me to look after you before she left," Yao Ling said, scanning the surroundings. "I don't know where she went." "Are you cold?" Su Yi asked, wrapping his arms around himself, his voice quivering. "When we first arrived here, we endured rain daily." "Even worse than this," Yao Ling replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Yi felt a wave of relief. He had been concerned for their well-being. Cold raindrops continued to fall, accompanied by the relentless chill of the wind. Several times, he imagined the sun rising over the horizon, its warm rays gracing his face, only to open his eyes and find himself still pelted by rain. He realized he might be succumbing to hypothermia. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. Noticing that Yao Ling appeared unaffected, he spoke up. "Ling, if you're not cold, come here and hug me." Hug. Yaoling thought she had misheard. Yes. I'm freezing. Su-yi mumbled incoherently. You're not trying to trick me again, are you? Yaoling blinked, recalling how he often used various excuses to deceive her. Yet this time it seemed genuine. As she reached out her hand, she suddenly saw him collapse to the ground. Su, what happened? Yaoling caught him in her arms. Realizing he was icy to the touch, his eyes closed tight. You're just joking with me, right? Yaoling gazed at him with hope, wishing he would smile back as he usually did. But the person in her embrace remained utterly still. Sister Yu, where are you? Help! Eagle! Yaoling cried out, her voice breaking. Come quickly, the divine envoy is dying. Yao Yu had just returned, carrying a large stack of broad leaves. Hearing Yaoling's voice, she trembled, dropping the leaves scattered across the ground. She had been worried that his frail form would not withstand the downpour. The biting wind had chilled her as well, prompting her to gather materials to construct a makeshift nest for him. She never expected he would be on the brink of collapse. Ling. Yao Yu rushed to the tree, her heart sinking at the sight of Yao Ling slumped on the ground, cradling an ashen-faced Su-yi, who showed no signs of life. Sister Yu, please save him. Yao Ling sobbed, her eyes pleading as she regarded the newcomer as her savior. What has happened to the divine envoy? He was perfectly fine during the day. Has the Suanio deity taken his soul? Upon hearing of the divine envoy's plight, a throng of people rushed to the scene, their voices rising chaotically like headless flies. Silence. Yao Yu crouched beside Yao Ling, her eyes swollen with tears. She had witnessed the unfortunate fate of Su-yi. He was frozen but still alive. Eagle. Gather everyone and find a dry spot to construct a small nest. Hurry. Li. Take some people to find large leaves to shield him from the rain. The rest. Lend a hand. The crowd immediately sprang into action. The Xianyao tribe was quite adept at building nests, and with their numbers, they possessed ample strength and resources in the form of branches and vines. Before long, a small nest emerged within the forest. Yao Yu took Su-yi from Yao Ling's arms, exerting all her strength to lift him and take shelter within the nest. Li. Find a way to gather some dry twigs for a fire. If not, then let it be. Eagle. Elevate the surroundings to prevent rainwater from seeping in. Ling. Come inside and seal the entrance. Chapter 79. Ascending to the heavens. Once Ling entered, the small nest felt somewhat cramped. Yao Yu sat cross-legged on a thick layer of large leaves, and beneath her, it was not particularly cold. She fumbled in the darkness to remove Su-yi's drenched shorts, and then, with one hand, lifted the animal hide covering her chest to hold him closely against her. Ling. Stop crying. Remove your animal hide, and embrace him from behind. He is merely cold. If we warm him up, he shall awaken. After failing to rouse Su-yi, Yao Ling felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. He was so formidable. She had never imagined that he would one day be reduced to this state. Hearing Yu's words, Yao Ling swiftly cast aside the hide covering her chest, kneeling and pressing against his icy form. She extended her arms, tightly embracing him. Yao Ling believed that as long as she held him firmly enough, the spirit of the Xianyao deity would not claim his soul. Ling, are you afraid? Yes. She replied, her voice thick with tears. I am afraid too, Yao Yu said softly. He was well. Our Xianyao tribe is a powerful clan with many members. If anything were to happen to him, the others might have their own thoughts. Sister Yu, I just want him to wake up. So do I. Yao Yu tightened her embrace. Chief, good news. A member of the tribe rushed through the rain to Wolf Howl, the envoy of the Xianyao tribe. He has died. What? Wolf Howl leaped up, scrutinizing the eyes of the messenger. How do you know? It's utter chaos over there. It is said that his woman spoke it herself. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Wolf Howl's eyes. His identity. This is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to elevate our status. Quickly, assemble our people. The envoy's mission has been fulfilled. After extinguishing the other tribes, he was called back to the heavens by the Xianyao deity. Under the rain, beneath the great tree, several old members of the Yin Feng tribe gathered. What about us? Stop dreaming. The envoy has ascended, but the guard team remains. Rinzai cast a glance at them and spoke calmly. Many of our Yin Feng tribe members are within the guard team. Summoning them should yield results. What do you intend to do? Rinzai chuckled, saying, let us not discuss whether those team members will heed your words. Even if they do, what will you gain from the Xian bird tribe's camp reduced to mere ashes? What will I gain? The old man retorted indignantly, at the very least. Elevate me to a high-ranking slave. It has been ages since I feasted on meat. High-ranking slave? Rinzai sighed. Originally, We all had the potential to become such. Why? The crowd inquired, puzzled. As long as an oblivious tribe provokes the divine envoy, and with a few more slaves from the Shinbird tribe, we elders would naturally ascend to high-ranking status. Is that truly the case? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Isn't it about who works harder? Indeed, working harder is important. Rinzai stroked his beard. But do you believe you can outwork those young and vigorous ones? We old fellows can only endure, waiting to become high-ranking slaves. The divine envoy, how remarkable! Rinzai lamented further. Alas, he is far too clever. The gods will surely take him away, if he lives well. The Shinbird tribe will grow ever stronger, and our Yinfeng tribe shall thrive alongside them. Will there even be a Yinfeng tribe then? An elder questioned skeptically. You, my friend, are truly naive. Rinzai gazed skyward, allowing the rain to wash over his face. Whether it be Yinfeng or Shinbird, are we not still the same people? As long as the children of our tribe are well-fed and able to reproduce, it matters not under the protection of the Yinfeng god or the Shinbird god. With that, Rinzai sighed deeply, observing the bustling crowd in the rain not far away. The other elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they retreated beneath the trees. Yao Yu felt a surge of excitement. She sensed his breath. His head gently rested upon her shoulder, his ear brushing against her cheek. So tranquil, like a slumbering child. His body was no longer as cold. His arms had grown warm. Yet, why did he not awaken? Outside the nest, chaos ensued. She recognized that the howls of wolves were accompanied by his men confronting the eagles. Why has Wolf Howl brought so many here? Came the voice of an eagle. For what purpose? Surely to meet the divine envoy, responded Wolf Howl. And you, what are you doing here in the dead of night with these people? Where is the divine envoy? The divine envoy is ill and cannot see you now. You should return. Wolf Howl immediately detected the lies. His own men had declared the divine envoy deceased, yet this fellow insisted he was merely unwell. You lie, Wolf Howl asserted. Is there another reason you refuse to let me see him? Could it be that this person before me, in a bid to elevate his status, has slain the divine envoy? Warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, charge with me. Wolf Howl, has the rain muddled your mind? The sounds of shoving and fighting erupted outside the nest. Sister Yu, they are about to break in. What should we do? Yao Ling expressed her concern. Fear not. The eagle will hold them off. Yet Yao Yu felt a gnawing unease. There were still many from the Black Wolf tribe. Wolf Howl, have you lost your senses? Or do you wish to betray us? You are the traitor, daring to slay the divine envoy. Who has slain the divine envoy? Where is he? I must see him. Lang Shao swiftly noticed the small nest within the woods and promptly led his men towards it. As the sounds of combat drew nearer, Yao Yu grew anxious that they might damage the nest. Lang Shao, are you betraying the Xin Yao tribe? The chilling voice emanated from within the nest. Lang Shao recognized it as the voice of the divine envoy's woman, the matriarch of the clan, indicating her high status. I have not betrayed anyone. Then why have you come here in the dead of night? Yao Yu retorted coldly. I heard that the divine envoy had perished. Su has not died. You are the one who is doomed. Another woman's furious voice resonated from within the nest, her status evidently even higher. The divine envoy is not dead? Of course not. He is right here in my arms. Yao Yu replied calmly. He is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep. Lang Shao's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly led his followers back. As the commotion outside ceased, the two women inside the nest breathed sighs of relief. Surely they won't return? If the divine envoy remains absent during the day, they may cause further trouble, Yao Yu thought, her eyes glimmering with cold resolve. Su Yi, in a drowsy haze, felt as though he were enveloped in soft clouds. The clouds were warm and carried a faint fragrance. He no longer felt cold, nor did rain fall upon him. How blissful it was, so comfortable that he wished to remain in this state forever. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, he succumbed once more to sleep. Sister Yu, did he just move? Yao Ling exclaimed, sensing a shift in the person cradled in her arms. Surely not. Yao Yu replied, perhaps your legs have gone numb? If you are tired, rest for a while. His body has warmed up. No, I am fine. Yao Ling yawned. The rain had ceased, and the sky was clear. Sunlight bathed the lush forest, the leaves vibrant green, while birds chirped melodiously and insects murmured softly. The divine envoy's body was no longer cold. He was now burning with fever. Yao Yu fretted, I must find some herbs to treat the fire poison. You go fetch him some water. In chapter 80, Burned Alive, the two women busied themselves tidying their garments and settling Su Yi before opening the door to the nest. Sister Yu, How fares the divine envoy? Outside the nest, tribespeople surrounded them in layers. Seeing the concern in their gazes, Yao Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He has been afflicted by fire poison and requires medicinal herbs. Ing, take a few people and assist me in gathering them. The situation is urgent, and I cannot concern myself with anything else right now. The rest of you, chop down some trees around here to let the sunlight in. Li, go procure some clean water and keep an eye on the divine envoy. At dawn, Lang Xiao severely punished the individual who had spread the false news. He had thought it a fortuitous opportunity for promotion, yet it turned out to be a fabrication. The punished man felt utterly aggrieved, insisting he had clearly heard cries proclaiming that the divine envoy had died. How could he have come back to life? Only the divine envoy could accomplish such a feat. Chief, trouble. A member of the tribe stumbled in, breathless. The Xianbird clan is surrounding us. What? Wolf Howl exclaimed. Confusion etched across his face. What is happening? They're shouting to burn the traitors. Traitors? Wolf Howl scanned the crowd. Which one of you is a traitor? Step forward at once. The people exchanged bewildered glances. Wolf Howl looked left and right, finding no one who resembled a traitor. The cacophony from the Xianbird clan grew louder as they closed in. To his horror, Wolf Howl noticed that nearly all the members of the guard were present. Shield bearers stood at the front, archers behind them, marching in formation, clearly prepared for action. Is it truly necessary to gather so many to capture a single traitor? He queried. Yao Ying, what is the meaning of this? Burn the traitors. The opposing faction shouted in unison, their fervent voices striking fear into the hearts of many. Traitors? Who among us is a traitor? Wolf Howl looked around desperately. You are all traitors. Lay down your weapons and kneel, or face death. Yao Ying declared coldly. All of us. Wolf Howl gasped, incredulous. How can that be? You know well what you did last night, Yao Ying replied, his tone indifferent. Wolf Howl recalled the events of the previous night, when he had led his people to the divine envoy's location. It was a misunderstanding. We thought the divine envoy had died. Upon learning that the divine envoy was alive, he and his group had returned, only to find themselves labeled as traitors. We went to summon the spirit of the divine envoy. We did not betray. The divine envoy is not dead. What spirit are you summoning? Yao Ying retorted, revealing their intent to curse the divine envoy to death. I misheard the news. I believe the divine envoy had perished, but we are certainly not traitors. Whether you are traitors is something we can discern for ourselves. To be frank, it is the chieftain's orders to apprehend you. Yao Ying added, if you have anything to say, address her. Over 50 members of the Black Wolf tribe were bound and driven back to the ruins of the Xianbird clan's camp. Chieftain, I demand to see the chieftain. Wolf Howl protested defiantly. Silence. A guard snapped, impatience evident. The chieftain is preoccupied with tending to the divine envoy and cannot meet you. But we are not traitors. Wolf Howl pleaded, his eyes falling on his daughter, bound alongside him, agony coursing through him. Bundles of firewood were being gathered nearby, ready to fuel their impending execution. The divine envoy is alive. I must see the divine envoy. It's all a misunderstanding. Wolf Howl cried out. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The members of the Black Wolf tribe felt a profound despair. The guards possessed a unique method of binding, rendering them helpless. They were to be burned alive. Warrior, I remained in place last night and never approached the divine envoy. Why have I been bound as well? Wolf 2 shouted. He had consumed wild vegetables too hastily and, combined with the rain, found himself in a state of disarray. He had intended to assist with the summoning, but his erratic movements had thwarted his efforts. The team member regarded Wolf 2 with suspicion for a prolonged moment. You truly did not go? I swear by the divine. I absolutely did not. Wolf 2 quickly replied. Then wait here. I shall report back. Shortly thereafter, the team member returned. The clan leader has decreed that our Xianbird clan does not slay the innocent. As the ropes binding his hands and legs were untied, Wolf 2 exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Wolf 2, you must find the divine envoy. Wolf Howl clutched at this lifeline. He must know we are innocent. Chief, I understand. Wolf 2 exclaimed hoarsely as he was ushered from the venue. The lives of so many in our Black Wolf tribe rest in your hands. The echoes of Wolf Howl's cries resonated in the arena. Without hesitation, Wolf 2 hastened towards the dwelling of the divine envoy. What are you doing? Before he could approach, he was intercepted by the guards. I must see the divine envoy. I have matters to report. Wolf 2 spoke cautiously. The envoy sees no one. You must return. The guard retorted, brandishing a wooden spear, his eyes filled with vigilance. This is unacceptable. I must meet the envoy. Wolf 2 fretted, pacing anxiously. The envoy is ill and has yet to awaken. It would be futile for you to meet him, the guard added. Sighing deeply, Wolf 2 rubbed his hands together, rising on his toes to peer at the heavily guarded sanctuary. Alas, he could discern nothing. Then I shall meet the clan leader or Yaoling. Wait here. I shall report this, the guard declared before departing. Clan leader, there is someone from the Black Wolf tribe seeking an audience with you. Inside the sanctuary, Yao Yu felt a wave of agitation. He is no longer feverish. Why does he not awaken? Upon learning that someone from the Black Wolf tribe wished to see her, she snapped, Go tell him, I shall not meet with him. This lot of traitors from the Black Wolf tribe is nothing but trouble. After the divine envoy collapsed last night, they were the first to rush in and cause a commotion. Had she not deceived them into believing the envoy was merely asleep, they would have surely created havoc. Today, once she had the opportunity, she would command the guards to apprehend those traitors. In her clan, traitors are met with severe punishment, either crushed by stones or burned alive. She had resolved to incinerate them. This way, no one could take advantage of the chaos. Ensuring the envoy's safety. Perhaps you should consider meeting with him? Yaoling suggested, stationed outside the sanctuary. I shall not. Yao Yu retorted coldly. Brother, our Xianbird clan owes its existence to the divine envoy. I shall not allow the Black Wolf tribe to harm him. Perhaps they truly come to summon his spirit? Yaoling hesitated. Summon his spirit? Yao Yu scoffed. Have you ever heard of summoning the spirit of one who still lives? They clearly wished to take advantage of the disorder to kill the envoy. Yaoling sighed, choosing not to press further. His sister now resembled a hen fiercely guarding her chicks, viewing every passerby as a potential foe. Earlier, while foraging for herbs, she had scolded a member of the Flame Phoenix tribe for mistakenly identifying a plant. He could only hope the envoy would awaken soon. The clan leader has stated she will not see you. The guard conveyed. Refusal? Wolf 2 clenched his fists, stamping his feet in frustration. Ling, what of Yao Ling? Will she not see me either? Ling? She tended to the divine envoy throughout the night, eventually succumbing to slumber, as the chieftain forbade us from disturbing her. Wolf 2, feeling utterly helpless, lifted his gaze. The blazing sun appeared to him as if it had faded, turning a dull gray. The fates of dozens from the Black Wolf tribe lay in his hands, yet he found himself powerless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group brandishing torches, heading directly towards the camp where the Black Wolf clansmen were tethered. Oh, divine being, I implore you to open your eyes and witness our plight. Wolf 2 fell to his knees, weeping skyward. They did not deserve to die. Hey! A low voice called from above. Through tear-blurred vision, Wolf 2 turned to see the guard. I can direct you to someone. Seek him out. He may have a solution. Chapter 81. A prayer for blessing who? Please tell me. With a sudden burst of energy, Wolf 2 sprang to his feet. The former chieftain of the Flame Phoenix tribe, a Dui, known as Renze, the divine envoy, once murmured something about that old man having some ideas. Upon hearing this, Wolf 2 turned and dashed away. Do you know where he is? The guard inquired, puzzled. Wolf 2 paused, wiping his face. Where is he? In the forest to the east. Hurry. When Wolf 2 entered, he saw but one person chopping wood. The neatly arranged branches were being transported away, destined for the feet of his own tribe. I beg you, please save our Black Wolf tribe. Without hesitation, Wolf 2 prostrated himself deeply. Renze turned, scanning the surroundings, and noticing no one else was present. You seek my help? He asked, bewildered. Do you know who I am? Renze, chieftain. I implore you to rescue my people. They never intended to harm the divine envoy. How did you come to me? Renze repeatedly waved his hands. I am but a lowly slave. I cannot save your tribe. With the divine envoy falling ill, and the Black Wolf tribe implicated, he too harbored doubts about their intentions. Wolf 2 clung to him like a drowning man grasping at straws, refusing to let go. They are innocent. They should not perish. Are you certain of this? Renze furrowed his brows. Our leader merely sought to make an impression. He acted too hastily. If the Black Wolf tribe is indeed blameless, then they truly do not deserve death. Although he grasped little of the divine envoy's many decisions, one thing was clear. The divine envoy placed great value on the populace. For the sake of the Xianbird tribe, he should lend his assistance. Are you certain your people are innocent? Renze fixed his gaze intently upon Wolf 2's eyes. I swear to the Black Wolf deity, no, to the Xianbird deity. They never sought to harm the divine envoy. Very well, rise. I shall meet with the chieftain. Renze helped Wolf 2 to his feet, adjusting his fur cloak. Within the remnants of the camp, a heap of firewood loomed. Wolf too noticed the flames had yet to ignite, granting him a momentary sense of relief. You and your tribe have frightened the feathered chieftain, Rinzai remarked, quickening his pace. Yeah, the former chieftain of the Flame Phoenix tribe, Rinzai wishes to see you. Yao Yu paused, then quickly composed herself. Please, bring him in. These individuals were of an age similar to her father's, making them her elders. Had they not exiled her from her ancestral land, she would still hold them in reverence. Chieftain Ya. Rinzai bowed in respect. Chieftain Rinzai. Yao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I believe you should not immediately incinerate the members of the Black Wolf tribe, Rinzai stated, getting straight to the point. Why? Yao Yu asked, maintaining her composure. They have erred, but it is the divine messenger who should determine the appropriate punishment. Rinzai gazed into Yao Yu's eyes and continued. If the divine messenger were to administer the punishment, it may not necessarily result in their execution. Yao Yu furrowed her delicate brows. Rinzai's assertion was not without merit. They ought to heed the divine messenger's guidance rather than make decisions on his behalf. Consider this, if they are indeed innocent. The divine messenger may hold you accountable upon awakening. Innocent? Yao Yu let out a sardonic laugh, her piercing gaze causing Rinzai to feel a chill. Very well. Those who seek to harm my man shall not be spared. Yao Yu gestured for Rinzai to depart. Chief, allow me to say one more thing. Rinzai insisted. Yao Yu lifted her chin slightly, signaling him to proceed. Slaughter will bring misfortune to the ailing. It would be wiser to await the divine messenger's awakening before punishing those traitors. Rinzai earnestly stated, lowering his gaze. Truly? Yao Yu looked at him skeptically. Indeed. Seeing the chief's interest, Rinzai seized the moment. Our current focus should be on offering prayers, beseeching the divine messenger to awaken, rather than engaging in violence, which would be detrimental to him. Yao Yu contemplated this and nodded. Summon someone. Immediately, a member of the guard stepped forward to await orders. Leave the deceased for now. Spare the others for the time being. Have them kneel and pray for the divine messenger. If he does not awaken, they shall accompany the dead. The guard received the command and swiftly departed. Rinzai exhaled in relief and quietly withdrew. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pillar, binding 5 tribesmen. Beneath them lay piles of firewood. The wolves howled mournfully, pleading for mercy. It was all his fault. Why did he not venture alone? This would have spared them from such a fate. His poor daughter had yet to bear children and was now facing death. Burn me, spare my people. The wolf howled desperately. The 2 guards responsible for the punishment exchanged glances and, showing courtesy, replied, We will burn you shortly. No, it is my fault. My sins are great, and I should be the first to burn. We've already said it will be you first, remarked the shorter guard. Those with greater sins will be punished first, no doubt about it, the taller guard mused. Untying them and rebinding them would take considerable time. But he is the leader. He should be the first to burn. Halt! Do not burn my father. Release him. Howling Moon shouted, If you free him, I will bear children for you. The 2 guards, upon hearing the voice of a woman, who was also remarkably beautiful, exchanged glances. The chief's order is to kill them all, proclaimed the taller one. We could have our way with her first, and then it would be the same. The shorter one exclaimed, his eyes glinting with excitement. Is that permissible? Why not? It does not contravene the chief's orders. Did the chief not say one cannot engage in such acts before execution? After the shorter guard spoke, he felt a surge of pride, convinced of his cleverness. No. The tall man smiled with delight, but his expression soon dimmed. However, the divine messenger had decreed that one must not contravene a woman's will. The short man pondered momentarily, then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Have we defied her wishes? Clearly. She consented. Ah, that makes sense. The tall man rejoiced once more, only to be reminded of something else. The divine messenger had stated that one must not deceive. Having violated her, they could not harm her father. The short man, upon hearing this, frantically racked his brain, yet could not conjure a suitable justification. Alas, this was indeed a troublesome predicament. With a sigh, he cast another glance at Wolf Moon. This woman appeared unkempt, yet her face was not without merit. It would be a shame to burn her alive. Nevertheless, since they sought to harm the divine messenger, they could not be spared. As Wolf Moon observed the 2 deep in discussion, hope surged within her. To bear a child in exchange for her father's life was undoubtedly worthwhile. Noticing their eyes frequently darting her way, she raised her hand to wipe her cheek. We shall not harm you, declared the tall team member, leaving her momentarily stunned. We must obey the chieftain's command, and that command is to eliminate you all, leaving no one alive. Seeing the two raise their torches and approach the stone pillar, the flames ignited. Wolf Moon yearned to leap forward and sink her teeth into the two men. "Stop! You must stop! I will kill you!" No matter how she shouted. It did not deter their punishment of the traitors. Blood oozed from her wrists, yet the ropes binding her could not be broken. "Moon, it is futile," the wolf howled, shaking its head in despair. "It is all Father's fault. He was blinded by arrogance, unable to discern right from wrong." Chapter 82. Awakening Wolf Moon was utterly perplexed. As the tribal chief, her father was supposed to consult with everyone before making decisions regarding the tribe. Yet, Yao Yu was merely the chieftain of the Xianbird clan, not even a chief in her own right. What right did she have to decree the execution of so many of her kin with a mere word? What justified her actions? Was it simply because she was the divine messengeress woman? Was it because everyone revolved around her? "The chieftain has issued an order." A guard rushed in. Wolf Moon immediately perked up, eager to learn what command that woman had imposed this time. "Cease the execution of the traitors. Let them kneel and pray for the divine messenger's blessing." The command echoed 3 times as the messenger turned to leave. "Not to be killed?" the short guard inquired, hurrying after him. "If the divine messenger does not awaken, they will still meet their demise. For now, they are spared," the messenger explained. "Oh dear." The tall and short duo hurriedly extinguished the flames with branches. Fortunately, the firewood was damp. The two, now smoke-stunned, released the stone pillar and regained their composure. The 5, having narrowly escaped death, were filled with exhilaration, kneeling to bow before the chief. Had it not been for the chief's plea, delaying for a moment, they would likely have suffocated. Yao Yu was restless. The divine messenger was physically well, yet remained in a deep slumber. She feared he might sleep indefinitely. Since prayers seemed effective, Yao Yu resolutely issued a series of commands. Slaves, regardless of their rank, knelt in reverence to offer prayers for the divine envoy. Even the captives of the tiger tribe were not exempt from this decree. It was announced that henceforth, daily prayers would be offered to the divine envoy. "Li, you are tasked with supervising them. Anyone found lacking in sincerity must be apprehended and dealt with once the envoy awakens." At the campsite, a multitude of men, women, and children knelt in submission. In the center, a somewhat larger nest had been constructed, where the divine envoy, Su Yi, lay within. "Chief, it is time to feed the livestock," Yao Lan said, glancing at Yao Yu seated at the head of the table. "You should first attend to your duties and feed them. After that, instruct them to return and continue their prayers." Yao Lan sighed in relief, preparing to leave, when she noticed the bloodshot eyes of Yao Yu, who looked at her with concern. "You, do you not wish to take a moment to rest?" I am not tired. You carry on with your tasks." Yao Yu dismissed her. Su Yi stirred awake. Above him, the branches formed a deep green canopy, and the scent of wood lingered in the air. He found himself in a newly constructed nest, his thoughts gradually coalescing. He recalled the frigid rain and wind, how he had succumbed to hypothermia. It seemed he had been rescued by the others. Struggling to rise, his limbs still felt weak. Beside him was a rudimentary wooden bed where Ling lay, her complexion rosy and breathing steady. She appeared to be asleep, though her brows were slightly furrowed. At the entrance of the nest stood a graceful figure. "Yao Yu, how long have I been asleep?" He spoke, his voice hoarse. Yao Yu turned sharply at the sound, her eyes widening as she beheld him standing. "You are awake." Tears brimmed in her eyes, though she fought to keep them from falling. Su Yi observed her expression. Had his fainting truly alarmed her? "Am I not fine?" he reassured, patting his chest. "Why weep? Come here and embrace me." In the next moment, a soft body collided with his embrace. Fortunately, the bed provided support, allowing Su Yi to stabilize himself. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility. After a brief moment, the person in his arms regained her composure. The strong female chieftain rarely revealed such vulnerability, and it was for him. Su Yi thought joyfully that perhaps it was his undeniable charm that had captivated her. "Su, the Black Wolf tribe has betrayed us, and I am terrified." Yao Yu lifted her tear-streaked face. Su Yi's embrace tightened momentarily. "You weep over this?" "I am not crying." "Who is crying?" she retorted, though tears cascaded down her chest to her abdomen. Yet, her defiance faltered. "But what is this about the betrayal of the Black Wolf tribe? The camp was left in ruins, with no reason for their treachery. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to one of my subordinates? Does he believe he can best the guards?" A torrent of questions surged within Su Yi. He gently released her from his hold, needing clarity. "Yao Yu, reluctant to step away, found solace in the warmth of his chest, despite its lack of breadth. The two stood facing each other, and Sue-yi noticed her pallor. He took her hand and led her to the edge of the bed, gently pressing her shoulder to encourage her to sit. Tell me about the Black Wolf tribe. I will handle it. Yao Yu nodded and began to recount the events. You must have misunderstood them, Sue-yi said gravely after listening. They have not betrayed us. Yao Yu's pupils contracted, momentarily stunned. Are they still our kin? Sue-yi nodded. Yao Yu felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. Sue-yi sensed her distress. Did you punish them? I ordered the guards to burn them alive, she murmured, her body trembling involuntarily. I heard the wails just now. I burned innocent kin. Sue-yi sighed and drew her into his embrace. They lost their lives because of my mistake. Yao Yu's eyes were vacant. Sue-yi noticed the color had drained from her face, growing increasingly concerned. After a moment, he tried to reassure her, given the unclear circumstances. It is normal for you to make a misjudgment. Struggling in his arms, Yao Yu attempted to break free. Where are you going? Receiving no reply, Sue-yi could only follow her. Upon exiting the shelter, he discovered that the ground outside was filled with kneeling people. Li, what is happening? Sue-yi asked a person at the door. Divine Envoy. Upon seeing Sue-yi, Yao Li was overjoyed and at a loss for words. Answer me, Sue-yi said urgently, watching Yao Yu's figure grow distant. The chieftain instructed everyone to kneel and pray for you. Pray? Sue-yi turned to look at the hundreds of kneeling figures. Among them many elderly and children. He shook his head with a quiet sigh. The prayers were successful. I have awakened. Now, I have another announcement. The chieftain is very grateful for everyone's prayers, and tonight, everyone shall feast on meat. Having quickly conveyed his message, Sue-yi hurried after Yao Yu's retreating silhouette. Wolf Howl had believed they were no longer in peril. However, he overheard some guards chatting, expressing that if the divine envoy did not awaken, they would still meet their demise. At this moment, he pondered how to lead his people to escape. With everyone engaged in prayer, it was an opportune time. Raising his eyes, he spotted someone approaching, the very matriarch who had ordered their execution. Was she now going to kill them? Only a handful of guards were present. Even though his hands and feet were bound, he resolved to fight fiercely for his daughter's survival. As the matriarch drew closer, Wolf Howl steeled his resolve. Black Wolf warriors, let us fight, he shouted, leaping from the ground. Fight to the end. Kill. The other tribesmen, witnessing this, howled in response, rallying to their leader's call. They would rather face death by stabbing than perish by flames. Yao Yu remained oblivious to the Black Wolf tribe's reaction, her mind consumed by the recent cacophony of anguished coughing cries. She approached Wolf Howl, bowing in apology before him. For a fleeting moment, Wolf Howl was momentarily distracted. He was perplexed by the actions of the female chieftain. Yet his experience informed him that seizing this high-ranking woman would ensure the survival of his tribe, regardless of whether the divine envoy awakened. Chapter 83. Mercy and Severity. The sudden assault by the Black Wolf tribe caught everyone off guard. By the time the guards reacted, the chieftain had already fallen into their grasp. Do you intend to betray the Sueño tribe? Release our chieftain at once, the guards urged, their voices tense. Betrayal? Haven't we already betrayed? Lang Xiao replied with a bitter laugh. Let us go, or I shall snap her neck. Lang Yu tightened her grip on Yao Yu's throat, her eyes gleaming with hatred as she glared at the surrounding guards, her tone frigid. When Sue-yi rushed to the scene, chaos reigned. The guards encircled the area with weapons drawn, while inside, the Black Wolf tribe scrambled to untie their kin. At the center, Yao Yu sat on the ground, her neck clutched tightly by Lang Yu, her face ashen. Stop this at once, Sue-yi exclaimed, astonished by how the situation had escalated. The crowd fell silent at the sound of his voice. Guards, lower your weapons, he commanded, then turned cautiously to Lang Yu. Lang Yu, release her, she can scarcely breathe. Upon seeing Sue-yi, Lang Xiao looked as if he had witnessed the dawn. Divine Envoy, we of the Black Wolf tribe have not betrayed the Sueño tribe. I know you haven't betrayed. Sue-yi raised his hands in a calming gesture. We are still of the same tribe. Bah, father, do not believe him, Lang Yu interjected, eyes filled with suspicion. Let us go, or I will kill her. Sue-yi observed Lang Yu's tightening grip. Guards, clear a path, and let them leave. The guards hesitated momentarily. I said clear a path, Sue-yi reiterated firmly. The crowd parted, allowing the Black Wolf tribe to cautiously emerge. Can we release her now? Sue-yi inquired anxiously, noting Yao Yu's closed eyes. We will leave, and you are not to pursue us. Lang Yu warned coldly, pointing at the guards. You, enough. We must depart. Lang Xiao urged. Were we not nearly killed? Will bowing and pleading be of any use? Lang Yu retorted, seeing Yao Yu's lack of movement. Su Yi's patience evaporated. He pushed through the crowd, advancing step by step toward Lang Yu. Do you not see she is in danger? Lang Yu felt an inexplicable panic as the man approached. Dare you come closer, and I will kill her. She blustered, attempting to sound brave. You wouldn't dare. Su Yi's voice thundered. If anything happens to her, not a single one of you from the Black Wolf tribe will escape. But why should she have the authority to threaten my tribe? Lang Yu averted her gaze, her eyes darting. We have not betrayed. Guards, equip yourselves and head to the ancestral grounds of the Black Wolf tribe. Leave no woman or child behind. Su Yi threatened. Yes. The dozens of guards responded in unison. Lang Yu trembled in fear. I shall say this one last time. Return her to me. Su Yi extended his hand, commanding, kneel and submit. And I shall grant you the chance to live. Moon, quickly, bring forth the divine envoy. Wolf Howl anxiously glanced at Yao Yu, whose head hung low. Do you wish to kill her? Wolf Moon, noticing the stillness of the person in her embrace, gasped and released her hold. Su Yi swiftly moved forward, cradling Yao Yu in his arms. You? Wake up. He gently patted her face, urging her to come to. Yet, she remained unresponsive, causing Su Yi's lips to tremble in fear. Leaning closer to her cheek, he detected her breath, the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest, and the steady beat of her heart. You, please awaken. You have not harmed the innocent. He continued to pat her cheek, but there was no response. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to hastily clear away the large stones and branches scattered on the ground. He positioned her on her side. The onlookers, witnessing the chief's lack of movement, felt a collective unease. Seeing the divine envoy tending to the chief's limbs and turning her over, they exchanged bewildered glances. Come on. Wake up. You, I beg you. Though the crowd could not fully comprehend the situation, they sensed that the divine envoy was endeavoring to save her. Wolf Moon, terrified, hid behind her father, fearing for Yao Yu's well-being, knowing that if something befell her, the divine envoy would not spare her, nor her tribe. Wolf Howl sensed his daughter's trepidation and silently offered her comfort. Suddenly, Yao Yu coughed violently. Oh, she's awake. The chief had returned to life. The divine envoy had revived her. The crowd, incredulous, beheld Yao Yu as she opened her eyes anew, each person kneeling in awe as if witnessing a miracle. Su Yi sniffled. You, how do you feel? He gently embraced her, his voice laced with concern. You foolish girl. I was so frightened for you. He whispered close to her ear. I came to atone, thinking her anger would dissipate, but I never anticipated. Su Yi exerted his strength to lift Yao Yu from the ground, cradling her once more. As he prepared to leave, he cast a fierce glare at Wolf Moon, vowing, I shall settle the score with you later. Yao Ling opened her eyes, discovering that the figure beside her was not Su, but Yu. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she asked, Sister Yu, where has Su gone? There, Yao Yu indicated with a slight lift of her chin. Following her gaze, Yao Ling spotted Su on a small stone bench at the door, seemingly unscathed as he conversed with the officials. Su had once stated that he must not be disturbed during important matters. Though she yearned to embrace him, she restrained herself. Sister Yu, what happened to your neck? Turning back, Yao Ling keenly observed the bruise adorning Yao Yu's neck. Nothing to worry about, Yao Yu replied, gently touching the mark and shaking her head slowly. Su had mentioned that her life was almost a gift reclaimed from the divine realm. You must promise never to act recklessly again. And he had also conveyed to her. In all matters, one should refrain from impulsiveness and avoid taking situations for granted. It is wise to heed the opinions of others, thus avoiding significant errors. Ling, have you rested sufficiently? Upon seeing Su Yi enter, Yao Ling sprang to her feet and wrapped herself around him. Ling, be gentle. Su's health remains quite fragile. Yao Yu admonished. At these words, Yao Ling promptly leaped from Su Yi's embrace, cautiously supporting his arm. What of the Black Wolf tribe? Yao Yu inquired. Is everyone unharmed? Did you venture to apologize without ascertaining the facts? They suffered injuries to their legs. Hence, I did not resort to killing, came the response. You made several elders. Gravely wounded captives, kneel. This is all my fault, Yao Yu admitted, uncharacteristically at a loss for words. Perhaps, you are better suited to the role of secretary. Yao Yu thought, a sense of apprehension washing over her. The members of the Black Wolf tribe were in a state of panic. believing they had no alternative but to take you hostage in order to secure their survival. You cannot blame them. Their actions stemmed from my erroneous commands, Yao Yu interjected, grasping Su Yi's hand. Their surrender signifies my kin. They should not be punished for my mistakes. Su Yi sighed but resolved to visit the Black Wolf tribe nonetheless. He sensed that Wang Yu had indeed contemplated ending Yao Yu's life, rather than merely abducting her. Chapter 84. Ancestral Land Wolf Howl gathered his kin, seeking a semblance of safety in their unity. Though the ropes binding him had been removed, the fear within his heart only intensified. Father, have I erred? This question had been posed by Wang Yu to the members of the Black Wolf tribe, who merely shook their heads, sighing, caught between words unspoken. Ultimately, she turned to her father for an answer. What has transpired cannot be undone, and regret serves no purpose. Fortunately, the divine messenger has retrieved my soul from the heavens. Wolf Howl lamented. Regret? I harbor no regret. Wang Yu shook her head defiantly. Yao Yu intends to slay us all. If the divine messenger seeks vengeance, let it be upon me alone. I fear not death. Foolish child, it is not so simple, Wolf Howl replied with a heavy heart. This will have repercussions for our entire Black Wolf tribe. Why? Wang Yu questioned, perplexed. I have harmed her. His retribution should fall solely upon me. Is this not how vengeance operates? Our statuses differ. To the divine messenger, the life of a chieftain holds greater value than ours. Just as your life is more precious to your father than that of an ordinary outsider. Status? Since surrendering to the Shin bird tribe, she had encountered this term countless times, again with the emphasis on status. Consider this. Why do I reside in the finest nest within our Black Wolf tribe? Why do I partake of the most tender meat? That is status. Wolf Howl articulated his insight. My death is not equivalent to that of a mere tribesman. If you were to slay a slave, your own life could suffice as restitution. But my daughter, you have harmed the divine messenger's woman, the chieftain of the Shin bird tribe. He may well seek retribution upon our entire Black Wolf tribe. Fortunately, the divine envoy managed to reclaim her from the hands of the celestial beings. Otherwise, our Black Wolf tribe's ancestral land would have faced ruin. Wolf Moon fell into a contemplative silence. From a young age, she had been nurtured under the care of many, shielded from punishment even when she erred. For her father always stood as her protector. Now, the significance of her identity struck her with sudden clarity. Child, why did you resort to such extreme measures? Can you share with your father? Wolf Howl inquired, turning to her. His daughter had always believed she was the most cherished among them, yet now, it seemed everyone gravitated around Yao Yu. The members of the Black Wolf tribe were also intent on pleasing Yao Yu. I was mistaken, Wolf Moon lamented, covering her face as she choked back sobs. It is my father's fault, Wolf Howl sighed deeply. His daughter was the sole heir of the Black Wolf tribe, drawing much attention, yet she had been reduced to a slave among the Shin bird clan, entangled with the masses. How could her heart bear such a burden? Alas, father, how will the divine envoy choose to deal with us? Wolf Moon asked once more. Regardless of the outcome, I shall bear what I can for you. Wolf Howl reassured her, gently patting her head as he had done in her childhood. The rest is up to you. Father, I cannot bear for you to suffer. Wolf Moon clung to her father's arm, her voice thick with emotion. Wolf Howl shook his head with a bitter smile. The commotion of the crowd interrupted their exchange. Wolf Moon looked up to see the divine envoy approaching, alone, instilling a palpable fear that silenced all. More formidable than a tiger, more fearsome than a black bear. Divine envoy, you may continue your tasks. Soon, others will come to assign you your duties. Wolf Moon, come with me. Su Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. The Black Wolf tribe members, awaiting their fate, initially froze before erupting in joy. They understood that the divine envoy intended to hold them blameless, punishing only Wolf Moon. Divine envoy, whatever punishment you have in store, direct it at me and spare my daughter. Wolf Howl extended his arms to shield his daughter. As Wolf Moon attempted to circumvent him, he pulled her back. I intend to take her to bear children for lower-class slaves. Can you bear that? Su Yi retorted. Upon hearing this, Wolf Moon was stricken with terror, tears streaming down her face. She feared not for her life, but the thought of being subjected to a horde of foul men was unbearable. Divine envoy, please end my life if it spares my daughter from your wrath. Wolf Howl implored. Capturing the clan leader was my command, and it bears no relation to my daughter. Is that so? Su Yi inquired. Indeed, Wolf Howl hastily affirmed. Wolf Moon, is that correct? Su Yi fixed his gaze upon the pale figure behind Wolf Howl. Wolf Moon, meeting his piercing eyes, quickly averted her gaze, anxiously nodding before shaking her head vigorously. Is it yes or no? Su-yi asked with a smile. Divine Envoy, I have erred, Wolf Moon sobbed. Or you may kill me. I do not wish to bear children for slaves. Leader Wolf Howl, you may protect her for a moment, but not for eternity. Su-yi remarked coolly. Some transgressions she must face alone. I beseech you, spare her. The wolf howled and knelt down. The child, in a moment of despair, had always been this way since her youth, harboring her troubles within, occasionally resorting to unexpected actions. If he would grant her mercy just this once, she would surely refrain from such behavior in the future. The wolf implored, bowing deeply, beseeching for her pardon. Upon witnessing her father striking his forehead against the ground, tears streamed down Wolf Moon's face. Oh, father, please do not plead for me. I fear not death. Silence. The wolf roared, his voice filled with fury. Wolf Moon's shoulders trembled as she wept, for it was the first time her father had spoken to her with such severity. Divine Master, punish me instead. The wolf continued to bow. Su-yi observed the bloodied forehead of the wolf and the sorrowful visage of Wolf Moon, before turning to depart, leaving behind a group of silent black wolves, paralyzed by fear. Oh, Wolf Moon embraced her father. Do not bow any longer. I was wrong, I was wrong. I have caused you suffering. Through her tear-blurred vision, a singular thought began to flourish wildly in her heart. The next day dawned brightly, with the wind gentle and the sun shining. The Xian bird clan's long-planned migration was finally set into motion. All their belongings were consumed by flames, leaving nothing behind. They were compelled by Su-yi to embark on an impromptu journey. We shall soon arrive. I wonder if my tree still stands? Yao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Oh, it has grown so tall. She pulled Su-yi to a small tree. How do you recognize it as yours? Su-yi inquired, curious if she could remember its location after all these years. Moreover, the tree had matured. Look, she circled the tree and pointed at the trunk. Su-yi focused and discovered a mark resembling a feather. This was left by my mother. She said this tree is as old as I am, Yao Yu said, nostalgia sparkling in her eyes. Su-yi rarely heard her speak of her mother. From Yaoing, he learned that their mother had departed unexpectedly when they were still young. Let us rest and have something to eat. Then we shall continue our journey. Su-yi commanded. Aren't we staying here? Yao Ling asked, puzzled. The surroundings are pleasant, but the space is too limited. Su-yi gestured to the mountains and small plains around them. Our Xianbird clan has grown into a large tribe. We cannot be accommodated here. We, the Xianbird clan, are indeed a great tribe now. Yao Ling rejoiced. Report. A member of the scouting team, who was leading the way, rushed forward. Speak. We have encountered a group of people ahead. They are engaged in hunting. What? Hunting on our territory? Yao Li exclaimed, bursting forth from the back of the line, brimming with enthusiasm. How many are there? Su-yi inquired. Regardless of their numbers, anyone who invades our land is an enemy. We shall eliminate them. Yao Li shouted. You silence yourself. Su-yi retorted impatiently. There are over 30, all robust men, the scout reported. Over 30 dare to trespass on our territory. Divine Master, send someone to take care of them. Yao Li insisted, pointing at himself. Su-yi estimated that this fellow was desperate for merit. He disregarded Yao Li and turned to Yao Ying. What would you advise him to do in such a situation? Yao Ying, elated, realized that fortune had favored him, and he raised his fist, declaring, if the enemy invades, we must certainly eliminate them. Su-yi instinctively tugged at the corner of his mouth. After all this time with me, you two have not grasped a single essence of strategy. Su intends to capture them as slaves, Yao Ling interjected. Combined, you two are not as clever as my family S-Ling. Su-yi praised. Oh, I had already thought of it, but Ling spoke first, Yao Li remarked, enlightened. So did I? Su-yi inquired. Then tell me, how can we capture them? We have the numbers. We should charge directly. Huh, how foolish. Yao Ying scoffed. If we charge directly, they'll simply scatter, and you won't capture anyone. Su-yi glanced sideways. Though we are numerous, we cannot simply rush in. We should approach stealthily. Su-yi contemplated that it might be more effective to issue direct orders in the future. Did you observe what weapons they carry? Several are armed with bows and arrows, while others wield sharp stone tools. Are they from the tiger tribe? No. I have never seen their totem before. He is well acquainted with the neighboring territories. Could they be another tribe that has migrated here? Su-yi found himself intrigued. Gather the guard. Su-yi commanded. Wolf Howl, assemble your people. Mu Chuan, gather your subordinates as well. My intention is total annihilation. not a single one shall escape. Those who resist will be killed on the spot, and those who surrender will be taken captive. Mu Chuan, you head in this direction. For 2 days. The Tiger King had been seething with frustration. While engaged in battle with the Xian bird tribe, his stronghold was unexpectedly attacked. Not only had he lost over a dozen women, but nearly half of the 30 able-bodied men left behind had either perished or been injured. The remaining food supplies had been plundered significantly. Had it not been for his timely return with the remnants of his tribe, the entire tribe might have been doomed. Southern barbarians, quickly offer up some beautiful women, or we shall bury you alive. Ha ha ha, look. They even know how to get angry. Outside the camp, a few individuals were chattering incomprehensibly. Though the members of the tiger tribe could not understand their language, their gestures of bending and slapping their backsides were clearly provocative. In the spacious room, one of the tiger tribe members exclaimed, "Tiger King, allow me to lead the charge against them." His face flushed with anger as he stomped the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Sit down." The Tiger King rubbed his temples. "These strangers are particularly cunning. Every time we send someone out, they flee, and when our people retreat, they reappear. Any isolated members of our tribe are often ambushed. Their arrows are even more formidable than those of the Xian bird tribe. The tips are sharpened with small stones, creating gaping wounds that bleed profusely. They are relentless. Like wolves sensing fresh meat, impossible to drive away or eliminate. As soon as one relaxes, they will fiercely strike at the tiger tribe. If we do not launch an attack on the Xian bird clan, what do we have to fear from them?" A chieftain sighed. "What good does it do to say such things now?" The Tiger King scoffed. "Will it drive the enemy away? So what shall we do now? Even hunting has become a problem. Indeed, the food reserves in the tribe are nearly depleted." The Tiger King found himself in a dilemma. There are nearly 100 able-bodied men in the tribe, but half of them are injured. We must send some to pursue, while leaving a portion behind to protect the women and children. However, with so few men, we cannot hope to defeat the enemy. If we take everyone, there will be no one left to guard the tribe. Our stronghold will be lost. He racked his brain, but could not devise a suitable solution. "Speak up, everyone. What ideas do you have to drive them back?" The Tiger King decided to gather the wisdom of his people. "Your Majesty, I have an idea." Someone offered. "Speak." The Tiger King's eyes brightened. "What if we were to join the Xian bird clan like the Black Wolf tribe?" The Tiger King raised his eyes to the provocateurs outside the camp, remaining silent. "This group of brutes has surprisingly not pursued us. If they do not come out, they truly are difficult to deal with." Someone exclaimed anxiously, wringing their hands. "Unfortunately, we only captured a handful of women last time, and there aren't enough to go around." I suggested taking pelts. Pelts are easier to divide, but you all insisted on seizing women. What does a child know? Can pelts compare to women? Enough of this bickering. A leading youth declared. "Once they run out of provisions, they will have to come out to hunt. We can strike then." A few others echoed, keeping their eyes peeled, wary that the enemy might charge out in desperation. These brutes possess considerable strength. It is a pity we cannot capture them alive. Otherwise, we could acquire some slaves to help with the work. Xiong Tong reclined under a tree, pondering how to capture the foolish brutes. Sui adhered to the principle of using full force even against a rabbit. He left a few able-bodied men to tend to the livestock while dispatching the rest. "They should be in position now. Fire the arrows." Sui quietly commanded. Beside him stood not only shield-bearers but also archers led by Yaoli. Upon hearing Sui's order, the archers immediately rose from their hiding places and released their arrows. An ambush always yields good results. In a single volley, 7 or 8 foes fell. Caution! There's an ambush. Its arrows quickly take cover. The ambushed reacted even more swiftly than Sui had anticipated. After an initial flurry of panic, they did not scatter but sought cover, hiding behind trees or crouching in the bushes, chattering among themselves. "Form ranks and charge out." Sui bellowed. "Charge! Kill!" The shouts of the crowd echoed, surging forth from the thickets and trees. The two military units had coordinated several times already. The shield-bearers advanced with their shields, each followed by 1 or 2 archers. They were in close proximity to one another, and when they encountered thickets and shrubs that necessitated circumvention, they swiftly diverged only to converge again in an instant. Barbarians. What sort of barbarians? They wield bows and shields. The Yin tribe? Will they pursue us here? Retreat, retreat. The enemy scattered in a state of panic, a scenario that Sui had anticipated. Cries erupted from all directions. How many had they dispatched? "It is over. The heavens are determined to annihilate my bear tribe." The cacophony of battle cries reverberated as those trapped in the center fled in all directions. "Chief, there is still an opening over there," someone exclaimed, pointing to a gap that had yet to be surrounded, excitement evident in their voice. "Quickly, follow me out." Chapter 86. Am I a barbarian? Beneath the trees, Xiong Tong felt an uneasy dread in his heart. He had felt this way since the day his father was executed. Now, he had only his elder brother as family, who had taken half of their group to procure food. What could possibly go wrong? Shaking his head, he leaned back lazily. Damn the Yin tribe. Damn the Qi tribe. They all deserve to perish. If it weren't for them, he would not have found himself in this desolate wilderness. It is clearly your fault. That is your area of responsibility. Wolf howled defiantly. Nonsense. They veered off towards your side. You failed to intercept them, Muquan retorted. I simply did not anticipate that a gap would emerge where the two groups converged, allowing several to escape. Su Yi observed their mutual accusations in silence. After exchanging a few heated words, they sensed the precariousness of their situation and quickly fell silent. My esteemed divine messenger, have I spoken enough? Su Yi smiled. The two lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Lacking experience in our first collaboration, I shall forgive you. The two, who had expected punishment, were elated to hear this. You brought together more than 50 men, yet managed to capture only 3. Quite impressive. Indeed. Su Yi's tone was icy. The two exchanged a glance, puzzled as to why the divine messenger seemed to be praising them. Despite the harshness of his words, they could not suppress a smile. Yao Yu, who had been listening, could not help but stifle a laugh. Su Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had forgotten that he could not speak in jest to these talented individuals. If such a situation arises again, you two will be relegated to the status of lowly slaves, tasked with tending to the livestock's refuse. The two understood the gravity of his words. After struggling to ascend, to be cast down again was intolerable. Yes, they replied in unison. Go reflect on your actions and return to report to me once you have comprehended your mistakes. Su Yi waved them away. He rubbed his temples, pondering the origins of this small group of unknown individuals who wielded arrows more advanced than his own. It was imperative to ascertain their background to avert future threats. You mentioned that you could comprehend their language? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The language they spoke was astonishingly akin to that which my mother taught me. A look of surprise adorned Yao Yu's face, as I initially failed to recognize it, only to recall it later. How fortunate it is to have you. Those few will surely drive me to madness. Su Yi grasped her hand, inquiring about her mother. Is she not of the Xianyao tribe? Certainly not. My father belongs to the Xianyao, but my mother has never disclosed her origins, Yao Yu responded, her expression tinged with reminiscence. Su Yi formed a rough conjecture. Either her mother shared a tribe with these captives, or they hailed from the same locale. The latter seemed more plausible. They are not members of the Yin tribe. They are merely barbarians. I do not wish to perish. I have heard that barbarians cook and consume humans. One of the captives trembled. The others shuddered at the revelation. Perhaps these barbarians wield bows and shields. They might have forsaken cannibalism. Are barbarians who can wield bows and shields not even more fearsome? As Su Yi approached, he found 13 captives kneeling in a row, orderly and silent. Li, bring 2 of them forth. Yao Li, robust and imposing, effortlessly seized 2 captives and thrust them before Su Yi. Do not eat me. Do not eat me. I am not appetizing. Upon hearing the pleas of the captive, Yao Yu stifled a laugh, causing another captive to stare in disbelief. This slave lacks awareness. Yao Li, unyielding, delivered a resounding slap to the insolent captive. Su Yi silently gave a thumbs up, although Li was somewhat fierce. He often exhibited a surprising cleverness. What did he say? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. He fears we shall consume him, Yao Yu replied with a smile. Su Yi understood. He perceives us as savages, does he? You inform them that if they answer the same question differently, both shall be roasted. Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, the 2 captives trembled in fear. Indeed, barbarians who wield shields and bows are far more terrifying than mere savages. Li, take this one a bit further away. Yao Li showed no mercy towards these captives, yanking one by the hair. Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Ask him where he is from, how many came, and what their purpose is. Yao Yu composed herself, adopting her usual aloof demeanor. They hail from the Bear tribe, having come from the north. 74 of them arrived, having been driven away by the Qi tribe. In no time, Su Yi had extracted the full account of this group's origins. The Bear tribe was part of the Bear Tribe Alliance, comprised of 9 distinct tribes, with the Bear tribe in a position of leadership. They had coexisted peacefully with the more formidable Yin tribe until the latter recently launched an unprovoked war against them. The Yin emperor dispatched only the Qi tribe, decimating them utterly. Most of their people surrendered, and this small remnant was but the few who escaped southward. Another group of barbarians? Bear Tong gazed at the disheveled remnants of his tribe, his eyes widening in disbelief. Their numbers were greater, and astonishingly, they wielded shields and bows. Xiong Tong staggered. Among the few who had escaped, there was no sign of his brother. It was over. His only kin was gone. Oh. Xiong Tong's eyes turned blood red as he howled towards the heavens. Leader, perhaps your brother is still alive? What is happening? Speak quickly. He gripped the man's shoulder tightly. Those barbarians appeared intent on capturing the living. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiong Tong's eyes. As long as his brother was alive, with his own intellect, he would surely find a way to rescue him. Yet at this moment, he must first eradicate this small tribe before they could disrupt his attempts to save his brother. You few with the best archery skills, move closer and shoot at them. Now that his brother was captured, he could no longer afford the luxury of slowly toying with these barbarians. He had to take some risks. Be cautious, they have bows too. Rest assured. Can their weapons even be called bows? The Tiger King abruptly stood up from his seat, anger causing him to crush the withered fruit in his hand. Bring all the able-bodied men. Let's give those scoundrels a taste of our strength. The Tiger King made a resolute decision, rather than waiting to perish in the camp. It was better to charge out with the young men and show those ruffians what they were made of. Gather the tribe, anyone who can move. Come with me to annihilate them. Tiger King, what about the women and children if you take all the able-bodied men? A clan elder inquired. Then what do you propose we do? The Tiger King retorted. The elder furrowed his brow, stammering for a long while without presenting a coherent solution. As long as the young men are with us, our tiger tribe will endure. We can capture more women if needed, and we can always have more children. I have made my decision. With a single command from the Tiger King, the young men, who could no longer contain their frustration, raised their weapons and cheered. The commotion in the tribe caught the attention of the women and children. Tiger King, we are the women of the tiger tribe. You cannot abandon us. I carry your child. Will you forsake us, mother and child? Chapter 87. The superior ones. The Tiger King's resolve was shattered by a single utterance. He had always been steadfast, unwilling to kneel or submit to anyone, even at the cost of his own life. Yet now, confronted by the pleas of his own women, he found himself unable to harden his heart and leave them behind. If he took them with him, it seemed there was only one path forward. The Xian bird tribe's slaves appeared to be faring well. Hurry and gather your belongings. Take what you can and burn everything that cannot be taken. Leave them nothing. The Tiger King commanded coldly. Xiong Nan's scalp still throbbed. That tall barbarian always grabbed him by the hair. However, he was more courteous when seizing others. Was it simply because he was the leader's brother that he was subjected to such treatment? The customs of this barbarian tribe were truly peculiar. Moreover, he discovered something that puzzled him. The woman who questioned him seemed vaguely familiar. Have you encountered that beautiful woman? He inquired of his companion beside him. Are you out of your mind? Do you dare to entertain such thoughts about her? His companion exclaimed, visibly terrified. Do you wish to perish? Do not involve me. How could I? He retorted. I merely asked if you have seen her before. I swear, in all my life, I have never encountered a woman as stunning as her. His companion lamented. He then posed the same question to others, receiving identical responses. Su Nan silently pondered. Could she have appeared in his dreams? The sound of footsteps approached, causing the slaves to turn their heads in unison. As they beheld the patrolling squad pass by, they exchanged glances, as though they had seen a ghost. This line of individuals moved in such perfect synchronization, stepping and landing simultaneously. Even the mighty Yin tribe likely did not possess warriors like these. To label this group as mere barbarians would be an insult, even to the pigs within the enclosure. Just as his astonishment began to fade, Su Nan noticed the brute who had been tugging at his scalp approaching once more. He hastily struggled to half-crouch. As expected, the large hand reached for his hair. He promptly stood up in response. Yao Li felt a sudden lightness in his grip. The other party had risen before he even exerted force. Ah, what a clever fellow. The two individuals who had been questioned earlier were once again kicked at Yao Li's feet. Su Yi gestured for Yao Yu to commence. Ordinarily, our tribe does not take prisoners. Typically, those who intrude upon our territory, like you, are slowly drained of blood and if they do not perish within 5 days, we would sacrifice them to the gods. The two kneeling on the ground trembled violently. Their method of offering sacrifices to the gods was entirely different from that of the bear tribe. How terrifying. However, our divine envoy has received a revelation from the gods, who claim that you too will become loyal slaves. I ask you, are you? Yao Yu inquired coldly. The gods are indeed correct. Yes, we absolutely are. The two repeatedly bowed their heads. I shall be the most loyal of slaves, never betraying my master, even unto death. I am the same. Yao Yu smiled at Su Yi, who nodded in understanding, signaling her to continue. Logically, we should trust the words of the gods. Yet I perceive that both of you harbor thoughts of betrayal. The gods must be right. All people must heed the divine instructions and cannot defy them. The gods are undoubtedly correct. Then how did the gods inform me that you intend to escape? The two kneeling on the ground were so frightened they forgot to tremble. The fact that they wished to flee had evidently been known to the gods long before. Observing their reactions, Yao Yu realized they had once again been accurately predicted by the divine envoy. Su Yi did not need to guess. Who among those captured by barbarians would not contemplate escape? A blend of persuasion and threats ensued, coupled with a brief introduction to the benefits of being a slave, leaving the two deeply grateful as they departed. What did they instruct you to convey? As the other captives observed the blood seeping from the foreheads of the two men upon their return, they hurriedly gathered around to inquire. Our plan to escape tonight has already been discovered, exclaimed Xiongnan, his face filled with dread. Those who wish to live should obediently remain as slaves. How did they find out? Someone asked in astonishment. We traversed mountains from the north to reach here. Didn't we do so for the sake of freedom? Another added. Indeed, I would rather die than live as a slave. You may choose to flee after hearing what I have said, if you so desire, Xiongnan replied. The slaves work by day and sleep at night. Their bellies are full, and they have nests to dwell in. They do not suffer beatings. He lowered his voice. And there are women. Are you certain you are referring to the lives of their slaves, and not the commoners of their tribe? A man who had previously expressed the desire to escape retorted, his eyes widening in disbelief. What does that amount to? This is merely the existence of lowly slaves. Xiongnan mused longingly. The lives of high-ranking slaves are even better. High-ranking slaves? Someone inquired. In addition to the benefits I just mentioned, high-ranking slaves receive meat daily and reside in larger nests. Meat every day? The others gasped in surprise. Is that what frightens you? Xiongnan continued. Most importantly, high-ranking slaves earn the respect of low-ranking slaves, becoming superior beings. Superior beings. The crowd gasped, realizing that this was akin to nobility. Indeed, Xiongnan nodded. By the way, will you still attempt to escape tonight? He eagerly asked the man who had previously expressed the intention to run. The man shook his head, the motion leaving a lingering shadow. If caught while fleeing, death is certain. Remaining as a slave seems rather appealing. At that moment, someone passed in front of them. Look, this is a high-ranking slave, Xiongnan remarked enviously. The group turned their gaze, watching a man hastily moving about, his wooden tag swinging in the wind. Did you see the wooden tag on his chest? They all nodded in unison. This is the symbol of a high-ranking slave, a blessed token from the divine. Nearby, several low-ranking slaves bowed their heads in respect to the man, who straightened his posture and walked with confidence, a spring in his step, causing the captives to feel a twinge of envy. Unbeknownst to them, a pack of wolves was also observing him. He returned, deep in thought, believing he had grasped the key to the blunder in the blockade, eager to report his insights to the divine messenger. Being a high-ranking slave is truly wonderful, but alas, we are but lowly slaves. You are mistaken, Xiongnan exclaimed excitedly. The most crucial point has yet to be revealed. The chief declared that as long as we perform well, low-ranking slaves can be promoted to high-ranking slaves. We all have the potential to ascend and become superior beings. We can be promoted? Pray, tell me how one ascends.